Hello everyone. So I just started making sessions of Spring and Spring Boot framework. So before entering into Spring or Spring Boot details, first we should understand one most important topic called as programming language and the framework. So that means what is the difference between programming language versus framework? So why we are calling couple of things as a programming language? Why we are calling some other things as a frameworks? So that means what is a programming language? What is a framework? Once we are done with this, then I can go with the Spring details. So first of all, what is a programming language? Yes, when we are learning the Java or any other programming languages, we used to come to know that programming language generally representing as a set of rules by using a set of keywords. Okay, we are forming a logic, right? And then learning, or if you're gaining the knowledge like the set of keywords, the set of rules and regulations to form a logic with respect to that programming language, right? So that is all about the programming language. It's just explaining about what are the syntaxes we have to follow, what is the rules and regulations we have to follow, what are the keywords available, what are the so and so operators are available. So everything we will come to know as part of the programming language. So to implement any logic, we should know must and should programming language, then only we can work with any application. So we know that there are so many programming languages available in our day-to-day life, like Java, .NET, Python, even we do have so many other programming languages also. And sometimes the programming languages or any language is divided as, especially in software application development, web application development, we do have two types of languages. One is client related, second one is server related. So that means client related in the sense the language is what we are using for the front end implementation. So we know that we have some kind of mockup languages, HTML and style related CSS and as well as JavaScript, right? And these are all coming under a basic languages. But what about the frameworks related to JavaScript? Yes, we used to hear many frameworks like React.js, AngularJS, Node.js, and something like Vue.js, right? So there are so many other things implemented by using a language called as JavaScript and related frameworks like React, all these things, right? Now, similarly, whenever it comes to the backend application, as if you are talking about the Java language, Java is a backend programming application, right? That means server-side application. By using server-side applications, we cannot implement anything with the front end. We know that point, right? So that means even Java is a programming language here. But at the same time, we do have a couple of other frameworks related to the Java programming language like Struts, Spring, Spring Boot, Hibernate, Quarkus, like that. We have so many other frameworks which are built or related to the Java programming language, right? So what is the point here? It is framework. Especially we should understand more about the framework now, right? Because yes, whenever we have started learning any programming language, basically or by default, we will come to know that how to define the logic, what are the rules and regulations and everything, right? Now, let's come back to the framework point of view. What is a framework? Here it is. Yeah, a framework is all about a set of solutions for existing problems. Okay, that is one point I can give you. And a framework is set of better solutions of existing solutions. And this is all about a framework. So that means generally I can give you a definition like this. A framework is a set of ready-made solutions and a set of rules and a set of component. So these are all simplifying the process and increasing the development speed. Yes, exactly. So what is the meaning of increasing the development speed, or what is the meaning of set of ready-made elements or components simplifying? I'll just give you a small example now. So especially we are talking about the Spring, right? Going further. So that's why I'll talk example related to Java. For example, if you take in a scenario, something like this, database connectivity. Why we will do the database connectivity? We will execute the queries, right? Yeah, so in Java, if we have a concept called as JDBC, right? As part of the JDBC, whenever we want to execute any query, generally we will do majorly 4 to 5 steps, 100% for every query execution. Okay, so first thing is what? Register driver. Maybe this is nowadays an optional, but second thing is creating connection object. So here what we will pass? URL, username, and followed by the password of the database, right? And the third step is creating the statement object. Fourth step is executing the query, right? And yes, there are a couple of other things we have to take care always, like what it is, closing the connection, and maybe we do have some checked exceptions. So exception handling we have to take care, right? So these are all things we have to take care as part of a JDBC whenever we want to execute a SQL query. Now assume I have in a real-time project point of view, I'm thought if I'm taking a requirement, for example, assume in 100 places, okay, I would like to execute, okay, many queries. Then what you have to do? So in 100 places, what we have to do now? We have to follow the above logic, right? And the number of lines will be increased, right? 100 into 5 on an average. So 500 lines of code you are writing. But what is the problem here? It is boilerplate code, right? That means duplicate code redundancy. So these are all things problem. So that means you have to do every time registering the driver or passing URL, username, password, and getting the connection object, right? So this is what the code redundancy, boilerplate code, and you have to take care of all the steps even for every SQL query execution, right? So to overcome this boilerplate code or code redundancy and make sure why we have to provide like URL, username, password, all the details for every time, maybe we can implement a better solution. Maybe what we can do as a developer, we can implement the better solution. Okay, so what is that better solution? Maybe we may have write down some of the design by using some design patterns. By using some design patterns, we may make sure one time credentials configuration in project, right? And probably we can make sure by using above details getting the connection object also, right? So here only thing is we will make sure somehow only what is the difference will come here, it is execute query. The query what we are going to execute, that may be changes, right? So that we can make sure that is going to be changed. Yeah, but the problem here it is, as a developer, again we are unnecessarily focusing on all these activities to avoid this boilerplate code redundancy and everything, right? Now, it is only for one kind of small scenario, like especially database connectivity. But whenever we come to the servlets, again, one more example in Java programming language, what will happen whenever we are creating web applications by using Java programming language, we know that we have to use servlets. So what is the problem with the servlets? So we know that whenever you have to implement a servlet, for example, you have to create a endpoint like slash L. So then what you will do, you will write down a servlet one, okay, and it will extends always any servlet. For example, if I am taking HTTP servlet, then not only this, what you will write down, you have to write down, okay, even though if irrespective of the functionality of the endpoint, you have to write down all these things mandatorily. So if you take in service method here, then we have to provide again the servlet request as well as a response method parameters, right? So here we will provide always logic inside the service methods general service, or maybe we have do get, do post, all these methods, right? So anyway, but we have to follow all this syntax for any kind of endpoint implementation. But similarly, again, my requirement here it is, my application is having around 500 endpoints. Then what you have to do? We have to create with this approach almost 500 servlet Java classes, right? So that means I'll get 500 Java files with all the basic syntax of above logic. So whatever the logic we implemented here, with the same basic syntax, we are going to write down 500 Java files, because we know that in servlets, I cannot merge or I cannot write down two endpoints inside one servlet file. So that means two URI or endpoints I cannot create inside single servlet file. Single servlet file. So that's why I had to write down nearly 500 Java files to create 500 endpoints, right? So this is all. Again, if you are observing here, we are also we are getting again code redundancy as well as boilerplate code to achieve any functionality, right? So these are all like challenges. These are all solutions, okay? But at the same time, we are making a lot of code redundancy and we are making the same duplicate code again and again repeated for every functionality implementation. So irrespective of the small requirement or big requirement, right? Now, when it comes to the framework is what? A framework is a set of ready-made elements, rules, and components that simplify the process and increase the development speed, right? Now, if I take in the same above examples with respect to a framework, for example, nowadays, the most popular framework related to Java is Spring or Spring Boot, right? Yeah. Even when comparing with Spring, Spring Boot is going to be an advanced framework, right? As part of this, if I taking the JDBC functionality, yes, Spring Boot is providing a solutions. They already implemented a lot of logic to make sure the things like what we are expected here like this. So if it is as a developer, we have to take care means we have to spend a lot of time and we have to make sure providing all this to achieve this requirement to avoid this boilerplate code, all these things we have to spend a lot of time, right? We can implement it, but we at the same time, the problem here it is time. That means we have to spend a lot of time and we have to make sure this kind of solution. Then you will start implementing the business requirements. But generally no one will allow us, okay, taking that much of time to implement the business requirements, right? So now in such case, what's happening here it is the frameworks are helping us, like frameworks are coming up with frameworks are identifying all these problems where people are spending a lot of time, and with respect to the code implementation, especially where people are writing the same code again and again and spending a lot of time, so they are monitored everything and they will identify everything and then they will come up with these solutions, ready-made solutions or ready-made components. About database connectivity point of view, if I want to achieve the same requirement, yes, if it is Spring Boot, what we can do here it is, okay, step number one, you will configure only one time DB details. Yes, only single time. Apart from that, you will never ever configure your DB details. Second point. Yes. So Spring Boot is already providing couple of solutions to execute the database queries. They're written by using some template design pattern solutions. They given a solution called as JDBC template. As an example, I'm taking guys. So by using this predefined class, you can execute SQL queries individually by writing only one line of code many times. Only one line of code many times. So that means you are directly focusing on executing the different SQL queries instead of worrying about what are the other steps we have to follow generally. If it is a programming language, you have to write down the things everything manually. That is what the problem here it is. Registering the driver, creating the connection object, all these things. So step number one, step number two, step number three, step number four, step number five. But here what framework is doing? Framework is avoided this step. Framework is avoided this step. Writing again and again. Framework is avoided this step. Okay. Framework is avoided this step. Now framework is saying what? It is just asking us to concentrate on the actual queries what we are going to execute in every scenario, right? So this is all about the framework providing a solution with respect to JDBC. Now similarly, if you go to the servlets also, yes, you have to follow all this approach, right? Now even this is also a biggest problem, right? Why? For small endpoints, you are creating unnecessarily a individual Java file, but we can't merge two endpoints as part of one servlet, that means one Java file. Now these are also problems identified by the Spring Boot, and they came up with one more concept called as this. They are saying like even we can write many endpoints. I can say like many endpoints means more than one inside single Java file itself. So that means I can write down 30, 40, 50, 60 endpoints inside a single Java file itself. Yeah, based on my requirement, sometimes I'll segregate in one Java file, I can write down any number of endpoints. So that means what is the advantage what we got here it is? Yes. For example, assume here I written 500 Java files, but here I can implement same thing with 10 Java files. Yes. So the number of Java files, the number of source code files are getting drastically decreased to very minimum number of Java files. And the advantage of with this is you are maintaining the group of related endpoints logic in same place instead of individual Java files level. Okay, that is what one thing I can say. Second thing is, yes, whenever you are writing the logic, you have to make sure always writing the what? HTTP servlet, all these things, right? And providing the service do's, okay, service methods as well as do get, do post, all these things. Now, even these things also being identified by the framework called as Spring Boot, and they are saying like, yes, anyway, every time we are doing HTTP servlet only, right? So they avoided this concept writing extend HTTP servlet, and you no need to write down every time request and response parameters, and you no need to write down always a predefined method names called as service, do get, do post, all these things. So that means they made user friendly with respect to endpoints implementation. So that means what we are going to do here it is, yes, inside single Java file we are going to write down a number of endpoints, and we can write down our own methods. We can write down our own method names instead of the defined service do get, do post as part of the servlet API. We can write down our own method names and no need to pass all the time request and response objects as part of the method arguments. You don't need to define, okay, we don't need to pass or define. So I can say like something like this also. So this is what, see here, that means you can save lot of time because you are not writing all these request and response extends HTTP servlet, all these things. So this is how frameworks are providing a ready-made solutions. Whenever you are having a requirement with respect to solution, what you can do with the programming language, we can do same thing via framework. But when it comes to the development time, okay, the number of lines of code, the strategies what we are using from the programming language versus framework is going to change drastically. So I can say like, for example, assume if you have a task and if you want to a big, okay, implement by using only core programming languages, assume if it is taking 1 month of time, but if you are taking framework help, sometimes it may close within 1 week only. Okay, or yes, it will not take more than that, or maybe just take like around 2 weeks. So that means minimum 50% of time we can reduce minimum. Okay, so it will close, we can close within 1 week or maybe maximum 2 weeks. So it is reducing minimum 50% of development time when comparing with the programming language. So that's why in every real-time web application, we are going to use 100% a framework along with the core programming languages. Not only Java, even if you are taking Python, yes, Python is having different frameworks. Python is a core programming language. Okay, by using Python, we have other frameworks like Django, Flask, and probably we may have some other frameworks also, right? So in nowadays, in every programming language is having different frameworks from different vendors, right? So similarly, if we already discussed, JavaScript is also having a lot of frameworks nowadays to implement with respect to front end point of view. Server side point of view, yes, Java and related frameworks, Spring Boot, Hibernate, all these things, right? And similarly, struts. And when it comes to Python, yes, we know that Django, Flask, all these things, even .NET is also having their own frameworks. That means now framework is coming up with especially not only this kind of solutions. Yeah. A framework generally will provide libraries, that means the predefined solutions, as well as sometimes it will give us kind of tools also, utility tools, so that those are all going to help us with respect to development time. Okay, especially when we are migrating data from one object to another object, or if you are checking any common task kind of details. And APIs, so that means it is going to produce us different APIs to communicate with different components or different modules. Similarly, it will provide always good documentation with respect to solution implementation. That's why any real-time web application or any real-time application, people will try to prefer frameworks. So now the question here it is, really do we need a framework? Means yes, by if okay, yes, the conclusion point here it is, yes, we have to use the frameworks so that it is going to save our time and it is going to save us from the making mistakes whenever we are writing the same code again and again when comparing with the programming language, and it is going to give us a lot of other infrastructure details enabling connecting with the infrastructure, especially with respect to development, deployment, monitoring the applications, all these things point of view. So at the same time, do we have any disadvantages of framework? Means yeah, so couple of people will say whenever I'm writing a small functionality, unnecessarily couple of other libraries are getting loaded because of the framework, so it is going to may occupy the memory, like that people are saying. Yes, that might be somewhat true, but up to what level here it is. A real-time web application is not about always a small functionality. A real-time web application is all about there are n number of functionalities, many requirements we will have, right? So that means most of the times the libraries what are being coming as part of the any framework is somehow okay precise and concisely related to those requirements. So that's why with respect to a one or two small requirements, yes, it may be disadvantage, but when you are working with respect to the enterprise level web application or enterprise applications, no, it's not a disadvantage. So it will definitely making development time is very fast. Even sometimes frameworks also provided kind of duplicate code or redundancy code, but the volume of duplication when comparing with the basic programming language is very less in the Spring framework. So that means what is the conclusion point here? It is overall, when a programming language is a foundation, here it is. That means by using a programming language only, these frameworks are also implemented. So a programming language is a foundation and a framework is always a add-on with a lot of predefined components and additional functionalities which simplifying the and creating the application of any type. So that means generally when you are using a modern framework as part of any programming languages, it is always provides 95% good solutions or good ideas. That is all about the difference between programming language versus framework. Yeah, now let's start looking more about Spring and Spring Boot frameworks in the next sessions. I'm going to start now Spring Boot tutorial series today onwards. So first of all, before starting with the Spring Boot, we should understand the difference between Spring and Spring Boot, right? So here, before entering into Spring Boot details, we have to understand what is Spring also. So without knowing Spring, we cannot say, okay, I can learn the Spring Boot. That is what that much important, the Spring framework with respect to Spring Boot and learning. So that means first we should know many things about the Spring framework, then we can automatically or easily we can get the knowledge of Spring Boot. So why? What are the reasons why we have to know the Spring framework before knowing the Spring Boot? I will explain you right now. So in the last session, I discussed about what is a programming language, what is a framework, and the difference between programming language versus framework, right? We know that framework is a set of solutions or better solutions. I mean, there are a number of components available as part of the framework. So ready-made solutions and some couple of development supporting features will be available as part of the framework, right? Yeah. So now before going into the Spring Boot, we should know something about the Spring. Generally, Spring Boot, I can say like this: Spring Boot equal to Spring plus, okay, couple of extra features is called as Spring Boot. So that means here the Spring Boot framework is a wrapper framework on Spring framework. So that means the Spring Boot framework is implemented from the Spring framework only by added couple of other features, and then the same Spring team is released another framework called as Spring Boot. So what is the reason behind releasing one more framework called as Spring Boot? when already Spring is existed. That is also I will discuss in today's session. Yeah. So now, first thing is, yes, we should know Spring, then only we can go with the Spring Boot very easily. Okay. So what is a Spring here? Spring is a framework. We know that Spring is a framework. Yes. As part of the framework, we already know that we will get a lot of solutions to the our enterprise level application implementation point of view. Okay, fine. The Spring framework is released into market 2003, and there is the important person behind the Spring framework called as Rod Johnson. So he is the person, he is the author of the Spring framework. So because of him, his ideas, the Spring framework coming into the picture. Yes. Now, what is the main agenda of Spring framework? What are the components or modules available as part of the Spring framework? We will try to see right. Yeah. So what this team is done here it is, they identified the problems with respect to real-time applications like, so where developers are focusing more and more on the avoiding the duplicate code or getting the solutions, or where developers are writing the code, repeated code for the same kind of solutions. These guys are observed, or these guys are gathered all those kind of information, and they started making implementation as part of the Spring framework. So that means as part of the Spring framework, we will get every solution related to an enterprise application. For example, before Spring, we have a framework called as Struts framework. But Struts is only related to web framework. So that means web applications, web module. So that means by using Struts, we can deal with only web application functionalities. So that means whatever we can do with the servlets, the Struts framework generally simplifies the servlets functionalities. But if I want to do something related to database functionalities, then so again you have to choose one more frameworks. You have to find out one more framework. So then people used to go with kind of Hibernate or something like iBatis. There are so many other frameworks available related to deal with the database functionalities. Similarly, security. Even with respect to security point of view also, people has to find out one more framework to implement the real-time enterprise level application very quickly, and we have to deliver very quickly, right? So what we observe here with respect to basic functionalities or with respect to web application functionalities, with respect to database functionalities, we are using different frameworks as part of our Java application. Yeah, now this Spring team identified all these issues and all these problems, started providing solutions for each and every area where a real enterprise application requires every feature related. That means to deal with the objects, creation, okay, configuration. That means any functionality, configuration point of view. Similarly, web application functionalities as well as database functionalities as well as security functionalities like that. For each and every component, Spring Framework started providing solutions, and they released Spring Framework as a package of all the solutions, and then now the Spring Framework contains minimum 20 modules, and those 20 modules are providing different solutions related to different functionalities. We will see what are those modules available as part of the Spring Framework. Okay. Okay, so now let's see what are the Spring modules available as part of the framework. Okay, so if you're seeing this image, so this is what the image from the Spring framework. So the components belongs to the Spring framework available related to different concepts here. So the most important concept here it is, first and foremost thing is, as part of Spring framework, we have to focus always on the core module first. So generally here we are calling this as a core module. That means this module will explain us what are the features available as part of the Spring framework with respect to object creation, configuration and management point of view, and what are the advantages we are going to get if you are using the Spring framework. Those are all details you are going to get as by using core module. So that means this module will provide 100% is core functionalities, the basic functionalities of the Spring framework. So we cannot achieve all the functionalities related to the any enterprise application by using only core module of the Spring framework. So here as part of the core module, we will see what is the meaning of beans, what is the meaning of core context and as well as Spring expression language. Now, this is the first and foremost module, okay, we are going to learn as part of Spring framework anytime. Now, apart from this, yes, if you observe here, there are a couple of other modules available. So like AOP and testing, right? So similarly, we have a couple of other things like messaging and web module as well as data module. But out of all these modules, I'll tell you core module is the fundamental or base module for any other module. So that means that's why they're given, if you observe here, as a base to all other modules, right? So that's why we have to focus core module first. And then AOP is not that much required. It is generally used in some other point cloud programming. Okay, so it's not, we will see later as part of AOP also. And then the most important modules called as data module as well as web module. So what is the meaning of data module here? If you observe here, JDBC, ORM, and something like transactions, right? JMS. So these are all representing database functionalities. The data access is nothing but data integration is nothing but the database integration. So that means by using our regular Java JDBC, what are the functionalities we can perform? Even by using Spring framework also, we can execute the JDBC functionalities, right? That means, but with respect to very less amount of code and configuration, we are going to perform the JDBC operations. Now, similarly, we have ORM framework. Yeah. So we will see very clearly ORM, what is ORM as part of our sessions. Okay. So that means here we are going to take help of JPA also. Okay, so that will be called as Spring Data JPA module. Now, again, web module. So what is the web here? So we are done with only basic core functionalities, okay, as well as database functionalities. But in most of the times, we will create what? Web applications, right? Enterprise level applications only, but most of the times, web applications we will create. So in general, to create web application by using Java, we used to use servlets, right? For writing or creating any endpoints, we are going to use the servlets. Similarly, we can create REST services also by using our Java libraries like JAX, Harris, all these things, right? But Spring framework provided all those under this module called as web module. So that means by using web module, we can implement servlet based applications, portlet based applications, as well as all the web application functionalities also, socket based applications. But yes, but we will create functionalities related to the servlet. So that means we have to focus on the web module. So first we will see core module, and then we will see database module, and then we will see the web module. So, and what about the test module? Test is representing testing our application. So that means writing the J units. It's all about unit testing. We will write down by writing the J units. So we can perform kind of integration testing, unit testing by writing the test cases. By even for that is also Spring Framework provided lot of libraries to make sure unit testing and integration testing is very simple as part of the Spring framework, right? So these are all modules, okay? So coming under the Spring framework. So we are going to focus first on the Spring core module, and then we are going to see Spring data module, and then Spring web module. Okay, these three modules are very important as a Spring developer. So we will see a couple of examples about Spring AOP as well as Spring test. Yeah, but these three modules are very important if you want to survive as a Spring developer or Spring Boot developer. Okay. So now fine. These are all modules we are going to see as part of our sessions one by one. Fine. These are all Spring modules. Then what about the Spring Boot? So why we are learning, why we are focusing on the Spring framework along when we are learning the Spring Boot? Now let me give you an overview what is exactly the Spring Boot framework by using all these modules. Okay. Generally, what will happen here it is. So generally, whenever we are creating any web application by using Spring framework, what is going to happen here it is, assume we created Spring web application. So that means here we created a real-time Spring web application. And whenever we want to execute functionalities of this application, generally, similarly, right, even if it is a servlet application also, what we will do, assume you created a servlet application. Then what we will do, once you implemented all the functionalities, what you will do to execute the functionalities of all your servlets, right? So you will create a war file, and then the war file you are going to deploy inside the a server, right? In a web server or application server. We can call it as web or application server, right? Now, fine. As part of this web application server, web server, what you are doing, you are making the deployment. Once you created the war file and you will start making deployment, right? So now fine. Once your applications are deployed successfully inside the Tomcat server, then what you will do, you will start sending requests from the browser. So this is Spring application and this is also a servlet application. Simply as an example, we are taking, right? Now what you will do, you will start sending requests to the Tomcat server from our browsers. So now from our client applications, nothing but browsers are from the front end, we will start sending a request. Assume now this is a browser, this is a server. You know that client server architecture, right? Yes. Now client sending a request. Client means it is a front end or it might be any other application. Yeah. Now client sending a request and you will get a response. Request and then you will get the response from such respective applications. Application 1, application 2, like that. So this is all we will do generally as part of our servlet applications. Even Spring framework also we will follow the same approach because Spring web module internally follows same servlet architecture and just it is a framework, right? Yeah, fine. This is how we will run the Spring web applications as part of Spring framework. Fine. Now, when it comes to the Spring Boot, I told you already, Spring Boot is nothing but Spring plus couple of extra features. So if you are considering Spring Boot as a framework, so if you see here, so this is all about the Spring framework. So that means they made wrapper framework on top of Spring framework. So that means internally it is working with core module as well as the data module, web module, even test module. Okay, even security, like that. The Spring Boot framework is implemented by using again Spring framework only. Now, along with that, what is happening here it is, we have some extra features. I mean, we have a lot of extra features available as part of the Spring Boot framework. So that means integrated server, integrated web server. So what is the meaning of integrated web server? I'll just show you. Similarly, we do have some production ready features calling as dev tools and something like actuators and etc. We will see one by one like that. So here, along with Spring framework, they added couple of extra features and they released into market as a Spring Boot framework. Why they released again by adding these extra features? Why they released into market as a Spring Boot? That reason also I'll explain you. But here I'm telling you Spring Boot is majority internally to 90% I can say it's all Spring framework only. So that means if you know this Spring framework by the time, okay, you already know the Spring Boot also. Only thing is you just need to focus on these extra features. Then you will become a Spring Boot developer. Okay, so that means Spring Boot is making generally whatever the challenges we will face as part of the Spring framework, those challenges are being addressed by the Spring Boot framework. So that means even Spring Boot is making a developer life very easy when comparing with Spring framework also. For example, if you take in the previous example what we discussed, if I created a web application by using Spring modules, what I will do? I have to find out a web application server, right? So that means assume generally what we will do once your project is ready, we have to download a Tomcat server, for example, right? So we will download the Tomcat server, and then what we will do, we will configure Tomcat server, and then we will start our Tomcat server. Then we will start making deployments, right? Deployment into the Tomcat server. So this is all process we will do. So here as a developer, what's happening here, it is we are focusing, I mean we are depending on the a Tomcat server, I mean any web application server, right? We are depending on the a web server to verify our logic is being working as expected or not with respect to request and a response point of view. So now Spring Boot framework, what they thought, anyway every web application always require, every Java web application, any Spring web application 100% always require a web server. So now in this case what these guys are did here, it is they came up with integrated web server. So that means what is the advantage of this is, in this case if you take in the same scenario with respect to Spring Boot, for example this is Spring, right? Now if you take in the same scenario, you no need to download any Tomcat server, you no need to configure any Tomcat server, you no need to start your Tomcat server. So then directly you can start deployment to the Tomcat server. But who is providing Tomcat server? Here it is Spring Boot framework. So that is what the concept of what it is, the integrated web server. So whenever we created a Spring Boot web application, what is going to happen here, it is internally we are getting a Tomcat server for every web application. So whenever you implemented the functionalities of your logic, simply you can start your application and internally a Tomcat server will be started and your application will be deployed inside the Tomcat server. So that means it's the Tomcat server as a developer, we are not downloading externally and we are not configuring, we are not at all worrying about the Tomcat server. So by default your web application always comes with an integrated Tomcat server, and inside that server your web application will be deployed so that you can start directly testing your application. So that is how this is the one of the example I just taken, but similarly we do have a lot of advantages with respect to Spring Boot when comparing with the Spring framework, and we will see everything practically. I will show you really the difference between Spring and Spring Boot with respect to a real-time examples I will show you. Okay, and before closing with the Spring versus Spring Boot point of view, I will tell you one more advantage or one more thing why Spring Boot is got popular also. One more. Okay, for example, whenever I want to create a Spring web application, right? Generally, Spring framework point of view, if I want to take, whenever you are working with the web module, as a developer, what you have to do is you have to find out jar files, that means libraries which are going to support the web functionalities in Spring framework, as well as the alone Spring framework will not provide always all the features. And for example, assume we know the importance of REST APIs nowadays, right? REST services. So to work with the REST services, either we are going to use a data format called as JSON or XML. But if it is JSON, yes, we have to configure a couple of third-party libraries. Like for example, if you take an Jackson, okay, JSON, like that. Similarly, we have for XML point of view also JSON, okay, sorry, JAXB, like that, or even Jackson also providing some of XML data formatting. So these are all jar files we have to identify manually with respect to compatibility of the Spring framework version. So we have to identify and we have to configure all these things as part of our project. And along with that, what you are doing, downloading a Tomcat server, right? So as a developer, we are taking care of the project configuration, project setup. That means project setup is getting very complex activity. So that means to make our project setup is completed, project setup completed, as an experienced person also it will take longer time. Okay, so minimum it will take 1 day sometimes, or minimum it will take 3 to 4 hours of time to make sure the entire framework. When it is only web module. Similarly, if you require any other modules like data modules, security modules and all, definitely it will take time, minimum 1 day to gathering all the required respective jar files and libraries and respective infrastructure. But if you are taking same scenario with respect to again Spring Boot point of view, I'm talking, okay, if you taken same thing again with respect to Spring Boot framework point of view, yes, we know that Spring Boot is internally wrapped by the Spring framework only. So that means now in this case, what these guys are doing here, it is they are coming up with internally the web jar files, web module jar files as part of the Spring Boot. Along with that, the common libraries what are being used across multiple web applications, they identified and they provided adding those jar files or libraries also as part of the Spring Boot framework. So that means in this case, as a developer point of view, again we don't need to download the Jackson jar files. So we don't need to do all these things now again in the next step. Okay, so then what's happening here, it is already these are all things provided by the Spring Boot framework, as well as we know that internally a Tomcat server is also coming. So that means to make the project setup, I can say like we can complete within minutes. That means you are not at all worrying about the external Tomcat server. You are not bothering about the third-party libraries to implement a common web application functionality. Similarly, it is applied for other modules also. So, but the majority of the times, the code what we are writing with respect to Spring and Spring Boot, 90% code same. That means I can say one more statement here also. Once the project setup is completed with respect to Spring Framework and Spring Boot, if you are implemented any business requirement, if you are taking a requirement, if it is a Spring application or Spring Boot application, once project setup is completed with respect to a real time, okay, business requirement implementation wise, okay, implement, if you want to implement with respect to coding, you will write down 99% same code. That means 99% same time will be taken. Okay, but still there are a couple of other advantages available with this Spring Boot. That's why Spring Boot is got popular over the Spring. So why the same team released Spring when already Spring is there? Why they released one more framework called as Spring Boot? What is the reason behind releasing Spring Boot into the market? When we are saying like 80 to 90% of the content is same, okay, along with apart from couple of features, why they released? The reason behind Spring Boot is microservices architecture. So before 15 years back or maybe 10 years back, we don't have a concept called as microservices architecture. We have a concept called as monolithic applications only. So that means if you are going back 15 years and before that, you don't have any concept of microservices, you are having only monolithic application. So what is the meaning of monolithic application here? Monolithic application is nothing but making a single project, single application, nothing but single application with all functionalities, So for example, if you take an Amazon application, what will happen? I mean, as an example, you know that inside the Amazon application, we will have user registration, login, profiles, addresses, all this, right? Similarly, you will have products, exploring the products, ordering, adding the products, deleting the products logic, all this, right? Similarly, generating the orders, canceling the orders, right? So that means the entire functionalities and payments, okay, similarly delivery sections. So the entire all the functionalities you implemented as a single application. That is what meaning of monolithic application. But when it comes to the microservices architecture, yeah, there are a lot of advantages available again as part of the microservices architecture. I will explain those as part of the microservices sessions. Now, at a high level, what is microservices here? It is, yeah, microservices is saying like don't implement Okay, never implement all the functionalities as a single web application. Then what you have to do? So microservices is saying like, yeah, micro word itself representing small. So you have to segregate your application as a small services, individual services. So that means here in monolithic, I'll create only one Spring web application, only one. So inside that I written all the logic, right? I mean, when it comes to the microservices, they are saying like we have to create individual web applications for every functionality. So for example, if you take in here, this is user and this is something like products. So all the functionalities related to user management, all the functionalities related to the products, similarly orders, delivery, payments, like that, etc., etc. If you are having any number of functionalities, you have to make sure creating a small services. So that means now with respect to project creation point of view, application 1, application 2, okay, this is application 3. So if you taken it as a orders, and if you taken it as a delivery, and this will become application 4 and this will become application 5, right? Definitely microservices architecture is giving a lot of advantages when comparing with the monolithic application. But if you want to proceed with the microservices architecture, Spring framework is making, okay, our Spring framework is making some complexity to manage all the small customers. I mean, to implement, to design and develop the microservices applications. So that's why now, because the reason we know that Spring Web application always requires a external Tomcat server. So that means the development, irrespective of the development, the configuration of the application, deployment of the application, or testing our applications on the same system, same platform is becoming very difficult with respect to a lot of other problems like port numbers, all these things, host names, port numbers. So that's why now Spring Framework people thought like to avoid all the problems related to microservices architecture, they started making one more framework called as Spring Boot framework. So now that's why they wrapped the entire Spring framework and they made that framework is very much compatible to the microservices implementation. So that's why we, as part of the Spring Boot framework, we are getting integrated Tomcat server. So that means we are never ever worrying about the Tomcat server. We are not downloading any Tomcat server because every application internally already having its own individual Tomcat server. Similarly, this is also having its own Tomcat server. Similarly, this one also. Like that, every web application is having Spring Boot web application having its own Tomcat server. Not only these features, even we do have small other features which are especially helping us with respect to microservices architecture. So now you got the point. The Spring Boot framework is released into the market to support extensively microservices architecture, right? So that's why nowadays the microservices architecture is famous, or the microservices concept is very much popular concept. So that's why automatically Spring Boot got the importance and Spring Boot framework gained the market over the Spring framework. But as a learner, as a developer, if you would like to get more internal details of Spring Boot framework, it's always better and it's always suggested to go with the Spring framework first. And then we will come back to the Spring. The only thing is, once you are knowing the Spring, what you are doing as part of the Spring Boot is just this couple of extra features. So that's why I can say like a person who knows Spring very well with respect to core, web and database modules, he can work on the Spring Boot or he can learn Spring Boot within 1 or 2 days. The reason is 90% the libraries are what are being used as part of the Spring Boot is Spring framework only. So I will show you that one also. Okay, the difference between Spring and Spring Boot when we are creating a projects. But I will first couple of sessions I'll take only by using Spring framework, and then we will convert same examples as part of the Spring Boot also. Okay, so this is the difference between Spring and Spring Boot. Don't think Spring Boot is a different framework over the Spring framework. So if you want, I can show you the details. If you see here, when you are going to the Spring Boot official documentation, what they are saying, Spring Boot makes easy to create a standalone production grade. What is this point, guys? Spring based applications. Okay, so that means here the point of Spring Boot is they are saying like we are also, I mean, by using Spring Boot also we are creating Spring based applications only, but only thing is you can just run your application. So that means they are reducing a lot of configurations or so many other things as part of the Spring Boot when comparing with the Spring. But ultimately we are again internally somehow it is making dealing with the Spring applications only. Okay. So that is what we can take an opinionated view of the Spring platform, and so that's what I told you. Internally, it is provided some third-party libraries also. So if you, so that is what I told you. Whenever we are taking any Spring framework, I mean regular frameworks before the Spring Boot, we have to take care of third-party libraries, all these things. But Spring Boot identified all the common third-party libraries and they provided as part of the Spring Boot. So that is what the point they're taking. Now when it comes to the features, if you see here standalone Spring applications, we will see embedded Tomcat server. Yes, right now we discussed the main advantage of the Spring Boot framework, and similarly, yes, there is a concept of status and all these things. We will see those are all things again as part of the Spring sessions. Okay, so this is all the major differences between Spring and Spring Boot. So let's start now driving into the Spring framework. And before starting into the coding part of Spring framework or to understanding the Spring modules one by one, I need to close with couple of other points also. That is history of the Spring Boot framework. Yeah, before starting with the Spring core module or Spring modules understanding, so we should understand the infrastructure related information, which versions we have to be ready within our systems. Yeah, so if you see here, for example, I already told you Spring Boot is a wrapper on Spring framework, right? So that means first we have to go with the Spring framework versions. Yeah, so right now in the market, your Spring framework is going with the Spring 6 version. If you see here, the latest version of Spring framework is 6.2. So that means Spring 6, we can call it as a Spring 6. But Spring 6 is again implemented, built again with JDK 17. So that means the minimum version we need to have in our computers is JDK 17. So because we are making our training on, we are making our sessions on the Spring 6 framework. So that's why you have to make sure JDK 17 is available. Okay, fine. So minimum version is JDK 17. So even I will show you that point also. See here, Spring 6 is completely minimum version is JDK 17. That's why please make sure you are having JDK 17 installed or configured as part of your systems. If you want, I can show you other history also. Yeah, here we can see. So first version is released into the market 2003 and slowly it is. Now the current version is Spring 6 is happening. You know the versions and the differences between one version to another versions, right? So the person Rod Johnson behind the Spring framework, right? Okay, now what about the Spring Boot also? Now I already told you Spring Boot is a wrapper on Spring framework. So that means, so if you see here, Spring Boot officially currently running on Spring Boot 3 version. So that means we can call it as Spring Boot 3. Internally, the Spring Boot 3 is again contains Spring 6 version. So if it is Spring Boot 2 version, then internally Spring Boot 2 version, then internally it contains again Spring 5. So that means we will start understanding Spring 6. We are taking all the libraries related to Spring 6 version and we are making JDK 17 available in our computer so that then we can start understanding directly on the Spring Boot 3 latest version. Yeah, there are a couple of changes available from Spring Boot 2 to Spring Boot 3 version. So that's why we will take the entire training on the Spring Boot 3 only. Okay, so that means indirectly we are working with Spring 6 and nothing but finally our systems has to be ready with the JDK 17. So this is all called as compatibility in between frameworks and respective Java versions. In the next session, we will see the Spring core module details, and the most important module as part of Spring framework is Spring core module. So that means it's a basic That means it will explain us how to deal with this Spring Framework or Spring Boot framework. That module will help us to understand how Spring Framework is working internally, what's happening as part of Spring Framework, what are the principles and design patterns they taken into consideration to implement the Spring Framework. We are going to understand as part of the Spring Core module. So that means Spring Core is a fundamental and base module for every other module. If you are not good with Spring Core module, you cannot understand any other modules. It will become a prerequisite 100% for every other module. So let's start looking more into Spring Core module. So how it is designed and what are the things we have to take care as part of the Spring framework. When we are discussing about the core module, we should discuss there are two major important concepts or principles available as part of the Spring framework is, first one is inversion of control, second one is dependency injection. So we should discuss more about inversion of control as well as dependency injection. So based on these two functionalities or principles, the entire Spring framework, the ecosystem of Spring framework, we can understand once we are going through the details of these two principles. So what is the inversion of control? Okay, they are calling it as IOC Container also. So what is the meaning of IOC Container? What it is doing, we have to discuss as part of the core module. Similarly, we should discuss about dependency injection also. So let's take one by one and then we will start looking more about programming of Spring Core module. So first thing is I'm going to discuss concept of dependency injection. What it is? Dependency injection. So what is a dependency injection? If you take a dependency injection and divide it into two words, dependency plus injection. So that means injecting dependencies. So what is the point of injecting dependency here? It is, what is the meaning of dependencies also? We'll try to understand right now. So for example, so if you take in here, I have a class called as employee and as well as I have a class called as address. Now employee is the class internally depends on the address. That means address class is being used by the employee internally. So that means when I'm creating the employee object as part of our regular programming, somehow I have to inject address object because internally employee is dependent on the address object. So that's why I have to create the address object and then I have to inject that address object into employee object so that then I can create the employee objects. For example, if you take in with respect to coding, so now I just created employee class. So inside employee class, so I'm just taking a couple of properties as part of the employee class called as name and employee ID. So I'm creating one more class also now, address class. So as part of address, I'm taking again a couple of other properties like string, and I'm just taking city, private integer, as well as something like pin code. Now let me define setter getters methods also for this. I just created a simple Pojo class of address and it is having setter getter methods, all these things. Inside the employee class, I need a property of address, private address. Okay, fine. Let me define setter getters also with all three properties. I'm creating a constructor also. What it is? Constructor as part of this class. I'm creating a constructor with all the parameters. So as part of employee class, now I have a dependency of address. Okay, I just created a Pojo class for employee and internal it is using address class. Now I'm creating one more class, something like main application with main method. Now in this case, generally what is our logic? Inside employee class, I have to inject address class. So what we can do with our day-to-day programming. So there is one way of approach is, let's first create the address object, right? So I'm creating address object, new address object. Now once address object is created, I can inject or I can pass this address object to the employee object. So how can I pass? I can create object for the employee equal to new employee, right? And here as part of employee object, employee.set. So that means by using setter method, what I'm doing here, by using setter method, I'm passing address object. Passing address object. This is one way I can do, right? Similarly, one more approach is, for example, in case employee, I'm creating the object employee2 equal to new. followed by the parameterized constructor. So I can give some employee name like Dilip and followed by employee ID 2. And what is this? Address reference, right? So this is how I can pass the address object. So that means what we understood here, here employee depends on address object. Employee depends on address object. So that means if I want to create employee object or somehow employee needs address object. So for that, what we are doing first, we are creating address object and then we are injecting into employee objects. So in how many ways we can do that? One is by calling the setter method. Similarly, by passing to the constructor parameter. So in these two ways, we just passed it. Now, as part of our regular Java approach, what we did, step number 1, I created address object. So whatever the dependency object. So address object I have created manually. I have created via new operator. After that, I created an employee object also by using new operator. And then I started injecting the dependency object of address into employee object. So here I used two approaches. One is setter. Second one is constructor, right? Yeah. So this is all calling as dependency injection. So an employee object depends on the address object. So that's why we created address object and we injected into employee object in different approaches by calling either setter method or constructor method. Even we can pass directly via instance variable also, right? We can pass via directly instance variable also if possible. If it is a public variable as part of the employee class, even we can inject directly to instance variable also, right? So directly to this variable also we can define if it is a public variable. Fine. Now this is all calling as a process of dependency injection. So employee depends on the address and finally address is injected into employee by using our regular Java approach, right? Yeah, this is all calling as a dependency injection. So generally these are all kind of approaches we will encounter or will face as part of our day-to-day application programming. So that means whenever we are working for any real-time application, generally we will find out a lot of use cases where we will have one object is tightly integrated or referenced with multiple other objects, right? So we know that point. So here one object is referenced to another object, one object, okay, pointed to or used in another objects. Like that in our real-time application, we will have so many objects and one object is referenced to another objects, and this is the common requirement as part of our day-to-day application programming. Now, as part of the Spring framework, by using a principle called as IOC, like inversion of control, yes. Now, by using this principle, inversion of control, this is all we can achieve automatically with the help of Spring framework. So that means internally Spring framework with the help of inversion of control principle, with the help of concept of inversion of control, okay, implementation, we can achieve automatically dependency injection in between one object to another objects. So that means now the conclusion point here it is, whenever one object should be injected inside another object, what we have to do is what Spring framework saying here it is, instead of we are writing logic or instead of we are creating objects like this, okay, by using new operator we created our address class object as well as employee object and then we injected address into employee objects in different approaches. But now the Spring framework is saying couple of points here it is with respect to Spring framework is whenever we implemented a class, so that means create a class, that means provide the implementation. So once implementation of class is completed, Spring framework is saying provide information of class to Spring framework. So that means Spring framework is saying whenever once you created a class, pass the class information to the Spring framework. Okay, then when you internally, then Spring framework will create object for that class. What? Now Spring framework is going to create object for the class what we implemented. So that objects will be called as generally as part of Spring framework terminology, Spring Beans or Spring Bean objects. What it is? Spring Bean objects. Spring Beans or Spring Bean objects. So what is the point number one here? Once you written the class, once you defined any class, we have to provide that class information to the Spring framework in different approaches. Generally, that will be called as providing metadata of class to Spring framework and in different ways. Okay, so we can provide one way is by using XML configuration. So that means how we are passing our class information to the Spring framework is one way is by using XML configuration, and then now the latest approach called as Java based configuration, or it will be called as annotation based configuration. So that means how we are providing information is in different approaches. We will take all the examples of XML configuration as well as annotation based also. First we will go with the XML configuration for a couple of examples, and then we will move to the annotation based configuration, and this is the what being used in every application nowadays. Okay, so then what will happen when you started our application? Internally Spring framework will read the information of the class, that means metadata of the class, and internally Spring framework will create an object for the class, and that object will be managed by the Spring framework only. For example, if I written a class called as address class, what is this class? This class is address. So whenever I written address class, what you have to do? You have to pass this class information to the Spring framework. So by using some configuration, you are going to, by using some approach of configuration, what we are going to do? We are passing to the Spring framework. Now internally Spring framework is by following a principle called as IOC, and we will call it as IOC container. So I'll explain what is the IOC container right now. We will see more details of IOC container now. So internally Spring framework, by using a concept of inversion of control or IOC container concept, what it will do is it will read this configuration information and it will start creating an object for the address class. So who created? Now object creation done by the Spring framework. So who created? Spring framework, and created by the IOC container. And as well as this object is also created, as well as this object is also managed by Spring framework only. So not only creating, that object lifecycle is also managed by the Spring framework IOC container only. So that means as a step number one, as a developer going further, when we are using the Spring framework, we no need to create objects. We no need to create objects by using new operator. Okay, by using new operator, like however we do the regular programming of by using our simple Java concept, right? So we no need to create objects by using new operator. So then who is creating objects? Always by the Spring framework. So now these objects will be called as beans as part of the Spring framework terminology. So we are calling objects as a beans. So what is a Spring bean? So there is an interview question sometimes. Spring bean. What is a Spring bean? So now tell me, what is a Spring bean? An object which is created by the Spring IOC container or Spring framework for a class, that object will be called as a Spring bean. So for example, assume we created an object manually by using new operator, by using like this address a equal to new address. Then can we call this object as a bean object? Means, is it a bean object? No, it's not a bean object. The reason is this object is created manually with the help of new operator. So that's why it's not a Spring bean. When an object is created by the Spring framework for a class, that object is only being called as a Spring bean. Spring bean or bean object. So you got the point, right? Okay, now this is all about creating a simple individual class object. Now whenever I have a composite object, something like employee internally uses address object, then what is going to happen? So that means in this case also, as part of our Spring framework, however Spring framework is suggesting, simply provide, once you implemented the employee class also, what you have to do? Once we provided employee class also, we have to simply provide that information. Once you implemented all the employee logic also, you have to provide as a configuration. Okay, and based on that configuration again, Spring Framework is going to create an object for the employee. So by reading that configuration internally, Spring Framework will create an object for the employee class also. Whenever it is creating the employee class, here the concept here it is internally employee being used by the internally employee is depends on the class other object called as the address object. Yes, now the Spring Framework is going to inject already created address object inside the employee object. So that means now the Spring Framework identified as employee object depends on address object. So that means employees depends on the address object. So that means by the time address object should be ready. So then what Spring Framework is doing? If address object is available, that object is going to be injected. In case address object is not available, then first it will create address object and then it will create employee object and then address object injected or referenced to employee. So who is doing all this process? Now the creation of address object as well as employee object as well as injecting dependency of address inside the employee or referencing the address object inside the employee object. This is all process done by the Spring Framework. So nothing but the component name called as IOC Container. So now what is IOC Container? So now we should discuss more about IOC Container, why we are calling it as a IOC or inversion of control. So we will discuss couple of points now generally. So before going into the details, first let's take the full form of IOC. So IOC representing inversion of control. What it is? Inversion of control. So this is a principle generally. This is a principle software. As part of our software engineering, we are having a principle, and as part of this principle is there is a statement going like, yeah. So now if you see here, inversion of control, even we can call it as a dependency injection also. So that means inversion of control is a process where objects define their dependencies. Yes, right. So that is what we are doing. When I created address class, address is not depends on the any other object. But when I am discussing about the employee class, employee being depends on the address object, right? So that is what the point here it is. It is a process of where, okay, by objects define their dependencies, that is the other objects they work with. So employee depends on the address, right? So only through the constructor arguments or maybe a setter method, okay, factory method in the sense, or somehow we are calling via factory methods also like this. However, I explained by using the setter method, we are passing the object, right, or constructor, or maybe by using instance variable also, right? So that is what the point here it is. Those are all things we did manually. In earlier also we achieved the dependency injection, but how we achieved? We are following a manual approach. We created manually by using new operator of address object. Then I created employee object and then I pass it. One approach is passing via setter method. Another approach is while creating employee objects itself, passing via constructor argument. Third approach is passing to the employee instance variable of address type in case it is a public variable. Right, so these are all manual approaches by following a simple Java techniques. But now the Spring Framework or IOC principle is saying, okay, provide the classes information where you are having dependencies, where you don't have dependencies or whatever it is. Provide, once you provided the class implementation, provide the metadata of the classes as a configuration to the Spring Framework, so that Spring Framework is going to take care of creating the objects as well as managing the objects. So that means now if you see here the container, so that means now the implementation of IOC control principle, they are calling it as a IOC container. So the overall implementation being called as a IOC container by the Spring framework. Now what IOC container is doing? The IOC container creating the objects. So that means it is creating address object as well as creating the employee objects, and when employees depends on the address object, that address object is being injected into employee, right? So that is what the point is. The container then injects those dependencies when it creates those beans also. If you go to our old approach, what we did guys, we created object of address, we created object of employee, we are only passed that object manually or by using some different approaches, setter, constructor, or some kind of instance variables, properties, all these things, right? This is the logic generally we used to follow in our nature, right? But as part of our Spring framework, now Spring framework is saying you don't create the object of the classes. After implementation of the classes, provide information to the Spring framework, okay, including dependencies. Then Spring framework will only create the objects for all the classes, and Spring framework will going to manage the objects. So that means Spring framework is creating the objects as well as Spring framework only managing the objects, as well as Spring framework only taking care of injecting dependencies also. That means if you observe here, this is somewhat opposite action, right? So generally as a developer we will follow this approach, but now Spring framework is saying in a reverse manner, in a inversional manner, it is saying after writing the Java classes, you don't create objects as a developer point of view by using new operators or the regular approach. Provide information of the classes to the Spring framework, including dependencies, all these things, so that Spring framework is going to create the objects, manage the objects, as well as inject the objects, right? So this is all doing in inversional manner, right? So that is why the principle, that is why they are calling it as a inversion of control. So that means here the control of bean objects, that means whatever the objects created were the classes, right? Those are all called as bean objects, right? So here creation, management, injecting the dependencies into one object to another objects, these are all things taken care by the Spring framework internally. So that's why it is calling as inversion of controls. In a reverse manner, the process is happening by the Spring framework. So that's why we are calling it as a inversion of control. The control is inversionally managed by the Spring framework instead of developer regular logic, instead of what we are following in our basic nature. So you got the point now why they are calling it as a inversion of control. Yes, just go through the statement now one more time. Fundamentally, yeah, so that is what the point here it is. The container injects those dependencies when it is creating the beans, and this process is fundamentally inverse. That means inverse means opposite. In a reverse manner, Spring framework is taking care of, right? So that's why the name given as a inversion of control. In an inversion means reverse, right? We know that opposite. So the bean itself controlling the instantiation, location, dependencies by the construction of classes. So that is what simple. Finally, Spring framework is going to create, manage, as well as inject the dependencies of the objects. So this is all about the inversion of control. Now the entire Spring framework is following these two approaches. So that's what. Now IOC is nothing but, inversion of control is nothing but one form of dependency injection. So that means now Spring framework is completely built or following the approach of these two principles called as inversion of control as well as dependency injection. You got the point now? What is the difference between dependency injection and IOC? Yes, dependency injection is simply injecting the dependencies. But how we are injecting the dependencies, who is injecting the dependencies is all about again by the IOC container. By following the IOC principle with the help of IOC container, we are achieving the dependency injection, and with the help of these two concepts, the entire Spring framework is designed, and the entire core module is all about how we are invoking the IOC container and how we are achieving the dependency injection, and as well as we have to understand how we are making the configuration of our Java classes, so that then only Spring framework is going to create the objects. So that means it's not like I created a simple Java class as part of my Spring framework, then automatically Spring IOC container is going to create the object. No, it will never create by default. So we have to make sure a class is configured with the Spring Framework, then only Spring Framework will create the object. So that means if I return class A as well as class B and I provided class A information as part of the Spring Framework configuration, I provided what? Only class A. So that means when you started our application, only A object will be created by the container. Which class object? Only A class object will be created by the container, but not B. So that means Spring Framework will never ever create objects automatically for every class. Spring Framework will create objects. The class information should be configured with the Spring Framework. Then only by reading that configuration, Spring Framework will create the objects. Now, how to provide configuration? We already discussed. In two approaches we can do. One is XML configuration, one is annotation based configuration. So which is the important one here it is? Yes, nowadays every application is following annotation based configuration only. But if you want to understand the ecosystem of Spring Framework or internally how Spring Framework is performing, bean object creation, bean object injections, okay, dependency, how we are achieving the dependency injection. So if you are going with the XML configuration for a couple of examples, then we will understand internal details of the Spring Framework, bean object creation, bean object management, as well as dependency injection of bean objects, we can understand very well. Okay, so now let's start taking an example with the help of XML configuration. And so for that we have to create a Spring Framework application. So that means a project we have to create which supports the Spring Framework functionalities. Now in this case I'm just creating a Maven project. Okay, so please refer what is a Maven and all. Maven is a build management tool or project management tool. So by using Maven, generally we can get the Spring Framework libraries. You know that Spring Framework is nothing but a collection of libraries, nothing but a predefined group of jar files. So different modules of Spring Framework will contain different jar files. Now we are just discussing about the Spring core module, right? So for that we have some couple of 5 to 6 jar files out of the Spring Framework. So now those jar files I'm going to get by defining inside the Maven pom.xml file. So that's why I'm creating the Maven project. So if you want more details about the Maven, just go through a tutorial of Maven, then you will understand. So it's a real-time application tool also. Okay, let me create a simple Java project and let me convert it as a Maven project. Now what I'm doing is I'm creating a new project, like just go with the Spring Java project. I'm discussing Spring core demo. So next, finish it. Next step is, now I would like to make this project as a Maven project. So for that what I'm doing is configure convert to Maven project. So don't do anything, just after clicking on the convert to Maven project, click on the finish. Then your project is automatically migrated as a Maven project. If you see here M representing Maven, and it is created internally a file called as pom.xml file, project object model XML file. So here in this file we are going to define some dependencies, and those dependencies will download the jar files of framework into our project. So then only our project is being integrated with the Spring Framework so that we can start using Spring Framework functionalities into our project. So for that what you have to do, we have to provide some dependencies as part of this application. So I will provide you the dependency information here, so you can use same dependencies as part of your project creation also. Okay, so now let's define the Maven dependency of the Spring core module. So I'm just taking Spring 6 version, Maven dependency. So let's take the dependency of Spring context, which is version Spring 6.1.9. So this will give us the entire core module functionalities. So what we are going to do here, we are just adding Maven dependencies. For that we have to take a tag called as dependencies as well as ending tag. Okay, in between dependencies we have to add now the Spring context dependency tag. So what we added now, this is what we added in between the dependencies tag. Save it. Yeah, now if you observe here, the project is getting building, right? So that means now if you go and verify here Maven dependencies, yes, we can find out the Spring 6 jar files, and these are all jar files are required for the Spring Core module functionalities. So now our project is supporting Spring Core module functionalities. So you got the point, right? Simple thing is just as part of pom.xml file, define the dependency of Spring context. So it will provide all the Spring Core related jar files. So the dependency what we added here, it is this is what now our project setup is ready. So now as part of our discussion yesterday, once we are defining any Java class, we are going to configure as part of the Spring framework. So that configuration we can do via XML as well as annotations, but we are taking right now XML configuration, right? Let me create a class called as address class. So I'm defining a class with the properties of city and pin code. Address, I'm taking a package also com.dilip it.spring.core, finish it. So I'm taking two properties here. So private string city, private integer pin code. Okay, so let me define setter getter methods for this class. So by using Eclipse source generate getter setters, fine. I have created setter getter methods for the address class. Once we implemented the class, what we have to do? So we have to provide the class information as part of the Spring configuration. So that means how we can do that. So we are going with the XML configuration right now. Later we will go to the annotation based configuration. As part of XML configuration, what we have to do now, here it is. Now the Spring framework is expecting us to configure the address class information as part of a XML file, and generally that XML file we will call it as a beans XML file. So why beans XML file? Because the classes what we are implemented, and for those classes the objects has to be created by the Spring framework. That information we are creating as part of this XML file, right? As per our discussion, so the objects which are created by the Spring framework for a class are called as beans. So that's why we are calling this file as a beans XML file or beans configuration XML file. So that means now I have address class, and then I need to configure address class information as part of the beans XML file. Now this beans XML file is taken care by the IOC container internally. So that means we have to invoke the IOC container, and we are passing this XML configuration to the IOC container. Then IOC container will create object based on the configuration what we are doing as part of this XML file. So let's create XML file. So for this also, let me do one thing, Spring Beans XML file. Okay, so we are just taking a reference from the official documentation of the Spring framework. So let's take this one. So here, this Beans XML file is always having some XSD information, and this should contain always a parent tag called as beans tag. So and ended with the beans. So in between this, we are going to provide the bean definitions, nothing but the classes information we are going to provide here, so that for those classes objects are created by the container. So those objects we are calling as a bean objects, right? So let me copy paste this content and let me create a XML file now. Okay, so if you see here, I'm right clicking on the project, new, okay, file. So what file we can create? XML file, right? Beans.xml. When it comes to file name, we can give anything, guys. Not only beans, you can give any file name, no problem. There is no restriction regarding the file name. So I given simply as a Spring Beans, and I just copy pasted the content which is from the official documentation of the Spring framework, so that we cannot get any other issues related to XSD information of the Beans XML file and all. Okay, fine. Now here we are going to provide the configuration of all our Java classes information. Now what is our requirement? We created the address class. That address class information we have to provide as part of the configuration. So nothing but we are going with the XML now, right? So as part of XML, what Spring Framework is doing? So we know that framework is all about a set of rules, right? So many times a framework will provide a lot of set of rules to us, and we have to follow those predefined set of rules, and then only we can enjoy the features, or we can utilize the features of a Spring Framework. Now if you see here, it is showing a lot of child tags as part of the beans tags. Okay, so now what I am taking here, it is I am taking a child tag called as bean tag. So bean is a child tag for what? beans. So beans should be always parent tag, and this is, we should not disturb this structure. And these are all things, these are all tags, XML tags are defined by the Spring framework. These are all not at all defined by developer. So these are all already defined by the Spring core module or Spring framework. So we are just following those tags and we are providing our respective classes information. Now once we taken the child tag of bean, we have to provide two most important two values here. One value is ID, another value is class. So what is the meaning of ID attribute? What is the meaning of class attribute? I will explain you. For example, generally what we will do, guys, whenever we created a address class, right, we will create the address class with some properties, right? And then generally, as part of our Java programming point of view, what we will do, once we return the address class, we will create the object. So how we will create the object? Generally, address, right, address 1 something like that equal to new address. So that means now an object will be created for the address class, right? An object will be created for the address class. Now for this address class object, what is the reference variable here as part of our coding now? This is the reference variable as part of our coding. So that means address 1. So what is the name we given now? Address 1, right? So we given address 1. So here address 1 is a reference variable for the object of address. Like that, how many objects I can create for the address class? I can create n number of objects. So that means if I created again address, if I want to create one more object called as address2 equal to new address. So that means, yes, is it a correct? The second statement is correct now? Yes, correct, because we are not maintaining any duplicate reference variables and we are created with another reference variable called as address2. So that means again one more object will be created, but this time the name of the object is, or the reference of the object is address2, because we given the address2 now. I mean, this is all our day-to-day Java programming. Now almost we have to follow same kind of rules as part of our beans XML configuration also. So that means here my point is, once an object is created, so we have to make sure always providing a name to that object, right? So that is what you are following in our day-to-day programming also. Once an object is created, you are always providing a reference of the object. So that means simply I can select name for an object, right? Now same point of view, when you are dealing with the XML configuration as part of the class, whatever you are defining as a bean, so we have to provide two attribute values. One is ID. ID is nothing but the reference value, the reference name of the object. For example, I give an address 1 now. And what is the meaning of class? Here it is. If you see here, I am passing values in the double quotes. So here ID is an attribute for the bean tag. ID is a predefined attribute provided as part of the bean tag. Class is also a predefined attribute as part of the bean tag. So these are all attributes again defined by the whom? Spring framework only. So now as part of the class, what we have to provide here, it is the fully qualified class name. So what is the meaning of fully qualified class name? Here it is. For example, I am writing in the comment, ID is nothing but reference name of object, right? Similarly, class is, what is the class value, guys? Here class is nothing but fully qualified class name. So nothing but with package, a class name with package. That is what generally we will call it as a fully qualified class name. Now what is my class name? Address, right? And what is the package name also? com.dilipit.spring.co, right? So let's take the package name first and define package name followed by the class name. What is our class name? Address, right? So I given fully qualified class name. So inside this package, the class is address. And what is the reference name you given? Address 1. So then generally this will be called as bean ID. This will be called as bean ID. So now the meaning of this configuration is, whenever Spring framework or Spring IOC container created an object for the address, so immediately it will assign a name for that object, or a reference for that object is called as address 1. So yes, save it now. Now that means now I have configured address class as part of the XML configuration. So what will be the next step then? So what will be the next step, guys, then? Once your configuration is completed, what you have to do? You have to pass configuration information to the IOC container. So that means again what you have to do? We have to create IOC container. We have to invoke the IOC container. How to implement or invoke the IOC container? Now we are going to see. So here we discussed already what is the IOC container. IOC container is going to do what? Taking information from the configuration file as well as creating, as well as managing, as well as injecting dependencies of in between of bean objects, right? The IOC container is going to create the bean objects as well as managing the bean objects as well as injecting the dependencies. When we are configuring dependencies in between one object to another object, that part also doing by the IOC container. This is what we discussed. But how to create IOC container? So once our configuration is ready, how we are going to create IOC container? Here it is. So here Spring Framework provided again two types of IOC container. That means you know that in Java or Java related programming languages, whenever we are taking a concept, it's always a class and its implementation, right? So simply object for that implementation, right? So here Spring Core module provided two major interfaces called as application context and followed by bean factory. So application context followed by bean factory. So here by using either application context or bean factory, we are going to create the IOC container. So that means how we are creating IOC container in the sense with the help of implemented classes of these two interfaces. So these two are interfaces. So we at the same time Spring Framework provided couple of implemented classes for these interfaces. Okay, so that means with the help of this primary two interfaces, we are going to invoke the IOC container. If it is a XML configuration or if it is an annotation configuration, we are going to take help of these two interfaces. But out of these two interfaces, which one we have to choose? Simple thing is we can take the application context, because application context is child interface from bean factory interface. So that means what will happen then? Automatically child interface will have n number of features when comparing with the parent interface. So that's why application context is having lot of other features from comparing with the bean factory. So that's why many times we are going to take always application context. Okay, so that means now finally what we are doing, by using the application interface and its associated implemented classes, we are creating the IOC container, So that we will see as part of the coding how we are going to do that and what are the implemented classes available. We are going to discuss now. Okay, so this is what definitions I can give. Generally these are the points provided by the Spring Framework. These two packages are dealing with the entire Spring IOC container, nothing but Spring Core module. Similarly, bean factory and as well as application context, as we discussed right now, application context adding more enterprise specific functionalities when comparing with the bean factory. So that's why we can proceed with the application context as a superset of the features to create the IOC container functionalities. Okay, good. Now let's go back to the program. So as part of this, what we have done, we have created configuration. Now we have to create IOC container. So and that too we created what? A standalone application. It's not a web application, right? It's a simple standalone application. Yeah, let me take one more class, Spring main application, something like that. You can give any name. I'm taking main method as part of this class because a standalone application is always required a main method, right? Fine, save it. Now, what is the step we are doing, guys? Creating IOC container. Okay, how to create IOC container? With the help of application context. Application context is a interface from the org.springframework.context package. Okay, so fine, I'm just taking a reference variable, and here we have to take an implemented class from this interface. So where we have implementation for this interface, that class we have to take. So in this case, what is the configuration we are taking, guys? We are taking XML configuration. So that means there are two classes available. One is class path XML application context. Second one is file system XML application context. So that means if you are making file is available as part of the class path of the project, then you can go with the class path application context path. So if you see here, this one, if for example your file is not on the class path, then you can go with the file system XML application context. So if you see here, there are different constructors available for the same class, right? So 0 parameterized constructor, 1 parameter, two parameter constructor, something like that, right? So in this case, I'm just taking 1 parameterized constructor. So the class name is what here? File system XML application context. Why I take an XML application context? Because we are going with the XML configuration. For example, in future, if you are going with the annotation based configuration, then you will have a class called as annotation config application context. Okay, so we will see that later. Now, what is the constructor parameter I have to pass here? It is here we taken what? File system. So that means we have to pass the file path. What we have to pass? We have to pass beans XML file path. So that means we are just passing our configuration, beans configuration XML file to the IOC container. So what is the file path? See here now. Okay, right click on the file, go to the properties. So it is located in this location, right? So I'm just taking the entire file path and I'm just passing as part of the constructor argument string value. Okay, so it's all embedded with double slashes, right? So we have to provide full path, the entire file path we have to provide from which drive it is located in your computer. Okay, fine. Now with this one step, what is going to happen here? It is IOC container is created, as well as internally immediately the IOC container starts loading this XML file configuration or going through the XML file configuration and starts creating bean objects for the configured classes. So that means if you are executing this program now, what is going to happen? A container will be created with this line. So simple. First, internally a Spring IOC container will be created. So that means what it is? IOC container with the help of this application context and its implemented class called as file system. As well as what is going to happen here, it starts loading the Spring's XML file, okay, internally the runtime memory point of view. So it starts loading or reading the XML file configuration. So whenever it is going through the XML file, so how many beans we configured, guys? We configured one bean as of now. So it will go to this bean configuration. So what it is going to do? Now from this beans, what is the content we have? Here it is. This is the content we have inside the bean, right? So now based on this, what it will do is internal IOC container. IOC container now just loads this address.dot class file into the memory and starts creating an object for the address class. So what is the class here? Class name is address. Class name is address. So it started creating an object for the address class with default values of the property, something like city equal to null and as well as pin code equal to 0. So, and what about the ID? So address one, right? So immediately container is going to assign the bean ID or nothing but a reference for the object called as address one. So address one is what here now? In this case, a reference or a bean ID for this bean object, right? So this is how a bean object is going to be created by the IOC container. Now this bean object created by the container as well as this bean object is being managed by the container also. So that means now an object created for the address class and available as part of the IOC container. Now in future, if you want an object which is already created by the Spring container, nothing but if you want bean object of the address class, then what you have to do is you have to get it from the IOC container. So that means you need to pass which bean object you want to get, that bean ID. So by passing bean ID, we are going to get the bean object. We are getting bean object. We are getting bean object from IOC container. IOC container. So what is the bean object, bean ID here? In this case, address one, right? Address one is the bean ID. Now let's get the bean object from the IOC container. Okay, first let's see whether really bean object created for the address or not once this line is executed. Okay, let me execute the program. So if you see here, program is terminated. But how do I know that an object is created for the address class? Means what I will do, I will add a default constructor for the address class. Public address, so this is out address object created. So we know that, right? So generally, whenever an object is created, a default constructor will be executed, right? Whoever is created the object for the address, automatically default constructor will be executed. Now even internal IOC container is created object for the address, but default constructor will be executed. So let me execute one more time, run as Java application. Now see here, address object is created. So that means in this step we have to observe, we are not created address object, but who created? Spring IOC container. How Spring IOC container is created? So that means once you return, whenever you created object for this implemented class of application context, what is going to be created? IOC container is going to be created. Along with that, what it is doing, the file what you are passing XML file path, by going through that file configuration internally, it is scanning each and every bean object configuration, each and every bean configuration, and started creating the bean object and started creating bean objects for that respective classes, and that objects are also going to be managed by the IOC container, right? Now what is the next step? For example, if I want to get this bean object from the container, what I have to do? We need to pass that bean ID to the container, so that container is going to return us the bean object. Container is going to return us the bean object of address class. So how it is, see here. Now what is the container object here? Context, right? Yeah, context dot get, or I can write down this reference as a container also. Okay, so container dot, there is a method available, predefined method called as getBean method. So we have overloaded method. We will see couple of other methods in different scenarios also. Now in this case, what I am taking, getBean, and the method parameter is string data type. So what is the value I have to pass here? It is pass bean ID. Pass bean ID. What you are like, okay, which object you are trying to looking. Now which object I want? Address object, and the bean ID should be, the bean ID is address one. So make sure passing always bean ID what you defined as part of the XML configuration, okay, passing to the container, so that now if I am passing the address, now what is going to happen? What is the return type of the getBean method? If you see here, object type. So that means it is always returning object type, but internally object is contains again address type only. So that means we have to go with the typecasting. That's all you have to do. So for example, what I'm going to do here, it is by default it is returning object data type getBean method, but internally object contains again, object is holded internally actual address type object. So what is that type? Address type object. So that's why what I can do, I can typecast it. Address equal to what we can do, typecasting. Okay, so here what is that? Reference object. Now finally what object you got? Address object. This out of, now see, we will see an our hash code value is being printed instead of null. Run as Java application. So now what? Address object is created by whom? Container, as part of the line number 12. Now at the same time, you got the same address object from the container by passing the bean ID of that address, and you can see the reference of the the reference details of the address object. So this is how we are going to configure a class information as part of the beans XML file. This is the very basic configuration, basic information we have to provide always as part of the beans XML file. So now what is the process? Overall process, implement the class. Once you are implemented the class, what you have to do? You have to configure the class in XML file. So that means configure class information. And then what you have to do is you have to pass that XML file to the IOC container. Then what IOC container is doing internally? IOC container scanning the XML file or reads whatever it is reading XML config and starts creating bean objects. What it is going to do based on the bean configuration what we have done as part of the XML file, it starts creating the bean objects. It starts creating the bean object as part of our example. So this is what the process happened every time whenever we created a class, and that class object has to be created by the IOC container, means we have to follow all this approach. Now whenever you want to get an object from the IOC container, so we have to follow again passing the bean ID of that class, then you can get the bean object like as we taken in the example. So this is what about the bean object or an object created by the IOC container. Now my next point is, can we configure more than one bean object configuration or not? So that means, as we discussed in previous case, whenever we are creating a Java object, how many Java objects we can create, guys? We can create more than one, right? Simply only thing is you have to make sure providing the different reference variables, but you can create more than one Java object for a Java class, right? So similarly, now in this case, the question is same thing. With respect to XML configuration, can we configure more than once, okay, of the same bean class or not? Yes, we can do. We can do any number of configurations. What it is? Any number of configurations. So that means what you have to do is go to the XML file configuration. Now, what is this, guys? This is all representing one bean tag. Similarly, my point here it is, can we configure for the same address class one more bean object or not? Yes, we can do that. But I will before here again, I told you already. So for example, in our assume, I written these two lines as part of one code block. If I give an address 1 and address 1 two times, what will happen? You will get a compile time error, right? So the variable is already defined something like that, right? So that means we have to make sure different reference variables as part of the same code block, right? Now, same way here also, we have to make sure bean IDs should be different. Bean IDs should not be same. Now, so see here, if I give an address 1 and address 1, and if you started executing the program, what is going to happen here? Means, see here, you got an exception. So what is the problem now? Observe here, configuration problem, bean name, address 1 is already used in the beans element. So that means very simple. You have to make sure always unique bean IDs as part of the beans XML configuration for every bean class. Now, so that means if I give an address 2, what is going to happen? Yes, I have bean ID address 1 as well as address 2. So two different bean IDs. So now in this case, what is going to happen? Yes, let me execute run as Java application. See here, how many bean objects created for the address class? 2 bean objects are created by the IOC container. So in this case, what happened now? One more bean object created and the bean ID name is address 2. What is this? Address 2. So that means now container created total 2 bean objects for the same address class, and one is address 1 and second one is address 2. Now similarly, if I want to get the address 2 bean object, what you have to do? Same thing, like however you followed the approach here, passing the bean ID, address 1, and then you got the address object, right? Similarly, if you want to get the address 2 bean object, same process you have to follow. So see here, I'm just copy pasting this logic. Again, pass bean ID. So what bean ID you are passing again? Second one, right? So I'm passing address 2 this time. So I'm taking this one also as object 2, and this is also as ADDR 2, something like that. And here object 2 is being typecasted to the address type, and you're getting one more reference. So see here, I'm printing that address reference. Now let me execute this program, run as Java application. So see here, two bean objects are created. That means two objects created for the address class by the IOC container. And if you see here two different hash code values, so that means we can say like two individual bean objects are created by for the class called as address, and those two objects are created by the IOC container, as well as those two objects are managed by the IOC container. So that means that's why we got object of address from the container. So this is the basic nature of Spring framework, or this is how they implemented the inversion of control. So now if you observe, we are achieving inversion of control. So that means here in this case, bean objects are created by the container instead of developer. That means instead of developer writing the logic for an object creation for a class, what is happening in this process? Spring only creating the bean object when you are configuring information as part of the XML, right? So that is what all happening in nature. In a reverse manner it is happening. That's why we are calling it as a inversion of control, and the overall process is calling as a IOC container implementation. So this is a basic bean object configuration as well as bean object creation. But if I want to achieve dependency injection, so you know that, right? What is the dependency injection again? One object is referenced to another object. For example, as per our previous example, I have address, okay? But at the same time I have employee. Now, in case if I have a requirement something like an employee class is internally using address reference. So then how what Spring Framework is doing, how Spring Framework is performing an object of address being injected into employee type. So that is all process called as dependency injection. Dependency injection. So here dependency injection we can achieve in different ways, like especially there are three approaches available. One is setter injection, constructor injection, as well as field injection. So what are those three different types of dependency injection? At what time which dependency injection we have to use, we will see very clearly in the next session. So that means as part of the next session we are going to take multiple Java classes and we are going to make sure one object is dependent on the other object, and then we will observe how Spring Container, okay, performing the dependency injection. And for that, to achieve the dependency injection by the Spring IOC Container, as a developer what kind of configuration we have to take, and how many types of dependency injection is available, at what time what kind of functionalities we have to consideration, we will discuss in the next session. Please make sure getting practiced, like creating a Spring project and configuring, creating a Java class and configuring that Java class into beans XML file, and make sure those objects are getting created or not, and create multiple bean configuration for the same class. So please practice until this, and then in the next session we will take care of dependency injection in detail, and I will discuss a lot of use cases also. Right now we are going to see more focus on dependency injection. That means how we are achieving dependency injection with respect to different data type of values, as well as how we are achieving dependency injection in between Spring Bean objects, how many types of dependency injection is available as part of the Spring framework. So those are all details we are going to see as part of current session. So now generally we know how to configure the bean object, right? So with respect to dependency injection, we discussed already what is a dependency injection. Simply injecting a dependency of an object into other objects is the process of dependency injection. So in this case, IOC container is going to do the dependency injection. But when IOC container has to perform dependency injection, in the sense, as a developer, we have to make sure configuration of bean objects, as well as we have to define, okay, where the dependency injection should happen. So that means IOC container will inject the dependency data or dependency objects, but as a developer we have to configure which object should be injected into another object. Like that we have to define or configure the dependency injection information. So that means now let me take an example. So I already have a class called as address, so in our beans configuration. Now I'm going to take one more class called as employee class, and as part of employee class, I'm going to define couple of properties, and out of that properties, one property I will take called as address. Now here, okay, address is a Java class, and we already created a bean objects for the address class, right? That means we are already configured address bean information as part of the XML file. Now, when I'm doing the employee class configuration as a bean object creation point of view, so if my requirement is demanding while employee object is getting created, so then immediately by the time we have to inject address also. So this is what my requirement. So then what I have to do? So that means how I'm going to achieve this dependency injection. That is what we are going to discuss. In how many ways we can inject address object inside the employee. That is also we will see now. So generally we know that dependency injection we can achieve in three ways as we discussed previously. One is setter injection. So second one is constructor injection. And the third one is field injection, field or property level injection. But first two we can do only via XML. But if you are using XML configuration of the beans, then we cannot use the third one. But tomorrow when you are going with the Java based configuration, so that means annotation based, then even we can perform along with setter and constructor, we can perform field injection also. So right now we are going with the XML. Let's take with respect to setter and constructor. So now what is my requirement? Creating an employee class which is having a dependency of address object. Then how I am achieving dependency injection, we are going to see here it is. Here first I am taking setter injection. So how we are making dependency injection via setter injection, we will have more details. Then we will go for the constructor injection. Okay, fine. Now for that, let me define a Java class now of employee, new class. I'm just defining employee class. Okay, fine. And as part of employee, I'm taking couple of properties, string, employee name, and followed by private integer, employee ID. Okay. And as well as I'll take private, what it is, address. So I'm taking address here. So now this is not a primitive, this is not a string, it's a another class dependency. So we are taking property of address type. Okay, so the variable name, property name I'm taking as a address. So now in this case, so here I'm going to take setter getter methods for each and every property. So why I have to take, especially setter methods are important. Why? The reason is we are going with the concept of setter injection. So the point of setter injection here it is, the dependency injection will happens with the help of setter method always. With the help of setter method. So that means internally IOC container will use setter method current class to inject the dependency injection. Setter method to inject the dependency object. That is why we are calling it as a setter injection. So that how it is happening is via setter method. So now in this case, I need address object inside the employee, right? So address should be injected inside the employee. So that I need to maintain 100% setter method for the address class. So that is why then only we can achieve setter injection. So whether it is true or not, we will see now. First, let me define setter getter methods. Run as, okay. So I'm just taking setter getter method for each and every property. Fine. Now in this case, I can inject values for the even the primitives as well as string data type values, even other references of the other class objects, references of the other class objects like address, all these things, right? So that means even I can inject values for the primitives as well as string data type as well as other class reference objects also I can inject. So how we are going to do with regular primitive types as well as string value as well as with respect to other bean object. So how we are going to do inject, we will see that. So this is just a reference of another class, right? Another class object. So that is what we are going to do here now. So now let's do configuration. Now one more point we have to remember always. The point here it is, the dependency injection is going to happen always, okay, is going to happens always in between bean objects only. So that means now if address should be bean object as well as employee should be bean object. So that then only IOC container is going to inject one bean object into another bean object. So that means you have to make sure address has a bean object as well as employee also has a bean object. So if you want to make sure, when we want to create a bean or bean object, then what we have to do? We have to go with the XML configuration, bean the class configuration as part of the XML file. So now in this case, what I am going to do now, I am configuring which class this time? Employee class. I am configuring employee class. Okay, fine. Now as part of employee class, we know that there are must and should. We have to pass always two properties. One is ID, second one is class. So ID representing the bean ID, class representing the fully qualified class name, including including package name. So let me define employee class information. Here it is. Okay, so here I am taking ID as employee 1, and then it comes to the class, including package is almost same, right? So I'm taking class name as employee here. Now with this, what will happen? In this case, I just configured only employee object, but I was not given any instruction or I was not configured with respect to dependency injection. I'm not done any configuration here. No configuration related to dependency injection. So that means in this case, automatically address is going to be injected into employee means. So if it has to be injected means, okay. So what you have to do? You have to do some dependency injection configuration as part of the employee class. So how to do that? We will see now. First, let's test until this part the employee object is getting created or not. And once employee object is created, by any chance, any of the address object is injected or not. Okay, so that we will see now. Okay, so that means you know how to get employee object from the container, right? So how to get it? Container object reference dot get bean of, what is the value we have to pass? Get bean method of string value. I'm taking employee 1. So what is this employee 1? Bean ID of the employee class. So whatever the bean ID we given here, that should be the that is the value we have to pass here, right? Now what it will return? Always object type, but we can do the typecast. We are doing typecast later, and then we are using the actual object address, right? So now in this case, I'm writing employee, okay, employee 1 equal to, so I'm just typecasting directly from here itself. Instead of writing 2 lines, I written only 1 line now. Okay, fine. Now finally what happened? This is returning object type. Object is internally holding employee, so that's why I extracted employee from the object type with the help of typecasting. Now fine. So what is this? Let me do one thing. I'll separate the logic employee objects testing so that we can get a clear picture what is done. Now let me execute and let me print what is the value getting printed for the employee 1. So that means if you got an employee object from the container, so what is the value will be printed? Hash code value of the employee object from the memory location, right? So let me execute it. So run as Java application. If you see here, address object is created, and address being printed. First address object, second address object, 2 different address objects. This is what we see in the previous session. Now when it comes to the employee point of view, right now what we configured, yes, even employee class object also created by the IOC container, because you got what? Employee 1 you provided, and then IOC container, what internally it is doing? It is verifying employee object is available or not. If it is available, then it is returning that employee object. Okay, so that means what's happening internally with respect to logic. So whenever this line is executed internally, what will happen, guys? An IOC container will be created, like I explained earlier. What will happen? Immediately an IOC container will be invoked. So let me take like this now. So an IOC container coming into the picture. Now as part of the IOC container, what you are passing, you are given the XML file configuration. Now internally what IOC container will do? IOC container going through each and every bean details, whatever the configurations we made. So it is going to scan each and every bean configuration. First it will go to the, one by one bean ID. So what we did here for the address class, we created one bean configuration, right? So now the overall configuration, what we taken here it is. So now whenever we are initiated the container object, internal it is taking the XML content. So as part of XML content, what it will do is first it will take the one bean object configuration. So it will take the bean object configuration. Yes. So it is created a bean object called as address. And what is the bean ID we given? Address one. Now we know that one point. What is that point? Whenever a Java object is created, okay, if you are not provided any values for the instance variables, default values will be initialized, right? So now for the address class, what is the default value for the city? City is a string type. So city equal to null value, right? Similarly, what is the pin code value? Pin code will become 0 because integer default value is 0. So that means now what happened in this overall case, whenever this bean configuration is taken care by the IOC container and created the address one object, and at the same time what are the values being assigned for the properties? Default values, because we are not configured as part of the bean configuration. Even we can configure default values for the properties that I will show right now. Okay, how to do that. So but when we are not provided any values means, then internally based on our Java knowledge, okay, so default values will be assigned. Fine. Now address one is created. Now what container is going to do? Container is going to enter into second bean configuration. Now what it will do? It is going to create one more address object called as address 2. So why address 2? We given bean ID as address 2. So it is creating address 2. So in this case also we are not configured any default values for the properties of city and pin code. So then here also what it is going to do is, this is going to be assigned with the same values. Yeah, pin code equal to 0 in this case also. So that means total how many bean objects created for the address class, guys? 2 bean objects for one single address class. Now what container is going to do? Container will go to the next bean configuration. Yes. So what is the next bean configuration? Employee, for employee class we made it. Now based on this configuration, what it is going to do here, it is going to create an object. Container is creating an object for the employee class. Okay, so and what is the bean ID we provided? Employee one, right? So whatever the bean ID we provided, that will become always a reference of the bean object. So employee one will become a bean ID. And are we configured any default values, or are we configured any dependency injection? In the sense, we are not done anything right now. But at the same time, what is the rule? Default values will be assigned for each and every property of each and every instance variable. So how many instance variables we have? 3 properties, right? So generally we know that we can call these things as a properties also with respect to Pojo class. Now employee name, employee ID, address, total 3 instance variables I have. Now what is the value for employee name? Equal to null because string. Similarly, value for employee ID equal to 0 because integer value. Similarly, the address is the variable, and you know that references are always null when a bean object is getting created. So this is what going to be happen whenever this line is executed. Whenever this line number 12 is executed, internally this is all process is taken care by the IOC container, or this is what happening internally. Okay, now you know that how to get a bean object. So whenever you are using getBean method and asking address one, what it will do immediately, it will verify address one object is available or not. Yes, it is available, right? So and then it is returning that address one object. So it is returning address one object but by default getBean method return type is object, and internally, but actually what is the actual object you are seeing here? You are always seeing internally what type? Address type, right? So that means you are just typecasted and you got the address. Same point here also. When you are requested from the address to, it is internally verifying address to reference is available or not. Yes, it is available, and this is what the object, right? So this is wrapped inside the object type, and that is what being returned again as an object, and then we typecasted. Fine. Now after that, what we did again? We are now the new class what we configured employee. Same process will be applied. Whenever you are asking the container provide the bean object for the bean ID called as employee1. So what it will do immediately, it is verifying a bean object is available with the employee1 or not in the container. Yes, a bean object is available with bean ID called as employee1. And what is the class type for this? Employee, right? So the class name is employee. Then employee object, this object is being returned back to this reference variable. So but it is wrapped again inside the object type. So for that we did the typecasting and then we extracted actual data type object like the actual employee object, and then whatever the object here it is created, that is what being printed here. Now my point here it is, in case if you given invalid, now the question here it is, if you are passing invalid bean ID for the getBean method, what will happen? Invalid bean ID in getBean method. GetBean method, if you are passing invalid ID, what will happen? So simple. Now for example, I give an employee 10, right? So what is going to happen? Until this, everything will be executed as expected. Now whenever getBean method is executed internally, what is the bean ID you passed? Employee 10. Then simply it will go to the IOC container is verifying, do we have any bean ID or a bean object, okay, referenced with the bean ID called as employee 10 or not. So employee 10 or not. So it is verifying. But do we container contains any bean object with bean ID called as employee 10? No, we don't have anything. We have employee 1, address 1 as well as address 2. Then simply container will say the bean ID is not existed. So it will throw us some exception like bean ID not found. That is what going to be happen now. So see here, run as Java application. So see here, we got an exception. So until this line, everything is good. So that means address 1 is available, address 2 is available. Simply container is returning and we are using it. But whenever we are requested employee 10, but employee 10 is not configured, there is no bean object, okay, with respect to this bean ID. So then what it is saying? Spring beans factory, no such bean definition exception. So what is the exception you got? No such bean definition exception. So this is also one of the interview questions being asked. So what exception you will get means you have to remember this exception, no bean found with respect to employee 10. Okay, so this is clear. So that means we have to use always valid bean IDs only as part of the getBean method. Fine. Now my point here it is, let me print values of the proper object. So that means employee dot get employee ID, and as well as I'll print name also, get employee name, as well as I'll print address information also. That means address also. So now in this case, as per my previous explanation, what I told you, so the default values will be assigned for each and every property as part of the object. Okay, fine. Now let's verify, is it true or not? So whatever the values I assigned here, same thing is being happened or not, or somehow or by any chance Spring container injected address object inside the employee. We will verify because employee 1 is the reference of employee. So from that we are getting the address object. Now let me execute my program, run as Java application. Now in this case, what happened guys? Until this we are already executed earlier. I mean we discussed. So that means you got which object? This employee object. But as part of this employee object, what is the values available for the properties? Employee name equal to null, employee ID equal to 0, as well as address equal to null. So that means now see here 0, null, null. So right, ID is 0, name is null, address is null. So that means now in this case, by default, dependency injection is happened, means no. So that means IOC container is not going to do something like, okay, employee contains a type of address so that directly I can inject address object inside the employee. Like no, container is not going to do anytime. But if you want to achieve dependency injection and container has to inject address inside the employee, means we have to do some XML configuration. If it is XML configuration, then we have to provide some values here. I mean, we have to do some configuration here. Then only container, based on that configuration, container will inject or refer the dependency values or dependency bean objects. Okay, now what you have to do? whenever as part of the setter injection, as part of XML configuration, we have to use a child tag for the bean called as property. The child tag is what? Property is the child tag of bean tag. So inside the respective bean tag level, you have to use the property tag. Now tell me, yeah, so now in this case, what is our requirement? Address injected to employee. So that means employee depends on address reference, right? So that means now the configuration, the property XML tag configuration, where I have to do, guys, is it inside the address or is it inside the employee configuration? 100% is employee configuration, because here in this case, employee depends on the address. Address is an individual bean object. Address doesn't dependent on any other objects. It's only just like primitives. But in this case, employee only depends on the address object. So we need address object while we created the employee objects. So that's why the bean configuration of employee level, we have to use a child tag called as property tag. Okay, so we will use the property tag, and that means now by using property tag only, we are going to achieve always setter injection. So here the setter injection is going to be happen when you are using the property called, when you are using the XML tag called as property. Okay, but as part of the property child tag, again we have to configure some attributes and its values. We will see what are those. Now after some point of time, we are going to discuss constructor injection, right? So then we will use a child tag called as constructor -arg child tag. So that means if you are using property, then container will inject objects via setter methods. If you are using constructor argument, then it is going to perform constructor injection. That means the dependencies will be injected via constructors. So we will see that very clearly later. Now fine. Now I told you one more point also. Not only other bean objects, even we can configure what the default data for the regular primitives as well as string values also, even for our string address class also. For that, what I have to do, we will see now. Now same thing, for that also we have to use the property only. Now what I will do, first thing is, as a step number 1, I will configure, okay, address. When address one object is getting created, I need to make sure city value as, okay, Hyderabad, and pin code as, I'll give some pin code value like this, 522 410, 572, something like that. Okay, fine. Now similarly, when address to object is getting created, I need by default city value as a, okay, Delhi, and I would like to give some pin code number. So I don't know pin code numbers of Delhi, but I will use some random value. Now this is how my bean object should be created by the container. So that means when container is created, address one, by default city value should be Hyderabad and pin code value should be like this. Similarly, address to Delhi and pin code will be this value. So let's see for that what you have to do. Okay, you have to do XML configuration, but before, what is happening, we will see now. Sys out of, before configuring anything, what is the values you are going to see? Yeah, address dot get what city and as well as pin code. Get pin, right? So that means I'm just cross verifying what's happening before any property tags and all, so that we can easily understand what's happening. So with respect to address objects testing, and it is all about address one, first one, and second one is address two. Now here also I'll write same thing with respect to address two, but this time reference is address two as well as address two. Now, yeah, so I just written testing point of view, this system.out.println lines. Okay, good. Now let's come back to the XML file. The most important and crucial part as part of Spring Core module, or understanding Spring Core module, how it is happening dependency injection, or how IOC Container is creating and configuring, managing the bean objects. Okay, it's all depends on the XML configuration or going further annotation based configuration also. Okay, so now with respect to address one, what is my requirement? Hyderabad and some other pin code value. So now at the same time, what is the dependency injection we are discussing right now? Setter injection, right? So to achieve the setter injection, we have to use which tag? Property tag. So if you see here, property tag, you have to use always. Now, as part of the which property you need to inject a value for city is the property. So address is having total two properties. One is city and second one is pin code, right? Now as part of the city, so here the name is the attribute, you have to provide the property name. So nothing but simply the instance variable name you have to provide, and you have to provide one more attribute called as value here. So what is the value I have to provide? So I would like to provide Hyderabad here. Now similarly, what is the another property guys? Pin code. For example, you need default, instead of 0 value, you need a default pin code value. Then what you have to do? Create one more property tag. If you observe here, I am using property tag in between opening bean as well as closing the bean tag. So in between you have to do that. So this is all belongs to this opening and closing bean configuration of XML belongs to address one bean object. So in between only you have to do all these things. Now what you have to do? Take one more property, okay, and change. I mean, simply I just copy pasted the logic, but what is the other property? Pin code, right? So it has to be 100% same as it is with respect to your Kojo class. I mean, with respect to your Java class property names. Here you are using something like some other variable name, and if you are using some other variable name here, then it will become something like unknown property, and you will get an exception with respect to bean object creation or dependency injection will fail. So that's why make sure the variable names, instance variable names, are simply properties. Whatever you define inside the class should be as it is with respect to name attribute. Now value Hyderabad, and what is the value I would like to give for the pin code? I decided as I would like to give 5,72. Now observe here what is going to happen. Now same process, whenever if I executed this program, whenever line number 12 is executed, what will happen guys this time? Same process will happen like I explained earlier, but this time what is the few things we did? We added property tags as part of the bean object of address one, right? So that means we are going to do the setter injection. So that means when property tag is being used means it is always use internally IOC container will use setter methods and inject the setter values. So I'll explain you that process now. Now in this case, what's happening? This is where now in this case, what happened in this process? So here this time we added two property tags, right? So now same thing. First, what it will do is when container reaching to the first bean configuration, it will observe what is the tags we have been used as part of the bean XML configuration. So what is the tag we used guys? Property tag. So then internally container will understand, for these properties, these values should be injected via setter method. So nothing but then it is deciding container as the value should be, the operation, the dependency should be injected via setter injection point of view. Now immediately what it will do is internally what it is going to do. This is the configuration we have, right? Now what is going to happen with respect to again container point of view? Just concentrate here. This is most important again. Now whenever, yes, we know that now this is the bean configuration we did, right? Now whenever this is being happen, immediately what will happen internally is container is going to create an object for the class called as address, and it will assign a bean ID called as address one. So what is that bean ID? Address one, right? We given bean ID as address one. Now, so that means in this process what happened guys? First bean object created for the class called as address. So here that means bean object is already created with default values of the properties. A bean object is created with address one reference, and what is the value? City equal to null, and as well as pin code equal to 0. Now, but at the same time, what we did this time, we configured two properties and its values. and we are using a property tag, right? So that means what is the injection we are achieving here? I mean, we are using setter injection concept. Now what internally container will do? First it will go to the property tag and it will identify the city related setter method inside the class called as address. So that means now what container is going to do here, it is container is going to the address class and entering into the set city method. Now whatever the value we configured as part of this, okay, so property name is city. What is the value, guys? Hyderabad, right? Now this Hyderabad value will be passed to, now the Hyderabad value is passing to this setter method. Now what is the value? Whatever the value, who is doing all this process internally? Internally it is all doing by the IOC container. So that means the Hyderabad value is passed to this setter method. Then what is happening? The value is being initialized to the instance variable of setter. Instance variable of the setter. So then finally what is the value available as part of the city, guys? Hyderabad. So then finally the value is Hyderabad is the value. Now that is how the first property is being done. Now again what it will do, it will go to the second property. What is the second property? Pin code. Now again what container is going to do, based on the property tag, it is identified as setter injection. Then immediately it will verify setter method available for the property called as pin code inside the address class. So if it is available, then what it is going to do? So container is going to take this value 572 and it is going to pass again the value to this setter method. So that means internally with the help of object whatever is created like address1 dot set to pin code, and the value what we are passed, that is what being passed here. So here the value of 572 will be passed via this setter method. Now what will happen? This method is executed, means the value is initialized to the variable. So that means instance variable. So right. So then what is the value again? The 0 is being replaced with the, now the 0 is going to be replaced with the 572. So what is the point we have, what are the points we have to remember here? It is with respect to setter injection, what is happening, guys? First, bean object will be created with the default values. Now step number 2, what it is going to do? Step number 2, internally IOC container verifying how many property tags we configured. For that means for how many properties we are provided the default values. So based on each and every property, what it is going to do? It is going to verify setter method. So internally IOC container executing the setter method by passing value what we configured inside the this property level. So that value will be passed by this, pass it to the setter method, and setter method is executed. Then finally the default values will be like null value is overridden with the Hyderabad. Similarly 0 value will be overridden with the 572. So you got the point, right? So this is what happening. So in this process what you are understood, first object is created with the default values only, like 0, nulls, all these things. But after that, based on our property tags, what it is going to happen? It is going to inject respective values via setter methods of that property, right? So this is how. Now finally address1 object contains city name as city value as Hyderabad and pin code equal to 572, right? Now okay, fine. Now this overall bean object is creation is completed. Now it will move to the second bean object. So bean configuration. So this is first bean configuration. This is second bean configuration. Now what will happen in this case? Again same process. It will start creating object for the class called as address. What is the, address, and immediately it will provide a reference called as address2. Why? Because we given the address2 as a bean ID. Now in this case, yes, whenever it is created a bean object, what will happen? First container will verify any dependency injection, or we are performing any injection of the default values as part of the object or not, right? So we are not doing anything as part of the address2 bean configuration. So that means now internally city equal to null as well as pin code equal to 0. So these are all the values are going to be provided again as part of the address reference. Now in this case what we have to understand here, it is So are we doing any injection of the values? No, right? So that means still city and pin code values will be remains same now. Okay, so that means now if you are getting the address to bean object from the container, what is the values you are going to see? City equal to null and values are pin code. Now similarly, what is going to happen with respect to employee? Yes, same thing. So with respect to employee, yes, a bean object will be created. But as part of the employee, what is the bean ID we given again? Employee one. So as we discussed previously, employee one. Now any property values we configured, nothing, right? So that means again name equal to null, id equal to 0, as well as address equal to what? Null. So this is how finally, okay, based on the current XML configuration, this is how internally IOC container created the bean objects. So that is what the statement, IOC container will create the objects, bean objects, and configure the bean objects. Configuration is nothing but this is what the meaning of configuring the default values for the respective properties. This process will be called as dependency injection also. Now let's see executing the program, and based on this image, based on our analysis, we are getting the output or not. Okay, so now in this case, what will happen? When you are getting address 1 bean object, city Hyderabad 5,72,000 you will get here. But when it comes to address 2 point of view, null 0, and as well as employee point of view 0, null, null, right? So this is our current XML configuration. Let me execute now. So see here, if you see here, what happened? Two address objects are created. We know that first address object, you got the default values of Hyderabad and 5,72,000. But when it comes to the address 2, yes, null 0, because as part of our XML configuration, we are not configured any default values for the address 2 object. Got the point? So that's why default values only maintained. Now when it comes to the employee also, same formula, default values available, because as part of employee, we are not configured anything else here. Okay, so this is how a basic injection is going to happen. Now my point here it is, what is the guarantee of injected these values of setter method? So how can I make sure, how can we test whether these values really injected by the setter methods or not? It's a simple thing, right? What you can do, one thing is, maybe we can delete the setter method. So that means I'm just commented out the setter methods. Okay, so then internally when container is verifying for the setter methods, what will happen? Setter method is not available this time. Then it simply, bean object creation will fail now. So whenever this XML configuration is going, bean configuration based on this in this step, then immediately it will throw an exception, bean creation is going to be failed. So let's see here now. Now what happened? See, when it is trying to create that is what I told you, address object is created. So as part of my first step, what I told you, first by default it will create an object with the default values like city equal to null, pin code equal to 0. Then what it is doing, based on each and every property, it is identifying the setter method and the values what you configured as part of the property tag being passed to the setter methods, and when those setter methods are executed, then the values are initialized for the properties. That is what we discussed, right? So see now what it is saying, once object is created, when it is trying to pass the value via setter method, what is happened? Now setter method is not available. So it is saying like bean creation exception, error creating bean with the name called as address 1 and defined inside this so and so XML file, and it is saying like invalid property city of bean class. So that means bean property city is not writable or has invalid setter method. So it is saying like invalid setter method. That means setter method is not presented. So you got the point. So that means to do the setter injection, what is the summary here? It is, to perform setter injection, we need always setter method 100%. Okay, so now let me enable again setter methods, or I can do one thing also. So what I can do here, sys out of, I can write some statement to understanding internal flow. Where city value injected So that means whenever setter method is executed by the container internally, right? So we can see this statement at least now. Now same thing I'll write down for the pin code also. So this is all just to understand internally whether container is calling setter methods with respect to property tags and injecting the values what we configured as part of the attribute is passing to here or not. So now pin code as well as pin code. Okay, here I'm just writing a helping statements to understand the flow. Okay, now let me execute again. So this time setter methods are presented and everything, your program is executed without any exceptions, all these things. Now see, first address object is created. Yes, as per my statement, first objects will be created always with default values. Then what internally container is doing? It is injected, see, Hyderabad value, what we configured as part of the XML with respect to property tag being executed via setter method of the city value injected. So that is what the statements we written, right? Similarly, pin code. So object created and then values are injected via setter methods. Now what about the second one? Address object is created. What we created one more address object, right? So second address object. So that means when constructor, I mean, you know that whenever an object is created, default constructor will be executed, right? So for that, first address object, second address object. Now you can see, okay, what happened? First address object reference, second address object reference, Hyderabad 5,72, second address object null and 0, and employee story is common, right? So this is how we have to understand internally, okay, how setter injection is being happened with respect to different types of data. Okay, now with respect to address, we performed only what? With primitive and string data type, right? But when it comes to the employee, now even, okay, I would like to inject couple of property values as well as address object also I have to inject. So this is what the real dependency injection in between the bean objects, because here city and pin code are just like primitive data types are string. It's not actually Java objects, right? But here I would like to inject address into employee. So what I have to do for that, we will see. Now, first thing is I'll configure data for the employee ID and employee name. Then we will go for the how to do for the another bean object configuration with respect to injection. What is the property employee name? I'm going to take here. And similarly, what is the value I'm going to give here? It is value equal to employee name is I'm passing as a Dilip Singh. Now similarly, what I will do? I will pass property name, okay, with respect to employee ID. Now my employee ID is property, and for this I am passing value as 111. So something like that, 111111. Now what will happen, guys, in this case? Yes, values will be injected Dilip Singh inside the employee name. 1111 will be injected inside the employee ID. So that means in this case, name will become Dilip Singh, ID will become 1111. But what about the address? Address is going to become still null only. Address is going to become still null only. The reason is what? So now in this case, name will become Dilip Singh and ID will become 1111, right? So here the property name is generally employee name. So here property name is employee ID, right? Okay, still address is what? Null only, because we are not configured any property. Now the story is same. Again, internally it will create employee object first with default values null, 0, null, like that. And then whenever you configure property for Dilip Singh, it will inject the Dilip Singh. Okay, employee name. With respect to employee ID, it will inject this value. But we are not written property tag for the address, right? So that's why nothing will happen with respect to address. First, let's test until this point what is happening. Okay, now concentrate on the output of these three lines. Okay, so let's see, run as Java application. So what's happened now? See here. Yes, 1111 injected as well as Dilip Singh is injected. You know that how these values are injected via setter methods only. Setter methods only. If you want, you can write down statements here also. Okay, I'll write down to make more understandable. Name of setter, right? So I'll write down employee name. So with respect to employee ID also, yes. Now for example, assume if I deleted or if I commented this, then what will happen, guys? Simple. you are not configured anything for the employee ID means, then what is the value it will become? Employee ID will become 0 only, because you are not configured any property value for the employee ID, right? So the default value of 0 remains 0 only. Okay, so if that's all, so that means no setter method will be called for the employee ID. So that means what is the point we understood again? When property tag is mentioned as part of the bean configuration for a specific property, then only that setter method will be called. It's not like every property setter method will be called by container automatically. So whatever the property tags you configured, for that only setter methods will be called, otherwise nothing. Now if you want, even I can say that. Now what I will do, as part of employee ID of setter, so I'm passing employee ID here. Now let me execute. Okay, config, save every change, execute it, run as Java application. So see here, now this time what happened? Employee ID is 0, but value is, name is Dilip Singh, because we are not written any property tag. So that means I commented out, nothing but deleted. So now if I'm adding again, the same process will be repeated. Okay, fine. Now what about the address injection? So in this case, I cannot, so here it's directly value Dilip Singh for the primitive 1111. But when it comes to the property of the third property, what is the third property, guys? Address. The third property is address. What if with respect to employee class, you have to make sure these are always property names. Okay, not this one, data types. Always variable names. I can say like instance variable names. Okay, with respect to Pojo class, generally we will call these are all property names, right? So now I give an address as part of the, okay, we have to take third property of address, but how to inject this address as part of this how to inject address type value as part of this reference. Now can I use value like 1 2 3 4 or something like that? No, because the reason is, this is not a primitive, this is not a string, it's a reference of address type, address object. So that means I have to pass always object something like, okay, address add equal to new address. So that means we have to pass always value something always like this, right? I mean, generally I'm just commenting out. So you need to pass always value of an object of address type there inside this reference variable, right? So now how can you do that? So in this case, again, okay, as part of XML configuration, Spring provided an attribute called as a ref attribute. So that means as part of the property tag, so in this case, to inject another bean object, so Spring provided an attribute, okay, ref. So ref is the attribute, should be used as part of the property tag. So that means what is that? Ref is the attribute you have to use. So here ref is representing a reference. It's a shortcut, but the actual value is a reference of the bean object. So simply a reference of bean object. So which bean object should be injected into employee, right? So now tell me what we are going to do in this case. Go to the XML configuration. Now what I'm going to do, with respect to address property, I should not use value this time because it's a address type, right? So it's all about address type. And I already told you one more point. The dependency injection always happens in between bean objects only. So that means now here the composite object is employee, but the dependency object is address. So what is the property we have to use means ref attribute. But as part of the ref, what I have to pass the value, reference of the bean object. So that means as part of the ref is always what? Reference, nothing, reference of bean object. So that means now in this case address belongs to which type? Address class, right? Now at the same time, how many address objects I have, guys? Bean objects for the address class. For address class, okay, I have address 1 as well as address 2. Now as part of this employee object, as part of employee 1 bean object, which address object should be injected? Either address 1 or address 2. So based on our requirement, we have to pass one address reference as part of the reference level. For example, now whenever employee 1 object is created internally, address object should be injected. That too, this address bean object should be injected. That is address 1. So in this case, what I have to do is I have to pass the bean ID of, so that means the point is again here it is value, ref value is what? Ref value is bean ID of dependency object. Okay, so here ref value is what? Dependency of the bean object. So when you are having more than one or maybe one also, you have to make sure passing that bean ID, which bean object of address should be injected here. That is the value you have to pass here. It is. So that means simple guys, the meaning of what it is, just understand. You are telling to the IOC container with respect to name, Dilip Singh, with respect to ID value, but with respect to address, it is a reference, it is an object, right? So which object? So you're saying like inject the address one. So please refer the bean ID of address one and inject that bean ID. So that means now in this case, what is happening? Immediately container verifying what is this bean ID address one. So this bean ID is already presented in the XML configuration or not, it will verify, or in the IOC container level, it will verify any bean object named with the, or any bean, okay, yeah, any bean object is named with the bean ID called as address one or not. Yes, it's already there, right? So then what it will do is, by the time whatever the address one object is available, that value will be, that object will be injected into this reference. That object will be injected into this reference. Now that means what's happened with respect to this, see here now. Now with respect to the configuration, for example, now what will happen guys in this case? Address 1 we given, right? Now this address 1 will be referenced to this, what it is referencing. So that means then what is the value of, then what is the value here in this case? Then it is not null, then it will be the, okay, the reference address of the reference of address 1. So the reference of address 1. So the memory location details, I mean the memory reference of address 1 is pointed to this value. So that means what happened? Now finally dependency injection happened in between employee 1 comma address 1 object. So address 1 is being injected. Now address 1 is being injected to employee. Who is done all this process? IOC container. So IOC container is performing dependency injection. But okay, IOC container is performing, when it is IOC container is performing the dependency injection, when you are configuring the dependency objects, then only it is doing. But anyway, we taken right now setter injection. Later point of time, we will move to the constructor injection also. Okay, so this is how you are going to make sure the dependency injection happened via setter methods. Now let's see all our analysis discussion is really true or not. Okay, so for that what I am doing, let's execute. You got the output, right? Now see here, what is the third line you got guys? Something address object, but earlier you got null 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 always. That means this time what happened? Inside the employee object, the address object is being injected or not? Yes, true. And at the same time, if you observe here, what is the hash code value here? It is D, something like that, right? 40DF7. Now if you observe here, 40DF7. So that means the first bean object of address 1, what it contains the values of address like Hyderabad and 5,72. This bean object being referenced to the employee object of address property. So that's why you got the same hash code value. I mean the memory reference value, whatever happened for the bean object 1 for the address being referenced to the employee. Now even you can get the values of those also. Now what I will do here, so is it referenced or not, I will prove with respect to get city as well as get pin code. Now in this case what is happening? With respect to employee object, you are extracting the address object, and from the address object you are extracting city and pin code. So that means now as per our diagram, what is the value? So the flow is going like this. You have employee object with you, and from that you are having reference of address. You got the address reference, and from that you are getting the city value as well as you are getting the pin code value. So that means finally you are going to get the Hyderabad as well as 5,72 output. So like similar to this address one, because the same object only being injected or referenced to the employee point of view. So see here now, you got the same Hyderabad and 5,72. You got the point now. So that is how IOC container is creating bean objects as well as IOC container managing the bean objects as well as IOC container is performing the dependency injection. Now in this case also how dependency injection is happened? Again setter method only. So whenever I am calling ref attribute, right? So in this case also same process. So internally IOC container will pass that address one bean object reference here, and then the setter method will be executed via setter method only. The address reference is being injected to this property. That means finally setter method is executed. If you want, you can see that line also here. Address of setter, right? One more default constructor for the employee also, so that we can see the process which is executed first, which is executed later. So sits out of employee object initialized. Okay, let me execute one more time. So why I'm taking this much of time to execute or to show output with respect to all these internal details? Here it is. If you are good with one example with respect to dependency injection, configuring the values, whether it is a setter injection or constructor injection, okay, so little bit configuration will change, a little bit internal process will change, but when it comes to the overall functionality with respect to setter injection, constructor injection, even field injection, even we are going to do the annotation based configuration, okay, so the details are internally same. So only thing is the okay, the configuration what we are going to do here, it is sometimes we are configuring beans information as a XML point of view. Nowadays we know that everyone is using annotations only. That means the way you are declaring beans configuration, beans information, metadata of the classes with respect to IOC container, some you are using XML, you are using some other case annotations, but the way internally the process of bean object creation, the process of bean object configuration, the process of bean objects dependency injection, in between the bean object dependency injection, that is common with respect to XML as well as annotation based configuration. So whatever the process we are seeing now internally, calling setter methods, okay, these are all things coming under again same thing, guys. So with respect to container, same process. So that's why I'm taking one example, the first example as a best example with respect to explanation, so that we can now the other things we can understand or we can close it quickly with respect to constructor injection and all, because now we know that internally majority of the portion we know that how container is getting created, what container is doing with respect to XML configuration with respect to each and every bean and property. Now same point, if you are giving wrong bean ID, what will happen? Setter injection will fail. So that means your bean object will be failed. So for example, if I give an address 10, what will happen? Address 10 is not existed, right? So then again it will throw an exception like so and so bean object is not available. No such bean definition exception. So that's why employee, okay, the overall process is terminated while because setter injection is failed, right? Because of that bean object is not available. Employee 1 is not, sorry, here if you see here, cannot resolve address 10. So because it's not existed. So that's why please be careful when you are configuring the references of the other bean objects and everything, which is make sure always already available existing bean IDs like that, right? So now let's move to the constructor injection. So now we are going to see more about the dependency injection via constructor. So that means constructor injection, the second type with respect to. So same requirement. If I taken like address should be injected inside the employee via constructor injection, okay, what are the process we have to follow, like that we will discuss. But this time I'll change class names, take something like college versus student, college as well as student. So I'll make sure student as a dependency of college, so that we'll make sure student is injected inside the college object as part of our constructor injection. So then we will understand a different examples and different configuration also. So now what is a constructor injection? So as part of setter injection, how values are injected? Via setter methods, right? So now that means with respect to constructor injection, the values of properties, values for the properties when you are initializing the default values, or when you are injecting the references of other bean objects, okay, references of other bean objects is always done via, okay, internally by using constructors, internally with the help of constructors. So that means the values or bean objects are going to be injected with the help of constructor execution. So that means we know that when constructors will be executed, generally constructors are executed always while we are creating the object, right? So while we create the object. So that means in this case, the dependency objects, for example, I told you student is dependency for college, right? So in such case, what we have to do as part of this, like if it is setter injection, what we did inside the college, we defined a setter method for the student property, and then we defined property tag as part of the beans, right? And then IOC container calling setter method of college, and there it is passing student reference, right? I mean, if it is setter injection, that is what we are going to do. Same thing we done via address versus employee just before, right? Now let's define. So in this case, now what is going to happen here, it is whenever college object is getting created, okay, by using a constructor argument, we are going to inject the bean object. So that means we have to define constructors as part of the college class. So that means as part of the composite class level, we have to define a constructor with respect to the dependency objects, or what are the values we would like to initialize while bean object getting created by the IOC container. So that means in this case, what is mandatory? 100% is constructors. So implementing constructors are mandatory. So in earlier case, however, setter methods are mandatory with respect to setter injection. In this case, constructors are mandatory with respect to what, guys? That to which constructor? Argument constructor. So all arguments constructors are mandatory here, because via those arguments only IOC container passing the dependency objects as well as the default values of the properties. So now let's define first. Okay, let's see the use cases with respect to constructor injection, how we are configuring and how we are going to achieve dependency injection via constructors, we will see, and what are the rules and regulations we have to follow as part of constructor injection also I'll discuss. Now, first let me define a class called as student. So what I'm going to do here, it is, let me take a new package core.constructor injection. So I'm writing a class called as student. Okay, so as part of student, I'm just collecting student details, private integer student ID, okay, as well as private, I'll take string name of the student. Okay, so even if you want, you can take etc, different other properties also, like long mobile number and all these things. Okay, now what I'm going to do here, it is, I'm going to write down setter getter methods as a poser class perspective. So we know that generally what is the purpose of setter and getter methods. Okay, fine. With respect to student point of view, okay, if I want to initialize default values, that means whenever a bean object is created for the student by the IOC container, instead of default values like integer ID equal to 0 and name equal to null, I would like to inject some default values. So that means, for example, I would like to inject something like ID equal to 1 and name equal to Dilip. And that too, I have to make sure always via constructor injection. So then what we are going to do, what are the steps we have to carry out? Let's see now. So that means, now what is the point we are doing here? It is injecting property values, injecting values of properties, okay, via constructor injection, So for that, the Spring framework provided an XML tag called as constructor or. What it is? Constructor or, constructor hyphen or. So this is the tag we have to use, okay, for the to make sure achieving the constructor injection. So if it is setter injection, what we use? Property tag, right? So but when you are going with the constructor injection, we have to use the constructor argument tag with respect to the property what we are configuring. So let me make sure how to configure this, we will see now. So I just taken only with respect to student now. Now what I am going to do here, it is, I can use this beans.xml file. If you want, we can simply, okay, add our beans as part of next, below this section. or else as part of our Spring application, we can use or we can create multiple beans configuration XML files also. So that means it's not like you can create only one XML beans configuration file as part of your Spring project. If you want, we can create more than one also. So that means as part of IOC container, we can load more than one XML beans configuration files. Okay, so that is what also we can do. So for that, what I'm doing, instead of taking this one, I'm taking a new beans XML file, Spring Beans. I'm taking hyphen. So it's all about constructor injection, right? So I'm just taking a new XML file. Okay, fine. Now let me go to this. I'm deleting all the content in between the beans tags. Okay, now you know that it's a simple empty beans configuration file. Okay, good. Now let's configure for the bean called as student class. So what it is, bean. So ID, even generally in previous examples I given ID, right? Even if you want, you can use one more property called as, or one more attribute called as name in place of ID. So that means in this case, name and ID both are same. So you can use either ID or either name. Okay, both are same. Okay, so for example, name is nothing but what, guys? Bean ID. So I'm giving student1. I'm giving bean ID as a student1. And what is that class? So that means you have to give fully qualified class name. So you know that what is the meaning of fully qualified class name. So including package name, you have to provide the class name. So yes, fully qualified class name dot. So that means package name dot class student. Okay, with this what I did, I just created a bean object. Okay, with this what is going to happen? If I provided this beans configuration to the IOC container will create an object for the student, and internally the values will be assigned for these two properties. Default values will be assigned, right? So we know that point, we already discussed. So that means as part of this configuration, now we are not doing either setter, we are not doing any constructor injection with respect to properties of ID and name. So then but right now we are discussing about the constructor injection, right? So for that, what is the property, what is the XML tag we have to use? Child tag for the bean called as constructor arg. If it is, okay, if it is setter injection, then generally we used property earlier, but this time what I have to use? Constructor argument. Now that is okay, but to pass values to the constructor, so here the tag itself telling us it's all about passing value to the constructor arguments. But are we defined any constructor as part of our Java class or not? No, we are not defined any constructor. So that means without constructor definition, we cannot achieve the constructor injection. So like, however, setter method, when setter methods are not presented, what happened yesterday? We are unable to perform the setter injection, right? And similarly, we have to make sure a constructor should be presented with respect to the arguments, which values we have to inject via constructor injection. So that means now my requirement is saying ID and name, right? So let me define a constructor with these two properties. So what I'm going to do now, I will discuss a couple of use cases, and those are all very important with respect to technically and interview point of view also, so that we can compare setter and constructor also as part of this discussion. Okay, now what I'm doing, I'm just defining a constructor with two parameters. One is ID, second one is name. Now, how many constructors I have? Arguments constructor I have now. So, argument constructor I have now, right? So now, yes, now student class is eligible for the constructor injection, because now student class contains an argument constructor, and you can pass values to the constructor arguments, or else whatever the values we are configuring now as part of the constructor argument, so those values are passed to the constructor arguments level internally by the IOC container. So now that means we know that, right? Generally, assume, for example, I have this class, student class, with respect to our simple Java format I'm taking. Now as part of this class, okay, if I want to create an object, generally what we will do, guys, we will make sure like student, we will make sure like student s1 equal to new student. So can I create object like this? No, because the reason is what? We don't have any default constructor, right? So we have only one current constructor That too, it is having all arguments constructor with respect to current implementation of student class. So that means we cannot create object like this. Then how can you create an object? You can create an object like student s1 equal to new student, right? New student. But as part of the constructor, you have to pass the values. For example, student ID is 100. First parameter of the constructor, second parameter is name, right? So I'm passing the name called as Dilip. So now can we create an object? I mean, this is the valid statement with respect to object creation means, yes, it is a valid statement now because we created an object via all arguments constructor by passing the values. Now what will happen in the JVM memory? An object will be created with the name of S1 and the value of ID equal to what? 100 and as well as the value of name equal to Dilip. So when these values will be initialized while object is created, right? So generally we know that constructors are executed when we are creating an instance, right? So then constructor block will be executed while object creation values are initialized. This is all about what we will do in our day-to-day programming. This is all about what we will do in our day-to-day programming with respect to Java. Now, but in this case, constructor injection is performing by whom? IOC container as part of Spring framework. We are not going to call execute constructor manually by using new operator. Okay, in this case, container is going to create an object for the student class with respect to student 1. Then container only passing values for the constructor arguments, but what we are going to define here. So that means now with respect to same point, I will write down this kind of logic. For example, I created an object like this. So what it is, I passed only student ID like this. So now tell me, is it a valid statement with respect to this logic? No, right? Because why? We know that as part of constructor, whenever we are creating an object for the student class, we have to make sure always two values are presented. First one is integer and second one is string value. Then only object will be created. So that means you cannot pass partial argument values, nothing but when I have two arguments, I have to pass two arguments. It's not like that I can pass one argument so that JVM or Java will create an object for the student class. Now in this case, what you will get? You will get a compile time error like arguments are missing, something like that. That means you have to make sure two arguments are presented, right? So now even Spring framework should not break all these fundamental rules with respect to constructors all injection, or maybe internally when container is creating a bean object for the student class, even Spring framework should follow all these fundamentals. So that means now why I am taking this discussion here, it is as part of the student class. Now how many properties I have, guys? Two properties, and I have a constructor here. The most important point is constructor. So now what we I have only one constructor and it is having two parameters. Now in this case, what you have to do is you have to configure 100% two constructor arguments. So in this case, what we have to do is we have to configure two constructor argument properties as part of our XML file. So now, yes, first one I taken like this, and if you observe here, we have couple of predefined attributes. One is like index, name, ref, type, value, something right? So we will see what and all. Now here I taken value, and value I taken 100. So, and as well as I have to take one more constructor argument. So that means now I given value as Dilip. So what is the things we have to follow? What are the rules we have to follow as part of this configuration? I will explain you now. For example, now first let me write down a small main method application. Then we will understand internal details, what's happening exactly, the internal flow and all. I'll explain you now. Now let's just take Spring constructor injection demo, right? Yeah, I'll take a main method, fine. Now as part of this, the same process I'll repeat. Application context, so container equal to new file system XML application context. Just pass the XML file path what you created newly. So I'm just passing only newly created XML file as part of the path. Okay, so you know how to pass the class paths, right? So yes, I passed it. Now what will happen whenever this line is executed again? We know that internal it will start loading the XML file and reading the beans configuration. Okay, I'll show that. Now with respect to what is the object we are going to get? Student object, right? So S1 equal to container dot get bean of, what is that bean ID we created? Yeah, what is the bean ID we created? Student one, right? So let me give the student one here. So we know that it is going to return always object type. So we have to typecast it. Now let me print it sys out of S1. First I printed object reference and then I'll see really the values are injected or not via getter methods. Set get ID and as well as get name, right? Just let me execute first and then we will see what's happened internally and all. Yes, I executed the program. Now what happened? A student bean object is created, right? As well as a value 100 is injected, a value Dilip is injected as part of the object. So that means now what I will do here it is, I'll write down a statement like this. Sys out of values injected via constructor, right? Of two parameter constructor it is. So just a simple helping understandability statement. Okay, fine. Now let me execute one more time same program so that we can understand really the constructor is executed or not. See here, an object is created and internally the values are injected via constructor. So what are the values injected? 100 and 200, right? So even if you want, I can write down the values also here. ID plus space, whatever it is, name also, right? So now that means what happened in this case? So whenever you know that the story, whenever this line is executed internally, container is going to opens the XML file going through the each and every bean configuration. Now, as of now, we have this bean configuration. Now, with respect to this bean configuration, what internally happening? Container point of view, container is going to, inside the container, a bean object will be created for the class called as student. So what is going to happen now? A bean object is going to be created for the class called as student. And what is the bean ID we given? Student 1 we given, right? So student 1 is the bean ID. This is what we provided now. But in this case, you have to remember one point when comparing with the setter injection. Yesterday, as part of setter injection, I told you few points. What it is? First bean object will be created with the default values of the properties. Then after that, container is calling setter methods for those properties what we configured as part of the XML file. So whatever the properties we configured here, for those properties, respective setter methods are called internally by the computer with the help of object created in the step number 1. So that means first object created, then setter methods are called, right? By passing the values. But now in this case, you know that constructor will be executed while object created. So that means what's happening here? In this case, while object creation itself, constructor argument values, okay, the constructor argument values are passed to constructor. So that means while object is getting created, the values itself injected. The values are injected. So that means now what is the value will become? ID. So now you need to remember one more point here it is. If you go to the student class, what is the first constructor parameter? ID. Second one is name, right? Now ID equal to, in this case what is going to happen? Here it is, internally container is going to pass values based on this statement. So how it is? This is what our constructor signature, right? Now in this case what is going to happen? The map is going to happen. The first constructor argument is passing to the first parameter. Second constructor argument is passing to the second constructor argument. So that means whatever the first tag you given, first value, second tag, second value. So that means here when you are using directly value, you have to make sure following an order. Okay, following an order with respect to constructor. You have to follow an order. So that is what one thing you have to make sure here. Okay, so now finally what will happen guys? ID will become, ID value is 100 and as well as name equal to Dilip. Name equal to Dilip. Right? So this is what going to happen. So in this case, how the values are injected via constructor injection, and even if you observe, constructor is always executed, right? So in this case, there is no need of setter methods because we are doing constructor injection, right? For example, if I am removing the setter method. Now let me execute program one more time. So see the output. So values are injected and you can see the values as part of the object of S1. So that means whatever you got from the container, right? So that means setter methods are not mandatory when you are performing the constructor injection, right? So we understood until this how we are initializing the default values with respect to constructors, right? Now, if for example, if I am not following the order, what is going to happen? So for example, I given value Dilip, second one as 100, right? Now in this case, what container is trying to do? Container is going to take these values internally. Whenever you executed the program, what is going to happen now? Container is going to pass in this order. So the source code, how you written, this is what, right? Now in this case, container is passing first constructor to the first parameter, second constructor to the second parameter. Now what is going to happen? Dilip is a string value, but constructor parameter is integer value. So you will get some data type mismatch and all. So that's why you have to make sure when you are configuring, okay, these constructor arguments order are mandatory when you are using only value attribute. So what's happening? Let's see now. I just exchanged the order, right? So see here. Now what happened? Bean creation failed. So unsatisfied dependency exception. So the reason is error is creating with the bean of student1. The reason is that is what? It's all about parameter data type mismatching and all. So integer failed to convert as a string, all these things, right? So that is what. So that's why you have to make sure order is mandatory. Now, for example, if you are saying, no, I will keep the order whatever I want, because a constructor may have so many arguments. So by, configuring constructor argument properties, configuring constructor argument tags with respect to values and with respect to the actual source code order sometimes become a confusion. So then what you can do is, so to avoid that, it is given Spring Framework provided one more attribute called as index attribute. So as part of index, you can define the order. So that means, for example, now I'm saying this is the, what is the constructor parameter? Second one, right? This is the first one. Now as part of index, what I'm going to do, index equal to, you know that in Java we will start index always, in Java index always starts from the 0, right? Now I given 1. So that means if you don't want to follow an order like earlier, then what you can do, you can utilize the index attribute and you can define the index value. So that means now in this case, you are giving very clear instructions. Even though you are not following the order, what is happening in this case means, so in this case, what is happening now means you are telling very clearly value Dilip should go to index 1. So that means base value index 0, value 100. So 100 will go to the index 0 as well as Dilip will go to the index 1. So that means this parameter. So that means you have to utilize index attribute. If you don't want to follow an order, then you have to utilize the attribute called as index, right? So this is how you have to make sure XML configuration with respect to constructor injection. Okay. So now see whether the program is getting executed or not. See now the bean object is created. So there is no confusion because this time, even though you are not following an order, you provided extra attribute called as index and you provided an order. Here it is, right? So this is how we are going to initialize or inject the values of primitives as well as string data type values. Fine. But now when it comes to dependency injection in between bean objects via constructor, what are the things we have to follow? So that means as per our requirement, for example, college is having dependency of the student. So then how we are going to inject student inside the college and what is the configuration we have to take as part of the XML and as well as class level also, class level implementation we will see now. Okay, now what I will do, I will create a class called as college. So now the class name is college. Okay, so as part of college, what I will do is private string name, that means college name I will take like this, college name and as well as private. So here I'll take student, and I want student. Now in this case, student is a dependency for the college class, college object, whenever college object is getting created. So that is what my requirement. So what I will do here, first I will generate setter getter methods. Even in this case, setter methods are not mandatory because we are going completely via constructor injection. But when you are, as per our previous discussion, as per our recent discussion, we know that whenever we want to inject either values or references of other bean objects, we have to make sure always constructors are presented, because as part of the constructor injection, always constructors are utilized by the IOC container internally to pass the values as well as bean objects. Okay, so let me do one thing. What I will do now, I am going to create a constructor like this, public college. So as part of college, I am taking what student is the constructor argument, and this dot student equal to student, right? So this is how we can create a constructor. So now how many parameter constructor I created, guys? One. So in case if you want, you can create one more constructor in such a way, comma string college name, right? So it's up to our choice. We can create any number of constructors, right, as part of our Java language. Yeah, this dot college name equal to college name. So yes, now total I have created two constructor. One is single parameter, another is two constructor parameter. Now in this case, how can I create an object? With respect to our simple Java logic point of view, generally how can we create an object, guys? How many ways we can create? Now for example, I'm writing logic like this: college C1 equal to new college. First thing is I am trying to create an object with 0 parameters. So it is a correct statement? No, wrong, because we don't have any default constructor created or 0 parameterized constructor. So we created one parameter as well as two parameters. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to take statement new college. For example, I created new student. So yes, is it a valid? Yes, it is a valid statement. So how it is a valid? Because you are passing one constructor, you are passing one argument, right? So we are already have a constructor with only one argument, so that then this constructor will be executed by JVM internally, right? Now that is how we are going to do. This is what happened in our day-to-day constructor execution point of view. Now for example, I passed a value called as, so something like ABC college. I'm not taking proper syntaxes, but just concentrate on the concept. Okay, now what will happen in this case? Yes, I have two parameterized constructor, right? Yes, student comma college name. Now student object will be injected here, ABC value will be injected here. So that means even this statement is also correct, right? So however you are following this kind of fundamentals and basic rules with respect to constructors calling execution while you are creating the objects, right? So even we have to consider same thing with respect to what? XML file configuration, even though the values are passing to the constructor by IOC container, but IOC container should follow same kind of rules and regulations. So for that, what I'm going to do now, go to the beans configuration. Now what I'm going to do as part of the bean again, so bean, I'm deleting all this. So this time I'm creating class, bean object for the class called as college. Now I will give college 1 or so whatever it is. Yeah, I created one college 1. So now tell me, I want to inject values via constructor. So and at the same time, college is having how many constructors? 2 constructors. Now based on the requirement, you can choose whether executing this constructor or this constructor. So for example, my requirement is demanding, I want only student object. I don't want any default value for the college name. Then what you can do? You can configure only one constructor argument as part of the bean. So what is going to happen now? Constructor argument, and yes. So in this case, what is my requirement? Injecting only student. I don't want college. So then with respect to that, only students means one argument constructor. It is going to be executed, right? And we already have one argument constructor. So that way you have to take only one constructor argument. But can I use value here directly? Like earlier as we discussed as part of setter injection, values are always used. Value attribute should be used only for the primitives as well as string data type. But now student is what, guys? Student is all about a reference of another being. So what you have to do? Same thing, same attribute what we used yesterday, ref attribute. So you have to use again ref attribute. So ref is nothing but reference. Okay, reference. So now you are telling to the construct container, hey container, whenever you are creating object for the college, go with this constructor argument and the reference of, okay, bean object called as, for the bean object student, the reference is student1. So now in this case, what is happened? Yes, this is the final configuration you did. Okay, now what will happen in this case? When container reaching to this bean configuration, it will observe it is creating object for the college. Now as part of the college, how many constructor arguments we configured, guys? One constructor argument tag. Then immediately container will verify college class is having a single argument constructor with the type of student or not. So why student? Because you given reference of student1. So student1 is, so in this case, you given reference of student1, but student1 again belongs to the type of student, right? So that's why immediately what it will verify, it is going to verify inside the college class. Okay, are we defined single parameterized constructor, that too the parameter should be student type. So then only your bean object will be created for the college. For example, in case single argument constructor with respect to student type is not presented, or multiple argument constructor is available even though it is having student type, then also object will not be created, because whenever it is multiple constructor arguments, you are not passing the other arguments, right? So as part of constructor execution, we know that we have to pass always every constructor argument value. So that's why now in this case, yes, we are already have a constructor with single argument called as student. Yes, now this constructor will be executed. So let me write down a sysout also so that we can understand what's happening. Now student, I'll write down like this, one param, nothing but student is injected. So I'm just writing a simple helping statement. Now here I return two parameters, one is student and college name is injected. So I just written a simple sysout statements. Now see what is going to happen when I am executing. When line number 10 is executed internally, what is going to happen? So simply this constructor will be executed because we given only one constructor argument. So let me execute now. If you see here, what happened, guys? Values, okay, injected via two parameterized constructor. So this statement belongs to what? Student class. Oh, this statement belongs to the student class. But with respect to college class, yes, one param student is injected, right? So one param student is injected. Now the above statement is not related to the college. The above statement is related to the student. We already saw earlier. So this is what? Because a bean object we are already configured for the student also, right? So this one belongs to the student and the statement belongs to the above one. But when it comes to this one, is belongs to the college. This one belongs to the college. And how the value is injected? Single parameter constructor. Now for example, if I am not written single parameterized constructor, what is going to happen? Now same thing, when compiler identifying one constructor argument, that too reference of student1. Student1 means a bean id. Which type? Student. Now compiler, internally container try identifying a single argument constructor. Why single argument? You configured only single tag, right? So then it will come to the college. It is identifying, okay, college class is having single argument constructor, that too with respect to student or not. No, we don't have. We have two parameterized constructor. We don't have any constructor now. Then probably bean object creation will be failed again and you will get a exception. So see here now what happened. Unsatisfied dependency action, error creating bean with the college one. Why? The reason is it is looking for the single argument constructor because we configured only one parameter as part of the XML tag. So that's why it is saying like looking for one parameter ambiguity for string, did you specify something like that? So it means you are not specified one single argument constructor like that. So you got the point, right? So that means you have to make sure when you are injecting the values via constructor injection, passing each and every argument value, that too you have to specify the order, whether okay, or you can utilize the index property also with respect to index value. But every value should be presented with respect to constructor argument. Fine. Now are we achieved student object is injected inside the college or not? That is what we have to verify, right? So how can you verify? First thing is let me get the college object from the container, get bean of, what is that object? College 1, right? So what is the bean name we given? College 1. Bean name or bean ID, both are same now. College 1. So what object it will return? Object type. But actually internal it contains college. So I'm not going to typecast. So college equal to container. I'm going to typecast to the college. Okay. So let me print now college. Yes. From the college. Now I'm printing what? College dot get student, so that if whatever the object created with respect to student 1, the hash code value printed here, if it is matching with respect to this statement, means inside college the student object is referenced. Inside college the student object is referenced. So that means simply what happened in this case, college object is going to be created and the same student object is referenced. Now the student object is referenced inside the college. So that means injected via constructor. Even if you want, I can see whether the values are also, because it's a reference, right? So that automatically if I am getting get ID of the student, get name. So that means this one stating college object, from the college you are extracting student object, from the student object you are extracting name and ID. Okay, let's see now everything is executed properly or not. See here, yes, everything is good. Now with respect to student reference, what? Something like BDE2 you can see, right? So same object, right? So the same object what is being created with respect to this student one is injected. So whatever this object is created with respect to this configuration, right? Now the same thing being we are referenced here, the same thing is being referenced here. So that means now whatever the object created here, the same thing is being injected into the college. So that means the same thing we can see as a reference here it is, and we can see same values whatever injected with respect to this constructor of student, and the same values automatically reflected with respect to a student object injected inside the college, right? So this is how we can achieve the dependency injection via constructors. Dependency injection via constructors. Got the point now? Okay, fine. Now for example, now let's take the use cases. Now with respect to my current implementation, can I perform setter injection? Can I perform setter injection in student class or not? So that means with respect to student class, I want to create one more bean object and I want to perform setter injection. So is it possible or not? If you go and see here what it is, this is what the student class, right? So now I'm going to create one more bean object. That means I'm going to configure one more bean object, okay, something like student2. But this time I have to pass values via setter injection. So for that, is it possible or not? Okay, so first what I will do, let me copy paste, let me delete it. Now in this case, student2. So that means now with even this configuration is going to work or not. So as part of the current configuration for the student2 of the student class, if I am executing the logic now, whenever this line number 10 is executed immediately, container will come to the this one, constructor injection will happen, values will be initialized with respect to student1. Similarly, college1 will be created, student1 will be injected. Now when it comes to this, we are going to get a problem. we are going to get a problem. So even we are not included any setter injection, constructor injection, but still with this configuration, we are going to face a problem. So what is that problem? Observe here it is. Run as Java application. So see that the problem, understand, I'll explain you. Bean creation exception. So regarding with one, student to. So there is a problem to create a student to bean object for the student class. What is that problem? Here it is. It doesn't found a default constructor. So that means no default constructor found. That means what is, guys? You have a constructor. So whenever you are having a constructor, that to argument constructor, we know that, right? When we are not defined as part of our core Java, so that means with our current implementation, we cannot do that because no, what is the problem? You got no default constructor. So you will get a bean creation exception, and the reason is no default constructor found. So this is what the answer, right? So that means now what is the problem? Here it is. In student class, you have a constructor called as two parameters constructor, right? One is ID and ID common name. We know that as part of our core Java, as part of any class, if we are not defined any constructor means whether it is a zero or okay arguments, more than one argument constructor, any constructor. So whenever we are not defined any constructor, internally compiler will add, right? Compiler will add a default constructor. That point we know that. So that then only we can create object like student s equal to new student. So that means whenever an object is created like this, okay, then internally you need always a default constructor. But even as a developer, if you are not written, compiler will add. But at this, but at the same time, we know that as part of any class, the vice versa concept, okay, as part of any class, if you are defined any constructor, okay, internally compiler will not add a default constructor. So that means even if you defined a default constructor or if you defined a argument constructor, compiler will never ever add a default constructor. So now based on this second rule, what is happened, guys? As part of our student class, what we did, we created argument constructor. So that means in this case, no default constructor, no default constructor. But as part of our XML configuration, what is happening now? If you go to the XML configuration, you are asking the container to create a bean object with student. So then, but you are not passing either setter injection values, constructor injection values. Then in this case, container is looking for the default constructor for the student class, but we don't have any default constructor. So that's why you got this issue. So at the same time, can we perform setter injection or means? No. Because why? So setter injection no means, now I already told you as part of setter injection, what is the process? First an object will be created. For any class. Then initialize default values will be initialized for every property, for every instance variable, like ID equal to 0, name equal to null, right? Then container calling setter methods individually based on the property tag what you configured. So if you configured for ID property tag, then set ID will be called. If you configure property tag for the name, again setter method of name will be executed. So that means after object creation only setter methods are calling. But in this case, now what happened? Object creation itself failed. So then how it is going to call the setter methods by using that object? So that means now overall, what is the answer here? It is no, because no default constructor. So that's why no bean object is able to create it. So that's why no setter methods are going to be executed. So this is the story here. Now, but still my student class has to be, now that means what is the point we understood here? Student class is eligible only for the constructor injection, not for the setter injection. Now, but still sometimes, okay, I need to make sure a class should perform constructor injection as well as setter injection. Then what you have to do is you have to make sure when you define a argument constructor, if your class should be created via default constructor, even if it has to perform a setter injection means you should always make sure presenting a default constructor. So just define a default constructor, that's all. Automatically, now see here what I did guys, now I simply define a default constructor. So let me write down a statement here. This is default constructor of student. So in this case, what is happening now? Yes, now execute the program. What is going to happen? You will not see any exception, because if you observe here, this is default constructor of student. So that means with respect to the second student object, what happened here? Now when it is trying to create a bean object for the student and bean id student2, yes, it is able to create now. The reason is you have a default constructor. So you have a default constructor, so that's why it is able to create student2 bean objects. So at the same time, what is the value? ID equal to 0, name equal to none. Why? Because we are not provided any property tags also. If you provided again property tags, then automatically setter methods will be called and the values will be initialized. Right? So this is all again performing setter injection as well as constructor injection with respect to a single bean class. So that means what you have to make sure, a default constructor is presented as well as argument constructor is presented, then you can perform both constructor injection as well as setter injection. Now for example, if you don't have any constructors, you have not defined any constructor, that means internally compiler will add a default constructor. We know that point, right? Then in this case, can you perform constructor injection? That means now this configuration is going to be failed, because now container internally looking for the constructor with 2 parameters, but we don't have any constructor, right? So then automatically student bean object student one bean object will not be created. So that means bean creation exception you will get again. Here it is. So you got the clear, right? So that means setter injection, default constructor is mandatory. Constructor injection, argument constructors are mandatory. That to each and every argument value we have to configure with respect to bean object creation. Okay. Now what is the difference between constructor injection versus setter injection? At what time what you have to choose? Okay. So the conclusion point here it is, difference between setter injection and constructor injection. So what you have to choose at what time? Now I can say setter injection is all about partial injection, partial data injection. So when it comes to the constructor injection is a fully injection. So that means what is the meaning of fully injection? Here it is. If you see here, now for example, if you taken student class only, okay, if you taken student class only, if I am going to the constructor injection, you know that, for example, I want to pass only name, student name. I don't want to pass ID. But as part of constructor injection, we know that we have to provide 100% to constructor arguments. But even though there is no necessity of providing ID value, but still somehow you have to manage with some default value or some argument should be presented, because that is why I'm calling it as a fully injected. Okay. Now when it comes to the setter injection, see here, even I'm not passing 0, even if I'm not passing what? A single property and its value, the bean object is created. So that means now it's up to your choice. For example, in this case, I don't want to pass either ID and name, then I can go with this combination. Now for example, if I'm creating a bean object, okay, with respect to ID only, I don't want to pass, if you see here, property name, I'm passing ID and something, okay, value equal to something like 222 something again. So in this case, what I passed? Student ID, right? Yeah, ID, okay, right? Yeah. So now in this case, bean object is created means yes. So here no data injected, one value is injected. Even in case if you want going further, 2 values should be injected as part of another bean object. Yes, you can do that. So that means here you can achieve from 0 to full with respect to setter injection. That means you can inject partial values, partial data, right? So ID, name, and with respect to name, I given something like Suresh or something like, okay, Dilip Singh. Okay, I give it. Now if you executed the program, any problem? No. Right? So that means everything is clear. But with respect to constructor injection, what is going to happen? See, if you are trying to achieve partial, so let me execute what is going to happen. See now. See, you got an exception because constructor injection point of view, you should follow always passing all the values mandatory, right? So that is what the advantage, I mean, that is how we can differentiate between constructor versus setter injection. So when your requirement is demanding partial data, so that means you don't know, sometimes you don't have any default values, only couple of default values available with the properties, then it's better to go with setter injection. Sometimes if your requirement is having your requirement is demanding when bean object is created, must and should you are providing all the property values with respect to constructor implementation, then you can go for the constructor injection also. So that is what it's all about. While bean creation, the process is all about internally what is happening. But once bean object is created, whether it is a setter injection or constructor injection, whenever you are accessing the bean object from the container, you are going to get always the data whatever initialized or injected via either setter or constructor injection. Okay, so this is all about the internal details of setter injection versus constructor injection. So that is all about the setter injection and constructor injection with respect to XML configuration. So in the next topic, I will take a concept called as bean wiring, okay, as well as auto wiring, bean auto wiring. So here also I will use only XML configuration. The reason I am going through the XML configuration, okay, even though the latest applications or current applications are using 100% annotations, but the reason why I am going with the XML configuration is if you are using annotations, you don't know most of the times, or when you are going with especially Spring Boot and that too annotation, there are so many things automated internally, so you cannot understand the ecosystem of the Spring framework, the Spring container. So that's why if you are looking for more in-depth knowledge of Spring or Spring Boot, okay, so what's happening internally, the ecosystem, how it is working, container and all, then best choice is always going through the XML configuration via Spring framework. So once you are good with understanding of this XML configuration with respect to bean object creation, dependency injection, then you can simply play with annotations, and that too if you are going with the Spring Boot, you can simply play with everything, because even though things are automated now, the story what is happened behind the container Spring framework and all, you know, because of going through the XML configuration. So this will makes us more manual process so that we can understand what's happening manually internally as part of Spring ecosystem or container level. I will focus more on annotations also, but we will take same concept again with respect to annotations also. So what is bean wiring, what is auto wiring, how we are going to achieve bean wiring, auto wiring, I'll take in the next session. The current session, I'm going to explain more about annotations configuration as part of the Spring core module. So we know that in real-time applications, we will use only annotations, not XML configuration. But why we discussed two sessions with respect to XML configuration, here it is, as a beginner to the Spring framework. So to understand manually how Spring framework is operating or what are the actions are carrying by the Spring framework with respect to object creation, object management, as well as dependency injection of objects. But when it comes to the annotation, yes, annotations will give us more rapid development when comparing with the XML configuration. So that's why with respect to any real-time application, people will prefer always annotations, not XML configuration. When Spring framework is released initially around in 2003, they came initially with only XML configuration. After that, Spring framework started providing support with respect to Java oriented configuration. So that means the idea of Spring framework here it is why people should depend on the XML knowledge, or why we have to take care of again XML configuration, that means external to Java language, because Spring is all about a Java framework. So right now, as part of Spring framework, with respect to any module, not only core module, going further when you are working with JDBC, JPA as well as web module or implementing the REST services as well as the security module, we can 100% achieve by using only annotations. No need of writing any single XML file. So now when Spring itself 100% is achieving Java based configuration or annotation based configuration, then obviously Spring Boot is advanced than the Spring, right? Couple of things what we are going to discuss automated as part of the Spring Boot frameworks, and that feature they are calling it as a auto configuration in Spring Boot. We don't have 100% auto configuration as part of the Spring framework, but they automated couple of configuration things as well as couple of other steps as part of the Spring Boot framework. So that's why Spring Boot is advanced than the Spring. So if you are having good knowledge of Spring, then we can easily get the knowledge of Spring Boot, or else I can say like we can easily play with Spring Boot. So let's concentrate more on Spring. So it's all about learning core details of Spring Boot is nothing but learning the Spring is the same. So I'm not going to discuss again what is IOC container, what is dependency injection, because we are already discussed in previous two sessions. So with respect to XML versus annotation configuration, so the way what we are representing the beans configuration, so that means for a Java class, Spring framework should create an object. That means Spring framework is going to create a bean objects. So what we did in earlier cases, we made the XML configuration. So that based on the XML configuration, so the IOC container reading the XML configuration and started or processing the bean object creations as well as configuration and as well as dependency injection. So that means what is going to change here, it is the way you are declaring the configuration is going to change. So here you use XML file and as well as some of the XML tags to achieve same kind of activities, to achieve same requirements. We are in place of XML file, what you are going to use here, it is annotation. So that means even we can call it as a Java based configuration. So that means we are not going to use any external language to configure the beans. Thing related to XML configuration as well as annotation configuration will change, but the internal ecosystem of the Spring framework with respect to Spring IOC container as well as whatever we saw dependency injection in between the bean objects. So that means bean object creation as well as bean objects configuration as well as bean object lifecycle. So these are all etc. Whatever the other features we are having like bean wiring, bean auto wiring. So these are all things we are going to achieve by using XML as well as annotation. So that means if our application is using XML, yes, we can do all these activities. Then if our application is using only annotations, yes, we can do all these activities. So that means, so it's all about the layer is changing with respect to beans configuration. But when it comes to the application execution, the internal ecosystem of the Spring framework or the internal functionality of Spring framework is common with respect to XML and annotations. But in reality, that's what I told you, right? Every application nowadays is being preferring only annotations, and that too, Spring Boot is 100% designed by considering only annotations. So that's why we should focus more on annotations. And as part of interviews also, panel members are asking always more and more related to the annotation based questions only. Panel members are asking sometimes even XML also. So the idea behind asking XML configuration here it is, so it's not like you are going to be expert in the XML, but their intention here it is how much knowledge you are having with respect to beans configuration. Let's see more into annotations now. Now I'm not going to discuss again about what is IOC container, what is dependency injection, as well as what is a bean also, because this is all functionalities, these are all terminology we already discussed with respect to XML configuration. So that means now in our case, in place of XML, we are just taking annotation based configuration. So please refer the previous sessions. So those sessions will help us more and more what is being happening over the IOC container as well as dependency injection in between the bean object. Let's start looking more about annotation based configuration as part of Spring framework. Spring framework provided a concept called as configuration classes. So first we should know what is a configuration classes, as well as there is a concept is introduced called as bean methods. So that means by using configuration classes as well as bean methods concept, we can create the bean objects, and we can achieve the dependency injection in between bean objects also. So that means what we achieved as part of XML configuration with respect to bean object configuration, creation, management, dependency injection, right? So those are all functionalities we are going to achieve with the configuration classes as well as bean methods. And there is one more concept called as component classes. So by using component classes also we are going to achieve, out of these three concepts we are going to achieve the bean object creations as well as dependency injection as per Spring framework. So what is a configuration class in this case? A class which is annotated with an annotation called as @configuration. So that means the @configuration annotation is provided by the Spring framework, and whatever the class, if you are annotated with the @configuration, then that class we are calling as a configuration class. So it is all about configuration class. Now, what is the importance of the configuration class in this case? What is the purpose of configuration class? So inside configuration class, we are going to define bean methods. What is the concept? Bean methods. So that means by using configuration classes, inside the configuration classes, we are going to define bean methods. Okay, so that means now again the question here it is, what is bean methods? Or what is a bean method here it is. Yeah. So we know that, right? As part of class, generally what we will do, we will define methods, right? We will write down a lot of methods inside the class. So that is all just fundamental, right? Now, as part of configuration classes, whenever a method is annotated with an annotation called as @bean. So that method will be called as bean method. So that means that method we are calling as a bean method. So then nothing but, so once you define the configuration class, inside that configuration class, we will define a method, and that method we are going to annotate it with the @bean. So now what is the functionality we are going to implement as part of the bean method? So what is the logic we have to provide as part of the bean method? So because we know that, right? Methods are always having some kind of logic. So now what kind of logic we are going to define as part of the bean method? So this bean method is always responsible for creating an object for a class, creating and returning an object for a class. So that means that bean method should create always an object and should return an object for a class. So that means that is how we have to implement a method, and that method we have to annotate with the @bean. So then finally we are calling as a @bean method. So that means that finally what is the logic we have to implement as part of this bean method is, we have to implement a logic like creating an object for a class, and the same object we have to return from the bean method. The point here it is, Spring framework is going to do what with configuration classes and what with the bean methods, we have to understand in this case. For example, now what I will do, let me take an example called as a class name called as patient. So my class name is patient. So what is the meaning of patient here it is? So as part of patient, assume going further, I'm going to take a dependency of address also. So patient will have some properties, patient ID, patient name, something like that, as well as I'll take a dependency of address, and we will try to achieve bean object creation for the patient class as well as address class, as well as we will try to understand how we are achieving dependency injection in between two bean objects as per our example, how we are injecting address inside the patient with respect to annotation processing now. Now let's come back to the configuration classes as well as bean method. We know that, right? As part of XML, what we did, for example, assume I defined a class called as patient class with properties something like ID, comma, name, comma, as well as some other properties. Then what we will do generally as part of XML class. So once we are created a Java class, what we will do guys, immediately we will create a XML file. So that means we are creating a XML file, right? So once you created XML file, what you will do, we will create a concept called as beans. So we will take parent tag called as beans, right? So now as part of the beans, what we will do, we will define a child bean tag, and as part of the bean tag, what we are giving, we are providing bean ID as well as the class details. So for which class you are going to create an object. For example, I would like to create an object for the bean class, right? So then what you will do, you will give bean ID equal to, so some value here you will give patient1 or whatever it is. Now class you will give the entire fully qualified class path including the package name, right? Then what will happen based on this configuration? Whenever we are created an IOC container and passing this XML file, what internally will happen? And bean object will be created. So that means for this class, an object will be created by the IOC container, and for that object, this bean ID will be assigned. So that means now finally the bean object name is patient one, right? So this is all happens. Now with respect to annotations configuration, what is going to happen out of the concept of configuration classes as well as bean methods, now we have to understand. Okay, so I will explain you once taking the code, and then we will compare with respect to XML what is happening as part of IOC container processing we will discuss. This is all right. So this is all about XML configuration what we did earlier, right? Now we are going to deal with the annotations. We are not going to deal anything with the XML. So now one more point here it is, a project or a Spring application, is it possible to use XML as well as an annotations configuration is possible or not? So that means, can we use XML as well as annotations configuration to define or manage whatever the bean objects? The answer is yes. So it's up to our choice whether you can go with XML annotations or both also we can use as part of our application. But majority annotations only people are using nowadays. People are ignoring, or they are not using an option of XML configuration. For every functionality, Spring Framework is provided an annotation nowadays. So now let's come back to the annotation point of. Let me create a project now, new project for the annotation based configuration so that we'll get a clear idea. New Java project. So Spring annotation config. So yes, Java 17 next, finish it. So once you created the Java project, what you have to do, we have to get the dependencies of Spring frameworks. For that, what we are using, I'm converting this project as a Maven project. So, and then I'm adding dependency of Spring framework. So what you can do, go to our old pom.xml file. So this dependency you have to add. So this is all I explained in the previous example. Just refer it for more details. Yeah. Now what I'm doing, this is the new pom.xml file created as part of this second project, right? So go to the build, out of the build. So here I define the dependency of Spring framework. So this will gives us all Spring core module jar files. So please refer here Maven dependencies. You can see total 6 jar files. So these are all these 6 jar files are related to the Spring core module, right? Yeah. So this is all about the project setup. Okay, good. Now, what is the point of here? It is creating a patient class, and we have to make sure a bean object is created. That means for patient class, Spring IOC container should create an object, and that object should be managed by the Spring IOC container. So how we are going to achieve the functionality? So what I will do, let me define a class now. So I'm defining a package also. So now I'm taking class name as patient. Now let's define a couple of properties as part of the patient. So I will define private, integer, patient ID. Okay, similarly private, string, patient name. So I'll take something like private, integer, contact, or string contact. So now I just define 3 properties for the class, right? So let me define, as a poser class perspective, I'll define always setter getter methods for this class. So I'm just generating setter getter methods. So if you observe here, I just taken only setter getter methods for reading the values, for setting the values. Now patient class is ready. So how we are going to configure patient class with the Spring configuration? So that means now we are not dealing with the XML. So that's why we are not going to create any XML file. We have to go 100% with annotations. So now, as per my previous explanation, now what is the concept Spring provided? A concept called as configuration classes as well as bean methods. So now what we have to do, we have to create one more class, and that class should be annotated with the @configuration. First, let's create the configuration class. So I'm just taking a simple Java class. I'm giving class name as Spring Beans configuration, because configuration classes are always responsible for configuring the bean object. You can give any name to the class. Fine. Now can I call this class as a configuration class? No, because it's not a Spring configuration class. Why? We are not annotated with the any annotation called as @configuration. So that's why. Now let me take the annotation. What is that annotation? Configuration. If you see here, this is the annotation coming from the Spring framework. org.springframework.context.annotation. So this indicates that a class declares one or more @bean methods. Again, one more annotation called as @bean methods. Okay, so that means we will see how we are, what is the, this is what I discussed right now. What is a bean method and all. We will see now. Okay. Now see here, now I declared an annotation @configuration from the Spring framework for this class. Now this class is what? A configuration class. So now I can call this class as a Spring Beans configuration class. Now next, what we have to define? We have to define bean methods. So what is a bean method again? So a method which is annotated with an annotation called as @bean, as well as that bean method is always responsible for creating as well as returning an object for a class. That means now I'm going to define a method like this public for which class we are creating the, we have to make sure configuration of the bean object, the class name called as patient, right? So the class name is patient. For this patient class, we have to make sure bean object is created by whom? Container. Bean object is going to be created by the container. So for that, what we have to do? We have to define a method called as @bean method as part of the configuration class. Now what is my class? Patient, right? So patient. So this is what the bean object I'm expecting, right? Now here you can define any method name. So I'm just defining as patient1. Now see here, return new patient. So that means now I just provided a method. This method is returning an object created for the class called as patient. So now I'm making this method as a bean method. Now this method, whenever you return a method as part of the configuration class, that will not become automatically bean method. So now this is not a bean method. Okay, whenever you declared again this method also with an annotation called as @bean. So now see this bean also annotation also coming from where, guys? This is also Spring framework. Now finally this is a bean method because this method is annotated with the @bean and defined inside the configuration class. And as well as as per my statement, it is returning an object for the patient class, and that is what we defined as a return value. Now what I will do here, it is I'll write down a simple statement like patient1 is executed. So just we will see at what time this is what being printed and all. I'll explain you. Fine. Now, so this is all about the patient object you are creating, right? Yes. Now what is going to happen with respect to IOC container? Now, if you are comparing with the XML, generally what we did, we created a class, create an XML file, take beans, define the ID, and then. Now, as part of our logic, what is the next step we did, guys? Immediately, we started taking a class and created IOC container. So how to create an IOC container? By using two interfaces and its associated implemented classes called as bean factory as well as application context. So we are taking in this case application context because application context is the interface derived from the bean factory. So that's why application context is going to always have more number of features when comparing with the bean factory interface. And these interfaces are already have lot of specific implementation classes as part of the Spring framework again with respect to XML configuration as well as annotation configuration. As part of XML configuration, what we used earlier, we have classes like this, right? So file system XML application context. Even we do have one more class called as class path XML application context. So this is all related to XML. But now in this case, we are going with the approach called as annotation, right? Even to support annotation processing also, Spring framework provided a class called as annotation config application context. So see here in this case what I'm doing. I'm creating as part of our new project, I'm creating again a main method class, Spring main application. So I'm taking main method, fine, standalone application, right? Core module. So that's what. So now earlier what we did, simply we taken help of an interface application context and I'm creating an object and we are referencing it as a container, the name, and then new. What we have to take now, file system XML application context or class path application XML. No, so we have to take this time. There is a class again provided by the Spring framework. What is that class? Annotation config application context. And if you are observing, now this class is also having lot of overloaded constructor. So we are having different constructor parameters for the overloaded constructors. Now in this case, if you observe here, what is going to happen? Annotation config application context. So this is the class is responsible always for the annotation processing. So these are all things we have to remember, and these are all things will be asked in interviews as well as sometimes in written exams also they will ask you. So which class is responsible for processing XML, which class is processing for the annotation point of view, we will get the questions. So as per our previous session with respect to XML, so what we did guys, so simply we will process whatever the XML file we created, we are just providing that XML file information to the container implementation classes, right? Now in this case, if you observe, there is a concept. Now in this case, what happened? Just observe. Earlier as part of XML, for example, if it is a XML, beans, and as well as, yeah, let me copy paste from here. So this is what we are doing for the patient class. Now here you will give the entire class path. I mean, we'll give fully qualified class path. Okay. So this is all about what? An XML. Now in our case, what we are doing right now, we are going with the concept of annotation. So as part of annotation, I told you we have to define what guys? Always a configuration class. Now what is the configuration class we created? If you go here, this is the configuration class, and it's right. So my configuration class name is what? So this is what my configuration class name. Now in this case, generally what we will do, we will give an XML file name something like beans.xml, right? Now what we will do after that, you just provided a logic creating an object for the file system XML application context, and then what we are doing, we are providing the file XML file called as beans.xml, right? So now what will happen in this case, IOC container will be created. So internally what it will do, it will reads the beans.xml file, and what internally it will do, it will go to the one by one bean and it will start creating the bean object. So now what will happen internally, a bean object will be created with the name called as patient1. So this is what we understood in earlier case, right? Now if you are comparing this concept with the annotation point of view, in place of XML, what we created guys, we have a concept called as configuration classes. So now that nothing but I can say the concept of XML file is replaced with a concept called as configuration class. Again, so with respect to bean ID configuration, so that means, okay, so with respect to XML file point of view, you created configuration class. Now with respect to bean ID creation point of view, what we created? Bean method. So now in this case, I can say like this XML tag, whatever you configured patient class and its bean ID. So this is what now is all about defined via an annotation called as @bean method. So that means now whatever the logic I provided as part of the @bean method. So this is the configuration we have to do. Now where is the bean ID? We don't have any, we are not given any bean ID, right? So here as part of annotation attributes, we can provide the bean ID. So if you observe here, you have a lot of predefined attributes for this annotation. Okay, something like init method name, value, something, all these things, right? So you can provide name, value, so that nothing but bean IDs only. You can provide array of values or default value also. So now even I can give directly also here. So what it is, bean ID, for example, I'm writing patient1. Now this is what you written, right? So now if you observe here, now this is all the configuration we did. Yeah, now XML file is all about what? Configuration class. Now a bean tag is all about, this bean method. So now this bean ID is all about, now this bean ID patient1, whatever we given here, so that is becoming patient1 here now. So right. So that means whatever the bean ID we given, that patient1. Now whatever the class you defined as part of the XML tag, so that is what the class we are done. But only thing is, as part of XML configuration, we just given only ID and class name, but we are not done anything. So then automatically internal IOC container loads the patient class and creates an object. But in this case, what is going to happen with respect to annotation process here, it is we have to pass this configuration class to the IOC container. Now in this case, what you are doing, you are providing the above configuration class information to the IOC container. So in this case also we did same thing. The XML file information we provided to whom? IOC container. Then what internally it is doing? It is just reading each and every bean tag and created the bean objects like this. Now in this case, if you provided this configuration class information to the IOC container, what it will do is it will go to each and every bean method for the from the configuration class. So now what IOC container is going to do internally here, it is going to reach each and every bean method and starts executing the bean method. Now IOC container, what it is doing internally, every bean method is executed by IOC container. So that means now for the configuration classes, internally an object is created by the Spring framework, and by using that object, every bean method will be executed. So now for example, in this case, if this bean method is executed, what is going to happen? Step number 1, this line will be printed. And then what you are doing in the next line, creating a Java object and you are returning it, right? So that is what return type you taken. Now whatever the object is created here, that object, so whatever the object is created here, that object is again managed by the IOC container. Now, so that means in this case, what's happened? The bean method is executed when you're initializing the IOC container. So IOC container is going to read the configuration class, and then IOC container reaching to each and every bean method of the configuration class. Then whatever the bean object we created based on the logic. So that means generally this will be called as customizing the bean object. There is a one more concept called as creating by default bean object by using component classes. We will see very soon, but generally this will be called as customizing bean object. So that means if you want, you can provide some default values for the properties, patient ID, patient name, something like that. So you can customize your bean object. I mean, you're writing the logic with customized. Now what is the point here? It is when you started creating IOC container, immediately this patient object is getting created because we return logic as part of the bean method as a new by using new operator, right? But only thing is here the method is executed as well as whatever the return object you got, that is what managed by the whom? IOC container. Now what is the value will bean ID will be provided here? It is patient one. So now in this case, you know that, right? Default values will become patient ID equal to 0, something like name equal to null. Okay, and what is the third property we taken? Contact, right? So now contact will become null because default values for the instance variables, right? So this is how now patient one object is created and that is what managed by the IOC container. Now this object is available with whom? IOC container. Now what you are going to do, if you want to get this bean object from the IOC container, we will use a method called as getBean method from the container, and we'll provide the bean ID and then we'll get the bean object. So this is how one way we are creating the bean objects with the help of total configuration class as well as bean method. So you have to remember two annotations here. One is configuration, one is @bean. So now let's see this overall process is happening or not. So that means this bean method, especially this bean method is being executed while we created IOC container. I mean, after that internally IOC container is visiting the configuration class as well as visiting each and every bean method and executed every bean method or not, we will try to understand. So see here now. Now, okay. So you created what? IOC container, right? Now here, if you observe here, I already told you with this, what will happen? Only IOC container will be created, but nothing will happen. So see here, run as Java application. See, terminated. So that means internally container might be created and it's just terminated. So we are not provided any configuration class, right? Even in earlier case also we provided XML file information. What is the file and all. Now in this case we created the configuration class, but we are not provided this configuration class information, right? So now what you have to do, whatever the configuration class we created, that information we have to pass to the container implementation. So then container will start reading bean methods of this configuration class. So for that, what you have to do, if you observe here, there are some overloaded constructors available. And if you observe here, what is this? Component classes, something like string base packages and all, right? So we will see later what is base packages and all, at what time we will go with this. I mean, right now what we can do. So what is our class name? I mean, configuration class name, Spring Bean configuration class. So Spring Beans configuration class. So this is what, right? com.dilip.it.spring annotation. Yes. Dot class instance you have to provide. That's all you have to do. So my configuration class dot class information you are providing. So that means simply you are telling to the container, load this dot class, then you will find out bean methods and execute and all. That is what you are trying to say. So this is what you provided the logic now. Now let me execute this program. So in this case, what is happening guys, as part of line number 11 and 12, I mean single line, you are creating an IOC container as well as you are provided an information of configuration class to the container. Now what container will do immediately? Container will go to the this class internally and container will identify this guys provided any bean methods or not. Yes, we are provided one bean method for time being. So then immediately container will start executing this bean method. Now this bean method will be executed and an object will be created and immediately this ID will be assigned to the an object inside the IOC container. So that means now in this case bean object who created IOC container and who is managing the bean object IOC container. So that means bean object creation, management as well as dependency injection, everything is going to be done by the IOC container. Okay, so let me see whether really the bean method is executed and an object is created by the IOC container for the patient class or not, we will verify now. So Java application. So see here, what is this line guys? Patient one is executed. So we are not called that bean method manually. If you observe here, we are nowhere calling that bean method manually. We are not called this method anywhere else manually. But who executed this method? So that is what I say. So container internally going through this configuration class and visiting the bean methods and then executing the bean method. Now as part of the bean method, what's happened? Whatever the object we created as part of our logic, an object will be created and that object will be assigned with bean ID patient one and that is managed by the container. So whether it is true or not, let's see now. So now you know that now the process is same. So in earlier case you given simply XML container implementation XML file. Now you given only configuration class because of annotation and internally. Now the next step onwards, getting bean object, all this same process. Now see here container dot get bean of. So what is that class? What is that bean ID we given? Patient one, right? Patient one we given. So as part of bean annotation, what we given? Patient one. So that what you have to provide. Now in this case again, what it will return? Object type. The get bean method return type is object. So that's why you have to get, you will get always object type return value, but patient one really belongs to class name called as patient. Now you can typecast it patient p1 equal to and from the object type. Now see sys out of p1. So now you know that if object is created, then you can see hash code value. Otherwise, you will see something like null, right? Or else some exceptions you will get in case the object is not available. Now let me see here. See now, yes, this is being executed from the bean method. That line is printed. So that means this method is executed as part of line number 11. Sorry, line number 10. That means container created, container gone through the configuration, executed the bean method and the bean object created and managed. That bean object is available as part of the container. So that's why whenever I'm calling get bean of patient one, then immediately container started providing returning that bean object to the logic. So that's why you can see the object reference data here, object hash code value, right? So this is how we are going to configure a basic bean object configuration for a class. So from this, we are good with the configuration class as well as bean method, right? So now my next point here it is IOC container is going to execute. So in this case, IOC container is executing only at the rate bean methods of the class. What about the other methods? That means if I return a regular method, what is going to happen? So IOC container is executing only bean methods of the class or not. So that means if I take an non-bean method, so that means a method which is not declared with bean, container is going to execute that method or not. So that question we have to get it right. So now what I'm going to do here, I'm just taking one more method called as something like patient2. So I'll write down something like patient2 is executed. So I'm creating again patient object. But only thing is, what is the difference between first one and second one? First one is annotated with an annotation called as @bean, but second one is there is no annotation. So that means it's a simple normal Java method. So now in this case, this method is executed by the container or not. Okay, that means this object is created and managed by the container or not, we have to see. Now let me execute again, run as Java application. See here, only patient1 is executed. So that means if you go to the class, what happened? Patient1 is executed. What about the patient2 is executed? Not you cannot see this output, means this method is not executed. So that means what's happened as part of the container, as per my statement, it is going to scan always, container is always going to scan only @bean methods. So in this case, answer is yes. So that means what's happening now as part of this IOC container always executing only @bean methods of Spring configuration classes. And where you have to define always @bean method, please remember only inside the configuration classes. When you can call a class as a configuration class, if that class is annotated with an annotation called as @configuration. So that is the relationship between @configuration as well as @bean point of view. Now this is what we are done with respect to non-bean method. Okay. Now for example, if I want to create one more bean object for the same patient class, what I have to do? So that means one bean object is created and managed by the IOC container. Now we know that for a Java class, we can create any number of methods. And we know that as part of our XML also, what we will do generally, we will create one more bean tag and we will just simply provide the bean ID, different bean ID, unique bean ID we will provide, so that internally what is going to happen, so that one more bean object is created for the class called as patient2 and then bean ID will be provided as patient2. So that is what will happen, right? Now with respect to configuration of annotations also, if I want to create one more patient object, what I have to do? Same, just create one more bean method and provide the bean ID. That's all. So now let's go and verify. So what I'm doing, I'm utilizing this method only @bean. @bean, I'm giving bean ID as patient2. Okay, now let's see. Now let me execute again the program. With respect to line number 10, what will happen? It goes to the configuration. It will identify bean methods executed one by one. So executed, returned patient, that is managed by the IOC container. So how in this case, the logic as a developer, we return with new keyword, but actually this object is initiated, the process of creating this object is initiated by the IOC container. So that's why we are saying patient object is created by the container, as well as container is only managing that object also always. That object is always holded by the IOC container. So that's why we are saying like bean object created as well as managed by the IOC container. Now with respect to patient2 also same thing. It will come to the next bean method. It will create this method and it will execute the same one more patient object will be created with this bean ID. So whether it is true or not, let's see here. Now what I'm doing in this case is container patient2 container.get bean of patient2. Okay, so I'll get what patient equal to, so I'm going to typecast it patient2 object. So let's see what's happening. Run as Java application. You can see patient1 is executed, patient2 is executed. So that means two bean methods are executed by the IOC container, and as well as you can see here two different hash code values we can see. So that means total how many bean objects available? Total two bean objects available for the class called as patient with patient1 as well as patient2 bean IDs. Now in this overall process, we are not used anywhere else any XML configuration. So this is the basic fundamental annotation configuration with respect to bean object creation. Now, as part of setter injection, constructor injection with respect to one bean object to another bean object and all, we will discuss slowly. Okay, so before that, we have to understand few other concepts related to annotation based configuration. So we will see all those, then we will understand about the setter injection as well as constructor injection, all these things. For example, my object should contain some default values for the properties. So now in this case, if I am printing the properties of P1, P2, what is going to happen, guys? I'll do one thing. Yeah, so what I will do, patient, right? So I will generate a toString method. I'll just change it to some other patient data, right? So I'll just, instead of printing each and every line individually, I can use this method now. Now see here what I will do. So now finally the data coming from this method, I'm printing the data coming from this method, I'm just printing it. Run as Java application. So see here now, first object patient ID 0, patient name null, contact null. Second object patient 0, ID 0, name null, contact also not null, right? So if in case if I want to create, if I want to provide a basic default information value for a bean object, then what I have to do? So same thing, it's all about simply writing a Java logic. Patient 3, patient 3. Now what you have to do, patient 3, I'll just write down this helping statement. You know that, right? So simply what you can do, patient p equal to new patient, fine. And then p dot set, for example, by default, the contact number I'm defining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. Fine. Now I'll return this p, that's all. Now I'll return that reference from here, that's all. Now in this case, an object will be created, some value is initialized, and then the object is being written. So then whatever the object is written, that is what managed by the IOC container. Now in this case, now the same object is being managed by the IOC container. So now in this case, ID will become patient 3 and value will become, contact value will become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So total 3 patient objects in this case, whether it is true or not. So same process, patient 3, and I need to get bean ID. So this is my, please observe here, patient 1 bean ID, patient 2 bean ID, patient 3 bean ID. So please be careful with respect to that value always when you are practicing. P3, whatever the object we got, and from that, whatever the data, we are just cross verifying. So see here now, for the patient 3 object, we can see contact value as something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you see 3 different bean objects, right? So this is how we are going to achieve the bean object creation with respect to Spring Framework as by using annotation point of view. Now let's take one more point here it is. Now my next point it is, in case if I am not given bean ID for the bean attribute, bean annotation, what will happen? So that means if I am not provided value, what is going to happen in this case? So that means I was not given any bean ID. So simply I given only bean annotation, no bean ID. In this case, no bean ID provided. Then what will happen? So the method I can give patient 4. So you know that we have to give different method names, right? As part of same Java class. I'll write down like this, patient 4 is executed. So now our concentration here, if I are not given bean ID for the annotation at thread bean, what is going to happen? A Spring container is going to throwing an exception or not. If not throwing an exception, then what is being happened internally? Let's try to understand. First, let me execute what's happening and then we will see. Now see here, patient 4 is executed. So that means what is the point here? It is this method is executed, but still we are not provided the bean ID. So then what internally Spring Framework is doing? So it is executed means definitely container will manage this bean object. So that means in this case, yes, container again creates a bean object with the default data But what is the bean ID? So in this case, what container is doing, method name is taking as a bean ID. So now what is becoming in this case? Method name is becoming as a bean ID. If we are not provided bean ID value as part of at the rate bean, you will not get any exception. Okay, but container is going to create an object, as well as container is going to manage an object, and that for that object third name will become bean ID. So that is what internally container is doing. Whether it is true or not, let's see. So what is the method name, guys? Patient 4, right? So if we see here, control C, control V, I'm writing like patient 4. Bean ID is what? Patient 4. Now I'm just taking one more P4 reference. P4 as well as P4. Okay, so just concentrate on here now. What is, I mean, if this bean ID is not available, then what will happen? You'll get no bean exception, right? But still see, now you got the fifth bean also. So that means this bean ID is existed. So that's why you are not getting any exception. We are not getting any exception. For patient 4 is executed, and as well as you got that object also. Now again, in case if you given an invalid bean ID, so then what is going to happen? For example, I given like this patient 4. Now do we have a bean object related to patient class with bean ID patient 4 in our IOC container? No, right? So that means here I give a numeric value. So we don't have any bean ID, right? Now what will happen? Simple. Container will verify. Container is going to take this bean ID, verifies do we have any bean object with a name called as patient 4 or not. So then container is not finding anything. So that means you will get no such bean definition exception. So what is that exception? No such bean definition exception. Please remember these things also. Sometimes we will get as part of our written exams what kind of exception you will get like this. So this is the basic exception you are going to get. So now from this overall discussion, as of now, what you understood, guys, the way how we configure classes with respect to bean object creation in XML as well as annotation, the configuration part is changing, but with respect to internal execution, bean object creation management, okay, getting exceptions when such bean is not available, what is the functionality is saying. So right now, my next point here it is. For example, what is the complexity we observed here? Whenever I have a class and if I want to create an object, so that means generally Spring Framework is going to create an object, right? So Spring Framework creating an object. But for that purpose, as a developer, what we are doing, we are writing at the rate configuration class, as well as inside that we are writing at the rate bean method. So that means we are providing again a method implementation with a single line, something like return new so and so class name, right? So now in this case, simply you are creating a bean object for the patient class with default values of the properties, right? Now Spring Framework provided one more way. Whenever our requirement is demanding creating a bean object for a class with the default values, so instead of going with this much, okay, instead of going with the bean method implementation, so Spring Framework provided a concept called as component classes. So that means when you have to go with the component classes, when our requirement is demanding a bean object should be created for a class as well as with the default values of properties for that class. Then you can go with a class with a concept called as component class. Now the point here it is, what is component class? So it is just simplifying the process of creating bean object instead of defining at the rate bean method and writing this point of view. Now, so Spring Framework is simplifying the process of creating a bean object for a class automatically when container is created. So automatically container should create an object. So for that component classes. Now what is the concept of component class in this case? Yeah, so again here a class is annotated with at the rate component annotation is called as component class. So that means now what you have to do is whatever the Java class you created. So if you want to create an object for that class by default, what you have to do? So you have to define an annotation called as @component. For example, I'm not touching the patient class. I'm going to take address class. So now in this case, what is my class name? Address. So that I will define something like city, pin code as part of my class. That is okay, fine. Now in this case, I want to create an object for the address with the default values of the properties like city equal to null, pin code equal to something like 0 and all. So if it is bean method, what you will do? You inside the configuration class, you will go and simply will write down @bean public address, something like create address, return new address, right? This is what about the process you are following. Now, as a shortcut solution point of view, container provided a concept called as component. So that means now you have to make sure added an annotation called as component for this class. At class level, we have to add this annotation. So this annotation is again provided by the whom guys? Spring framework only. So then what is going to happen? Let's see now. So for that, first what I will do, I'll create a class called as address quickly now. New class address. So let me define properties, private, string, city, private, integer, something like pin code. Let me define setter source, this for the setter getters also. Setter getters are not required, but still just for seeing the data under, we are taking this. Now what is my requirement guys in this case? I want to create an object for the address class, bean object with default values for this property. Then what you have to do? So one way is you just go here, create a method called as public and the return type is address. So something like get address, one something whatever it is, and then return new address, right? So then you are defining this one as a @bean. This is all the process you have to follow, right? By default as part of the configuration class. Now, to avoid this kind of configuration with respect to @bean method, when you are creating a default object for a bean class, so what Spring is provided a component class. So nothing but, so for example, see here, I commented this code, right? So nothing. Now come back here. What Spring Framework is saying, go with an annotation called as @component. So see here, org.stringframework.stereotype. So this package name contains what guys? Stereotype. So that's why these annotation will be called as stereotype annotation. So in interviews also, they will ask you sometimes, do you know any stereotype annotations or not? Or sometimes I have seen in so many written exams also, in below which one is a stereotype annotation, like that they will ask the questions. So not only this component annotation, there are something like @controller, @service, @repository, like that we have a lot of other stereotype annotations also, but we will see these annotations slowly going further as part of our MVC web module, Spring web module, Spring JPA module at that time. But these five are stereotype annotations, but out of these five we will use except indexed. In every application many times we will encounter component, controller, repository, service. So these are all called as stereotype annotations. Now let's see what's happening if I have started the IOC container. So that means if I am created the IOC container, what is going to happen with respect to class of orders, I will discuss. So instead of going with this class and getting confused with the previous patient configuration, so I'll take one more main method, main application 2. I'll take one more class. So as part of this configuration class, so sorry, as part of this main method class, what I did, I'm just keeping only container, and for that container I'm passing the configuration class. Fine. Now let me execute what happening. We'll try to see. Now see, patient 1 executed, 2 executed, 3 executed, 4 executed. But our concept is all about now related to the address, and we are now checking for the concept of component. Now my point here it is, container created an object for the address class or not. So to make sure what we can do, whether first to understand that, I'll write down a default constructor. So I'll write down a sysout statement here. You know that, right? So whenever an object is created, default constructor will be executed. Yeah, so address is created. Now again execute it. So if you see here, we can't see any statement called as address is executed. So that means by default, as part of the Spring framework, please remember, as part of the Spring framework, whenever we are using component annotation, by default, container will not create an object. But how we have to make sure an object is created for the classes of component. Today, I defined address as a component. So as part of real-time applications, we will have hundreds of classes, and out of 100 classes, sometimes we will have n number of component classes. So then how we have to make sure an object is created for each and every component class by the IOC container by default without writing any bean methods. For that, Spring Framework is saying component class as well as Spring Framework is provided one more annotation called as component scan. So what it is, guys? Component scan. Well, the annotation called as component scan annotation. So with by using this annotation, we have to configure the base package name. So by using this annotation, we have to configure base package of base package of component classes. So that means what is the point of base package? Here it is. So what is the meaning of base package? Here it is, where we return the component classes, and out of all component classes, which is a common package name that you have to define. We are calling that as a base package. Now, if you take in my example, if you see here, with respect to address class, what is the package name for this address class? com.dilip.it.spring.annotations, right? Now, tomorrow, if I return one more Java class called as something like prescription, so this is the package name for the class called as address, even patient, all these things, right? Now assume tomorrow if I define one more class, something like this, prescriptions, because yes, it is a package name. This is the class name, right? Now, what in this two classes, what is a base package? So this is a component class. This is also assume I made it as a component class. So then what is the base package out of these two classes? So that means simply the common package name of all the components. So now, for example, if you take in com.dilip.it spring, this is a common package name, right? Across these two. So then I can consider this one as a base package. Even I can consider this one also as a base package. Even I can consider this one also as a base package. Even I can consider only com also as a base package. So that means, so by using the component scan annotation, you have to configure base package. So now from this, what I will do, I'll make sure com.delete.it as the base package. So that means now tomorrow, if you created a class, component class with this package, with respect to current scenario, in the package called as com.delete dot something like doctor. So now tell me, with respect to component class point of view, so this is coming under the base package of com.delete.it? No, right? Because you don't have IT package name as part of the class. So this means for this class component class, the base package is different. So that means it is out of the scope of this base package. So that's why then even if you see, for example, now if I taken like this com.delete, yes. Now what is happening? Yes, com.delete is presented, com.delete is presented, so now I can take in this case com.delete. But right, so now com.delete is becoming as a base package. I can take like this also, star representing after com.delete any package. So that value you have to provide as part of the component scan. Okay, fine. Now somehow you will provide this value as part of the component scan. Now at the same time, where we have to use this component scan annotation. So component scan annotation we have to use inside Spring configuration classes. So that means inside the Spring configuration classes, we have to use an annotation called as @component scanners. So that means at class level, at configuration class level, so we have to use this annotation with base package name. Declare component scan with base package. So what is the base package? For example, com dot Dilip dot star I can take, right? So like that, you have to declare this annotation. Now see what's happened. Go to the configuration class. Now as part of the configuration class, what you are going to do? I'm going to define, I'm defining at the rate component scan. If you see here, there are two annotations available, scan versus scan says, okay, but let's take only component scan for time being. Component scan. So what is the explanation they given? Configures component scanning, derives the configuration classes, provide support for all these things, and you have to provide some base package information. Now, what is my base package, guys? And generally this annotation will have again lot of predefined attributes or properties. Okay, like if you see here, you can provide multiple base packages as an array of values, some other things like okay, values, whatever it is. But we don't worry about each and every property of an annotation. Sometimes couple of properties we will not use most of the times as part of real-time applications, very less things only. And so what I will do here, by default we can give this value base package name, so com dot delete dot star I'm taking. Now of star representing all, so starting with com dot delete any package name. So that is what I am telling to the now as part of component scan annotation. Now if I again executed this container, and if you observe here, what is the configuration class I provided to the container? This one, right? Now inside this, we provided component scan. Now in this case, what is going to happen? Guess, whenever container is initiated, whenever this line is executed, so immediately what? Container will go to this class, configuration class. Now based on this configuration class, what it will understand this time, here it is, it will observe special annotation called as at the rate component scan. Now based on this component scan, what it will do is it will go to the package of our project, like starting with the com.delete and all the sub packages for the com.delete, and start scanning, the word itself telling scan, components plus scan. So the annotation itself telling scanning the component classes. So internally what it is doing now, IOC container scanning all component classes. So that means this is all you are doing only one time. The component scan annotation you given only one time, but automatically, for example, assume total 50 component classes available with respect to the base package as part of real-time project. Now what IOC container is doing, IOC container scaling all component classes and starts creating bean object for every class. So that means now how IOC container identifying the component classes? With the help of an annotation called as component. So that means if I return a Java class something like student and I did not provide no component annotation, then this class is going to be scanned by the IOC container, means no, because it's not a component class, right? No component annotation. So that means then student will not be scanned by the IOC container. Container is going to scan only component classes. Component classes is nothing but where a class is declared with an annotation called as at the rate component. Now in this case, address will be scanned. Now if I am going to the patient again, patient class is going to be scanned means no, because we don't have any annotation for the patient. So that's why patient class will not be scanned by the container. But whenever it is finding a component class, immediately what it is doing, guys, IOC container creating a bean object and assigning a bean ID for that object, and again that object is managed by the IOC container. Now who is managing again? So in this case, IOC container scanning component classes, creating bean objects. So that means now for address class, what will happen? A bean object will be created. And for that bean object, what is the values for the default properties? That's what I told you. City I mean the value of city is null, and similarly pin code equal to 0. So that means default values. Now what is the bean ID for this? So what is the bean ID for this bean object? We will see. First of all, what we have to verify now, based on our component scan annotation, all the component classes are scanning or not, because okay, scanned or not, and as well as container creating a bean object for that component classes are, we have to verify as a first step. So let's go here now. So without at the rate component scan, Earlier, no object is created for the address class. Now I added an annotation component scan, and as well as I'm telling very clearly to the IOC container configuring as scan from the package called as com.delete. Now what is the package? Here it is. So here if you observe here, this is the base package com.delete. So after that all sub packages, even it will go to the address. Yes, component is available. Then let's create the object. Patient, no component, no component, no component, no component, like that. So it will scan all component classes, then starts creating the object. Now let's execute again container creation and as well as processing that. So if you see here, this time what happened? Address is created. So address object is created. So that means what happened now? The same process what we understood, analyzed right now, what we gone right now. So an object is created by the IOC container. So now in this case, what is the advantage of this step? You are not writing specifically at the rate bean method as part of the configuration. So tomorrow as part of my real-time application, see here, now I'm creating one more class, okay, com.delete. So something like a test, and I'm writing a class called as here doctor. So here as part of doctor, I'll write down private integer id, private string name. So now I'm making this class as a component class. So this object should be, for doctor class, an object should be created always by the IOC container. So that's why I made component. So what is the advantage of this now? So with this, you are not going to define again a at the rate bean method. So that means manually again you are going to the configuration class and then defining the bean method and all, you are not doing anything. So let me define a constructor sort of doctor is created. Now what is going to happen? As part of component scan, this package also eligible, right? As part of the base package, yes. Then doctor class will be scanned, automatically doctor object will be created, id value will become 0, name value will become null. Okay, whether it is true or not, let's see. See here, doctor is created. So that means this is what the advantage. Simply define a Java class, annotate with @ component, when automatically based on the component scan annotation, an object will be created for that component class by the IOC container. And those objects are also managed by the IOC container, right? So is it clear now? Now, what is the bean ID for component class? So we given only @ component annotation, right? But we are not provided any bean ID. So then what is the bean ID for component class objects, component class objects by default? So simply in this case, what will happen is when you are not here, also we have a chance. Like for example, if you go to the address, if you want, you can give a bean ID, whatever you want. For example, address 1, like that. Now in this case, what will happen, guys? Based on the component annotation, whatever the bean ID you given, that will become bean ID. Now based on the code, what is going to happen in this case? This time bean ID will become address 1 when you provide it. But if you are not provided, what is object is created, that we can see that, right? If you are not provided bean ID, then what will happen? For example, if you take in the doctor class, so I was not provided any bean ID, then what will be the bean ID for the doctor class? So that we will verify. So an object is created for the doctor, and what is the bean ID for the doctor? That is what we are verifying, right? Okay. So in this case, what I will do, container dot get bean of, what is the bean ID I provided for the address with respect to component point of view, address 1, right? Yeah. So here I provided address. What object you will get? Address, right? And it get bean will gives object type, so typecast it, so print it. You know that, right? If that bean ID is not available in the container level, then you will get no such bean definition exception. If it is available with this ID, then only you will get the bean object. That too belongs to the address class. So see here, you got the address object. You got the address object because this became bean ID. Now with respect to doctor, what I have to do? Now with respect to doctor, what I have to do? What is the bean ID? So in this case, when we are not provided any bean ID as part of component class, if you are defined, then that will be bean ID. So how? Like this. So in this case, address 1 will become bean ID. Now if you are not defined, so if you are not defined, then what will be the bean ID? Then bean ID will be class name. But here you have to remember one thing. For example, if it is address point of view, again I'm talking, or you can take doctor also, doctor, right? So class name will become bean ID, but at this same time, what internally we know that, right? Generally, as part of object names, variable names, method names, we will follow a concept called as camel case as part of naming conventions. So that means first word, first character will become lowercase. Now in this case, what is the class name? Doctor. So class name is all about doctor. Now, what is the camel case for this value? Doctor, right? So then that means simple internally Spring, what it is doing, taking the class name, converting it as a camel case, nothing but first word, first character is becoming the lowercase and the remaining rest is same. That is what. So that means doctor is the bean ID finally. This will become bean ID. So whether true or not. So now what is the bean ID, guys? Based on this, doctor will become bean ID, but not capital D, small d, because as part of naming conventions, what however we will follow, same thing is being followed by the Spring container also. Now whether it is true or not, let's see. So how can we verify whether it is true or not? Just provide that. So for example, right now I provided with capital letter, doctor is the class name, right? So copy paste doctor. So in this case, doctor equal to what? So we can typecast it to doctor. Let me print it. So when respect to bean ID is not available, what you will get? No such bean definition exception. So here, see here, what it is saying, no such bean definition exception. So nothing but class name now, right? So now let me make it as camel case. So now what happened? You got the doctor bean object. So that nothing but class name is becoming as a bean ID, but only thing is the class name is converted as camel case value, then by following camel case, and then that value is assigning as a bean ID. So that is what the advantage of the component class. So now I think we are clear with the component class. So it became a shortcut for creating a bean object with default values for the properties of a class instead of defining @bean method every class. So now if you observe here, for address, there is no bean method. For doctor, there is no bean method. Simply component class, automatically container will scan and container will create bean objects for all these things. Now similarly, can I do for the patient means? Yes, if you want, you can do for the patient also. Now my next point here it is, in the most important interview question, this is, what is the difference between @bean versus @component? So both we are using for the purpose of creating bean objects, right? So, but at what scenarios we have to go with @bean, what scenarios we have to go with the @component annotation. So what is the real difference between these two annotations we have to identify. So now, for example, my requirement is like this: create another bean object for address class. So what is my requirement now? Another means one more. So one bean object is already created as part of the container as by using component class. Now my requirement is demanding one more bean object. So more than one bean object for the address class. Then what I have to do? So with respect to component class, if you go to the with respect to component class, you cannot do anything with respect to component. So by using component, only one bean object is created. But if you want to create one more bean object, what you have to do? There is no alternative with component annotation. So you cannot do anything with the component. So then what you have to do? We have to utilize the @bean method. So now you know that, right? By using @bean method, how many objects we can create? N number of for a class. Even for the patient, how many we created earlier? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means the answer is simple. Yes, we can create more when by using component annotation, we are creating only one bean object by default. But if you want to create one more, what you have to do? You have to go with an option of so @bean bean method you have to define. So now let's go. Let me comment out this code. So now in this case, what? Bean ID. Now you know that, right? If you are not given any bean ID, method name will become bean ID, but I don't want to do all those. So see here. Now I'll give address 2. Now same process. Whenever configuration class is loaded, container comes to this bean method, created address object, and assigned a bean name called as address to. Assigned a bean name called as address to. So that means in this case, what's happened? You are utilized the @bean method. So in this case, address to will become one more bean object. So you have to take @bean help. So that is how one difference we can differentiate. Now, next requirement. For example, the requirement is like this. We have to create a bean object with customized values of properties. So that means what is this requirement, guys? In this case, create only one bean object but with customized values of properties. So for example, if I take a class called as something like hospital. So now in this case, how many bean objects I have to create for the class called as hospital? And as well as what is requirement? Some customized values of the properties. So that means I have to initialize hospital name as ABC hospital. So I'm just taking like ABC as a hospital name. Like that, I have to initialize some default, okay, some real values to the property. And that too, how many objects I have to create? Only one object. So what you can do in this case, can I use component? Because by using component, I can create only one bean object. But in this case, I cannot use component. I can go with only bean method. So what is possibility in this case? Bean method. So if you are using component, what is going to happen? Yes, a bean object will be created for the hospital. But what is the problem with the component? Component will assign always only default values for the instance variables. So then name value will become null only. So only one object will be created, but name will become null. But in my case, by default, whenever bean object is created, name value should be ABC hospital. Then what is the best approach? Going with the @bean method. So define for this class @bean method as something like public. Now it's all a method, customized method, right? So then you can do anything. So here you will write down the logic of creating hospital object, assign the values, whatever the values you would like to assign, and then return that object. Now what will happen? So this method will be executed by the container as well as whatever the object created for that hospital with these values, that is managed by the IOC container, so that your requirement is fulfilled, right? So that is how you have to identify whether you have to go with the @bean or @component. Simple. If an object is created with the default values, only one object every time automatically, then it's better to go with component. If you need a bean object with customized data for the properties, 100% @bean method. And sometimes whenever you need more than one bean object for a class, again you have to take help of @bean method. And now the most important difference between @bean versus @component is, so this point we have to take 100%. So as part of interview. So what it is? For example, I want to create bean object for a predefined class. I want to create bean object for a predefined class. Predefined means what? Not defined by the developer. So it is, we are getting from some, okay, library, or maybe from already the class is implemented by some library or whatever it is. But I have to create an object for the class, bean object. Then what you can do? Can I go with component? No. Why? As part of component, if you go to the component, when you have source code in your hands like this, you are declaring component annotation, you are typing manually and you are declaring component annotation on the source code of the class. Then only, so that means that is how only you can define the component, then container creating an object for this class. But in this case, the requirement is it is a predefined class. That means the source code is not available with you. The source code is not available with you. Then what you are going to do? Then you can go again with the @bean annotation. @bean annotation. So what is the bean annotation advantage here? For example, assume the predefined class something like XYZ. So you have only class name with you. So and you have something, this is loaded from some jar file of the library. So that is what the predefined, right? Now what you will do, simple, same stuff, right? You will define a bean method like this again. So whatever the predefined class XYZ, create an object and return that object, return new XYZ. So that means you are just creating an object for that class and you are returning with the help of bean. So it's not possible with the component. Yeah, this is the one of the topmost difference between component versus bean. So this is the most important interview question being asked everywhere to test your knowledge of bean object creation process with respect to annotations. This is all about configuring and creating bean objects for the classes by using annotations. We completed basics of Spring frameworks because Spring Boot is a wrapper on Spring framework. So that's why we just make more foundation as part of Spring Boot framework. So we started understanding basics of a Spring framework. So how to create a Spring application with respect to core module, as well as we are taken couple of examples related to XML configuration as well as annotation configuration. So with this knowledge, we are having an awareness how we are working with this Spring framework. Now what I'm going to do from today onwards, the focus is 100% shifted to Spring Boot framework, because ultimately nowadays Spring Boot is ruling the market as part of every Java web applications, and as part of microservices architecture. Spring Boot framework is the compatible framework when comparing with the Spring. So that's why nowadays everybody is using only Spring Boot in most of the cases, not Spring. So that means now what we are going to do here it is, I'll start making how to create a Spring Boot application, and wherever we left from the Spring framework, from there we will continue by using Spring Boot application, so that we will have a knowledge now going further. Spring as well as Spring Boot both are same. When we know Spring, we can easily work with Spring Boot. So Spring Boot is simple, a wrapper framework on Spring framework. So that means couple of features added on top of Spring framework. So especially there are features available, auto configuration, embedded web server. Like that, we have couple of advantages when comparing with the Spring framework. So if you see here quickly what Spring Boot is saying, Spring Boot makes easy to create standalone production grade as what finally Spring based application only, so that we can run those applications just like that. So that is what, so what from this statement what we can understand, like finally we are making Spring application only by using Spring Boot. So that's why we taken initially basics of Spring framework, so that we can get more comfort on the Spring Boot. Now even if you are seeing features here, we can create standalone applications, embedded web server. That okay, so we will see as part of web module what is the embedded Tomcat server and everything. Okay, so something like auto configuration. So what is the meaning of auto configuration also we will see in upcoming modules. From overall overview of Spring Boot is what we understood here it is, we should know Spring. But yes, at the same time, by using Spring Boot alone also, whenever we are discussing alone Spring Boot, we have to make sure always discussing the Spring framework. So now let's start working with the Spring Boot framework now onwards. So now as part of this, first what we have to do, let's make creating Spring Boot applications. How to create a Spring Boot application, then we will start taking technical and programming part as part of this application. So we know that, right? Spring Boot is nothing but it's all about Spring plus some additional features. So that means now as part of this, what you will get guys, again Spring core module, as well as JDBC, as well as JPA module, as well as web module, as well as security, etc., even AOP module. Like whatever the modules available as part of the Spring framework, everything is covered. Everything is again part of Spring Boot. So along with that, we will have some extra features. Those are all, especially one is auto configuration. Second one, the most important one is integrated web server, or we can call it as embedded also, embedded web server. So that means integrated Tomcat server. So we will see all these things step by step going further. So etc. So that means this is all about the Spring Boot now. So as per our explanation, as per the documentation by the Spring Boot team, as part of our basics of Spring framework in previous sessions, so we understood like what is Spring framework, and as well as part of Spring framework what are the principles available, and we understood what is IOC, what is dependency injection, as well as we understood what is a bean, right? So with respect to XML as well as annotations, we understood more about all these topics. Now, so continuation to this session, I'm not going to discuss again more about the IOC and dependency injection theoretically, because we are already discussed about IOC container as well as dependency injection and as well as what is a bean object, how Spring container is creating and how Spring container is operating as part of our previous sessions. Now the same knowledge we need as part of our Spring Boot. So that's why I'm recommending you before starting from this session, please go with previous 2-3 sessions, especially last 3 sessions. Then you will understand in details IOC container, dependency injection as well as what is a bean and all. So continuation, wherever we left in Spring Framework with respect to annotation configuration. So those are all things again I will cover as part of Spring Boot application. And now going further, all the upcoming topics, especially dependency injection with respect to annotations, and all other modules now onwards we are going to see only via Spring Boot applications only. Now the first step is how to create Spring Boot application. Now if it is Spring application, what we did, we created a standalone Java project and we added Spring core libraries. But here Spring Boot provided a concept called as Spring Initializer. To create Spring Boot application, we have to take always an help of Spring Initializer. So that means, what is the meaning of Spring Initializer? Here it is. They given a ready-made portal where we can define all our project required dependencies of Spring framework. So that means if you are going to that portal, based on our project requirement, we are going to define all the dependencies, like which module we want especially. Those are all things we are going to define by using that module. So like web module, security, as well as JPA, JDBC, if you want any modules, we can configure from there. Let me open that portal once. Now if you see here, Spring Initializer. This is always started with this URL, start.spring.io. Now if you see here, this is what I called as Spring Initializer portal. By using this portal, we are going to configure all our project information. So nothing but what is our project name, as well as part of our project, what is the build management tool we are using. That is what we have to select here. So if you're seeing, the first option is either Gradle or Maven, we have to select. So generally we are aware of Maven. Even we created Maven project in our previous session also when we are discussing the Spring core module, right? It's all about getting the dependencies into our projects, nothing but getting jar files into our project class path. So let's take Maven. Then which language? Yes, it's all about Java language. So Spring framework with the Java language, and then select a version here. I already told you. So Spring Boot 3 is the latest version. So that's why you can take one of the version from this. So you can take 3.2.7 or 3.3.1, whatever it is. Yeah, just select a version from here. And then here group ID is nothing but generally domain ID for that project, what we will do. So for example, I'll give like com.Dilip IT. Okay, so here I'll give artifact is nothing but project ID. Spring Boot app I given for time being. So it's all about description. Here we will just give description about the project. And then package name is all about, we can give a package name here, whatever we want. So I given com.Dilip IT as a package. So this will become as a base package. So what is a base package? We discussed in the previous session. This is packaging is nothing but generally we can create our files when we are learning servlets, right? So generally what we will do, whenever we want to deploy our servlet application, we will make a war file and we will deploy it on Tomcat server, right? So similarly here also, when we are creating Spring Boot applications, whether it is standalone or in web application, so then generally it will be called as artifacts. So we can create either jar or war file, the entire project, right? So and it is using Java 17. So what I selected overall Maven Java by using language and Spring Boot version. Provide your group ID as well as package name and your project name. Okay. Now once you are provided all these details, left hand side and right hand side, you have an option called as add dependencies. Now from this option, you will add all our modules, what we really require for our project. For example, assume in future, if I want web module. So see here, if I want Spring web module, I can add this, right? So that means now dependency of Spring web module is going to be added as part of this project. And whenever we generated the project, then automatically this web functionality is added to this project. But right now we are discussing only core module, base module, right? So for core module point of view, we will not have any dependencies by default. When you are creating project from Spring Initializer, by default Spring core module is added always. So add dependencies is all about for different other modules, Spring Web, Spring Security, Spring JPA. For all these things, we will use this section. So that means now in our point of view, right now, we are not going to use any dependencies. Just click on generate. Now see what happened. A zip file is created and that file is getting downloaded, right? So once extract this now. So after extracted, what happened? Again, a folder you can see Spring Boot, and you can see a project is created with pom.xml. So that means internally with a Maven configured Java project is created with this. So now what you have to do is you have to import that project now into our workspace. So existing projects into workspace, or you can go with Maven, existing Maven projects. Okay, so go to that project wherever you extracted. So it's in downloads, right? So yes, this is the project I have. So here it should display this /pom.xml, then your path is correct. Okay. So now next, and as well as clicking on finish. Yeah. Now if you observe here, a section importing Maven project. So that means the project is importing into our Eclipse workspace now, and as well as showing right now as building and downloading sources, Java doc something. So that means now see here, a project is imported and a folder structure is also created, as well as if you observe so many jar files added to this project. So that means this is what the advantage of Spring Boot. If it is Spring framework, what we did, we identified dependency of the Spring core module jar files, and then we added pom to the pom.xml file manually. Now, as part of our Spring Boot project, if you identify here, what is this guys? Spring-core, Spring-context, Spring-expression. So that means all Spring core module jar files are added to our project. So, and that to which version of Spring 6. So that is what we discussed, like Spring Boot 3 version is implemented on Spring 6 version. So that's why we were able to see here Spring 6 version jar files. But when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, it is version 3. So what we understood from this, Spring Boot is a again internally using Spring framework functionalities only. So that's why we discussed in our previous sessions as with Spring knowledge. As well as Spring Boot is all about some additional features when comparing with the Spring framework, right? So there are minor features are there, as well as major features are also there as part of Spring Boot when comparing with the Spring. So that's why we can see a couple of other jar files here, something related to JSON pattern Jakarta, as well as logging. So when we want to do logging as part of our application, adding loggers to our application, we are not going to configure the logger related jar file. So that means Spring Boot application by default coming up with logging functionality, as well as nowadays we have a concept called a JSON data format. So even when we want to make sure work with the JSON data format or formatting from JSON to Java, so these jar files are important. Jakarta, annotations, all these things. So dealing with the JSON data format. Like that, we have a lot of other jar files added automatically to our project. But if it is Spring project, from our previous example, see, you whatever the jar files we added manually, like Spring 6 jar files related to code, those are only available. But when it comes to Spring Boot, yes, there are a lot of other jar files, and those are all related to common features which are being used in every real-time application. For example, logging, using JSON data format, JSON data. So these are all nowadays a common functionalities as well as common requirements in every real-time application. So that's why Spring Boot framework designed as by identifying the common functionalities and common features in every real-time web application, they are they got they taken all the common functionalities and started providing by default as part of the Spring Boot project. And that too, it's a very simple process. You are not doing anything, just fill in the blanks as part of this and clicking on the generate, then automatically all the files are getting jar files are getting imported into your project. Now, apart from that, from this project is this one also, application.properties file. So whenever you created a Spring Boot project, every time a file will be created called as application.properties. As part of this application.properties file, generally we are going to give configuration data of our application. That means our Java Spring Boot application configuration information we will provide as part of this file. So I'll discuss more about later about this file. So like when we want to configure provide our database details as well as some security related details, some user defined properties and values, predefined properties and values of the Spring framework. So every detail we are going to configure as part of the properties. So how this properties file is working. So how this properties file is more important as part of our Spring Boot application, and how we are configuring, and as well as how the data is reading from this configuration file by the Spring framework, we will understand step by step in our upcoming sessions. So now this is all about the project structure. And yes, now the most important thing here it is, if you observe here, by default, every time whenever we created a Spring Boot application with any other modules or any modules, you will always see a file is getting created with Java extension. So that means a Java file will be created like this Spring Boot application. So the Spring Boot application is nothing but the project name what we given. Based on that, a project will be based on the project name, always a Java file will be created like this. And let me open the Java file. Now if you observe here, so this Java file is always contains what, guys? The some one main method, and it is having internally something like spring application.run and some other okay, and passing this dot class information. I mean the current class dot class instance we are passing to the run method, and it is having an annotation called as @Spring Boot application annotation. So in future, as part of our discussions, we will understand exactly what is this annotation, what is the advantage of this annotation, and as well as what's happening as part of the run method, why we are passing the current class information to the run method. I'll explain as part of our sessions. Okay, so that means what we have to summarize here it is, whenever we created a Spring Boot application by using our Spring Initializer, every time a Java file will be created, and that Java file is always contains a main method and with an annotation called as @Spring Boot application. So we will never ever disturb this class generally. Okay, we can add logic as part of our this class, but suggested or recommendation here it is, we no need to touch, or we no need to disturb this class, because there is a reason. We will understand why we should not make sure anything under. Okay, so later also we will see what is this annotation. And as well as what is happening, one more properties file is created. So as part of this properties file, we will give all our application configuration data here, like database URLs, username, passwords, credentials, port numbers, context path of the applications with respect to feature modules, or any predefined or user defined properties and values, what we would like to use as part of our application business logic level. So that all information we are going to provide as part of this properties file. So that means internally this properties file is being loaded by the Spring Boot application, and the data is being read from here. So then we will understand. So this represents this property. For example, if we take in here key equal to value, right? So properties file is all about key equal to value. So this is a key, predefined key provided by the Spring Boot application, and this is all about the value. So what is your application name? That is what we have to provide here. It is by default, it is taking the project name. If you want, we can give our own name also as part of this property. So this is an optional property by default created by the Spring Boot application in the latest version of Spring Boot 3 only. So earlier this property is being not added by default, but this property is having more importance when it comes to the microservices architecture. Without this property, we cannot achieve multiple functionalities. That's why they made this property nowadays by default added as part of project creation. Then yes, with respect to jar files, yes, you don't need to do anything with respect to jar files. And if you see here, one more folder is created called as test.java, src test.java. So what is the meaning of src test.java here? Why it is created, we will see. Now, as part of this, one more Java file is created. What it is, guys? Spring Boot application test, and it is annotated with an annotation called as @Spring Boot test, right? And it is added something like a default test case called as @test. So why Spring Boot added this folder called as test/java as part of our source folder, and why this Java file is created with @Spring Boot test means, generally nowadays in every real-time application, most of the times people are writing JUnits. JUnits is all about something related to the unit testing of our logic implementation. So that means Based on our requirements, going further, what we will do, we will write down a lot of Java classes, and inside those Java classes, we are going to implement the logic, business logic, right? Based on the business requirements, we will implement the business logic, and that functionality will work, and then we will deploy that application and all. But at the same time, generally, as a standard, what we are doing here, it is before delivering our application to the so and so environment, what we are going to do is we are going to make sure always writing unit test cases by using a framework called as JUnit. So that unit test cases are always going to work on top of our business logic. So it will always execute our business logic, and it will give us the results. And that is a common standard nowadays as part of every real-time application. So that's why Spring Boot decided as, let's create by default a test class also, so that people can write down their own JUnit test classes, and as well as they can extend the test classes based on the business logic what they are implementing. But as part of our learning now, don't worry about this folder, leave it as it is. There is nothing to do with this folder right now. It's all about writing the JUnits. At last, I will make a session about what is JUnits, and then I will explain you how to implement JUnit test cases based on our business logic implementation and all. We will see that. So that means meanwhile, you are not going to do anything with this test folder. Just leave it as it is. Fine. So that means we are not going to touch anytime this Java file. Yes. Now we just gone through that. What are the jar files is downloaded as part of our Spring Boot application. And now this is pom.xml, right? So project object model. So this is all related to Maven build management tool, pom.xml file. So even in our previous project also, we added Spring Core jar files, right? So we created our project as Maven project, and there we added dependencies and Spring Core module dependencies. But now this time, automatically the project is initialized with Maven because we selected Maven here, right? So that's why you can see the pom.xml file. And as part of this pom.xml file, if you are seeing an option called as dependencies. So dependencies is always explains us the jar files of libraries are related to any Spring framework or any other third-party functionalities libraries. So we need always a jar file to get the functionalities into our application. So those jar files information we generally will call it as a dependency. But as part of Spring Boot framework, we have a concept called as starters concept. So they came up with a concept called as starter concept. So what is a starter concept? Starter is nothing but a group of dependencies. So that nothing but I can say like the starter is simply nothing but stating as a group of jar files. So we will see more about again starter in the upcoming topic. So don't worry about too much it. Only thing is I'm just explaining here the project structure of a Spring Boot application. The project structure of a Spring Boot application. That is all. So what is a starter? Yes, this is also one of the most important interview question. What is the concept of starters in Spring Boot? After some few examples, I'll take what is starter in our upcoming sessions. Then you will get more details when comparing with today's knowledge. So now with respect to developer again, we no need to touch pom.xml file because the information is already configured by the Spring Boot application when we generated the application. So this is all about creating a Spring Boot application by using a portal called as Spring Initializer and generating the project. Then a zip file will be created and downloaded, and we are extracted and we imported as a Maven project. Okay, so this is one way we can create the Spring Boot application. Now second, every time downloading zip file, every time downloading the extracting zip file and importing into our Eclipse is somewhat a difficult process. So instead of that, we have something like Spring Tools plugin, so that we can add that plugin to our Eclipse, and then we will get an option here, Spring Initializer, as part of our Eclipse itself. So that means by using Eclipse itself, we can directly provide that information what we provided in this web application, right, in this portal. So directly as part of Eclipse itself, we can provide that information and we can create the Spring Boot applications here itself. That is one way. Or else I will tell you one more way called as we have a dedicated IDE called as STS. So this means this IDE will be called as Spring Tools Suite. Suite is nothing but group of things, right? So Spring Tools Suite. So nothing but I can tell this as a customized Eclipse for Spring Boot applications. So Eclipse only, but it is customized for the Spring Boot applications by the Spring Boot team. So this So what we can do, we can download this STS. That means we can download the STS IDE and we can start using going further STS IDE for all our training point of view. Because by using STS, if it is customized in the sense, definitely it is going to have all the features like whatever the plugin I discussed with respect to Eclipse, that is already available as part of this IDE, so that we no need to go to every time a website like this one and creating, downloading zip file, importing, and directly from this IDE itself, we can create all our Spring Boot applications. So now, what is the process of getting this? Only thing is just go to the online and just check for STS download. Now, whenever you just clicking on STS download, if you see here, this we are going to download from the official website of the Spring framework only. Okay, if you see here, Spring Tools 4, right? Yeah, Spring Tools 4. This is all about what? Visual Studio Code point of view, a plugin. But now in our case, we don't want that. So we are going to take an Eclipse flavor, right? So you can select from here 4.23.windows.x66. So then what is happening here? If you observe here, it is downloading a jar file. So let it be allowed. Yeah, download, unload, verify. So that means whenever you are clicking on this, you are going to get always a jar file, not zip file. Now you get a question. Now we may get a question like what we are going to do with the jar file, because generally when we are downloading Eclipse, we will get always a zip file and we will extract it. Then we will find out eclipse.exe executable file, and then we will open Eclipse and we will write down the programs. But this time, this Spring Tool Suite, that to fourth version, is all downloaded as a jar file. Now what you are going to do with this jar file and how we are going to make setup with this jar file as a STS IDE in our computer. So nothing, it's very simple. Only thing is what you have to do is by the time it is downloaded, I mean, you have to make sure Java is installed in our computer. So how do we know that Java is installed in our computer or not? Search for the run and then enter cmd, nothing but command prompt. And once command prompt is opened, just check whether your computer is already installed with the Java or not. Now I'm checking, giving a command called as java -version. Now yes, my computer is having Java 17 version. So that means that's all enough. So that means your computer should be installed by the Java. So that means your computer should be installed with Java. So yes, now my system is installed with the Java 17. If it is not showing information like this, please make sure somehow your system is installed with a Java version. And whenever you are typing this command, you have to see which Java version is installed. So that means ultimately what you have to do, your system is installed with the Java. Yeah, once system is installed with the Java, then what you have to do here it is go to the downloaded jar file. So now the jar file is downloaded, right? So just go to that folder. So here you have what guys? Jar file downloaded. So this is the jar file, you got it. So once your computer is installed with Java, so what you have to do is just select this jar file and double click on it. What you are doing? You are just doing the double click. Then immediately it is asking something like you want to go with the Java platform SE binary, or sometimes for a couple of computers systems, it will directly start extracting content from the jar file. Yes, in my case, I'm just selecting this. Now, if you observe here, yeah, now it is extracting, right? Let it be completed for 100%. Then finally, a folder is extracted into your computer. If you are observing here, so STS, right? So from this jar file, a folder is extracted called as STS. So how you got it? Only thing is you just need to double click on the jar file. Then automatically this folder will be extracted. But to work with the double click one, you have to make sure your system is installed with the Java. Okay, now go and see here what you can see. Now it looks like our old Eclipse format only. Only thing is now you can see Spring Tools Suite 4.exe, right? So this is all about now your STS. So going further, now we are going to use this STS. Now it's all about how you are working with the Eclipse, like creating workspace, creating projects and all. But only thing is now this is all customized for the Spring Boot applications implementation. You will have all the options handy related to our Spring Boot implementation instead of going again to this something like Spring Initializer portals and all. So we will see now by creating a small Spring Boot project. Now we will see how to create a Spring Boot application from this STS also. So it is asking us to create a workspace. Yes, let's create a workspace based on your folder structure. So I'm creating Spring Boot workspace. I just created a Spring Boot workspace folder. So yes, now I created a Spring Boot workspace and I'm just launching the STS now. Now finally your STS is open with this. So this is how your STS is going to be opened once you provided the workspace information. Now as part of this, what we are going to do, now we have to create a Spring Boot applications, right? So how to create a Spring Boot application here? Earlier what we did, we just went to this portal, download, created, generated, and we imported into Eclipse. Now you don't need to do anything. Going further, just come back here, file, new, and here you will see an option called as Spring Starter Project. What is this? Spring Starter Project. So you need to select. Now whenever you clicked on that, so please make sure your system is connected to the internet, okay, because the jar files and everything is downloaded into your system for the first time, especially by the internet only from Maven repository. So please make sure your system is always connected to internet when you, especially you're working with the Spring Boot and this kind of starters. Now see here, that is what. Now what is this name is our project name. Yes, let me create as Spring Boot app, first app or whatever it is. You can give your project name. Okay, once project name is connected. So same thing, whatever the values we saw earlier respected to portal, whatever the options we saw with respect to portal, same options being presented here also. Now, yes, I want Maven, then packaging as jar, Java version 17, language Java. So here you can give the package name. So I'm giving com.dilip.it, and then artifact ID is nothing but project name. So here you can give some explanation about your project. This is an optional field. And then here also make sure giving a proper package name. So here also I'm giving like com.dilip.it. Okay, so this package value is bit important as part of our Spring Boot application. So I'll explain you what is the importance of this package slowly. Now what you have to do, click on next, and see here in the next section, it is asking us which Spring Boot version you want, whether 3.2.7, 3.3.1 or snapshot versions. So go with 3.2.7, and then you need any other modules as part of our Spring Boot application or not. Yes, right now we don't need any modules because we are just working with the, or we are learning Spring Core module or Spring Boot core module, right? So by default, your application is enabled with the Spring Core module functionality. So that's why from here, you don't need to select anything. But in future, when you want something like web module, yes, I can select from here Spring Web. Then it is showing in the selected section. If you want security module, yes, you can select something like Spring Security. That is also being showing here. Now in future, if you want JPA module, yes, I can select JPA, or something like related to microservices. Going further, we will have a concept of microservices, right? With respect to Spring Boot framework, there we have a lot of concepts, Eureka server, Eureka client, like that. So those are all things you can add as a dependencies to your Spring Boot application by using this option, so that those are all things will be displayed here. So now once you are clicking on finish, then automatically your project is configured with all these dependencies. So that means now your project is going to support web module, JPA module, all these functionality, securities. All the jar files are automatically imported into your application, as well as some third-party libraries which are associated to these functionalities are also getting imported into your project. That is what the advantage we are going to get with the Spring Boot. So that's why when we are going through the Spring Boot introduction, they will tell you we can create production grade applications within minutes. This is what the point that is. If you want to make sure same thing in the Spring application, even an expert will take minimum half an hour to 1 hour of time to make only project setup. But if it is Spring Boot based on this predefined options or selecting options, you can create an application within 1 minute, whatever the functionalities you want. But now in our case, we don't want anything, right? So that's why I'm removing all the things. So now nothing is selected, but our project is by default enabled with the Spring Core module, nothing but Spring Boot core functionalities. Okay. So next, then you don't have anything. So that means it is created a URL with our previous values, what we configured and what we entered, but you don't need to do anything in this space. Just click on the finish. See now importing getting started content 26%. So that means your project is getting created as well as imported, as well as all the jar files are also going to be downloaded into your project now. So this make sure this process is completed always, initializing all this process. Now finally we are ready with our Spring Boot application. Yes, earlier what we saw the folder structure as part of our Eclipse, as well as whatever the folder structure we are seeing here, all the files like main Spring Boot application class as well as properties file as well as the content is always common. Only thing is now going further, if you are using the editor, the advantage is you don't need to again going to the portal, downloading, extracting and importing. Everything you can do in a single step by using this editor. So now please make sure set up with this editor. It's a open source one, so that means you can download free of cost and you can use it lifelong. Yeah, now I will also use going further this IDE only for all our other sessions. This is how you can create a Spring Boot application. Come back to the technical part as well as coding part with respect to Spring Core module. Yeah, now in earlier case, we know that, right? We already discussed XML configuration, creating a Pojo class or a Java class, creating a bean object for the Java class. For that, we did some XML configuration as well as some annotation configuration, right? Now, if I want to do same thing in the Spring Boot application, what I have to do? Only thing is just create the project, create the class now, new. I'm just taking an example like employee. So what I'm doing, I created a class called as employee class, finish it. Now you know that, right? For example, if you want to create a bean object based on the annotations, what we have to do? One thing is you can go with an annotation called as component. The component annotation is coming here. It is fine. Now add the properties private, integer, ID, private string, name. So like that, you can do that. And let me create a constructor also for this. Employee is initialized. Employee is initialized. So if you want, we can create setter getter methods. Source generate setter getter methods. So now finally a component class I have created for the employee class. And now let's see what we will do. Now once we created the component class, generally we will create a, as part of our Spring, what we did, whenever we created a class, we made it as component class. And then we are created a class called as configuration class, Spring configuration class, where we are using an annotation at the rate configuration, right? So Spring configuration class, and on that, inside that class, you are declaring an annotation called as component scan, right? So inside component scan, you are giving base package. So that means where, what is the base package? Where our component classes are sitting. Component classes are exist. This is all we did as part of our Spring framework. So that now whenever you started creating container, what will happen? Container will scan base packages, starts creating the bean objects for the component class, right? This is all happens as part of container initialization with respect to this information. But now see here, with respect to Spring Boot, what I did, now this is all about explanation of Spring framework. Okay. Now when, if I'm taking same thing with respect to Spring Boot point of view, how our life is simplified if you are using this Spring Boot. Now what we did, yes, this is anyway we had to do, created a class and made it as a component. But now I'm not doing any configuration class, I'm not doing any component scan, I'm not providing any base package, nothing I'm doing directly. Even I'm not initializing container also, but I am going to get the bean object of the employee class. So how it is possible? Because there is a reason, we will understand that is all because of this annotation only, and as well as this method. Those details we will discuss internally what is happening and do after some point of time. But let's first of all prove whether it is happening or not. Now if you see here, what is the run method, guys? So this is predefined class. Predefined in the sense created while we created the project. So we are not created this manually right now. This is created when we generated the Spring Boot application. Now what is the return value of the run method? If you see here, there is application context. What is that? Configurable application context. Just take from here. So this is all about your container. Import this package. So now see here, configurable application context, right? So from where it is org.springframework.context. Even earlier, I told you bean factory and application context are two interfaces which are dealing with the IOC container functionalities, and those are all having respective implemented classes, right? Now, similarly, what you have one more interface called as configurable application context, and this is added as part of our Spring Boot point of view. Now, whenever this line is executed, whenever this functionality is executed, automatically all the classes, component classes will be scanned based on some rules and regulations. Again, for that you have to follow some base package rule. I'll explain everything later. Only thing is right now we are focusing on first application of the Spring Boot project setup. Now see here context dot get bean of what I'm doing as part of get bean method. You know that, right? So if you are not given bean id for our component, what will become? Class name will become bean id, but by following a camel case. So that means camel case means first character of first word will become lowercase. Now I given employee. So whether it is existed or not, we will see now. Now what is the get bean method? Return type as per our previous sessions is object. See here also same thing. That means now what you are understanding is we are doing coding with respect to Spring Framework only. So that is why we discussed more and more elaborated as part of Spring Framework sessions. Now let's see here. I'll employee equal to, I'll typecast it to employee from the object type. So now let me print it sys out of employee object, something like that, emp. So now from where you are getting this employee reference as a bean object from the container, right? So now let's see we are getting the bean object or not. See from the console, yeah, whenever you started your Spring Boot application, somehow you will see this banner, then generally it will be called as banner. So it represents which Spring Boot version your application is using. This is called as a banner, and something it is printing some loggers, info loggers and all. Okay, so don't worry about these things. Slowly we will understand everything if you are not aware of these things. What is profile and all, we will see later. But our concentration here it is now. See, employee is initialized. Employee object. You got the hardcoded value, right? So that means what happened? Employee object is created and you got employee bean object from the container. So, but as part of our Spring Boot application, what we did, we created class component. Are we created configuration class? No. Are we added any annotation components? Can no. Are we added any base package? No. So that means then how this process, what we did in the Spring framework is eliminated in the Spring Boot. For that, we have a concept called as auto configuration concept, as well as we have to understand more about an annotation called as @Spring Boot application. So because this annotation is generally defined with the combination of @configuration as well as @component scan and as well as auto configuration, enable auto configuration. So what is enable auto configuration? We will see later, but we know already what is configuration, what is component scan as part of our Spring sessions. Enable auto configuration. So that means @Spring Boot application annotation is combination of these three annotation functionalities. So let me open that. So if you see here Spring Boot application, if you are opening the source code of Spring Boot application annotation, so what it is? Spring Boot application, right? If you see here, enable auto configuration as well as component scan. Okay. And if you are going here, Spring Boot configuration, so nothing but what? @configuration. So that means internally @configuration, component scan functionalities by default added as part of the main method class. That's why it is internally scanning the base package. So that means wherever our main method class is located. So that means wherever this class is located, whenever we given the package name, so we given com.dilip.it, right? So in this case, com.dilip.it is becoming as a base package. So that means internally Spring Framework is taking com.dilip.it as a base package. So this is what taking as a base package by the Spring Framework internally. With the help of component scan annotation, this provided here, and internally it is having a functionality of configuration class, component scan with this base package. So that's why automatically our class is got scanned. For example, now if I created one more class called as student class, okay, outside of the package. Now if you observe here, I created employee within the range of base package com.dilip.it. Now I'm creating a Java class outside of the base package. Then what is going to happen? See, now com.dilip.it is the base package because there only the main method class is located, right? Now I'm doing com.dilip only. I removed it. So that means it is out of the range of base package. Now here I will give class name as student. And whenever I created a student, see here now component. Fine. Let me write down public student sysort of student initialized. So this constructor execution itself states us whether student object is scanned and created bean object or not by the our container. In this case, what you have to do is please make sure always your program is executed from the main method. So that is what we will do as part of our Spring Boot applications. Main class is available, Spring Boot application here, right? Go to that application always, from there run as Java application. Now see here, employee is initialized, right? But where is the student is initialized? So that means what is the problem here? It is what is the fundamental rule we have to remember here? It is, so to get the all the features of Spring Boot framework, we have to make sure always component classes inside under the range of base package, inside base package. So that means under the range of base package you have to create. So that means now for example, if I'm going to the student, I given com.dilip.it, right? That is the base package. After base package you can give anything, no problem. But in this case com.dilip.it is base package. So that means after that you can give anything else, but it should be presented always. Now save it and move this to the new package what I created now, student.java inside the com.dilip.it. So that means in this case what happened? Yes, main method class is this one, right? So this will become as a base package. Now yes, when comparing with this, yes, now student is located in the com.dilip.it, and apart from that whatever you have, star is representing all the packages, right? Now student is eligible for the component scan. Now start your application one more time. So I came to the main method again, run as Java application. Now see, student initialized as well as employee is initialized. So nothing but now student bean object is created as well as employee bean object is created based on the component annotation functionality. So that means component classes are scanned by the Spring Boot application internally because of this annotation as well as this method. So we will see very detailed in upcoming sessions also about this. Even as part of this project, can we go with the XML configuration? Means yes, you can go with that. Simple. What you have to do? Generally, we know that, right? Application context container equal to new file system XML application context. So here you can create your XML beans XML file and you can give the file system. I mean that XML file path you can give. That is one way. Or you can go with the class path XML application context. So that means here you can give simply your XML file name. Please make sure that XML file is located inside the this resource folder. So where inside this resource folder, create your XML file and then you can use this class path implementation, and then here you will provide your XML file name like beans.xml or spring-beans.xml like that. So whatever the file name you given, that you can provide as a name here if it is class path. If it is file system XML application context means wherever you are keeping your XML file, that entire file path you have to give it, like what we did in our Spring sessions. Then the story is common again. You are going to configure XML beans configuration for our Java classes, and bean IDs classes you will provide, and you can achieve some dependency injection by using a ref attribute and everything. So what you can do is you just practice with respect to XML configuration via Spring Boot so that you will get a knowledge like yes, we can work with Spring Boot by using XML configuration also. But what I'm going to do in the next session, I'm not going to take anything in with respect to the XML configuration. It's all about 100% annotation configuration only. So this is all about creating first Spring Boot application and making setup for creating the Spring Boot applications. So with this, we are done our first Spring Boot application setup as well as creation with end-to-end details. So in the next session, we are going to discuss more about, we are going to revise with respect to annotations, what are the annotations and all, and then we are going to see dependency injection in between bean objects via annotations. So nothing but now the things all going via Spring Boot applications as well as Spring Boot framework. Now I'm going to discuss the complete dependency injection with respect to all the data types. So that means we are going to discuss how to inject or configure default values as part of the primitive data types, including string, and then we will see how to inject dependency of other class objects, how we are achieving dependency injection between bean objects also we will discuss as part of this session. Now coming to the point, so we are completely focusing how to create bean objects, and the more focus is all dependency injection by using annotations configuration. Yeah, let me create a Spring Boot application, and then we will create a couple of bean classes, and we will configure, and we will try to create bean objects. Then we will start taking a dependency injection. Yeah, first what I will do, I'll create a Spring Boot application now. So you know how to create Spring Boot application. Go to the Spring Starter project. So here you can provide your application name. So what I'm providing here, it is Spring Boot dependency injection. So group name, nothing but package name. You can give your domain ID. Yeah, here it is all about application name, it will become, and then version you can use something like details about your project, and then again I given packages package com.dilip.it. Next, then I'm selecting a Spring Boot version. Yes, I'm continuing with 3.2.7 only, and I don't need any other modules because by default we are going to get the Spring Boot core module functionalities into as part of this application. So next, and click on finish. Finally, now our Spring Boot application is got created. So now let's start taking one or two bean classes, and we are going to discuss how we are achieving the dependency injections with annotation. So what I'm going to take here, it is first I'm taking the first class called as address here. So as part of address, I will define a couple of properties, and then I will define one more Spring Bean class also. So let's take a class called as address. Now in the last session, I told you very clearly we have to follow always base package naming convention, otherwise your component classes will not be scanned. So that's why what I'm doing, whenever I'm creating a class, I'm making sure my base package name is what, com.dilip.it. Why? Because the main method application, Spring Boot application class available inside this package. So that's why you have to make sure always this package as a base package. That means as a parent package. Now I'm creating the class called as address. So here I'm taking package name called as com.dilip.it.beans, and then I taken a class name called as address here. So now yes, it is under the base package. So now let's create as a component, right? I'm just defining some couple of properties here: integer, pin code, private, string, city, private, string, state. So as of now, I just taken three properties. Now let me define setter getter methods as part of this class, and as well as I'll create a default constructor also. Yeah, let me define default constructor now. Yes, I defined a default constructor. So let me write down a statement here. Address is initialized. You know that whenever we are starting our application now from here, what is going to happen internally? All component classes will be scanned, and that means as well as bean objects are created by the container for those component classes and maintained by the container, right? Whenever we are executing Spring Boot application, please make sure executing always from the main method wherever Spring Boot application is available. So as part of this Spring Boot Spring application predefined class and run method, internally, if this class is acting as a configuration class, because this class is annotated with Spring Boot application, right? So whenever it is a Spring Boot application means it is all about combination of configuration as well as components. That means now what has happening is when this run method is executed internally, this class is acting as a configuration class, and this is also annotated with component scan, right? So it is scanning all the component classes and provided to the container, and at the same time run method is returning a container instance. So what is that container instance? The class here, it is configurable application context. So you just take this one, and that means you're just taking container. So run method is returning container instance. Okay, import the class called as configurable application context. Yes, I imported now. Okay. Now finally you are having container reference. Yeah, let me get the address instance now from the container. So now container dot, so we know that, right? We have a method called as getBean method. Container dot getBean method. if you observe here, we have two getBean methods. I mean, we have many, but with respect to single method argument, we have two methods. One is string name, second one is class type. So method argument is class type. So this method we are used as of now, so that nothing but here what we will do, bean ID we are providing always. What it is? Address, right? So then it will return object type. Then you will typecast it, right? Then we will typecast it. Here we have one more method. If you are observing getBean with class type argument, right? So then can we use this method or not? If you are using, then at what scenarios we have to use this method, in what way we have to use this method? Let me explain. This explanation will help us going further to understand dependency injection in between the multiple bean objects. Okay, so let's see here. So my requirement here, it is again same requirement in the previous. I mean, what is the requirement here? It is getting the bean object from the container. So by using this method, string argument value, so I provided what? Bean ID. So that's why you will see always bean object, right? Yeah, let me take it. So run as Java application. Yeah, if you see here, address is initialized and you got the address reference, right? So now, the point here it is, we are using getBean method only, but it is having internally class type argument. So that means overloaded methods. In real-time applications, have you faced any time overloading means? Yes, this is also one of the example we can give in interviews. Now, as part of this method, how we are passing class type argument, we have to see. And how it is working, let's understand. In this case, yes, again I want to get address object only, address bean object from the container, right? So let's call that method container dot get bean. So here what is the value you have to provide? Here it is class reference of the bean class, the dot class instance of the dot class instance of the bean class type. So in this case, which object you want to get? Address, right? So what is the class bean class name? Address. So just take that dot class. So what is that you are passing? You are passing class dot class reference of the bean class. Yeah. So in future, for example, if you want to get an employee bean object, so then what you will do? You will provide here get bean of employee dot class, like that. Whatever the bean class object you are getting, that bean class dot class argument value you have to pass. Here it is. Now see what is the return type of this method? Directly the respect to bean object type only. So it's not like object like earlier. So whenever you are taking string method argument of getBean method, then it is always returning object type. But if you are taking class type reference argument for the getBean method, it is directly returning what type of object? It is always returning that respect to bean class type only. So in this case, address. Tomorrow, I mean, in the next example, if you take an employee.class, then getBean method return type will become employee only. So like that, whatever the dot class instance you provided here, the same class type will be written. Now here you don't need to do any typecast. So see here address to. In this overall code, now can you tell me how many bean objects are created, and as well as whenever I'm expecting bean object from the container from here, as well as I'm requesting one more time bean object from here as address to, then finally how many address objects I'm getting in this case. So just think it, how many address objects are initialized by the IOC container and managing by the IOC container belongs to the address, and what is the output I'm going to get with respect to this bean, with respect to bean object getting in this way as well as in this way. So here let's understand first. First, what you did, guys, you created a component class, right? What will happen generally whenever this method is executed as part of run method, internally this class, okay, information will be loaded while executing, then it will scan component classes. Now whenever it is scanning the component classes, how many component classes we written as of now? One, called as address. Now what immediately container will do? Container will create an object for the address. And what is the bean ID it will give you, guys? The bean ID will become address. We know, right? So class name will become bean ID with camel case format. Okay. So this is all about happening as part of the IOC container. Yeah. So as part of the IOC container, and you know that some value default values will be initialized. pin code equal to 0, city equal to null, state equal to null, like that, right? So this is what happens when this line is executed. Now, overall, how many bean objects are created, guys? Only one bean object created for the class called as address with the bean ID called as address. Next line, what we are doing, we are requesting the container, give me a bean ID, which is having bean ID called as address. Then immediately what it is doing, container, the logic, it is verifying we have a bean ID called as address or not. Yes, it is existed. So that's why it is returning back the same bean object. And then you are holded with a reference called as address, and you are able to see whether you got it or not. Yes, that is what we can see in earlier case, right? Now in this case, what you are doing, you are not doing anything. Again, what you are doing with respect to left hand side, so with respect to right hand side, what we are doing, we are from the container again, I am requesting get bean. So container, can you give me the bean of address type? So in this case, bean ID you passed. So here you passed bean ID. So based on the bean ID, so in this case, what is going to happen? Container is always verifies bean ID existed or not. Yes, bean ID is existed. So then what container is doing is blindly taking that bean object, wrapping inside the type called as object, and then that value is being written as part of the getBean method in this case. But this time, very clearly we are requesting the getBean method. Can you provide me a bean object belongs to address class? So then what container is doing here it is. So remember here, this time it is, we are passing what? Class name. Address class information. So you are asking, we are asking the container, can you please provide me the address type object? Then what container is doing in this case is, container will take this value and container will verify this value with this type any bean object is available or not. Yes, if you observe here, there is a bean object available with the class name called as address. Then what is going to happen in this case is this address object being written directly as a reference. So that's why now in this case, you are not doing any typecast, because in this case, it is verifying address class object is available or not available. That is what returning directly as a bean object, right? But in previous case, you are checking only bean ID. It's not bothering about the class name and all. So that's why it's simply with that bean ID, whatever the object is available, that is wrapping inside the object and passing back to the logic. Then what we are doing the typecasting based on our what is the object available with this bean ID and all. We are doing manual typecasting. But in this case, directly you are asking address object. So that's why you are going to get address object. But the point here it is whether it is wrapped inside the object and then you did the typecasting, as well as in this case, second case point of view, you are getting the same you are getting same object. But that means what's happened here, same object being written two times by the container. It's not like two objects are created. It's not like two objects are maintained by the container. Same object, whatever created while container is processing, the same object written here, the same object written here. Here via bean ID, here via bean type. So let's see it is true or not. Run as Java application. Yeah, address is initialized. So from this you can understand how many times address object is created, only one time. And if you are observing here, the hash code value of the address object same, right? So that means it is returning same. So please concentrate now. I'm going to discuss a lot of important points slowly, step by step. So now how many bean objects available? One bean object is available. Now if I want to create one more bean object for the address, so that means more than one bean object, So then what I have to do? So with respect to component class, can I do anything? With respect to component annotation configuration, no. So what we have to do, as part of our previous session, a discussion, whenever we want to create one more bean object for the component class, you should take always help of what, guys? Configuration class. We have to take always help of configuration class. So what is a configuration class? A class which is annotated with an annotation called as @configuration, right? So as we discussed in our previous session, please refer it if you need more details of what is a configuration class and everything. Now let me do one thing. Let me define a class, and here I am taking .config package name, and then I'm writing a Spring Beans configuration, class name as Spring Beans configuration. Now I'm writing @configuration. because we need to take bean method to create one more bean object for the class called as address. Okay, now I'm writing a method called as bean method. So public, what is a bean method? What are the rules we have to follow for bean method? We discussed in the previous Spring IOC container and as well as dependency injection sessions. So please refer those. Okay, now I want bean object of address type. So get address to something like that, I written method name. Now in this case, what I will do, address addr equal to new address. Okay, then address dot set. I told you we can configure default values as part of bean object if you are taking help of bean method. But with respect to component class, if I want to configure some default values, then we have one more concept called as @value annotation. So that I'll discuss later. So that means we can configure default values for primitives as well as string by using one more annotation called as @value. Then I will discuss it later. Now for differentiation point of view, I'm taking one more bean object belongs to the address. So what I will do, set pin code, I'll give like 572. So I'm just configuring only pin code, not any other value. Okay, save it. Now in this case, I can write down a bean ID called as a address 2. What is the bean ID, guys? Address 2. Now let's see what is happening again. So what I did now, I written a configuration class, I written a bean method which returns address type, and I created address bean object. I provided 572 as pin code value for this bean object, and I am returning the same thing. Now what is happening? If I'm going to execute again my program one more time, now based on the current code, how many bean objects will be created? So whenever this line is executed again, same thing, internally all component classes will be scanned. As of now, only one component is available called as address. So then based on that, what will happen in the memory is an address object will be created like this. An address object will be created like this. Now again, I'm taking IOC container. As part of IOC container, a bean object is created with respect to @component, and the bean ID will become address, because we know that, right? As part of component, if you are not given anything, class name will become bean ID. So in this case, bean ID is address. So this is how a bean object will be created. And what is the default values for component class? Bean object called as pin code, city, state, right? So pin code value will become 0, city equal to null, state equal to null. So this is how a bean object is created with respect to @component annotation. But at the same time, Spring framework, Spring Boot internally scans configuration classes, and then it will scan bean methods also. Okay, so whenever it is loading configuration classes and loading executing the bean method. So that means IOC container is going to execute this method from this class, from the configuration classes, and then it will execute bean methods. Whenever it is executed bean method, what is going to happen? We are creating again one more bean object. So that means here in this case, what's happening? One more bean object is created. So one more bean object is created. And this time, as part of one more bean object, what you are doing? You are setting, whenever this is happened, what will happen internally? So generally, whenever object is created, all instance variables data will be initialized with the default values. Now pin code becomes 0. But we made here, for some differentiation point of view, I made 572 pin code value. So that means now 0 value will be removed and given as 572. Now internally 572, the pin code value will become. But at the same time, what is the bean ID I provided here by using @bean method? Address to. So in this case, class name is address. That means the actual class is address, but bean ID belongs to address. So now in this case, how many bean objects are created? Total 2 bean objects are created for the class called as address inside the IOC container, right? Total 2 bean objects are created. Now let's go and execute the logic. What is going to happen? First analyze the logic and then we will understand what's happening. So it's all about, before execution, your analysis is more important, so that will tells us at what level we are understanding this up. Now again, bean objects are created, 2 bean objects, that is what we discussed as of now. Now in this case, what you are doing, container.getBean, and you are passing very specifically bean ID. So you are asking what container, can you please give me a bean object which contains bean ID called as address. Then what will happen immediately? Now inside container, what it will do is, it will verify with bean ID called as address. Yes, bean ID is available, address or not? Yes, it's available. Then what it will do is, immediately container is wrapping this bean object Okay, I mean that bean object is wrapped again as part of the object type, and that object is returning back. This is what happening internally. So finally you're getting object type and you're doing the typecasting. You're doing the typecasting based on your class name and all. You're doing the casting and you're using the bean object. Fine. This is until this clear. But now when it comes to the next line, until this line, when it comes to the executor point of view, what is going to happen here? It is you are asking now this time container, please provide me the bean object belongs to the address type. What? Belongs to the address class, nothing but address type. As part of this, now what is going to happen in this case is it is verifying. Now Spring Framework internally verifying is there any bean object available with type called as address or not. Whenever it is verifying by the time, total two address objects are available. What? This is one, second one is this one. Now container is verifying with a class name called as address type bean objects. Then by the time two bean objects are belongs to the address class. One is address bean ID, second one is address 2. Now which object has to be written back to the this method call? Is this one or this one? So that means what's happening in this case is ambiguity. So it's all about ambiguity. Ambiguity means confusion. Now container is feeling ambiguity or confusion like, do I need to return this bean object or this bean object? Because both belongs to same bean class called as address. So that's why you will get Spring Framework will throw an exception called as expected one bean but found two. So that means in this case, now that means in previous case what happened guys? When it provided address, no problem. It is directly verifying is there any bean object available address or not. Yes, available. But how many bean objects? Only one bean object. So that's why blindly that bean object is written here. That's why you did not get any exception. But in this case, when with respect to address type, total two available. So that means more than one. So now whenever it is finding more than one, then what it is? Confusion, ambiguity. So then container is going to throw an exception like expected one bean object, but unfortunately found two bean objects called as address comma address 2. So I'm unable to return a bean object like that. It will give you an exception. So that means in this case, what you have to understand guys, get bean method with the argument of class type when you have to use when that respective bean class is having only one bean object. So whenever you are having only one bean object, then only this method is going to work. If you have more than one bean object, then you have to go 100% this get bean method and specifying the actual bean ID. So in this case, there will not be any confusion because here you are never ever processing bean class name. You are processing bean ID. So that means we know that bean ID should be unique always. So now in this case, you are going to get the ambiguity problem and you are going to get the exception. So that means this method is not suitable in this case. So see here whether it is true or not. See here now. Until this, there is no problem. That is what we discussed. Until this, there is no problem. Specifically address, you typecasted and you got everything. But whenever this line, container is verifying with this, anything is available or not, but found more than one. So because of that, it's all about a confusion and ambiguity problem. Ambiguity means confusion, nothing but. So then see here, what is the exception throwing here? Let me copy paste here. When you are using getBean method of class type. So this is what the problem. Now what it is saying, no unique bean definition exception. What is that exception? No unique bean definition exception, no qualifying bean of type address available expected single matching bean but found. This is what I told you. So internally now container is saying to us, throwing an exception and saying like expected single matching bean but unfortunately found two, and it is providing bean ID is called as address comma address 2. So then how can we resolve this exception? So that means I have to make sure address comma address 2 bean object should be available, but at the same time I should not get this exception. Then what you have to do in this case, you should not use this method. You have to go with an alternative method called as string type. So that means you will provide bean ID. Now which bean object you need, that specifically you have to provide as part of this getBean method. For example, now if you need address 2, yes, let's define as getBean of address 2, then that bean object is going to be returned back to you. Now let's see. So you got the point, right? When you have to go with this type of method. So whenever you have one and only one bean object for that class, then you can use getBean of class type argument method. If you are using this method, if it is having one bean object or more than one bean object, you will never ever get a problem, because you are not providing always class name, you are always providing bean id. Bean ids are always unique as part of the container. Now see what I'm going to do. The same line, how I'm going to make it, same thing, right? Follow the same process like above, address to, and what I'm doing, simple thing is bean id I have provided. Now what will happen when this line is executed, container.getBean. Now this is string data type, right? String value. So then container is taking this bean id and verifying this bean object is available or not. Now it is verifying this bean object is, I mean, with this bean id, any bean object is available or not. Yes, it found a bean id called as address to, and that object is wrapped inside the object type, and then object is returning. Then you are doing the typecasting. So then you are continuing with the bean object. But in this case, which bean object is written? This bean object is written, because if you give an address to, then you will get this bean object. If you give an address, again you will get the same bean object, whether it is true or not. See here, run as Java application. If you see here, the first one, this one, whatever line number 17 is a different bean object. And whenever it comes to the address to, this is a different bean object, because you are having different hash code values. And you can see 2 times bean object is created. And we will verify whether it is having same data or not. Sys out of address to dot get pin code. So we will see whether we have that default 572 value or not. So see here 572. So that means which bean object you got? You got this second bean object. But in this case, if I return same thing like one more time, address.get pin code, then you will get 0. You will get 0, and this is. So this is how we have a challenge with respect to getBean method, especially when you are using the class type. But sometimes in interviews they will ask you, in many written exams they are using these methods and they are asking us what you are going to get the expected output, something like that. They will create more than one bean object and they will give you this method, and they will ask you how many bean objects are created. If you are executing the program, what is going to happen, you are going to get this so and so bean object, or any exception, compile time problem, runtime execution. So in this case, you are not getting any compile time exception, you are not getting any compile time error. So that means you are going to get runtime exception only. And that too, what is that exception? No such unique bean definition exception, expected one but found two. So that's why you went with this solution. So this is what happened around more than one bean object of the address. So this is all we just discussed about the getBean method as of now. Now when it comes to the dependency injection, now the topic what guys? Dependency injection. Now in this case, what I'm going to do here, it is I'll take one more class called as customer, and inside customer I'll define customer ID, customer name, as well as address type. So that means inside customer, now I am defining a class called as address. So that means in this case, now customer depends on address type. So that means now how we are going to achieve address object injected inside the customer via annotations, how we are able to do that, right? I mean, if it is XML configuration, we know that we are going to use a attribute called as ref attribute, right? So we are going to use an attribute called as ref attribute. So whether by using setter injection or constructor injection based on the XML configuration, property configuration, or constructor argument tag, then you will use this ref attribute and you will provide that respective bean IDs and all. So this is what we discussed in our previous session of Spring dependency injection. But now we are going with annotations, right? So with respect to annotation, what we have, first let me define customer class. Okay, what I'm doing in this beans package, I'm creating the class called as customer. Finish it. So let me make sure first this one also has a component class, so that now this class will become as a bean class. That means bean object will be created for this class. So let me define for properties also, private integer customer ID, private string, so customer name, and then private address, and I need address. So here in this case, what I'm doing here, it is let me define setter getter methods as well as a default constructor. Yes, I'm providing all setter getter methods. Fine. Now let me define a constructor also, so that we will see whether really the bean objects are getting initialized or not. So for that purpose, we are writing always constructors externally. Okay, so here now I'm defining constructor here, and I'm writing a statement called as sysout of customer initialized. So now see what is going to happen here, how we are going to achieve dependency injection via annotations, in how many ways we can achieve, and what is the topmost dependency injection generally we will use in our real-time applications, we will try to see here. Now first, I'm not doing anything related to dependency injection via annotation. Simply I defined a customer class and I configured it as a component. Now let me execute my program. What is happening? First we will see. Run as Java application. You can see here customer initialized. So that means what's happened? Customer object is created by the container or not? Yes, customer object is created by the container. So in this case, what I will do is, let me copy paste all this. So as of now, this is how the two bean objects are created for the address. But this time we created an object called as customer also. I mean, we create an object called as customer, and the bean ID will become customer as a camel case, and then values will become customer ID equal to 0, name equal to null, and then address. So this is where we are looking for the dependency injection, right? As our base formula, whenever we define a property instance variable, then default value will be initialized here. That is what our expectation. But now we have to check here automatically dependency injection is happening in between customer versus address or not, we have to verify. So if it is really injected address object inside the customer, then you will not see null value, you will see hash code reference of the address type, right? So for that, what I am doing here, it is sort of, I'm just separating the output. So let's take customer object, customer 1 equal to container dot get bean, right? So can I use now dot class instance in this case? Yes, I can use, because customer is having only one bean object. Now container is not going to any ambiguity. It is going to return directly value. Now see here, sys out of customer 1 dot get. What I'm taking mainly address. So let me execute quickly now, run as Java application. So because the story, you know that how customer object is created and all. Now what is the value you got, guys? Null. So that means in this case, by default dependency injection is happened as part of our example. No. So that means no dependency injection happened. That means address is not injected inside the customer. So that means by default dependency injection will not happen. But if you want to achieve dependency injections with respect to annotations, what we have to do? By using annotations, as we discussed earlier, we can achieve three types of dependency injection. One is field injection, field level injection, or property level injection also. I can call it as property also. Generally, we will use mostly field injection. Second one is setter injection, field injection, setter injection, as well as third one is constructor injection. So in our XML, we achieved setter and constructor, but not field. Field injection is possible only via annotations, constructor injection. So that means now by using annotations configuration, we can achieve total three types of dependency injection. One is field injection, setter injection, as well as constructor injection. Okay, fine. So now first we will discuss more about the field injection, because in reality also, as part of our real-time applications, most of the times people will use by default field injection. So that's why we will take more discussion as well as more priority for the field injection, and then we'll move to the setter as well as constructor also. First of all, what is a field here? What is a field here, and why Spring calling it as a field level injection, we have to understand. Now generally, as part of our Java language, whenever we defined a class, we will call these names, we will call these instance variables with respect to Pojo. Sometimes we will call it as properties, right? Instance variable names will be called as property as a Pojo class point of view or something. Or few people will call it as fields. Fields are nothing but variables or instance variables. So now address is a field, customer name is a field, customer ID is a field. Similarly, pin code is a field, city is a field, state is a field. So this instance variable declaration generally we are calling as a fields. So that means now, as part of our previous discussion, whenever I discussed about setter injection as well as constructor injection in XML, whether it is XML configuration or annotation configuration, concept is same, guys. How internally the bean objects are injected by using what setter methods or constructor arguments or like that, whatever we discussed as part of XML, right? That is same as being annotations also. Only thing is the way you are declaring here you are declaring only annotations, but internally with respect to setter methods as well as constructor arguments, the concept is same. So as part of XML time, I told you to achieve the setter injection, we need always setter methods for that property. right? We via setter method, setter injection will happen. Now, even constructor also, whenever we want to achieve constructor injection, we should define constructors inside that class for those properties or for those fields. Then the dependency injection is going to happen by passing the bean object to the constructor argument, and by executing the constructor, dependency injection happen. Now in this case, setter methods, right? So even annotations wise also, we are going to see setter and constructor same, like we need setter methods to achieve the setter injection, constructors to achieve the constructor injection, but only thing is we will configure annotations. Understand now, based on this explanation, guess what is going to happen here? Field injection means now the dependency bean object injected via fields. So that means I can say simply like this. Now in this case, for example, customer wants address bean object, right? Customer depends on the address object. So what something you are going to configure here. So automatically, now what is going to happen here, it is the bean object whatever created for this, that will be injected directly via this field, name. So that means in this case, the instance variable declaration is mandatory to achieve the field injection. So that means if you declare variable for that property, for that dependency type, then dependency internally container, what it is doing, with the help of your instance variable, it is injecting the address bean object. If it is setter injection, it is going to happen the bean injection, this address object will be injected via setter method, right? So this will be injected via setter method. If it is constructor, then you have to define constructor in the customer class, then it will be injected. But in this case, field means you need always a field. That's why we are calling it as a field injection, right? You got the point now. So that means now, for example, assume I remove this field. So can I achieve field injection in this case? No, because to achieve field injection, you need a field, you need a property variable name. So you need an instance variable. So that's why it is called as field injection. So in this case, what we can do here, it is dependency will be dependency bean object injected via field. So that's why we are calling it as a field level injection. But how? So to achieve this dependency injection, what we have to do? So Spring Framework provided the most powerful annotation called as Autowiring. So what is that annotation name, guys? Autowiring. By using this annotation only, we are going to achieve all the types of dependency injection. So that means whether it is field injection, setter injection, constructor injection, to achieve these three types of injection, we are going to take an help of an annotation called as @Autowired annotation. So by using this annotation, we are achieving the dependency injection. So what you have to do now? So that means with this annotation, what we have to do? What are the limitations for this annotation we have? What are the rules we can follow for these annotations? So how it is working with respect to bean objects in between dependencies and all, we are trying to understand. So when you have to use Autowired is also we are going to discuss. So we know that, right? Dependency injection is always happens in between the bean object. We can achieve always in between bean objects. So that means when you want to inject address inside customer means address, the dependency of address should be a bean object as well as customer also should be a bean object. Then automatically IOC container is going to inject address bean object inside the customer bean object. That is what we discussed in previous also. Right now also we'll follow same. Now what we have to do with this annotation here, it is if you are declaring, now only thing is simply what you have to do is where you have dependency and wherever you defined a field, so on top of that field declare with an annotation @Autowired. So that's all you have to do. Then automatically internally when you are loading your Spring application, Spring Boot application or Spring application, so this will work as part of Spring Framework also. Okay, so whenever you are loading our configuration classes or component classes, what is going to happen and all we will try to discuss, right? For that, what I am doing in my current code here, it is first I am deleting address to bean object, or else I'll do one thing, I'll comment. So that means now I would like to first make sure only one address bean object is available. If you have more than one bean object of address, there is some problems we are going to get. Those I will cover once we are dealing with one single bean object of the address. So now in this case, what you have to do, guys, field injection, right? Simply use an annotation called as Autowired. So see here, what is that annotation? Autowired annotation from the Spring Framework marks a constructor, field, setter, field, or whatever. So that is what it is saying. So whether constructor injection, field injection, setter injection, you have to use this annotation always. So let me import this annotation package. So what we did now, we are added only one annotation called as Autowired when comparing with the previous example. Now see what is going to happen. What I will do in this case is, yes, I removed second bean of address object, right? And as well as what I will do, I will remove this one because now there is no address to write. So I'll make sure this code also commented out. Now what will happen, guys? Now based on our current logic, what is going to happen? Address is a component. Yes, object will be created as well as any configuration classes available, but there is no bean method. So that means finally how many bean objects of address available this time? Only one bean object is available. So let me delete it. So finally one bean object is available for the address class called as address. Okay, good. Now what will happen immediately? It will move to the class called as customer component class. Yes, it is also a component. Then again, customer bean object is going to be created. So what is going to happen in this case? Whenever container is going to create an object for the customer, then it will take customer ID. So customer ID value will become 0. Name value will become null. But when it comes to the address, this time we used an annotation called as Autowiring. So that means by using this annotation, we are clearly telling to the Spring Framework or IOC container understanding, okay, so I need to inject address class object here. So I need to inject address class object here. So that means now what is going to happen here, it is IOC container will verify any bean object available with respect to address class or not. Yes. Container identified by the time address object is available or not. Yes, there is one bean object available called as address. Now that bean object value is referenced to this one. So that means it's all about reference, guys. So reference only. It's not a copy. It's all about referencing. Now this bean ID location is referenced to this variable. So that means simply assume like this address at the rate some value, whatever it is. So this bean object is referencing to this variable. So that means finally what happened? Injection. So this is what calling as injection. By the time customer object is created by the IOC container, internally what container is doing? Container injected the address object inside this address variable, right? Whether it is true or not, see here. So now dependency injection is happening via field or not, we will try to understand. Now what will happen, see here. First let me execute run as Java application. Save all the changes, so focus here. So first how many address objects? One address object, one customer object, right? Yes, one address object, one customer object. Now what is this output? These two lines belongs to this one, right? So get address type, then I'm printing that address hash code value, and then I printed pin code value 0, 5. Now stars, then it coming here. Now in this case you are getting the customer bean object, but by the time of customer bean object, yes, it is available only one bean object, so this object is returned now. But whenever it is returning, now observe here. Yeah, so what you can do, I will do like this, sys out of customer. Okay, let me execute quickly one more time. Yeah, now observe here. Until this we are clear, right? Now see, this is the output related to customer reference, customer object reference. But from the customer, if you are observing, I am printing the get address value. So that means then what you got, guys, address at the rate some so and so value like 37, all this hash code value. If you observe, this value is similar to this value or not, right? Both are same. Both are same. So that means what happened in this case? Dependency injection is happened. That means address is injected inside the customer. Injected in the sense, it's not like a one more copy of address object is injected into customer. It's not like that, guys. It's not like one more copy of address object is injected into customer. No, it's not like that. Simply the customer object, what is available, it's pointing that address object reference to this variable. So now that means internally this address object is always pointed to this object. Whether it is true or not, I'll prove you. For example, even that is what output is saying, right? So this one, both are pointing to the same bean object. So that means only one address object is available. Customer address variable is referring to same bean object of address as, right, whatever is created as part of this address. Now even if we want to prove that, I can prove one more way also. Now for example, what I will do here, it is I'll write down address dot set pin code. Now I'm setting the pin code, something like 333. Now you know that, right? Now what will happen if I'm writing get pin code value one more time, then you will get so and so 333 value. Now here what I'm doing now, get address object, from that address object I want pin code, right? So what is happening? Execute. Yeah, see here 333 So that means in this case what happened as based on this line. So from the customer it is reaching to the get address, means the address is all about the object whatever is created here. So this one. So finally the value of what it is are modified as 333, right? The same value is being written or printed here. That is what dependency injection. So the reference in the bean object of the address. So what we did overall here it is, guys, to achieve the dependency injection via field or field injection, you need to use an annotation called as Autowiring. Then container is going to identify address type object and injected into customer bean object. So this is what one use scenario. Now if I'm taking one more use case, what is that my use case is? As of now the scenario is one address bean object and as well as one customer bean object. Now for example, if I created one more bean object for the address, so that means total I'm going to make sure two address bean objects are created. Then in such case, with respect to customer bean object, I would like to make sure customer bean object is going to be created, but in this case, which bean object of address will be injected? So in earlier case, what happened? When you have one address bean object, blindly that bean object is injected or references to the customer bean object. But this time, when I created two address bean objects for the class called address, yes, it's my wish. For a class, I can create any number of bean objects. So in such case, which bean object is going to be injected? So out of two, which one has to be injected now inside the customer? So that means ambiguity problem, confusion problem, right? So that means now what I'm going to make sure in this case is, see here, I'm not doing anything. I'm just bringing back the old code. That means where I created address to bean object. That means total two bean objects as a configuration class. Now, whenever this line is executed internally, total two bean objects will be available, right? So let me make sure this one also enabled. So that means address one bean object, address two bean object. Now with respect to customer bean object creation, what is going to happen? Now let me give you an explanation here. So now what's happening? One more address object will be created. So address type and a bean ID is address type, right? So in this case, pin code I given as 572 and then city null as well as state equal to null, right? So this is how one more bean object of address is created. Total way two bean objects are created. This is what we saw in our previous examples also. Until this, there is no problem. Everything is clear. Sorry, whenever container reaching to the customer component class, it start created customer bean object. But while creating the customer bean object, it found an annotation called as @autowait. So whenever it is finding Autowiring, then container is, you are telling to the container as injecting address bean object, right? So now container is going for the injecting address bean object. Now container internally verifying how many types of bean objects available for the class called as address. How many, guys? Two we have. So how many? We have total two. Then while by the time customer object is created, what's happening with respect to ID 0, name equal to null, but based on the address you give an Autowiring, right? So then which bean object has to be injected in this case? So do I need to inject? Container is going to inject this one, or container is going to be injected this one, because earlier it's all about scenario of only one blindly injected, but this time it's all about scenario of two address classes. Then which one has to be injected, this one or this one? So that means again more than one means what's happening, ambiguity. So it's all about confusion. So that's why now finally container will say like expected one address object but found two. So I got a confusion. So that's why no such unique bean object, something like that, you will get an exception because of two bean objects of address type. So then finally your address object will not, sorry, finally your customer object will not be created and you are going to get an exception. You are going to get an exception, whether it is true or not. See here. Okay, go back, run as Java application or Spring Boot application. Yeah, so now in this case, why you didn't get an exception here, it is there is a concept available called as bean auto wiring types. So we have a concept of by name, by type, like that, constructor and all these things, by name, by type, something like that. So because of that, it is internally taking by name and as bean id as address, even though for address class we have two bean objects. So internally it is taking by name, concept of auto wiring collaborator, and then address bean id object is injected into customer bean objects. So like that, finally dependency injection is happened by using address bean id called as address, but not address to, right? In the next session, I will explain when we are having multiple bean IDs and what exactly this auto wiring. Okay, how we are avoiding the conflicts and all. I'll take that by name, by type, all the examples in the next session. Then you will understand what happened right now. But I'll try to make sure right now breaking the auto wiring functionality or dependency injection with respect to different property name of address type inside the customer class. Now I'm taking property name as address one for the address type. That means I'm taking in place of address one. So that now my bean IDs are address, comma, address two, but not address one, right? So that means in customer class, now the property name is address one, but actual bean IDs are address, comma, address two for the address type. Okay. Now variable as what, guys? Address one. Field name is address one. So what I did now, from address to address one, I made it. Okay, now in this case, what is going to happen? So in this case, now the variable name will become address. So with respect to address one, now which bean object has to be injected? So in this previous case, it's because of some, okay, address by name property point of view internally. I'll discuss that later. That's why you didn't get any exceptions. But with respect to address one now, leave about that. Now, in this case, what is going to happen? Let's see. So what it is, let me write down get address one. Here also I'm correcting code as get address one because we newly regenerated the setter getter methods. So now let me execute the same program. I'm not done anything. Only thing is what I did, guys. I just modified this variable from address to address one. And then I just generated setter getter methods based on the latest variable name. That's all I did. And after that, I just made correction get method. That's all. Okay. Now let's see here what is happening. Now see here. I mean, you did not get output and you got some exception or error here. And you can see a message like application failed to start. So that means your Spring Boot application is not started, in the sense some exception or error came. So this is what we discussed happened here. It is ambiguity problem. So that means with respect to address one variable property field, which address object has to be injected, either this one or this one. So that's why you got a exception or error with respect to ambiguity or exception to reference one of the address object. So that's why see here, what is that error? Just read here. Exception encountered during context initialization, nothing but IOC container cancelling refresh attempt. Error creating bean with name called as customer, right? So that is what, right? So generally bean id will become what, guys? Customer, right? So that is what it is saying. Unable to create customer bean object, unsatisfied dependency expressed through the field called as address one. No qualifying bean of type address available, even expected single matching but found to what it is, address comma address to. So that's why this time it is getting ambiguity problem and nothing is injected. Now you may get a question, you may get a point like, for example, if I have one bean object with respect to my new property name called as address one, right? Earlier we executed with address, right? So then you will not get any exception when you have only one address bean object. But after that I modified to address one, right? So to reproduce this scenario. Now in such case, what I did, I made only one bean object of address. That means I commented the bean method. Now in this case, what is going to happen? So what I will do, I'll just comment this one also so that we should not get any exception. Okay, now let's see. In this case, what is going to happen? Are you going to get any ambiguity means? So in this case, what has happened, guys? This is what I'm talking about. Address one. By the time customer object is created, how many address objects available? One. So what it is going to do with respect to address one, here it is going to get any ambiguity or not, or blindly this bean object is referenced to the customer or not, we will see when we have only one bean object of dependency. Let me execute. right? So that means you didn't get any exception. So that means customer object also created with the bean, even if I given different property name, like, right? So when the problem occurs now, when you are having more than one bean object of the dependency class, and then when you are having property name something like this, you are getting this bean, you are getting this ambiguity problem, and you are getting this exception. So that means let me bring back the second bean object of address, save it. Right, now let's go and execute one more time, run as Java application. Now see here again you got application fail because the exception is this is what. When you are getting guys annotation config application context. So whenever container is internally processing and creating, you got this an exception. So expected single matching bean but found two called as address comma address. So that means if you are having single bean object blindly injected, but if it is having more than one, it's not injected. But now in this case, still I want to make sure two address bean objects are available, and but I want to inject one of the bean address bean object inside the customer. Then what I have to do? In such case, what I have to do? So that means I should not get this exception. Customer object should be created even though two address objects are available. Then what I have to do now? So now in this case, one of the bean object I have to inject, but as a developer, we should know which bean object has to be injected out of many. Okay, so that is what we have to configure somehow, so that container is going to inject only that specific bean object inside this reference. Now for example, I want to inject address to bean object as part of this one. So address to bean object as part of address one reference of the customer object. So then how I am going to it? So that means by default, I would like to inject address to inside the customer bean object. So that means I would like to, in the sense, IOC container should inject address to bean object inside the customer bean object. For that, what as a developer, what is the configuration we have to do and how we are going to achieve? Here it is. So to achieve this problem, to avoid this ambiguity problem when you are having more than one bean object, Spring framework provided an annotation called as qualifier annotation. What is that annotation? Qualifier annotation. So when you are going to use this annotation is qualifier should be used always along with @Autowired annotation. So now @qualifier annotation, as part of @qualifier annotation, we should define which bean object should be injected by providing bean ID of dependency object. So that means in this case, what is the problem? Finally, what is the problem we got? With respect to customer bean object, you found, two address bean objects are existed. One is address and second one is addressed. Now, along with auto-wide annotation, what you are going to do, what is it is saying, when you are using auto-wide annotation, address, right? So this is what you use, address one inside the which class? Customer, right? Inside customer we use of this logic. Now above statement is saying qualifier we have to use. So that means on top of auto-wide you have to use qualifier annotation, and you are telling very clearly to the IOC container, hey container, whenever you are injecting address dependency into customer because via field injection, and if you are founding two address bean objects, please make sure address 2 should be injected. Address 2 should be injected. Now what will happen in this case? Now you provided extra configuration, and that configuration, that means extra annotation. You given extra information to the IOC container. Earlier we don't have this information. So that's why whenever it is trying to searching for the address type bean objects, it found 2 and got the confusion, and you got an exception like customer object is not created, application is failed to start, right? But this time, yes, with respect to auto-wide, S2 is there, but you provided one more extra information called as @qualifier. So now whenever you use qualifier, what is going to happen? Very clearly you're telling. So which one has to be injected when more than one bean object is available. Assume now tomorrow you have 10 address objects. If you are using qualifier, are you going to get any problem? No, because out of 10 objects, by using qualifier, you are very clearly telling which bean object should be injected. So that means you are giving bean ID, unique bean ID, right? Now what container will do now? Container will go to the address to bean object, and that will be injected into this reference. So that means in this overall process, @qualifier is resolving an issue of what? Bean object creation while we have more than one dependency bean object, right? So this is how you are providing the qualifier. So this is the most topmost interview question as part of Spring Core module. So in many interviews, they will ask you, what is the relationship between Autowiring and qualifier? When I have to use qualifier, when I should not use the qualifier. So how you can say it is when a dependency injection is happening, whatever the dependency object we have, whenever a dependency object contains more than one bean object, whenever we are achieving field injection or any injection via annotations, then we should use qualifier annotation. If you are not using qualifier annotation, container will go to the bean objects of the dependency type. It will found more than one. Then container will get a confusion and container will throw an exception like expected one but found more than one. So bean object creation is failed. So like that, finally our application is not going to start because bean object creation is failed. So to avoid that problem, we will use another annotation called as @qualifier on along with Autowired annotation. And by using qualifier annotation, we are clearly telling out of many bean objects of dependency type, which bean object has to be injected by providing the bean ID. So that means by using qualifier, what we are doing is simply we are providing respective bean ID of dependency object. So then container will understand by using qualifier information, container will go to the bean objects of the dependencies. So it will inject only that specific bean object or reference it to that specific bean object into this property. So this is how you are using the qualifier annotation as part of this example. So now in this case, what is going to happen? Only address to will be injected. There is no confusion, there is no ambiguity. That's why customer object will be created. So see here. Now that means what you have to do along with Autowired. So where Autowired you define here, right? Now in this case, I am using an annotation called as qualifier annotation. Qualifier annotation. So what is the qualifier annotation? This annotation may be used on a field as a qualifier for candidate beans where auto-wiring. So that means it may also be used to annotate other custom annotations. Okay, simple. The annotation name itself telling qualified bean object. So which bean object is qualified for dependency injection? That bean object name you have to provide here it is. So what is the bean object now we expected? Address to, right? So address to we are expecting. So see now I added only qualifier on @Autowired. Are you going to get this kind of exception means? No, no. So see, let's execute. But how many bean objects available for the address? One, address to one more is via component class. Total two bean objects available. Right? So let me execute now, run as Java application or Spring Boot application. See, this time you got customer object is created and you got an address object injected inside the customer and you can see 5,72, right? So why 5,72? Yes, as part of bean method, we given 5 lakh. So that means which bean object is injected? This one, right? That is so. So now, for example, you felt like, now for example, we don't need address to, we want to inject only address. Then in qualifier level, if you given again address, what will happen now? Yes, simple. Now container will understand whenever you are starting your application. Now container is going to understand like, so address should be injected or referenced here. Now what is the value you will see means pin code. So that means this address object is injected here because of the qualifier. But there is no no ambiguity, there is no confusion, no exception. See 333, you got it. So that means especially when qualifier is useful guys, when dependency object is having more than one object, greater than one object. If you are having dependency is having greater than one object, that means more than one means two, then you have to use @qualifier help. If it is having only one bean object, then there is no qualifier because blindly that one and only object will be injected into this property because of Autowired. That means can we use qualifier without Autowired? You cannot use qualifier without Autowired. So because Autowired used with the help of Autowired, we are saying like inject the bean object. With the help of qualifier, we are saying like out of many, which bean object should be injected. That is what we are providing both the information. Here it is. Now, for example, in the customer class, what I am doing here it is, I am defining one more property belongs to, so what I will do, I'll create one more bean class called as account information. So what is my class name? Account information. So something like, assume this customer is belongs to a bank, private integer account number, private string bank name, something like. Okay, so I'll make this also as a component class so that this class will be scanned and an object will be created by the container. So let me define setter getter methods, constructor, and then followed by setter getter methods. Okay, so I'll write down this out here. I'm writing account information is initialized. Now what I will do, you know that a customer object account information object is created inside the container based on this configuration, right? An object will be created called as account information. So now what I'm doing in this case is, as part of customer, I'm defining a dependency of private. Yes, it's my choice. I can define anything, right? So account information. Now in this case, I defined Autowiring. That means what happened now? When customer object is created, first it will identify this one. Yes, address more than one. We given qualifier and that one will be injected. Now similarly, it will come to the second property called as account information class, and the variable name is acc info, right? So then simply what it will do, container will see an object is belongs to this class or not. Yes, it is there. And then that bean object is injected inside the, what I will do, setter getter run as, sorry, source generate setter getters for the new variable account info. Now let me come back to the customer. See, from the customer object, I'm verifying now account information object is injected or not. Customer one dot get account info. So see here. So if it is not injected, you will see null. So you can see hash code value means the object is referenced here. Now in this case, what happened? Account info equal to is nothing but, so that means this object is referenced to this property. So this is how we are achieving what, guys? Dependency injection in between bean objects via field injection. And we have Spring Framework provided one more annotation called as primary annotation. Primary annotation. So generally this annotation also we are going to use along with the combination of, with respect to, I mean this annotation is somewhat having relationship with @Autowired as well as qualifier annotation concepts. So that's why in interviews also people will ask you every time what is the difference between Autowired, qualifier and primary, at what time which annotation we have to use. Can you provide an example like that? With the combination of these three annotations, 100% you will get interview questions. Now what is the primary annotation? Here it is. Why Spring Framework provided this annotation? What is the importance of this? We will try to see. Here it is. For example, now in this case what happened, guys? Customer is one bean object. Dependency, I mean when you are going for the qualifier, generally whenever dependency is having more than one bean object, you are going for the qualifier annotation, right? Now sometimes assume there is a requirement like this. Whenever dependency is having more than one bean object, so that means more than one bean object, whether it is two or three, in such case, by default, one of the bean object should be injected when we declare Autowired. Okay, that means we declare Autowired but not qualifier. So that means what is the point here? It is dependency is having more than one. So when you are having more than one, to avoid the ambiguity, you provided the qualifier and then respect to bean object is injected by the container. But now the dependency is having more than one object, whether it is two or three, four, five. Whenever dependency is having more than one bean object, by default, out of many bean objects, one of the bean object should be injected every time when we declared Autowired annotation. So that means to achieve dependency injection, 100% we need Autowired. There is no question about it. But I am not defining qualifier. So that means simple, guys. Whenever you are having more than one dependency injection, more than one dependency object, even though I'm not using qualifier, generally what will happen when you are not using qualifier, you will get the ambiguity problem. Okay, you will get bean creation failed exception, right? But even though I'm not using qualifier annotation, bean object should be created by taking one of the bean object by default, and that bean object should be injected into the current object level. So that is what the question here it is. Simply that is what the point here it is. Now that means, now in this case assume I'll take address, total three objects this time. Address, I mean we are already created three, right? Two, and I will make one more also address 3. Now in this case, whenever I defined address in the customer class, right? By default, if I'm not using qualifier, I will use only Autowired. Inside the customer, what I will do? I will use only Autowired. but not qualifier. So here in this case number 1, case number 2. So in this case, what happened? Total how many bean objects? Total 3. Now whenever auto wait, what will happen, guys? 1, 2, 3. Ambiguity, exception, you will get in general. So you will get error, bean object creation and all. In this case, to avoid that problem, we are using an annotation called as qualifier, so that address 2 will be injected in this case specifically. But now the question here it is, even though we are not using qualifier annotation, we should not get any exception. We have to make sure every time one of the bean object of dependencies, that means address is a dependency. Out of these three, one of the bean object should be injected always, even though I'm not providing the qualifier. For example, I made decision like address 3 should be injected every time when there is no qualifier is provided, when there is no qualifier provided. So that means every time address 3 should be injected. Now in some other class also, tomorrow if I'm writing employee class, and inside employee class also, if I use @auto_void, okay, and if I define address bean object, address dependency, so in this case also address 3 should be injected here. So that means I used only auto-void annotation, I'm not going to use any qualifier annotation. So but by default every time address 3 should be injected, only address 3. Again, it's not like something else should be injected, address 3 should be injected. So then we have to go with a solution called as @primary annotation. So that means what you have to do is, wherever you are creating a bean object, for example, via either component class point of view or bean method or one more bean method, right? So whatever the bean object you are making as a default bean object, so nothing but what you are doing here, you are making one of the bean object as a default bean object. That default bean object will be injected when qualifier is not presented, when qualifier is not presented. If qualifier is presented, now for example, I made address 3 as a default, right? Address 3 as a default one. So when qualifier is not presented, address 3 will be injected. When qualifier is presented with some specific bean ID, then only that one will be injected. It's not like default one will be injected. So that means now @primary is helping us to resolve bean creation failures when you are having more than one bean object. But at the same time, you know that default means always one. So you will make one of the bean object as a @primary. What? One of the bean object as a @primary. Yeah, one of the bean object we are going to make as a primary bean object. So now in this case, I am making address to as a one of the default bean objects. So in this case, yes, no exception. In this case, this one will be injected. So when you are making this one as @primary, when you are making this one as a @primary, so where you have to make this annotation now, it's not like along with the @auto_void qualifier. No, you should not use along with this. This one you have to use where you are defining the bean object, defining the bean objects, right? So now as part of our explanation, address is created via component. For example, assume you want to make sure this one as a default one, then you have to use primary annotation along with the component. Now when you want to make sure address 3 as a bean object, then you have to use @primary along with an annotation called as @bean annotation. So that means for one class, how many bean objects we can make as a default bean objects? Obviously one only. Default means always only one, right? So that means you have to use @primary out of many bean object declarations. At only one bean object level, you have to declare always as a primary. Now if you are making address 2 as a default means, then you have to use @primary on this bean object level, and you have to delete from other bean level. So that means you have to finally @primary should be used along with only one bean object declaration. So that means now see here what I'm going to do in the configuration class. Okay, I'm making address 3 bean object. Yeah, here also I'll make some small change. Address 3, I'll make something like 444466, and then I'm returning the address object. Now total how many address object? Address 1, address 2, address 3. Now let's come back here, customer point of view, right? So you're given qualifier. Now tell me which value you will see with respect to this. Address means default one, right? So default one, what is the value? 00, and you injected some value 333, right? Now see here you given 333. Concentrate here. What is the value you got with respect to address? This is what you got, right? Fine. Why? Because you given in the qualifier as address. Now, for example, if you give an address to, then execute the program. Now, based on the address to, what is the value? 5,72. Now, based on the address 3, what is the value? This one, right? So that means whenever your class is loaded, so this time what is going to happen? One more bean object is created. Yeah, one more address object is going to be created this time again. Address 3, bean ID will become address 3, right? And the value will become 444 666, right? Null. Now in this case, right, so this is how an object will be created. But in the customer level, in the qualifier is specially mentioned address. So whenever internally container, what it is going to do, container is going to inject reference address to into this customer object level. So then what is the value you will see this time? 5,72, right? True or not? 5,70. Now if I given again qualifier 3, I mean address 3 blindly, address 3 bean object will be referenced to the customer object level. So that means that dependency will be injected 444 666. But now my point here it is, if I'm not using qualifier annotation, bean object creation should be successful without throwing any exception. So see here, run as Java application. So what we will get, ambiguity problem, then you will get like expected one but found 3, address 2, address 3, define something like that, right? So now see here, so even Spring itself also suggesting like consider marking one of the bean. It's like, it's not like more than one. One of the bean you have to define as primary, so that then this issue may resolve. That is what they are trying to say here. It is same thing that is also we discuss. Or else they are saying like go with the qualifier and provide the bean ID. Out of these 3, which one you want? If you don't want to use qualifier, then make one of the bean ID as a primary, then automatically, and container will always inject by default that always. Now for example in this case, now I decided this one as a primary one. So then what will happen? You have to use an annotation wherever you are defining that bean object. So bean 3 should be, address 3 should be primary. So then what you have to do, go here, you have to use @primary. Now tell me what is happening. Primary I used along with address 3. So now in this case, if I'm keeping, I'm not given any qualifier. So I removed qualifier annotation, right? Now which one will be injected? Address 3 will be injected and you will not see this exception. So let's execute run as Java application. So see here, you got 333 666. So that means in this case, what happened here it is, internally when container is executing address type object, it found 3, but it is looking for qualifier. No qualifier also presented. So more than one, no qualifier. At the same time, now container is verifying these guys made at least one bean object as a primary or not. Yes, we made this time address 3 as a beans as a primary. So that one is referenced or injected here. That one is referenced or injected here. So that is how you can use the annotation called as @primary annotation. Okay, tomorrow if you return one more class called as employee class, something like that, and you define here also address dependency, then you inside employee class you are not defined any qualifier annotation. You define only Autowiring. And which one will be injected means same thing, same formula will be applied. So this address 3 we made it as a primary, right? So that will be injected. Now for example, if I remove primary here, that means again you are removing default one. So that means again ambiguity, without qualifier bean creation will fail, your application will not start. Now what I will do, I am removing primary from here. Can I use along with component or not? Yes, here also you can use now primaries, right? Now in this case, which one will be injected guys? Even though customer level you are not given any no qualifier, so but your bean object creation is going to fail. No, so that means but which one will be injected now this time? 1. So see here 333. That means in this case what happened, we shifted our primary focus primary to which one? Address level. Now in this case what container is doing, container is verifying okay primary is available here, let me refer from here to here. So it is what injecting here. So that is how you have to make one of the bean object as a primary. And whenever you given again, for example, now bean object 1 is injected, right? So now if you make sure again qualifier is enabled with address 3, this time address is injected or address 3 injected. Yes, for priority given to the qualifier only. When qualifier is not presented, then priority is checking for the @primary is declared or not. If primary is declared, then that object will be injected. Even primary is not declared, qualifier is absent, I mean not provided, primary is also not declared one of the bean object, then finally your application is going to throw an exception of bean creation failure. So this is how these 3 annotations are going to make a relation. I mean, this is how these three annotations are having a relationship via in between dependency injection. So why I taken this much time with respect to field injection along with Autowiring more than one bean object, qualifier and primary. Even the same concept is being common in setter as well as constructor injection also. Tomorrow, if I remove Autowiring annotation from here and if I declare Autowiring annotation on the setter method, then that will become setter injection. Similarly, if I give an auto-wide annotation along with constructor argument, when I define constructor argument of address inside the customer, if I give an auto-wide along with constructor argument, then that will become constructor injection. So that's why if you are good with field injection and what's happening with respect to one bean object, more than one bean object, how it is happening and all, then we can easily understand setter and getter. So because in setter methods point of view, setter methods will be coming into the picture. Constructor arguments, constructor injection point of view, constructor arguments are coming into the picture. Earlier, when I given only address here, you didn't get any exception when you are having more than one bean object also. That is because of some concept is available, bean auto wiring. There are some concept like auto wiring by name, by type. So I will discuss that once we are done with setter and constructor injection also. Then we will go. Even though more than one bean object is available, even if you are not provided qualifier, even if you are not provided primary, sometimes dependency injection is going to happen. So there are some reasons for that, by name, by type and all. I'll discuss that later very clearly. That's why what you can do is make sure with respect to class name, a different bean ID, and then you will encounter all these problems and fix all those issues by using this qualifier and primary practice. This is all very important, and this is the topmost interview question also from Spring Boot core module or Spring core module with respect to via annotations. Yeah, now in current session, I'm going to discuss more about setter injection and as well as constructor injection. So when you are good with the field injection as part of our previous session, so when we know more about how auto-wide annotation is working, then we can easily understand constructor and setter injection also. So let's take directly an example and then we will see how we are achieving this setter injection, and then followed by that I'll take constructor injection also. Yeah, let me take setter injection first. Now, in my previous sessions, when I taken basics of Spring framework and dependency injection inside Spring framework or as part of Spring applications, I discussed how setter injection is going to work, right? So just refer those sessions to get in details about the setter injection that I taken as part of XML configuration, but I told you configuration will change, but internal functionality will never change. That means the execution time, how dependency injection is happening, what IOC container is performing, okay, what are the rules and regulations we have to follow for setter injection as well as constructor injection. These are all we discussed as a basics with respect to Spring framework, because Spring is a part of Spring Boot. So when you know Spring, that means we should know, that means we know Spring Boot also indirectly. So that's why we discussed it. So what is the first point we discussed as part of setter injection is, so the dependency injection will happen always via setter method. So in this case, dependency injection happens by using setter methods. So that means whenever you have a bean object 1 and if you want to inject into another bean object, then what you have to do in the B2 class level, you should define setter of B1 class. So that means you have to define a setter method for the B1 type. So you will define a property B1 as part of B2 class implementation. Then we will write down a setter method for the B1 type. Okay. So then by using setter method, internally what will happen as per our previous discussion, first, whenever we define a bean class, container will create an instance. Once instance is created, then internally container will identify the dependency bean objects and then it will look for that setter methods. Then it will identify setter methods for that property. Then internally container will identify setter method of dependency type. So that means it will look for the setter method definitely for that type, whatever is the dependency here it is, right? So whatever the dependency here it is. Okay. So then once setter method is available, then internally setter method will be called. Setter method will be called by passing dependency bean object. By passing dependency bean object. So this is what we discussed in our basics of Spring Framework session. Just refer it. So now same thing how we are achieving via annotations is all our topic now. But fundamentally, while executing our Spring Boot application or Spring application, internally, what is happening with respect to Spring IOC container? So how it is performing setter injection? This is what happens. First, it will create an objects and then it will call setter method. By using that object internal, it will call setter method, and then bean object will be passed via setter method. Now let's take an example with annotations how we are achieving same behavior now. So here I told you already we are going to use again same annotation called as Autowide only. So for setter injection also we will use Autowide annotation only, but only thing is we will declare this annotation on setter methods. That's all. Simply as part of field injection, what we did, we defined a field and we declared Autowide on the field level. Now this time, if you want to inject same bean object by a setter method injection, yeah, then we will declare Autowide on the setter method. So that's all you will do. So now what I will do in this case is I'll take a class called as user details, and then I will take one more class called as address class. Now I will make sure address is dependency of user details. I mean, that means now address is the dependency object for the user details. So we have to make sure by the time object of user details is created bean object, internally address should be injected, right? So if it is field injection, what you will do simply, we will write down user details class, and then we will write down address. We will define address variable here, and then simply we will write down @autovide. Then internally container will create an address object first, and then by the time it is created user details object, it will identify this annotation and injects into this field directly. Dependency injection is completed. But this time what? Setter injection means what I told you, we have to create a setter method for the property. So here address is the dependency for the user details, right? So that means I have to write down now a setter of setter method. Setter means setter method, right? Setter of address. So you know how to write down setter method, right? So for example, public void set address. Then here you will define the actual parameter as part of our setter rules and regulations, and then current instance dot this dot address equal to address, right? So then what you will do, you are shifting this Autowide from field to setter injection. Then what will happen, this time the dependency injection happens by executing setter method when you are created bean object for the user details. Okay, when we after creating user details object, it will call the setter method and then it will inject address object here. So in this case, setter method is mandatory. Okay, let's take an example quickly now whether it is true or not. Let me take a new Spring Boot application. Okay, so I'm not taking any dependencies because by default core module will come. Fine. Now project is imported. Let me take a class now. New class. So I'm taking a package name by following base package structure. com.dilip.it is the base package, and I'm taking a sub package here, something like beans or whatever it is. Now I'm taking first class called as address. Finish it. Okay. So now as part of address, what I'm doing, first of all, I need to make sure this has a component class, so that component class will be scanned by the container and an object will be created for the address. This is what we know from our previous discussions. Now see here, private integer pin code, private string city, private string state. I taken three details here. So in this case, I defined only primitives as well as string data type. I did not define any non-primitive other references. So let me make sure as a Pojo class, that means returning setter getter methods, and I will write down a default constructor also, so that we will see bean object created by the container or not when we started our Spring Boot application. So now sysout of address is instantiated. Okay, so now that means what happened with this, an address object will be created. If you want to see or not, let's see here. Yeah, let me execute now whether it is true or not. run as Java application. So now in this case, what will happen? Container will start scanning all the component classes. And whenever it is started scanning component classes, by the time address is available, an address object will be created here. And what is the bean ID for address? Address, because at component level, we are not given anything. That's why class name will become address. Now properties will become integer, pin code equal to 0, as well as city equal to null, and then followed by state equal to null, default values for the properties. So this is how an object will be created. Bean object will be created, right? And what is the class? For which class? For the class called as address class. Class name is address, bean ID is address only, but with camel case. This is what happens. Okay, so see here address is instantiated. So bean object is created, but in our case, our requirement is all about achieving the dependency injection. So that way I'm taking one more bean class called as user details. Finish it. And as part of user details also, I'm making this one also as a component class, because bean object will be created by scanning component classes. Now private string user ID, and then private long, or I will take like string contact, and then private address. So I'm taking address property here. Address one something like that. I take in a variable name. Now see here, let me make sure setter getters are available. Okay, so yes, I provided setter getters. Let me provide for every property. Okay, so that means now setter getters are ready for the class. And even I'll make sure user details constructor also public constructor default constructors is out of user details instantiated. User details instantiated. Okay, so now with this, what will happen, guys? Whenever if you started our Spring Boot application, component scan annotation will work. Then it will scan all this component because of the base package. Even user details object will be created, right? But internally, user details using address object. It doesn't mean like automatically address is going to be injected into user details. Now in this case, what will happen based on our current logic? I'm not talking about upcoming logic. Current logic, what will happen? So in this case, user ID equal to null, and then contact equal to null, contact equal to null, and then followed by what next? Address one. The variable name is address one. Now as part of address one, what is the value? Null. So then what is the bean object name here? User details is the bean ID for the class called as user details, right? So this is what happens inside the IOC container. Okay, so that means dependency injection is happened. As of now, nothing is happened. So until this, let's see it is true or not. What I'm doing, I'm going to the main method class. So from here, we know that this run method is executing or returning always IOC container in the form of configurable application context. So you can take as container, I'm taking name as container. Container dot get bean of. So what is the class I have to use here? First, I'll get the address object, whether address is created or not. So I'm using dot class instance. So that means you know that, right? Even we discussed this one also. When you have to go with dot class, when only one bean object available for the address. So then only this method will work. Address, address. Now what will happen? Container will return this address object to you. This sort of address, right? Fine. Now similarly, what I will do, I'll write down logic for the user details. User details equal to container dot get bean of. Even for a user details class also, we have only one bean object, so I can take class reference user details dot class. So then let me print this reference also. Now from this, I'll see address object is injected or not. We know that it will not be injected because we are not provided either Autowire anything else, right? So I even field level also. So that's why nothing will happen. See here, Yeah, address object is created, user details is created as a bean objects. But what really address object is injected inside the user bean object means no. User details, no. Because we are not done any field injection, any setter injection. Now, as part of our logic, user is having dependency, right? So here it is having dependency of bean object address of type address, right? So in this case, if I give an auto void here, then field injection will happen. But if we are looking here completely for setter injection. So that's why what you have to do is whatever the dependency object, what is the dependency you need? Address, right? So for that you need to define always setter method. So now setter method is available or not? So see here, yes, it is available for the address one. Now simply what you have to do is just define auto void here. You have to define auto void here, and then automatically what will happen, guys, whenever, now in this case, even let's see really this setter method is executed or not, we will see injected address being from setter method of user details. Now what will happen? What is the logic we return now? We return added auto void. Now, whenever component classes are scanned, when we started our Spring Boot application again, what it will do? It will identify address, it will scan and identify the address, creates the bean object. Yes. Now again, it will come to the user details class. But when it comes to user details class, before while creating object of user details, it will observe are we return any auto void or not? Yes. This time we return on top of setter method. So whenever we are achieving setter injection means now what container will understand, okay, address bean object should be injected inside the user details by using setter method because we declared setter auto void on the setter method, right? Then first it will create user details bean object. Then internally by using that object, it will call setter method and it will pass address bean object what is already created that will be passed here it is. So finally address object is injected into user details. So that means now what will happen? First user details object will be created and then setter method will be called of address type inside user details. Then finally address object will be injected. So that means now this address object is referenced to this level, not null. Okay, so that means what is the bean ID? Address will be referred here as a bean ID. I mean simply bean object will be referred. So that means finally dependency injection is happened. Now see here, if I'm extracting bean object of address from the user details means I'll get same hash code, whatever available here, same thing I'll get. But understand at what time the dependency is injected and all. Now see address is created. That means yes, as part of our discussion address is created and user details bean object is created. Yes, then see here you got address, right? Now see here, yeah, this line is important. Now what happened? Injected address bean from setter method of user details. So that means setter method is executed. So now address object is injected via here. Even if you want one more line also, print the address one here. Then you will see really the address one. So that means now whenever it is calling setter method, it is passing the reference of the depth of that dependency bean object here. So then internal it will be done. That's why you can see here the hash code value what we written here is same with respect to what we got from the user details object also, and it is executed by a setter method. So this is all about the setter injection. Now my next point here it is. Now for example, in case address is having more than one bean object, address is having more than one bean object. So what will happen? So there is a use case, definitely, right? So maybe I can create any number of bean objects for a class. In same point of view, I created one more address object. So I created one more address object. Then what has to be done? Then what will happen? How dependency injection will happen, right? So here I'll create one more called as address to bean ID for the class called as address. Now in this case, what will happen? Dependency injection is going to happen or not with respect to user details. We have to think now, right? Okay. So what will happen now? Same thing. Whenever it is verifying address type, internally it will found two address objects. Then again, there is a confusion whether this one has to be injected or this one has to be injected. So there is a confusion, ambiguity problem. So this will not, this will not. So then what is the solution? We know, guys, when you are having more than one bean object of the dependency type, we have to use an annotation called as qualifier annotation. So if we are using qualifier annotation, then that means we are specifying which bean object should be injected out of multiple bean object. First, we will see whether we are getting the bean creation exception or not for the user details with our current logic by creating one more bean object for the address type. So how can I create one more bean object for the address type? What you can do, you have to write down a configuration class. I told you earlier, Spring Boot application annotation is internally contains an annotation called as configuration also, right? So if you see here, configuration also. So that means, can I use this class as a configuration class? And so can we write down bean method here? Means yes, we can write down here also, instead of we are taking one more configuration class. So let me write down a bean method here, or we can take a separate configuration class and we can write down bean methods also. Okay, public, and we know that I need one more bean object of address. That's why I take an address. Get address to or any bean object name. Return new address. Right. So in this case, what is the bean ID, guys? If you are not given any bean ID, method name will become bean ID, right? So even that point also we discussed in previous session. Or else we can provide a specific bean ID also. So I given address to bean ID as address to. Now what will happen based on this? Now one more address object will be created, bean object, by the container with the bean ID called as address to. Okay. So now see here. Now as per our discussion, what will happen? One more address object is created and ambiguity problem will come. Bean creation will fail for the user details. Finally, our application will not start properly. Okay, let me execute our application now. So yeah, see here. What happened? Same problem like what we see in previous field injection level, when expected is only one but found two, address as well as address two, right? Found two, expected single bean but found two. So to avoid this, what is the annotation? We have qualifier annotation. So now what we have to do to avoid this exception, we have to use qualifier annotation, or we can go with one more solution called @primary declaring on bean object level also, which is the default bean object. When we are not defined qualifier, then that default bean object will be injected, or else we can specify qualifier along with the Autowired annotation as per our previous discussion. So if you want more information, just refer previous session, then you will get entire story behind qualifier primary as well as Autowired. So now in this case, what we have to do, just declare Autowired, sorry, now just declare qualifier along with the Autowired. So where you used here, right? So here you can define the qualifier, and as part of qualifier, what bean object has to be injected, that bean ID you have to give. For example, in my case, I decided like, let me inject address to, not address one. That's why I given address to here. Now see what's happening as part of bean object creation of user details. See here, we got user object created and injected address inside the address, and you can see what is the address object you got. But why you got this exception, guys? Just no qualifying of bean, right? Something like we are getting an exception. Why? Because if you go here, because of this line. So this method is taking address class dot class reference, right? So that means this will not work when you are having more than one bean objects. Then what you have to do in this case, you have to specify specific bean ID. So that's why you got this problem. This is also we discussed in our previous example. For example, I would like to get bean address to bean object. Then it will return object type, and you have to typecast it to address. Now what? So this line is causing this issue, not actual bean object creation. So that's why you can see very clearly at line number, this line you got an exception. It's not actual user details case. Now let me execute one more time. See here what happened. User details bean object is created and address is created two times, right? Address 1 and address 2. Now in this case, injected address, what address is injected? This one, right? And this is the second bean object. If you see here D0C, this is the second bean object. That is also we got, right? So same bean object is injected or not? Yes. Now in this case, there is no ambiguity. That's why there is no confusion, and simply address 2 is referenced here. Now in this case, address 2 is referenced, right? So this is how you are going to use the qualifier annotation. Now, in case if you don't want to use qualifier annotation, we have a solution called as @primary. You can make either address or address to one of the bean object should be as a @primary. Then automatically that primary bean object will be injected inside the dependency level. So please refer and try to do it on your own with respect to @primary via setter injection. So this is how you can do setter injections. So now in this case, for example, I want to define default user ID or something like I want to inject a value for the user ID or contact, some predefined value, something like +911234 like that. I want to achieve a setter injection or field injection. So then Autowired will not helpful for us. Autowired is helpful only for the type of non-primitives only, but not for string and primitives. So in such case, what we can do, we can take a annotation called as @value. I'll take a separate session for @value with respect to properties, setters, as well as constructors also. So what is the question here? It is you have to go with the qualifier or you have to use solution as @primary also. So what is qualifier primary? Just refer previous session, then you will get the entire knowledge and the most important interview question also related to this auto-wide qualifier and primary combination. Now what is the next one? Constructor injection. Now the name itself telling the injection is happened, dependency bean object injection happened via constructor. So that means now if I take an same example one more time with respect to constructor injection, what we have to do? We are going to create a constructor inside the user details because user details want address class object, right? So that means we have to create a constructor with constructor argument of dependency type. That means whatever the dependency object you are having for that dependency type, you have to create a constructor. So that means see here what I am doing, public class, sorry, public, what is our current class? User details, right? Let's take user details. And what is the bean object you would like to inject here? Address, right? Address. And then I return constructor like this. So this dot address 1 equal to address 1. Right. So what I define now, define. So that means a constructor should be presented with dependency type argument. Constructor is mandatory with dependency type argument. So then that's why I created a constructor with type of with constructor argument called as address. Now here what we will do, we will define auto-wide annotation. Here it is. So let me do one thing. What I will do here it is, I'll remove second bean object so that we'll make sure only one address bean object is available again. I'll remove logic from here also. Yeah, I will make sure address. So that means only one bean object is available. Now based on the scenario, now in this case again, this is what default scenario, right? So what is going to happen with respect to address one property? Now, as part of our previous session, when I explained about XML configuration with constructor injection, I told you how setter injection is happen, guys. Once object is created, then internally setter method is called. So that means step number 1, object created, and then step number 2 called setter method with above object. Internally this is all container will do, but this time when dependency injection will happen, while object creation. So you know that, right? Constructor, when constructors will be executed generally while object creation. So whenever you want to pass some values to the instance variables of an object, generally what is the concept we will use, guys? Constructor, right? So that's why in this case what happened, dependency injection is happening while object creation, not after object creation. So when object is creating itself, in this case, is it going to assign the null value? No, it will directly reference the bean object whatever is available. So that means directly in this case the reference will be provided here. So now only one bean object is available called as address. Okay, so let's see here. Now what I'm doing, I'm removing this entire auto-wide and everything from the setter method. I keep this same thing as it is, and I will write down one more sysout here, but sysout of address injected via constructor Okay, and then I will write down address 1 so that we will know that the actual bean object of address is injected or not with this hash code value, right? So that's why I define. Now what is the next step we have to do? We have to define auto void here. If you are not defined, then what will happen? No auto void on property level or constructor level as well as setter level. Then dependency injection is going to happen in between address to user details. No, nothing will happen because you are not used auto void. Now this time we are going with concept called as constructor auto void. So now, yes, let's test dependency injection is happening or not. So see here. Yes, address, how many address objects created? One. And address is injected via constructor. So why this line is printed? Because constructor is executed, right? That how which constructor is executed? If you observe here, I have two constructors, guys. One is zero parameterized, one is one parameter. And that parameter also belongs to which type? Address type. Because our requirement here it is injecting, dependency is what? Injecting address. That's why we need to take address property only. Here it is. That's why this, now what internally container is doing here it is, when container scanning this component class called as user details, it will observe any auto-wide annotation available or not. Yes, this time auto-wide is available with respect to constructor. So then internally container will decide, we need to, okay, container will decide address object is available or not. So address object is available, that is what injected, pass it to this constructor argument value, and then internally constructor is executed. Finally user details object is created, and here you are doing the reference, right? So that's why address object is referenced to the user details object. So this is how you are achieving the constructor injection. So that is what I told you. If you are good with Autowiring, as part of our field injection, what we discussed, what is happening internally and all, then only thing is you are shifting Autowiring from field to setter, setter to constructor to achieve different types of injection, right? So that is what happened. Now, for example, if you have again more than one, so in this case also, what you will do, in case if you have more than one bean object, same solution, you have to go with either qualifier or primary annotations based on these functionalities. Now let me define one more bean object for the address. Yeah, I just undo because now one more bean object is coming into the picture. So one more bean object. Now which one has to be injected in this case? Address 1 or address 2? So again ambiguity, right? So whether you are getting ambiguity or not, let's see. With default logic, without declaring qualifier. See here, same problem. Expected 1 but found 2. So whether you can go for primary or qualifier. Now for example, in this case, qualifier you can try on your own. So just define qualifier on and with the annotation called as Autowiring on top of constructor. Then that respective bean object will be injected. But in this example, what I will do, I will make sure primary. So now I decided when someone else is not defined anything by using qualifier, then automatically every time this object should be injected instead of bean object creation fails or dependency injection is failed. So now in this case, what will happen? As part of primary, now you made this one as a primary, right? This bean object as a primary, you given label as primary, nothing but default bean object. Whenever container creating user details object, now found two bean objects for the class called as address, but any confusion, yeah, confusion is there, but it will verify qualifier is provided or not. Qualifier is provided, no, then it will check at least primary is provided or not. Yes, we made one bean object, default bean object by using primary, right? Yeah, based on this primary annotation, what will happen? This address 2 will be injected here because of primary annotation. So this is all we discussed in our previous session with respect to field injection, how it will works. Whether now see address 2 is really injected or not because I made primary, right? Now go to user details, there is no qualifier. See here, address created 2 times. And you got same address object injected in the user details or not? See here, whatever you got from the container address 2, the same thing being injected inside the user details. So that means address 2 is injected. There is no I mean, the ambiguity problem is resolved because of @primary. If you remove primary, ambiguity. Or else if you can go with @qualifier here it is. Just define qualifier here. First internally what it will check, are we provided qualifier or not? First priority qualifier. If qualifier is not presented, then priority shifted to primary annotation. But this time we given qualifier. So that's why it will try to inject address only. Because we given in the qualifier level which bean object should be injected. It will ignore primary now. Whether it is true or not, let's see. See here, two address objects are created, right? And address object is injected via constructor only. But which one? If you observe here, this is address to bean object reference. But internally injected some other. That's why, I mean address. That's why you can see different. Because of this logic, what? If you see here, this is address to bean ID. But what you are injected from the user details, whatever you are extracting, it is a different. That means it's not injected address to, it is injected only address. That means let me make sure this has address. Execute. Now you will see both hash code values same, because whatever you got from the container, same thing is referred by the user details also. See here, this is also same, this is also same. So this is how you are going to achieve the constructor injection. Now I have couple of questions here it is. For example, if I have a constructor with many arguments, right? So for example, as of now what I did, I done user details and I have provided address here, right? Address one, something like that. One parameter constructor with address one. And you defined Autowiring here, dependency injection is happened. Now, for example, if I have a constructor string user ID, assume I have one more constructor parameter called as user ID. Then what is going to happen? Dependency injection is going to happen or not? Observe now. So what I am doing now, the same annotation, the same constructor. I mean, I'm using same constructor, but with one more extra constructor argument. So see here, I'll just comment the above one. Okay, in this case, what I will do, I'll remove bean2 so that we can deal with only one bean object. But scenario is different this time. What is the scenario now? One bean object only, that is fine. But constructor I define with two parameters. Automatically dependency injection is happening or not, we will see. So here I am removing qualifier also because only one bean object, right? But this time I am making string user ID. For example, assume I want to inject user ID value also here. So here I will write down this dot user ID equal to user ID. Yes. Now in this case, address is a dependency and you are telling to the container, please inject address object because of the Autowiring. Now what is going to happen? See now. See here. Now what happened? Parameter one of constructor. So that means simply bean object creation is failed for the class called as user details. Why? What is the reason? Just understand. So before going with the explanation of error, just apply our common sense of all our core Java skills like this. Now leave about the Autowiring, think in core Java point of view. Whenever as part of our Java programming language, assume you written a constructor like this in your class. Now whenever you want to create an object by using this constructor, so tell me, is it possible to create like this or not? User one equal to new user details. Can I create object like this? Okay, no. I'll write down some combinations and then we will discuss. And then here I will write down, assume by the time you created one address object also, address addr equal to new address. Okay, so source code is this. Only one constructor is available. Think in such a way. Now user 2. Similarly, now what I will do, I will pass address here. I written three statements here. So out of these three statements, which one is a valid statement with respect to our Java knowledge? We know that, right? Whenever we defined a constructor, whenever we created an object for that class, by okay, that means constructor will be executed, right? So you have to make sure 100% passing value of first constructor argument, second constructor argument, and as well as similarly third, fourth, the number of constructor arguments you define, 100% you have to make sure always passing all the constructor values. All constructor argument values you have to pass. But what is happens in this case? Two constructor arguments are available. One is address type, second one is string type. So is it valid? No. Second one, okay, you are passing address object only here, but the problem here it is address is okay, good, But what about the second argument value called as user ID? So that means you are missing. In such case also, Java language point of view, you will get compile time error or maybe whatever it is, finally invalid statement. Now third statement point of view, what will happen? Yes, address type, address point of view. Now, yeah, address is available, right? So this will be injected here. Fine. Now with respect to second parameter, what is the value provided? Yes, you provided a string value called as Dilip123. Yes, second argument type is string, right? So that's why you provided that. Then what will happen? Address is okay. This value provided here, this value provided here, right? So finally, this address is passed here and that you are passing to here, right? And this value is passed here, right? Then finally address one, this address one is inject, okay, initialized here, and the value what you passed here, that is what initialized. And finally in your object level, user ID value will become Dilip123, address one reference will become this address, right? So this is what happens as part of our Java language. So that means when you define constructor with more than one argument, every argument value is mandatory with respect to order also. It's not like I cannot say address I'm going to pass after this string. Even order should match. Data type as well as order should match. In this case, this is also invalid, right? So that we know, right? Same formula here also. Now what is happening? Understand here what container is saying. See here, parameter 1 of constructor in Dilip user details required a bean type of string that is not found. Because we know that, right? Index starts from the 0 and it is saying parameter 1. So the simple formula here it is saying here, what about the value of user ID? Container is saying, yes, based on Autowired, I found address object. I found address object, I'm ready to inject address. But when I want to execute this constructor, I need second value also, but you are not provided any real value for the user ID. So then what I have to do? So that is what the problem here it is. So that means in such case, what you have to do, if you want to, but still I want to create a bean object of user details with this constructor, then you need to pass some value here. Then how can you pass value with respect to second constructor argument like string value? By using an annotation called as @value annotation. I can inject here it is. As part of next session, I'll discuss completely about @value. So that means we need to know more about an annotation called as @value annotation. So that means even this we can use along with field level field as well as setter methods as well as constructor also. So that means this annotation is more helpful for us along with field injections, setter injections and constructor injections. And that too, when you will use this annotation guys, it's only, I mean, for the primitives as well as under string values. For these type of data types or values, we are going to use an annotation called as @value for the field injection, setter injection and constructor injection for these data types. So that means in this case, auto-wide is not being used for the primitives and string. Auto-wide is going to be used only for the non-primitive bean objects. Non-primitive, that to bean objects. That means only object means it's obviously non-primitive class, right? Whether it's a predefined class or user-defined class. So bean objects point of view you can use. But whenever it is a primitive value or string data type value, still I want to configure. That means here every time I want to inject a contact value, whenever user details object is created, by default inside contact some default value should be injected instead of null. So that means I decided everyone should be initialized with this value 9123 something like that. Then what you have to do? So for that you will use @value annotation. So how to use, what to use, where to use, I'll discuss in the next session. So with that we are completely done with dependency injection via annotations and field injection as well as setter as well as constructor, including primitives versus non-primitives also we are done. So let's take next session with @value annotation with respect to all types of dependency injection of primitive data types and string data type. As part of current session, we are going to discuss about an annotation @value inside Spring or Spring Boot framework. So that means the same annotation is available in Spring and Spring Boot framework. So why we are using @value annotation and what is the importance of @value annotation as part of our Spring or Spring Boot applications, and how we are using @value annotation at what scenarios we are using @value annotation. What is the real importance of @value annotation? we will see all the use cases in the current session. And this is the one of the topmost annotation being used in every real-time Spring Boot or Spring applications, as well as most of the times this we will get an interview question around this annotation also. So let's see now more details of @value annotation. We discussed a concept called as dependency injection. So dependency injection via different types of dependency injection, right? So simply what we did as part of that, we injected one class bean object into another bean object, right? So this is a bean and this is a bean. And then somehow by using some annotation, Autowiring and other functionalities, we made dependency injection, right? So that means one bean object is going to be injected into another bean object wherever you are having dependency of that bean object, right? But now, for example, I have a class, I'll take a class called as employee class. Now, as part of employee class, when you are having properties something like ID, some and as well as name, as well as some organization name, I assume these are all properties of the employee class. Now here, if I have a class called as address type, then what you are doing? Okay, here I can take like integer ID, string name, string organization name, and as well as maybe assume you taken a variable type called as address, right? So now that means whenever you have one more class called as address, here as part of address, assume you are defined pin code and then followed by some string city name. Okay, fine. Now we did what? Dependency injection. We created, so in this case, address is dependency of, in this case, address is dependency inside the employee, and we made some auto-word annotation and we injected address into employee bean object, right? And whenever a bean object created for the employee, for example, you made this as a component class, what will happen? Now, whenever we made this as a component class or as well as address also, right? So we will make component annotation, right? So whenever we created bean object for the employee class, so in this case, this is address and this is all about employee, right? Now, here in this case, address will be injected inside the employee if you are using an annotation called as auto. Yeah, this is what we saw in our previous session as part of our dependency injection. So that means here the properties of class called as employee, and whenever you have a property of non-primitive related to again a bean class, that data type is belongs to a bean class, you are using an annotation called as auto and you are passing a reference of the address object to this address property. So that means then in such case what will happen? Inside employee class, address property will not be null. So it will never null. So it will not be null because you got an address reference here, address reference here. So that's why it will not be null. But if you take another properties called as ID equal to 0, default value integer, and as well as name equal to null, right? And as well as organization name equal to null. So this is what your object is going to be created based on our current logic. Now in this case, if I want to pass some default values for the primitives as well as string data type value, what I have to do? So that means now in this case, assume for organization name, whenever a bean object created for the employee, I would like my requirement is organization name should be initialized with a value called as, for example, I'll take Amazon. So that means organization name property should contain a value always called as Amazon. So that means simply I can say in this case, Amazon is the real value should be injected inside the organization name. So Amazon should be injected inside the organization name. So how it is possible? Can I use auto means? No, we cannot use. Auto is only for the purpose of in between bean objects. But in this case, organization name is not a bean object. It is just like a non-primitive related to string. But and when it comes to ID, it is completely primitive data. So even for example, my requirement is demanding, I would like to make sure pin code value, some default value like I'll take here every time whenever address bean object is created, by the time component scan is called scanning, assume this pin code value should be injected and as well as this value city should be injected. Then what you are going to do? How you are going to inject these values into these properties of address bean object. and at the time of bean object creation, this process should be happened. So simply injecting dependency injection only, but with respect to primitive data types and string value. So how we are going to do here it is, we cannot use Autowiring. We have to use we need to take help of @value annotation. So by using @value annotation, we can configure default values for the properties of any bean object, right? So see here how we are going to implement, and yeah, how many ways we can use @value annotation and in what places we can use @value annotation and all we will see now. Now so let's see the definition of @value annotation. So this value annotation can be used for injecting values into fields and as well as arguments of the methods and constructors also. So that means the @value annotation we can use along with field level, even we can use at method level, even we can use at constructor level also. So that is what the statement is saying. So what it is doing, injecting the values. So how can we inject the values and all we will see now. Now let me create a Spring Boot application for this. Yeah, so Spring Boot value annotation. Next, finish. Project is getting imported, right? So let's go to this and create. Now see what I'm doing. I'm writing a class com.dilip.it or something like beans or whatever it is. Package name I written, and then I'm taking, first I will take address. Now as part of address, I'm defining properties called as private integer pin code, right? Private string city. So in this case, I would like to, whenever bean object is created, it should initialize with 572. Should not be default value of 0. That means we have to make default value as 572 by the time bean object is created for the address class. And value should be something like Hyderabad. Okay, so let's make it as a component. We know that we have to make component class, then only bean object will be created, or at least we can define @bean method for this class, right? Let me define setter getter methods also, and I will write down a default constructor for recognizing bean object created by container. Address is instantiated. Now in this case, what will happen? Address bean object will be created and pin code value will become 0, city value will become null. Whether it is true or not, let's see. Now here what we will do guys, we will get the container object, configurable application context, container equal to, and then from the container, what object I'm going to get? Dot get bean of address class, address type object. So that means address. Okay, now I will get address object. Now, whatever the bean object created by the container as part of address, in this case, pin code equal to, by default, what is the value? 0, integer, and as well as city value will become null, right? This is what happens. Whether it is true or not, first we will see. Sys out of address dot get pin code as well as sys out of address dot get city. See, let's see the values now. If you see here, address object, bean object is created by the container because we return component, right? And what are the values for the pin code? 0 as well as city equal to null value. But in this case, now my current requirement is whenever bean object is created by the container, by the time bean object is ready inside the container, so I need always some default values initialized for these properties. Now in this case, address should be aligned with address pin code value should be aligned with 572. City value should align with Hyderabad by default whenever bean object is created. So then what you have to do is you have to use an annotation called as @value annotation. So for example, @value annotation we can use along with field level as well as we can use at method level also, and you can use at constructor level also. So that means in a way we can say like by using @value we are performing dependency injection for the primitive data types. In interviews sometimes they will ask you, can we achieve dependency injection with primitive data types values or not? Yes, we can achieve by using @value annotation, but not @Autowiring. So see here now what I am doing. I am using an annotation at field level. Field and the value annotation is @value. If you see here, this is from the core module only, right? Okay, now what is the value I have to pass? 572. And then here @value. And what is the value we would like to pass? Hyderabad. right? Yes, that's all you need to do. You don't need to do anything. So by default, now what will happen whenever container scanning this class, container will observe anything provided with respect to value for the primitives or not. Yes, we provided this time. So that's why once container is while creating address bean object, internally now what will happen guys, as part of pin code, the value will be initialized with 572. 572 and city value will become Hyderabad. Okay, now see whether it is true or not. See now, by the time you are getting bean object from the container, now container is initialized these real values as default values for the properties of address class. So this is how we are going to inject primitive values for the primitive properties, primitive data type properties as part of our bean objects. When generally we can use this especially at the component level. Similarly, let's go with the employee class also. Let's define quickly a class called as employee also. So as part of employee, I'll take properties, private integer ID, private string name, private organization name, string organization name, and then private address. Now in this case, I would like to make sure ID value as by default I will leave as it is, like default value 0, and as well as I would like to give name as null only. But my specific requirement is organization name should be always Amazon by the time employee bean object is created from this component class. Yeah, please make it as component always, otherwise it will not become as a bean class and bean object will not be created. So now in this case, what will happen? In this case, what we have to do? We have to initialize a value organization name as organization name as Amazon for this property. So what you have to do? Simple, very simple, right? So just take at the rate value and define the property. Sorry, define the value Amazon. That's all you have to do. Now, with respect to address, what we have to do, guys? We know that, right? What we know? We have to use Autowide. Why we are using Autowide? Why not at the rate value here? Because address is a non-primitive and related to a bean object type. So bean object inside bean object. So then you have to go with Autowide annotation. In this case, when you have to go for at the rate value, wherever you can provide a value directly. So that means as part of Java, we can provide with respect to primitives as well as with respect to string data type, right? So there you can use it. Simple. In Java, wherever you can initialize a value directly for a variable for the type, there you can use at the rate value annotation. Apart from values, wherever we are going to initialize references or like instances, then there you have to go with the Autowide annotation. Now see, everything is happens as expected or not. Let's create setter getter methods also for every property. Yeah, good. And I'll write down a default constructor also, public employee instantiated. Now let's see. So in this case, what's happening guys, we are doing field injection by using Autowide bean object to bean object. Here also we are doing field injection, but with respect to string data type, and we are injecting direct value here. In this case, bean object, field injection only. Okay, so do one thing. Now same way, get the employee object from the container, employee equal to, from the container get the employee object dot get bean of employee dot class, and then sort of employee dot get id, and then followed by get a name, and then followed by get organization name, and then get address. But address is a bean object, right? From address I'm seeing what is the value available, city, and from the address as well as I'll see pin code also. Get, so that means from the employee the injected address object data we are picking up. Now in this case, what will happen? Yeah, same thing is right. So in this case, ID is 0, name equal to null, but we made organization name as Amazon, right? So this is how a bean object will be created. Now in this case, what's happened? Address is injected inside the employee, so that even now you will see employee address, pin code as 572 and city as Hyderabad, and organization name as Amazon. So like this, we can initialize the default values by using at the rate value annotation. See here, 5,72, Hyderabad, 0, null as expected. Organization name as Amazon, and you can see Hyderabad 5,72 means because of this address object information, because that is injected. So please remember this format, like how where you have to go with at the rate value, where you have to go with the Autowired annotation. Now, let's take some other advantages of at the rate value annotation now. Now assume as part of our Spring Boot application or even our Spring applications also, sometimes, not sometimes, if it is a Spring Boot application, every time we will use an application.properties file, right? So that means we'll configure a lot of predefined properties as well as user defined properties and respective values here. Now I want to get, for example, I have some configuration data and I configured that inside the properties file. Like for example, organization dot name equal to Amazon services, something like that. Now in this case, what I did, I defined a property as a key value. Key is organization name and value is Amazon services. Now, why generally we will go with the configuration for the purpose of maintenance. So if you are overriding, I mean, if you are hard coding values like this in the logic, in the Java logic level, it will become maintenance will become difficult in future. If when your Amazon is changed to so and so Amazon services, or maybe Amazon change it to so and so other company name. So that means any maintenance of the activity with respect to data configuration, data modification will become very difficult. And at the same time, one more disadvantage if you are using here it is, for example, assume same value you have to use in other bean objects also, or in another component classes also. Then that means you are going to provide hard-coded value in multiple places, and whenever there is a change you have to change it multiple places. So for that purpose, generally what we will do a configuration file concept, and then what we will do, we will use this key name wherever we want, so that automatically this value should be reflected, right? Yes. Now can we inject these values with the at the rate value means? Yes, we can define at the rate value annotation to bind the value from the properties file also, by based on the key. By using key of the properties file, we can bind that real value as part of our variable. So see here how I am doing. So that means when you are using direct value here, at the rate value you are using, right? So whenever you are using direct a value on field or maybe argument level, wherever it is, then you are using at the rate value and followed by inside the double quotes you need to pass always value. But now in this case, second use case is what? Getting value from the properties file. That means for property key and value is there, right? So we are getting value from the properties file. So in such case, you have to follow a syntax like this. What is the syntax? Here it is. You have to go with at the rate value wherever you want to inject a value, and here inside double quotes you have to use dollar symbol and followed by the curly braces, and here you have to use property name, that means the key name, whatever you would like to, whatever the property name you are having, that name you have to provide. Here it is. So that means in reality what will happen now, I mean whenever bean object is created, container whenever seeing this format, what it will do is internalize Spring framework, it will identify this property name from the properties file. It will go and verify inside the properties files. Yes, if it is available inside the properties file, then that value will be replaced, then the value will be replaced inside this whole property level, and finally the value will be reflected in the so and so variable whatever you declared at the rate value. So that is what happens. So here this is what the syntax you have to follow inside the double quotes. Okay, dollar followed by curly braces, and inside the curly braces you have to provide the property name. Then automatically replacement of that value will be done while bean object is created based on this annotation. So do one thing now. I'm keeping above value as it is. So you can do same thing for other properties also, guys. Simple. Now what I'm doing as a second solution, at the rate value annotation, and then double quotes as well as dollar symbol, curly braces, and then property name. So go to the properties file. What is our property name? This is all entire property name, right? org.application, org.name. So now I'll give an property name. Here it is. Now guess what will happen whenever I'm saying the output. Now what is the organization name you will get? Amazon services, run as Java application. See now, Amazon services. So from where you got this value? From the properties file. But you used property name along with the @value annotation. Like this, you can inject. Now, for example, going further, you decided like why we have to keep hard coded values here. Let's move this value also inside the properties. Now, for example, I given org.organization pin code equal to 5,72. So what will happen in this case? Now pick up this key name and go to the address class so that remove this. You can go @value annotation and followed by the dollar symbol and then curly braces. But this everything should be inside the double quotes. Please remember that point. And inside curly braces, you have to give the property name. You have to provide the property name. Now what will happen whenever component class is scanned by the container address, it will observe @value annotation for the property pin code. And by this time we are not given direct value. We given property name by using property name format. Then it will go to the properties file and it will search for the organization pin code and value 5,72 is replaced in this position and finally pin code value will become 5,72. Okay, let's see now it is true or not. See, now you got again 5,72 only. Even if you want, I can change it. 5,73, save it and go to the application. See now 5,72, 5,73. So that means we are getting values from the properties file now by using @value annotation. So this is how the most of the times we will use @value annotation along with the field level. Now, as per our statement of @value annotation, we understood like we can use along with the methods as well as constructor arguments also. Yeah, let's take examples with respect to setter and as well as construct. I mean, not setter, any method name, and as well as we will take @value along with constructor also. Okay, let me define few other classes to take this example now. New class. I'll take like product. Okay, first make it as component always. Private integer PID product ID, private string product name. Okay, let me define. I'm taking first at method level. So that means can we achieve setter injection for the primitive values by using annotation configuration? Yes, we can. What we will do? We will take @value at setter method level and we will provide value as part of value annotation. Then automatically by use executing setter method that will be done. Now let's see here source generate setter getter methods generate it. So after defining product class, my requirement here it is I would like to make sure product ID by default 5 ones. So I can use @value directly here by taking 5 ones. That is also you can do, but as part of method level we are testing right now, right? So I will use @value annotation in the method level. So here what I can do, I can provide directly the value here. So automatically that will be injected. Now, even for example, assume you define that as part of the property, that product ID, product dot ID equal to 5 ones. Then what is the approach? You have to follow this approach now. @value and followed by dollars and okay, double quotes and inside double quotes dollar and then curly braces and product dot ID. Key name you have to provide. Then whenever component class is scanned by the container product, it will observe @value annotation. It will go to the properties file. It will pick up value for this property and it will inject. So now let's test this. Is it working or not? So what I'm going, yeah, just let's comment the previous code just to avoid the previous outputs. Okay, so now what I'm doing, container dot get bean of product dot class so that I'll get product type bean object product equal to. So now see here is out of product dot get PID and as well as product name. Now expected PID is 5 ones, product name is null. Yeah, see here now what happened, product ID 5 ones came and as well as null value came for the product name. So in this case what we did, we used @value on method level. So not only setter method, tomorrow if you are having any other methods also, there also we can use @value annotation wherever you are having properties. So you can use @value annotation in front of the argument also. In front of the argument also we can use. So that means when it will be helpful means, for example, assume you are having one more something like this, a method like set values. Then here you can use one value annotation here, and then one more annotation value here, something like product.name, like that. Now, for example, here I will tell you one more use case. Assume you are having two method arguments. Then I defined @value annotation here. So two method arguments, but one value annotation on top of the method. So in such case, what will happen is you just try that. So the same value will be injected into this one, as well as same value will be injected into this argument also. So that means whatever you defined here, that will be affected to all the method arguments. Now, whenever you want specific one, so I told you, right? So you can go with in front of the argument, before the argument declare it. So now in this case, what will happen? Only this name value will be injected with this property value, but not this one. So like that, you can segregate different properties for different method arguments by defining @value in front of the method argument. So just try that. So finally, this is what my method. Okay, good. Now let's move to the constructor level. So what I'm doing here, I'm taking a class called as order now. So the most important example I'm going to take now, and component private integer order ID, private string contact, private string customer care email ID, like that. And as well as what I will do here, it is private. I'm taking product here, product. So that means total 4 properties I have: integer, 2 string, and 1 product type, non-primitive. Now in this case, I'm going with the option called as constructor injection. Okay. As part of our previous dependency injection, and when it comes to the constructor injection in between bean objects, so what I told you, if you want to achieve constructor injection, you have to make sure the dependency type as part of the constructor argument. Now let me do one thing. Order is instantiated with the default constructor. This is not eligible for the constructor injection, right? Now I will do order, and here I'm injecting what? Product. Okay. Order is instantiated with one param constructor, okay, for the type called as or product. And here I need to initialize. You have to write down this initialization always. Otherwise, you can take help of editor like source generate constructor with fields and all you can take. Now, if I given as per our example yesterday Autowired, in this case, what will happen, guys? Automatically product object will be injected via constructor inside the order. Okay, so see now, run as source generate setter getter methods to see the output. Now let's go and see as per our previous, this is all about what we discussed in our previous session. Just check the previous session. Now see here, container dot get bean of order dot class. Whenever order is created, product will be injected because we given constructor injection. Yeah, order equal to fine sys out of println order dot get. Yeah, here it is order. Yeah, system.println dot system sys out of order.get order ID. I'll take all the properties and we'll see everything is injected or not. Get customer care email ID, get contact number, as well as product also. Get product, right? So it's a bean object. From this, I'll see again the actual product data is injected also. PID product next. So in this case, what? It's all about injected product bean object inside the order. So that means whatever bean object created for the product, whatever the bean object available, that is injected, right? So that means whatever the output you will get related to these lines, same thing you will see here also, because same bean object is injected, right? Let's do one thing here. Let me just separate it. Yeah, now see here. Yes, order is instantiated with one parameter constructor. So that means now what happened in this case? Order object is created, but by using which constructor? Not default one. This by using this one, and as well as what you defined constructor argument product. So internally product object is injected. That's why you can see product ID from the order type. But now as part of our example at the rate value annotation, why I take an auto here it is. For example, sometimes we can define a constructor with multiple arguments, right? It's not like always I'm going to define with only one. For example, now my constructor is having string followed by CC email, customer care email also. So here this dot customer care email equal to email. Now tell me what will happen in this case. You are doing auto where that is fine. So then Autowiring point of view, what container will do? It will verify product bean object is available or available. It will inject. Then it will come to the second argument because as we discussed in previous session, so whenever you want to create a bean object, for example, if you see here, I have written a constructor with two parameters. One is address, second one is string user ID. As part of our Java language, leave about Spring. Is this the valid statement if I am comparing this constructor? No, invalid because two method argument zero values. Now is this valid? No, because only one value we provided for first argument but no value for second argument. But second value, yeah, this line, yes, it is correct because you provided with respect to address type address object as well as string type string value. So that's why it is a valid object creation in our Java language, right? So that means in this case passing partial values to execute a constructor passing partial values is not possible in Java language, right? And at the same time order should be mandatory, right? This is all we know that. So that's why we made sure order address as well as this is what, and then we can create Java object. Now same rule is followed. The fundamentals of Java language should be followed, right? So similarly, now you are telling to the container auto-wire product object inside the order. But what about this value? How to pass this value? So that means now see your order object is going to be created or not. What we did, we added one extra constructor parameter now. See now what happening? Parameter 1. So it is saying like as part of order constructor string parameter value not found. So that means it is saying container now. In this case, I'm okay with product because it's a bean object. I found I can inject it. But what about the email value? So a mandate, this value is mandatory, but you are not provided. So that's why you got that exception. Now what is the solution you have to use, guys? Yes, exactly at the rate value annotation. Now for the string values or primitive properties, what you can use? You have to use at the rate value annotation. Here it is. Now as part of at the rate value, I'm using like care at the rate amazon.com. Care at the rate amazon.com. Now what will happen? This value is initialized here and this value will be initialized here means current instance. Finally, by the time order bean object is ready, customer care email property will contain this value. So see whether it is true or not. Now first observe first of all bean object is created or not. Yes. Adder is created now with one parameter means we have to change it because this time we made two, right? So that's why. So that means this is how you have to follow some rules and regulations, especially when you are going with the constructor injection. So there you can combine bean objects as well as primitive types, and you can use auto-wire at the rate value annotations along in the same constructor level. Now assume if you are having one more property, then again mandatorily you have to provide a default value for that constructor argument. Otherwise bean creation will fail and application will not start. Now see here care at the rate amazon.com because that's what, right? So it will be injected into here and finally initialized here. That's why you can see, and you can see product ID 5 ones from the product bean object. That means that is what injected into order. This is what injected, right? So that's why you can see based on this line you are seeing 5 ones. So this is how we can use at the rate value annotation as part of our Spring and Spring Boot applications. Now, for example, sometimes assume in a properties file, I have something like this, products equal to, and I have products like this, something like iPhone, Galaxy, and mi something like OnePlus. I have total 4 values. I can define comma separated values for the same key, right? So that means 4 values. I have 4 values for this property. Then can I inject these values as part of our bean object or not? Yes. And as part of our Java, generally we know that, right? Whenever you want to deal with more than one value, what data type you have to take? Can we take like directly primitive type? No, right? We have to go with some list type values and all, right? So what I will do now, see here, now I'm using one more extra property called as private list of values. What it is? List of what value? String. And what I'm getting here? Product name, something like that, names. And here I will use at the rate value annotation, and then just define the property name, dollar followed by curly braces. And what is your product name? Products. Or you can give any name, whatever the name you given here, products dot names. You can give same thing also here, products dot names. Now what will happen? Automatically these values will be one by one value will be injected, initialized as part of order bean object with this property product names. Whether it is true or not, let's see. Now what I will do, I will create setter getter method for this one also. Source generate setter getter method for printing the data. Now let's go to the main application. What I will do here, sys out of order dot get products, product names, list of values, right? So let's see automatically all the values converted as a list of values or not. See now automatically our 4 values converted as list of values, 4 list of values. So that means you can by using at the rate value, we can inject directly 4 values, or we can configure as part of the property, and then also we can inject by using property name. For example, as part of property file, we can define mapping values also, right? Products, see here, products dot prices, something I taken like this. So in this case, I just taken properties like this. Now what we have to do, just go to the order class and define property with map, and then the string and followed by integer product prices. So here also we have to use same approach. Same thing is we just need to copy paste for property. But here there is a small change. You have to follow especially for mapping type property, key value type. So whenever you have property with the value contains again internally key value base, then what you have to do as part of this value annotation, we should make sure taking the separate notation twice. So you have to take hash symbol, and then you have to again wrap inside curly braces the word approach of taking dollar followed by the property. So what I did, we just added extra dollar symbol and followed by the curly braces. This approach you have to follow. Otherwise, the mapping will not be done and you will get a bean creation exception. Now what we will do, let's leave a getter method for a new property. Add a line as part of our main method also, so that we can see that really the values got injected on. Now let's execute it. See here, even the properties data is converted to mapping type data based on the property configured inside the order class. But here it is map object, right? So, and when you are using at the rate value, please make sure using the hash symbol or pound symbol, and then curly braces. Here again you have to go with older. Only for the map you have to follow this approach. For example, if you are not following this approach for the map, then what is going to happen here it is build creation will fail. Now see here. So build creation is going to fail. So that's why please make sure only with respect to map you have to follow this extra notation as per our Spring Boot. This is all about the at the rate value annotation. and just go through @value annotation, and this is the most important annotation with respect to dependency injection also they will ask, and as part of lot of interview questions, and then in many written exams I have seen many questions around @value annotation. Now I'm going to take a concept with respect to dependency injection. In today's session, I'm going to involve interfaces as part of the dependency injection. So why we have to take interfaces as part of dependency injection? I'll give you a scenario here, and I'll just explain you the real-time overview of interfaces. We know that, right? Without interfaces, there will not be any real-time application. So that means whenever we are working for any real-time software application with respect to Java applications, then definitely every application will contains n number of interfaces. And we know interface is all about a prototype for a class. That means as part of interfaces, we will define always few abstract methods, and we will provide some implementation classes for that interface. Those classes will provide implementation for those abstract methods of the interface, right? So this is all about to achieve the abstraction. So it's all about the related to object oriented programming functionalities, like to achieve abstraction, and we are making a contract between interface versus implementation, something like that. There are different stories again with respect to interfaces in our Java language point of view. So in this overall conclusion here, what I'm trying to say here it is, every real-time application, whenever we are working, especially for web applications, even as part of web module also, I'll take interfaces. I mean, when we are going through the next sessions. So that means every real-time web application or any Java application, 100% contains always interfaces topic. So that is why I introduced interfaces with a concept of dependency injection. So that means with respect to a real-time application development, how we are using interfaces, the importance of interfaces, and how we are involving as part of Spring applications also, we will try to see here it is. Now in our previous sessions, what we did, we achieved dependency injection. How? In between classes, I return one individual class and I return one more individual class. I made both as component classes, and then internally I used an annotation called as Autowiring annotation. So then automatically one bean object is injected into one another bean object. But here in this case both are classes. In this case what? Both are classes. So this is class 1 and this is class 2. So that means we taken both two classes. Then we are able to achieve dependency injection by using, like we are making this one as component, right? And as well as this is also one more component class. Or maybe we created bean methods for respective classes to create a bean object. But finally both are classes. And we are using to achieve dependency injection, we used an annotation called as Autowiring primarily, and then we can achieve the dependency injection. But now in today's session, with respect to interfaces, can we achieve dependency injection or not? Yes, by using interfaces and its associated implemented classes, we can achieve the dependency injection. So that means what is the meaning, what is the point I would like to take here it is. Now when it comes to Java programming language, leave about Spring for a few minutes. Now whenever it comes to the Java language, we know that, right? So whenever we created an interface, how many implementation classes we can provide, guys? We can provide n number of implementation classes, right? So we can provide n number of classes. So that means for the same interface, I can write down any number of implementation classes. And as part of our Java language, and with respect to our object oriented principles and abstraction and polymorphism point of view, we have a concept or we have a principle like this. Interface can refer its implemented class instance. So what is the point here it is? Now let's take example like this. Now for example, I have an interface name called as payment service. And as part of this payment service, assume I created one or more than one abstract method. For example, I'm taking payment type is one of the abstract method, and one more I'm going to take like make payment. So this is an interface, and I decided like providing total 3 implementation classes for this. Maybe let's take first one. Now here I would like to take first one as net banking payment service. So for this interface, this is the implementation class. Now in this case, what we will do, guys, whenever we provided implementation, definitely we will provide logic for above 2 methods. As part of interfaces concept, we have to make sure always providing implementation to the interface abstract methods, right? when it comes to the object creation in our Java language, I can create object like this, right? I'm creating object for the implementation classes like net banking, something I taken equal to new net banking IMPL. So that means I created an object and I assigned with a reference variable. Okay, fine. At the same time, based on this principle, in our Java language, with respect to interfaces versus implemented classes, can I create an object like this payment service? I'll take reference as payment service, something, whatever it is, equal to new. So on, so respect to implemented class object. Can I do this? Yes, obviously we can do that, right? So that means in this case, this statement is true. Why? Because as part of our Java language, interface can refer its implemented class instance. Yes, that is what I did here. Now, this is what implemented class for this interface. So that's why I'm instantiated implemented class, and that is what referred by the what interface type. So that's why this statement I taken here it is, right? So this is all we know from our Java language. Similarly, we have one more statement also, right? With respect to inheritance. A superclass can refer subclass instance also. So what is that point? One more point. Superclass can refer its subclass instance. This is also one more principle we know from our Java language, right? So first, but we are taking here in this concept interfaces versus implemented class object. Now my point here it is, as part of our real-time applications, we know that most of the times whenever we have interfaces versus implemented classes, we used to prefer always this kind of reference, like instance of implemented class referred by the interface type, right? So in such case, now with respect to a class, for example, assume I'm taking a class called as Flipkart. Now as part of Flipkart class, I need this implementation class, or sometimes what will happen in our real-time applications, we will never ever have only one implemented class. We will have multiple implemented classes for the same interface. So now for example, assume I have one more implemented class called as credit card service IMPL. So logic for these two methods. So that means in this case, how many implemented classes I have? Two implemented classes I have for the interface called as payment. Like that, similarly, I may have multiple implemented classes for the interface. That means one interface can contain multiple implemented classes. So now in this case, sometimes what will happen as part of our Flipkart application, sometimes I need dynamically maybe net banking functionality, or sometimes I need to use credit card functionality, right? Or as well, maybe assume there is one more functionality you are supporting here like UPI payment. So that means you need an implementation sometimes with respect to net banking, sometimes credit card payment, sometimes UPI payment. Whenever as part of my Flipkart object, I need to inject one of the implemented class object based on my requirement point of view. So is it possible or not? By taking interface. So and I want to follow this abstraction principle, I mean polymorphism principle, whatever it is, I want to follow this approach. So I need to use here interface versus implemented class object concept. So is it possible or not? Yes. Even what we will do with respect to this, to achieve this functionality as part of Flipkart, I can define like this. So I can define my interface name. My interface name is payment service, right? So I will just define reference my property like this, my property payment service. So in this, sometimes I would like to inject net banking, sometimes credit card service, sometimes UPI payment service implementation or its respective objects. Is it possible or not? Yes, it's possible. So that means now in this case, I will take Autowiring. So that means here I'm using a concept of dependency injection, and I'm telling to the, or we are informing to the Spring IOC container, inject implemented class object as part of this interface reference inside the Flipkart class. And Flipkart is also assumed as a component class. So then Autowire means dependency injection. In this interface reference, now one of the bean object of implemented class should be injected. So is it possible or not? So that means now my point here it is, can we use Autowire? Can we use Autowire along with our interface references or not? Yes, it is possible. So that means here in this case, the Spring framework is supporting this principle. What is that principle? Interface referencing the its implemented class object. Now in this case, we can achieve the dependency injection. See an example whether it is true or not. Quickly we will take a example. Okay, let me create a new Spring Boot application, and here I am taking dependency injection with respect to interfaces concept. So now next finish it. Yeah, my application is getting ready, right? Yeah, now let's go to our application. So see here, first I'm creating an interface. I'm just following base package structure. Here it is. Okay, and my interface name here it is payment service. We know that the annotation at the rate component we have to use always along with the class level, not at all with respect to interfaces. Simply I just define our Java interface. Here I'm taking a method void payment type is the method name I'm just taking. So here I'm taking void payment type as one of the abstract method, and I'll take one more called as void make payment, something like that. So total two abstract methods I taken. Fine. Now I created an interface and I taken two abstract methods, payment type as well as make the payment. Now whenever I take an implemented classes for this, now what I'm doing, I'm taking the classes. So here first class I'm taking net banking payment service. So now as part of this class, what I'm doing, I would like to make it as dependency injection, right? So I taken in this case again component annotation so that this class object will be created by the container. Fine. Now let's implement the interface now. Implements followed by which interface we taken payment service. So whenever we implemented any interface, obviously we have to provide implementation for every abstract. I'm taking Eclipse help here and add an implemented methods, and I'm just making here sys of chosen net banking service, something like that, chosen net banking service. Now here again I'll write down one more logic, payment success with net banking service. Total how many implementation classes I have as part of my current code? So one interface I have, and for one interface as of now I created one IMPL class, and that I made it as component class, and then I made it as component class also, right? Okay, good. Now let's take one more bean object and we will try to inject this bean object into another bean object. So for that, what I'm doing here, it is class name I'm taking as Flipkart application, something like that. Flipkart application I taken. Now what is this is also a class. This is a individual class. This is not at all implementing that interface. A simple component class. Okay, fine. Now in this case, I would like to inject net banking because as of now I have an option of net banking service only. So what we can do, we can simply auto-wide and I can write down net banking payment service, right? Now let's verify really this payment object is injected inside the Flipkart application or not. That we know that because it is a component class and this is also a component class. So automatically container will identify this dependency and inject it into this class, right? So that we know that via field injection. Now whether it is true or not, what we can do, let's go back to our main method of Spring main class. Now here I'll take the container configurable application context container equal to fine. Now let's see here container dot get bean of which class, especially we want to check Flipkart application so that we will come to know that now really that bean object is injected or not. This is all we know already. This is all about dependency injection in between one bean classes. So I'll get the bean object here, and then what I will do, I'll let me test sys out of app.application.get. Yeah, let me provide a getter method for this, setter getter for this property, source generate getter setter methods. Okay, now let's come back to the main method again, get payment service. So in this case, what you will see, really if that bean object is injected, then you will see the hash code value reference for that bean for the class called as net banking, or else you will see null, right? Generally that is what we know that. So let's see here, run as Java application. Yeah, Spring Boot, and you can see net banking here, right? So that means what's happened in this case, definitely net banking is injected into Flipkart application. This is all we know, that this process. Even if you want to verify, you can call the method of other service also, like I'll write down one more thing, dot payment type and then dot make payment, right? So this is all about a testing with respect to one component class versus another component class. Yes, that means it's injected. Now, but our point here it is taking interface reference to achieve this abstraction concept or to achieve 100% abstraction or whatever the concepts we know from our Java language. So for that, generally we will take reference of interfaces whenever we have implemented class objects. Now that means in Flipkart application now, I'm not using this one. I'm not using this property. But still I would like to inject only net banking implementation class object because we know that, right? anytime whenever we want to execute any logic methods, we used to take always an object. Object will be created for always for the class, not for the interfaces, right? So that's why I will take reference interface only, but internally it should contains always its implemented object. Is it possible or not? Yes. Let's see now. Let me comment out all this code. Now what I'm doing, I just taking again interface reference. So that means what is our interface here? Payment service, right? So let's take payment service. Now see here what I'm doing. I'm using Autowired only. So watch Autowired. So that means you are telling to the container. In this case, what will happen? You take in a class called as Flipkart application as a component and your Autowired of interface reference. Autowired of interface reference. Yeah, let me define setter getter methods for this also. Yes, right? Okay, now this operation is going to happen or not because it's an interface. We know that for interface we cannot create object, but Autowired is representing always a concept of injecting one bean object into another bean object, dependency injection, right? That is what the concept of Autowired annotation. But here inside Flipkart application, this time what you did, this is Flipkart application, and here this time you take an interface reference, nothing but payment service. This is what we written as part of our code, right? This is what we are expected with respect to Autowired. But payment service is an interface. So in this case, really dependency injection is happening or not. First, let's test it, and then I'll explain you what's happening internally and all. I'll tell you. So because what I will do now, get payment service, and I will use same method here also because these methods are deleted earlier and we use interface reference type of methods and all, right? Yes. Now see, in this case, really any bean object is injected or not, and what bean object is injected, what's happening internally, I'll explain you once seeing the output. Yeah. So see here, again, what is injected, guys? Net banking service only. And you can see chosen net banking made payment with the net banking service. So that means in this case, really bean object is injected into Flipkart means yes, injected, right? So inside Flipkart application, you can see the injected payment service. But in this case, what is the logic you written? You taken reference of not direct component class reference with respect to Autowired. You take an interface reference. Still, bean object is injected inside this. So that means in this case, simply what is happened with respect to this Autowired here, it is equal to what happened, guys? The bean object, whatever the bean object created, that is what referred inside this interface reference type. So that means what is the implemented class we have called as net banking payment service. Now internally, in this case, this is the bean object for the class called as net banking service. Now what happened in the story here, it is this is the bean object injected here. Now in this case, what is the story happened here, it is what Spring Container internally doing is when Spring Container coming to the class called as Flipkart application, it is observing Autowired. That means dependency injection. Immediately it is looking what you defined as part of the property type, what you defined interface. That means whenever you have an interface, for interfaces, object will not be created, right? And that means you cannot inject interfaces directly into respect to bean objects. So then what it will do internally is immediately it will verify, is there any class implemented, is there any component class or bean object class, bean class implemented this interface or not. Yes, there is one class called as net banking payment service. Then it will go to the net banking payment service, and it is already we made it as component. So that means automatically we know that as part of components can what will happen, guys, this class, this bean object will be already created in the container, but only thing is what container is doing, container simply verifying is there any bean object available which is implemented this interface. Yes, already one bean object is available. Now that bean object being injected into Flipkart, but only thing is here in this case you taken this property. So that means you are achieving this abstraction principle or polymorphism principle with respect to interface referencing the implemented class object. Yes, this is what happens now, the story. That's why you can see what, even though you're taking, you printed payment service that, but you can see internally implemented class object. This is what happens always. So this is how we can involve interfaces as part of the dependency injection with respect to field or as well as constructor injection and even setter injections also. So that means simply in place of implemented class reference, you will use interface reference. But still internally container is cross checking implemented class bean object, and that bean object is referenced to the dependable bean object, and that is referenced by the interface reference type. This is the story happening here. It is. Now my next point here it is again, when an interface contains two implemented component classes or two implemented bean objects. For example, assume I added one more Java class called as credit card service IMPL, which is also implemented same interface. So that means total how many implemented classes I will have in this use case. Now my use case is, second use case is like this. One interface and more than one IMPL class. That means more than one implemented class. And assume every class is a component class. Now what is going to happen? See, here it is. Now what I'm doing, let me create one more class which is implemented the payment service. I'm taking here credit card payment service. Yeah, credit card payment service class I'm taking, and this is also I'm going to take it as a component class only, so that automatically scanned and object will be created. But this time here I'm implementing an interface called as payment service. We know that we have to override always abstract methods with implementation. Yes. So here I'll write down sysout of this is credit card payment service or chosen, whatever it is. Now here also I'll write down some logic. Sysout of payment success with credit card. So assume as a real-time application point of view, you are writing a lot of logic in this methods. Now in this case, what happened guys, two component classes for the interface called as payment service. Now in this case, what is the scenario happened? Interface name is payment service, but this time you have two implemented classes. One is net banking and then one is credit card, right? Credit card service. Now as part of my Flipkart application, I'm using again interface reference only. Now whenever container identified this concept of dependency injection with respect to interface, what it will do is immediately whenever container reaching to this point, it will start looking for the any implemented bean object. So what container internally will do is it will identify is there any bean object which is implemented this interface or not. There is one or two this time. We have this time two bean objects. This is a component class. This is also a component class. So that means total how many bean objects available in this container now? Total two available, one and followed by two, and both belongs to payment service implemented class objects. So that means net banking versus credit card. Now container should inject what bean object? Now container should inject this one or this one inside this reference of interface. So earlier you have only one. So that's why directly that is being injected into Flipkart, that implemented class object. But in this case, you have total two implemented classes. That means two implemented bean objects for the interface called as payment service. So whenever container is cross checking, is there any bean object available for the interface reference, which is its implemented class? Yes, this time you have two. So that means container is going to get a ambiguity problem. So that means now container is unable to decide whether it has to inject this bean object or this bean object inside this interface reference. So that means finally Flipkart application bean object will not be created. So that means your application will fail. Now your application will not execute it properly. Let's see which bean object being injected here. Okay, so see here, let me execute our main method application, right? So here you will see. Now see here the problem, same thing, right? These are all the problems we found earlier also, right? Ambiguity problems. In our earlier case, what we taken with respect to class versus class, whenever a class, whenever you define a single class, but you have more than one bean object for the same class. So that means whenever you defined a class, but you created multiple bean objects. In such scenario, you will get ambiguity problem with respect to other bean object. Then we got that exception, right? But in this case, what is the point here? It is interface versus implemented classes. Now in this case, interface, you will have one interface, but it is having more than one implemented class bean objects. Then you are getting the problem. Now what I have to do? See the error now? Same, failed payment service. Understand the error. Failed payment service in the class called as Flipkart application required a single bean but found two. So that's why unable to create. Unable to create Flipkart application bean object. So that's why our application is failed to start. If you see here, what is the unsatisfied dependency exception? In interviews, sometimes, not sometimes, people will ask you whenever we have found some kind of ambiguity or confusion, what exception you will get? Unsatisfied dependency exception. So that means why it is unsatisfied? Because expected one but found two. That means more than one, not two, more than one, based on your logic. Now, what is the solution you have to follow, guys? From our previous sessions, what? Yes, we have to use now the qualifier. So what qualifier is saying always? Qualifier is saying define when you are having more than one, like bean objects, with respect to ambiguity point of view, define which bean object should be injected with bean ID. So you have to provide always bean ID as part of qualifier now. So what you have to define? You have to define bean ID of the bean object by using qualifier annotation. Then automatically when container reaching to the Autowired part, and what it will do? Now at this time you will use qualifier annotation. Here it is. And we will tell which bean object you want in this specific case. For example, I want net banking. Yes, then only net banking bean object will be injected. One more annotation we discussed in our previous case called as @primary. So when you have to use primary, when you are having more than one bean object, like with respect to ambiguity situations, whenever you don't want to define a qualifier, okay, annotation, but still one bean object should be injected without bean creation failure and application should be started as expected. So that means then what you will do? You will apply that @primary annotation on top of one of the bean object. So that means you will make one bean object always as a primary. That means you will use this annotation at component class level or @bean method level if it is our previous scenario. But in this case, our concept is implemented classes versus interface. So that means on top of one of the implemented class, I have to go for @primary. So then what will happen? Your bean object creation with respect to dependency injection will not fail. So by default now credit card will be injected inside the Flipkart because primary is available. When you are not given qualifier. If you given qualifier, then whatever you given bean ID, only that bean object will be injected as per our previous session. Same thing here also you have to follow. See, even as a solution also what Spring Boot is suggesting us, go for, see, it is very clearly telling credit card payment service is the one bean ID. Second one is net banking payment service is the one more bean ID. Defined for respect to two classes. This may be due to missing parameter name information. What is the action you have to take? Consider marking one of the primary annotation. So that means consider making one of the implemented class as a primary bean object. So that whenever qualifier is not presented, primary will be taken into priority and that bean object will be injected by default always. Now whenever you given qualifier, only that specific bean object will be injected. So if you are using qualifier, so it's up to our choice based on the requirement. We have to go with either primary or qualifier or both also, and based on the both annotations we have to define. Now what I will do, see here, for example, by default I would like to make sure net banking as the primary bean annotation for this payment service interface implementation when I have more than one. So what you have to do now, go to net banking service implementation and just add what? Primary. Now what we did, code change, we added only one annotation called as primary annotation. Now let's execute the application again, and with respect to Flipkart application, see which bean object is injected now inside the payment reference. Now what is this, guys? Net banking is injected and you can see net banking service. That means now whenever container reaches, in this case there is no qualifier, but at the same time this is an interface and this interface contains two implemented classes bean objects. So with respect to ambiguity, first it is verifying qualifier is available or not, priority given to the qualifier, but this time qualifier we are not given. Then it will check at least primary is provided or not. Yes, we told take net banking as a primary, implemented bean object for the interface. Then that's why net banking is injected. Now, for example, see here, I can give primary for only one implemented class level. I cannot give primary at two places. Then again, same problem, you will get ambiguity problem. Now see here, I shifted primary to the credit card. Now what will happen whenever Flipkart application is created, whenever this is executed again, it will verify net banking. There is no qualifier. So that means it will verify for the @primary. But @primary this time we shifted to credit card. So that's why credit card bean object will be injected into this reference. So then you will see here this time credit card payment service, and you will see credit card service and all. But by default credit card bean object is injected here in this interface reference. Let's see now. So these are all we discussed in previous sessions only, like with respect to Autowiring, qualifier, primary and all. That is what I would like to say every time. When you are strong with respect to one concept, automatically we can make sure are understanding the upcoming concepts very easily, and we can get knowledge in with respect to practically we can get the knowledge of upcoming topics also when you are strong with the old topics what we completed so far. Now see here credit card is injected. Credit card, right? Now you know how to use the qualifier functionality. Now for example, I'll keep primary as it is, but I decided this time I want to use specific what bean ID. So that means here I need to use qualifier. Now in this case, I'll give bean ID. For example, I want to inject net banking. Now you know that, right? Whenever, what is the bean ID guys for the component classes? If you are not provided anything, class name will become bean ID, but it will follow camel case. That rule we discussed in our previous sessions. Now go to the Flipkart application, provide the bean ID. So what is that bean ID? Net banking payment service. Now see what is going to happen with respect to interface reference. That means which bean object is injected dynamically. So see here now net banking is injected. Net banking. So that is what the concept this session. That means how we are involving interfaces as part of the dependency injection, and whenever that interface is having multiple implemented classes as component classes are, it is having multiple bean objects of implemented classes, then again you have to go with the qualifier primary annotations help with respect to dependency injection. Why I taken this session, even though lot of concepts we know from our previous topics, here it is, I would like to bring you an idea with respect to interfaces involvement of dependency injection, because in every real-time application, as part of our real-time applications in my company or in my current projects also, without interfaces we will never ever create any real-time applications. So we used to follow always this approach only as part of our real-time applications. We used to take always interface and versus implemented class objects, and then we will involve always interfaces as part of the business logic execution or whatever it is. We will involve every time interfaces along with the implemented class objects. So that's why I taken these concepts to make sure getting knowledge with respect to real-time application development. And this is most important with respect to interviews also. They will ask you, can we use pay interface references as part of dependency injection or not? Yes, you can do that. Now, for example, tomorrow, whenever you want to do the setter injection, yes, simply you know that, right? If you are shifted Autowiring to the setter methods and qualifier related to setter method, then setter injection will happen. Similarly, if you want to do constructor injection, then whenever you use interface reference as part of constructor injection, then again internally same story will happen. So that means story is same with respect to interfaces versus implemented class bean objects, like what we discussed earlier. When we are having one bean class is having more than one bean object. Now let's see with respect to setter injection it is happening or not, because I shifted Autowiring to the setter method. See, now also it is injected same thing. So that means even we take an example for the setter injection. Similarly, you can define one more constructor for this class with this parameter interface reference, and then try to shift this Autowiring and qualifier to the constructor level, then your dependency injection will work. So with this, the complete dependency injection we are completed as part of our series. I completed sessions with respect to dependency injection in our Spring applications. By using only Spring framework, how we are achieving dependency injection, I taken with respect to XML configuration, and then I started taking Spring Boot into the picture, and as part of Spring Boot, we involved the annotation configuration. Yes, in real-time applications, we will follow always annotations only, and that too as part of our Spring Boot, we taken dependency injection with respect to annotations like types of dependency injection, one bean object versus another bean object, in between one class versus another class. That is what we completed, and in the current session, we involved interfaces, and that means, and as well as in our previous session we taken at the rate value also, right? So that means even not only for the non-primitive data types, whenever you want to initialize a real values for the primitive data types, we are going to use always at the rate value annotation. Even that is also we covered with respect to dependency injection, or whenever a bean object is created by the container, by default what values should be injected, what bean object should be injected. With this we are done completely with the dependency injection. I discussed each and every point with respect to primitive data types, non-primitives, interfaces, classes versus classes. Okay, and I taken a lot of use cases as part of our Spring Core module. So please make sure practicing every scenario, whatever I just explained. In current session, I'm going to discuss about Spring Bean scopes. So here, what is the meaning of bean scope? Why Spring is having a concept of scope as part of bean creation, and what are the advantages of bean scopes, and what are the types of bean scopes we are having as part of our Spring framework. We will see each and everything with examples. First of all, we know that bean is nothing but what? An object for the class. But that object is created by the, and that object is always created by the Spring container, right? So then we are calling it as a bean object. That means we can create any number of bean objects for a class, and we can achieve dependency injection also in between bean objects. This is all we discussed. Now, what is the point of scope? Here it is. What is the concept of bean scope, or what is the meaning of bean scope or scope? Here it is. Just try to understand. Generally, scope means it's all about visibility, right? Visibility or accessibility. So similarly with respect to bean scope also, as part of Spring framework, what's happening we will try to understand. First of all, let me give you a statement about the bean scope, and then we will discuss and we will take some practical examples also. So here bean scope is representing a scope defines visibility and the life cycle of a bean object in runtime application context. So this is what the statement about the bean scope. So that means a scope defines visibility and life cycle of a bean object. So that means what is the meaning of visibility and what is the life cycle of a bean object with respect to bean scope? Let's take here it is. With respect to Spring framework, we know that whenever we created a class, and if you are configured that class with Spring framework by using annotations, for example, if I made that class as a component class, or maybe if I defined at the rate bean method for that class inside configuration class, what will happen? An object will be created for that class. An object will be created for that class by IOC container. Now, whenever IOC container created a bean object, internally every bean object will be assigned some functionality called as scope. Now the scope is representing life cycle of a bean object. Here Spring framework supporting total 6 types of scopes. We will see now one by one what is the difference between one each other we will have right now. So first one is Singleton scope. Second one is prototype scope. And the third one is a request. And the fourth one is session. And fifth one is application. And the sixth one is WebSocket. So total we have 6 bean scopes supported by the Spring framework, and every bean object. So the point here it is every bean object, if it container creating n number of bean objects, and every bean object will always assign with one scope functionality. Out of these 6, one scope functionality we have to define always. But as of now, whenever we created a bean object in our previous sessions, we never ever discussed a concept called as scope concept. So that means then, but my point right now saying is every bean object should contain a scope functionality. So that means what's happening internally here it is, yes, when container creating a bean object, by default scope is assigning, that bean scope is assigned with the first one called as Singleton scope. So that means now in this case, whenever we are not defined any scope manually, I mean that means we can configure bean scope manually. When you are creating a component class or whenever you are defining a bean method for a class, That means for that respective bean object, we can define, as a developer, we can define the scope for that object. And based on that, Spring Container will assign that scope value to that respective bean object. But whenever we are not defined means, then automatically what internally container is doing, Spring Framework is assigning the scope value always called as Singleton scope. The scope is Singleton scope. Now that means what is the default scope in a Spring Framework for a bean object, guys? First one is called as Singleton. Default bean scope for every bean nothing but bean object, right? For every bean object when you are not defined anything. Now my question here it is, what is the point of Singleton here? It is okay by default Singleton scope, but what is the meaning of Singleton here? How it is happening, how it is working, let's understand first, and then we will discuss about the other bean scopes also. Okay, now for example, I'm going to create a project. Let me take a class also. Yeah, so I just created a project now. Project getting created and getting imported and downloaded respective required jar files and everything set up also. Yeah, finally my project is ready now, right? Yeah, I created Spring Starter application now, and then let me take a simple Java class here. New class. I'm taking some different package also. Beans, something like that. So now if you see here, I'm taking class called as product details. What is my class? Product details. And I'm making this class as a component class. So that means now you know that whenever component scan is happened, then this class will be scanned, and for this class a bean object will be created by the container. Now assume you are having a lot of logic in this class. Okay, so what I will do, if you for understanding purpose, I'll create one or two methods. Public void product information. So you know that, right? How to define variables values by default with respect to dependency injection and all. That is a different story. Okay, so this is product information, something like that. I given some details, some logic here. Now what will happen, guys, as of now with this, whenever I started my Spring Boot application, you know that internally Spring Container will scan all component classes as well as bean methods. Then bean objects are created. Now in this case, a bean object will be created for this class called as product details. Right? By the container, bean object is created and bean ID will become, class name is product details, and you know that bean ID will become always respective class name only, but with camel case when you are not defined anything. Now this is a bean object is created, and we just understood now scope value will be always Singleton. Now what is the Singleton here? It is by default Singleton. So that means what is the functionality of Singleton here? It is whenever container, Spring Container loading all component classes are bean methods at the rate bean methods with respect to configuration classes, then once bean object is created and assigned Singleton means that bean object is always available only single copy with respect to that bean ID. So that means with respect to, understand the point here, with respect to this bean ID of the class, Spring Container maintains only one object all the time, all the time. So that means what is the point here? It is with respect to this bean ID, Spring Container maintains only one object all the time. So that means now we know that, right? Generally we will request bean object from the container, bean object from container. How? For example, we know that we will use a method called as getBean method, and here we will pass inside this bean ID, right? Then what container is doing? Generally it is returning a bean object, right? Then you are holding that bean object with respect to class name, product details equal to, like that, right? Now in this case what is happening is based on the bean ID, whatever you given here, it is this bean ID container will verify that, and that bean object is returning and assigning back to this reference. Now in this case, whenever it is a Singleton scope, what is happening? Whatever the bean object created for the first time while it is scanning the component class, the same bean object is returned to you here. Okay, fine. Now after some point of time, for example, I want the bean object again, and I would like to get it from the container one more time. So that means now what I'm going to do here, it is after some other class or some other place, I'm getting again same bean object from the container. So that means here again I'm giving bean ID called as product detail, something like that. And then what is happening in this case, the container will verify this bean ID and it will go here, and then it will verify what is the scope, and it is singleton. That means it will return same object again. It will return same object again. So that means now what is the point you understood here? With respect to this bean object of the product details for the class called as product details, whenever you requested container, whenever you are getting an object from the container, it is going to return you always same bean object. So that means container returns always same bean object, which is created only once while scanning component classes. Got the point? And that bean object is being written every time whenever you are requested the container. So that means now if I requested 1,000 times with same bean ID from the container in the running application, or wherever I am using 1,000 times with this bean ID, what will happen, guys? 1,000 times you will get always this bean object only, but not container is not going to give you every time new object. So that means container not creating a new object for every bean object return. For every time bean object returning, it's not creating a new bean object. It is always returning the existing bean object only. That is what the singleton scope here it is. Now my next point here it is. For example, same class contains one more bean object. That means with a different bean ID. You know that, right? So we have to give you unique bean IDs with a different bean ID. Then what is going to happen? Why I taken this question here it is because you should not confuse with a concept called as singleton design pattern. Singleton design pattern. There is a concept called as singleton design pattern. So as part of this design pattern, I'll discuss this point right away. First, we will complete the example until this point with one bean object. For the same class with one bean object in the container, we will try to request multiple times and we will see the same bean object is returning everywhere or not. Let's see now. So now what I will do, go to the main method class and then configurable application context. I'm getting container object. So now see here container dot get bean. So I'm asking or we are getting bean object from the container for the class called as product details, right? Product details dot class. So you can use this dot class instance because you have only one bean object for time being. Product details p1 equal to something like that. So now in this case, what you are doing, guys, you are requesting container for bean object. Then what will happen whenever this line is executed? Immediately it will go and verify for this type of class any bean object is available. Yes, available. That bean object will be written as it is now in this reference level. Okay, so see here. Now let me request a second time also. For example, this is first time, right? Now let me request second time also for the same bean object. Now I am taking second time requesting container for same bean object. So now that means P2 I'm taking as a new reference P2 and I'm just printing the P2. Now see here, let me execute what object it is returning. For example, if it is container returning for this, if you are feeling like container created a bean object whenever this line is executed, and maybe whatever the bean object is written, that memory location will be printed so and so. Similarly, in this case, if it is one more bean object is created, then definitely memory location, that hash code values will be different, right? But if it is written same bean object means the whatever the value you will see with respect to printing, here also you will see same thing. Now whether it is true or not, see here. As part of our previous explanation, it is returning always same bean object. See here, it is returning always what? Same bean object. It is returning always same bean object. That means why? Because the component class which product details, what it is? this scope is always by default to singleton. When you are not defined any scope, by default singleton. In case if you want to define manually in annotations, we have an annotation called as @scope annotation. So by using this scope annotation, we have an attribute called as value, and inside this value, we will configure scope type. For example, if you see here, the 6 types what we discussed, I mean, whatever I listed, everything is available. But I told you default one is singleton. So that means if you are not given this annotation is nothing but the value what you passed is both are same. So if you given value as singleton is nothing but when you are not given scope annotation, both are same. So that means it's default. So that means every time container is taking scope value, if you given anything specifically, based on that container is going to create a bean object, or based on that container is going to function. But whenever you are not defined anything for that respect to bean class or bean object, then container internally decides as singleton only. Now, even if I given singleton also, are you going to see any difference with respect to container creating and returning the bean object? No, because it's a default scope. Even if you are not given, it is always singleton only. See, this time also you got the same bean object with respect to this hash code values, right? So that is what I just explained you right now. Whenever container is always maintains the same bean object, and it will return always same bean object when it is a singleton bean scope for that respective bean object. Okay, good. Now what I will do is, let me take one more class called as something like order information, something like that. And inside this class, okay, let me make this one also component class. So that for this also bean object will be created. No, you know that point. Now, even whenever this class object also created with which scope, guys, now it is singleton only by default, because we are not given anything, right? We are not given anything. So by default singleton scope. So that means in this case, what will happen now with respect to container, one more bean object will be created. I mean, called as order information for the class called as order information, right? Similarly, one more bean object based on our existing class called as product details is the bean id, and for the class called as product details, right? So this is what going to happen. I'm just making some kind of dependency injection, auto-wide, and I'm auto-wiring product details here. So you know that in this case, what will happen, guys, as part of our previous dependency injection, field injection point of view, when container is creating this bean object, container will inject product details bean object inside this. And because we give an auto-wide annotation. Now what will happen? Container is going to inject this bean object into this order information level, right? So in this case, this bean object is going to be injected into this order information, dependency injection. Now, as part of our scope point of view, this is singleton. This is also singleton, right? Now let's come back to here. Now I'm getting first time order information. Now you know that with respect to order information also, what it is a singleton. That means this bean object will be created only once. This bean object will be created only once it will be created. And this is also created only once. So that means once this bean object is injected inside order information, even you will see the bean object memory location, whatever is available, same thing you will see when you are getting it from the order information bean object also. Or you are getting individually the bean object from the container and as well as the reference, because you know that it is always reference. So that means you will see the same bean object in this case also. Now see here, first time I'm getting order information, container dot get bean of what? Order information, right? So I can pass bean id also, but here it will return what? As per our previous, it will return object type, but you have to typecast it to convert it as order information. This we discussed in the previous sessions. Order information and then order one equal to, and I need to typecast it. So now let's see. Now just I'm printing this reference also. So run as Java application. See here, first time, okay, or product details is also 2 times you got, but because of singleton, same object. Now let me get same with respect to order details also. This is also singleton order, right? And here you are expecting same order bean object. Then let me print order 2 one more time. Now see here, product, see same bean object is written, same bean object is written. Now even if you return third time also, same bean object will be written every time. So that means whenever you are getting a bean object from the container, means container is always giving same bean object because of the scope singleton. Order 3, save it. See, 3 times same bean object. Okay, fine. But now why I taken this example is, now a bean object is injected into order information, right? So it's all about singleton bean object injected inside the singleton bean object. In this case, whenever order bean object is getting from the container is nothing but internally this order bean from this order bean object, whatever the bean object injected. So whatever that bean object means, what is that product? Yeah, here I will take setter getter method for this. So see here now, get product details. So see here, now the object reference what we are going to see is similar to these two values, or these two same objects or not. That is what we are verifying here. Okay, so see here now, product details whatever created initially with, right, the same object is being injected into order also. So that means singleton every time same bean object here also with respect to same bean. So why I taken this explanation with in between two bean objects even in same single scope is, there is a interview question generally. What is that interview question people will ask you? Here it is. So I will not take that answer right now, but I'll discuss in the last, but I'll just post you the interview question. So what is the most important interview question? And I asked in so many interviews, but very rare case people are answered. What is that is, this is what the interview question. What will happen when we inject prototype? Because you need to discuss right now prototype. That's why I'm not going to take answer right now. Scope inside the singleton, then what is the behavior in this case? And all that is the interview question. So we will take after prototype this interview question and this answer also. Okay, for time being, singleton versus singleton, it's all same object being injected and same object being written whenever you are requesting from the container n number of times. Okay, this is good. Now, next, coming back to the other point, generally the singleton is the concept came from a concept called a singleton design pattern. What is that concept? That singleton design pattern. Now, you know that design patterns are some kind of solutions which are going to provide us solutions, better solutions for respective problems, respective solutions like that. We have different types of design patterns and there are a lot of design patterns available like singleton, builder, factory, so many things, strategy like that. But as part of the singleton design pattern, okay, the concept here it is one object per an application. This is the motto of singleton design pattern. So please refer singleton design pattern on your own from the YouTube tutorials or wherever it is, the most important design pattern. And it will be, this is also asked in interviews, irrespective of Java programming language, Spring and Spring Boot or whatever it is. This is the one of the most important design pattern. But this design pattern is saying like, whenever we created a class, okay, by following singleton design pattern approach, that means there are some steps available and based on that we will make sure this class has a following singleton design pattern. Okay, now whenever you implemented a class by following singleton design pattern and whenever you created an object, whenever we created an object for this class in entire JVM memory level, as part of this design pattern, we can create only one object for that class. How many guys? Only one object for that class. So somehow, even though we are trying to create one more object for the class, what we will try to do is we will try to avoid creating new object and we will point it to same object even though we are trying to create one more object. Like that, we are going to provide some logic here by following singleton design pattern. So the motto of this story is one object per an application. The entire Java application level, only one object instance will be available for that class. You cannot create more than one, even though if you are trying to create one more, but it will try to, we will try to refer to the same existing bean object. So that is what the singleton design pattern. So in this case, one class, one object, only one class you have to, we can create only one object, right? But now This is all about singleton design pattern. Now the concept of singleton scope is somehow taken from the singleton design pattern only with respect to scope also. But when it comes to the scope point of view in Spring Framework, now as per Java class, now whenever I defined a class, we know that one point. What is that point? For a class, how many bean objects we can create, guys? We can create n number of beans. That means n number of bean objects. So now for product details information, I created product details 1, product details 2, product details 3. Like that, I can create any number of objects. Product 1, product, product 3. Now in this case, based on every bean object, so how one class is only one class, but you created how many bean objects? 3 bean objects in this example. And scope is singleton. What is that scope? Singleton scope only. Right? Now here also singleton scope, here also singleton scope. Fine. But how it is possible? As part of singleton design pattern, one class, one object. Somehow, anyhow, you should not allow creating more than one object. It should be always only one object per the application. But here you are able to create more than one. Then are we going to compare the singleton scope 100% with the singleton design pattern? Is no. That means it's just like a reference of the concept, but not 100% a singleton. Why? Because in Spring Framework, we can create more than one object. Greater than one bean object we are able to create. So that means in this case, with respect to bean object creation, it's not following singleton design pattern. With respect to individual bean object scope level, it is following the singleton design pattern. Now, whenever I made product 1 scope as singleton means, whenever I am requesting product bean object from the container in any class as a dependency or as a direct bean object of the product 1, then every time what I will get, guys, I will get every time same bean object. Whatever created initially, the same bean object will be written always. Same bean object will be written always. That is what the point here it is. Now, with respect to bean object to product 2, what is happening? If I requested container, hey container, give me product to bean object for any place from anywhere else, what it is going to do? It is going to give us same product bean object every time. That is what the singleton scope here it is, but it's not 100% similar to singleton design pattern. It's a reference from the singleton design pattern, but they given individual to bean object, it is 100% similar to singleton design pattern. But when it comes to individual class as part of Spring Framework with respect to bean object creation is not 100% similar to singleton design pattern, because you are able to create more than one bean object. It is, but individual bean object level, yes. Okay, similarly product 3 also you can get the same n number of times same bean object from the container. But here with respect to 3 bean objects, these 3 are different bean objects or same bean object? 3 different bean objects. So see here, now what I will do, let me create one more bean object for the product details. So this is a Spring Boot application, right? It is nothing but internally contains a configuration class. So here I can define a bean method directly, or you can take a configuration class also. What I will do, I'll take a configuration class like Spring Beans config. So you know how to define the configuration classes we discussed in previous session, right? Now what is the purpose of configuration class, guys? To define beans. To define beans, right? Generally we will use configuration classes. How to define? By using @bean method. Okay. Now with respect to @bean method, for which class I am trying to create an object? One more bean object, product details, right? Okay, so I'll give product details as a return type, get product to something I given. Now in this case, return new product details. If you want, you can customize the bean object here and you can return that one also. Okay, that's up to depends on the logic, default values, configuration and all. Now what I'm doing for this, I'm giving a bean ID called as product2 as per our diagram, product2. Okay, fine. Now when it goes to the product details, bean ID will always product details, right? Even I can provide bean ID from the component point of view also. I'll give bean ID as product2. Now how many bean objects will be created for the product details? With one is via component class, right? So that is fine. Second one is via product bean object creation via bean method. So one more bean object. Even if I want, I can create one more also. Product 3. Total 3 product objects are created now, bean objects, by the container for the class called as product details. In this case, class name is always same class name. Now, individually, every bean object is a singleton. Now, my point here it is, now product 1, product 2, product 3, 3 bean objects are pointing same thing, or P1, P2, I mean product 1, comma product 2, comma product 3 are pointing same bean object, or product 1, product 2, product 3 are different objects. First point we have to prove that. Once we are proving that, maybe if it is same or individual, if it is individual, then whenever I am requesting the container is providing with respect to same bean object every time or not. That is what we have to discuss now. Okay, so see here what I will do now. Here it is. Yeah, I'll just comment out this line, or you can see from here also. See here, this time I am using more than one bean object, right? So I cannot use dot class type method, overloaded method. I have to use bean id type only, and then it will return object type, and I can cast it into product 1. Now similarly what I will do here also, casting and bean id product 2. Product 2 is the bean id. Okay. So that means first time product 2. Now similarly first time product 3. Product 1, product 2, and then product 3. So 3 different times, different bean objects point of view we are checking. Total 3. So here product bean id is 3. Now this is P3 reference. I'll take P3 something like that. P3. Okay. So P1 product 1 P1 reference P1. Product 2 P2 reference P2. Product 3 P3 P3. So that too we are requesting from the container with respect to our logic right now only once. Now you know that some problem will come with respect to order information. Why? Because Autowired will work only when you are having only one bean object for respect to dependency object, but this time we have 3. So in such case what you can do, you have to go with qualifier or at least primary annotation. So at least I'm giving here, I'm telling to the container out of 3 inject the product to bean object. So this we discussed as part of dependency injection. Now let's see with respect to these 3 lines, focus here. See here, product 1, product 2, product 3. 3 different bean objects or not? Yes, 3 different bean objects is created. So that means, yes, this is what the point we discussed. With respect to a class, container is going to create multiple bean objects. So it's not following 100% singleton design pattern with respect to bean objects creation. When it is following singleton design pattern concept, or a reference from the singleton design pattern is with respect to individual bean object, then it is following this approach. Then it is following this approach. So that means now in this case, total 3 bean objects are created, and whenever I am requesting every bean object, any bean object out of these 3, what container is going to do? Container will return always the first time whatever initialized object, that will be written every time. So see here what I will do. I'm getting again from the container, I'm printing again, right, second time, right? Similarly, I'm taking product 2. That means calling again, asking container, give me product to bean object, and again reassigning and printing same thing. Same logic I'll do here also. Now see here, that means we should expect same memory location reference data for the P1 with respect to this bean object return, with respect to this bean object return, because I am requesting first time, second time, first time, second time for the product 2, like that. Now see here, first two, that means we individually product 1 point of view singleton, individually singleton, these two. Now these two individually singleton, like that. Now wherever you are requesting product 1 or product 2 or product 3 bean objects in entire application level, it is going to return always same bean object which is initialized for the first time. It is not at all creating every time new bean object for every time you are requesting from the bean object. And one more point, in qualifier of the order information I given product 2 information, right? So is it to injected product 2 or not? See here, yes, same product information. That means same memory location means it referenced the product 2 into order level, because in the qualifier I given the product 2. That's why it is injected the same product 2 bean object inside the order also. Right, so that is how it is following the bean scope here with respect to singleton. Why I taken this explanation here, it is I asked in a lot of interviews, even initial my days when I'm learning also I got confused with singleton. Because I know singleton design pattern, I thought like one class one bean object will be created always by the container. There is no possibility more than one bean object. But after that sometime I realized like we can create any number of bean objects. Then how singleton is applicable here, it is individually at bean object level but not at class level. So the same answer, same question I asked in couple of interviews for lot of resources. Only few people given proper explanation, proper understanding about this concept. But everyone used to say like, even though we given multiple bean objects, internally it is pointing every bean ID to the same bean object, that single bean object only, because one class, one object as per singleton design pattern. No, it's not 100% like that. This is what the truth, because we taken that example, right? So this is all about the story behind the default scope singleton. That means whenever you are not defined, what will happen guys? Default scope is always singleton only. Now, for example, what is the second one called as prototype? Now, second one is prototype. What prototype is saying here, it is with respect to prototype bean scope, every time new bean object will be initialized and returned. So that means it's completely opposite to our previous scope, singleton scope. Singleton, what it is doing, created initially once, the same object is returning, whoever is requesting, wherever it is passing, same bean object is created. That means the life cycle of the bean object with respect to singleton scope is what guys? Only one time. So once it will born, it will die whenever you stop the application. It will be killed when you stop with the application, like that. But in this case, what's happening? For every bean object call, whenever you want that bean object, if you made that scope as prototype for that respective bean object, whenever you are requesting container for that respective bean object with bean ID, what in this case container is going to do? Container is going to create every time bean object. So that means simply what it will do means, if you made one bean object scope as a prototype on demand, that means whenever you request, it will create new bean object and it will destroy the existing bean object. So that means now again if you requested one more time, what will happen? It will be destructed previous one and again one more bean object will be created. So on demand, the number of times you requested, the number of times bean object will be created freshly, but not, it is container is not going to give you the old object and it is going to destroy the old object. So simply opposite to the singleton scope. Whether it is true or not, we will see now. Now, for example, in this case, what I will do is, now see here, at individual bean object level, I can define which is a singleton scope, which is a prototype scope and all. What I will do here, it is, I'll take a class. I don't want to mix with previous examples. Now the class name is payment information, something like that. Okay, so see here now I'm making this as a component class. And what I will do, I'll write on constructor also in this case. Public class name, default constructor I'll write down. Sys out of payment information is instantiated No, something like that. I written a statement. Now this is what component, and the scope is by default what is, guys? Singleton. But if I want to make it as different, prototype means you have to take an annotation help called as scope annotation. I'm giving scope this time. You can give directly value equal to something like that, or value is the default attribute for the scope attribute. So you can define directly inside the double quotes, like what is that? Prototype, right? So I given this time prototype. Now what will happen in this scenario, guys? Whenever bean object is created for the payment information based on the prototype, freshly it will create a bean object. So see here now whether it is true or not. This is what we are discussing now with respect to payment information. Payment information. So see now quickly go to the main method. So yeah, so here payment testing, something like that. So just focus on the output in the these lines below these lines. Now get the payment information from the container. Payment one equal to container dot get bean of what? Payment. Yeah, in this case I can take dot class, or you can take individual bean ID also. Okay, fine. Now let's print it. Sys out of payment one. First time payment info, right? Take same thing second time also. Then we can differentiate payment two. That means you are requesting second time. Payment to and same bean object. Here I'm printing payment reference. Now understand how what is happening internally. Yeah, see here with respect to payment, how many times payment bean object is created, guys? See payment information instantiated, payment instance instantiated, and you can see different hash code value, different hash code value. So that means how many times bean object is created? Two times, because you requested two times. Now if you request a third time, freshly again a bean object will be created. So that is what the statement of bean scope we understood here it is. A scope defines visibility and accessibility. Okay, not only visibility and accessibility point of view also, and the life cycle of a bean object. If it is singleton, what is the life cycle, man? End to end. I mean, until when application is started and when application stopped, until that the object is life. That is what the object life cycle. If it is prototype, every bean request, every time bean object request, it will create a new object and it will destroy the old object. So that means every time on demand it will create the bean object. So based on the requirements, generally we will go with the singleton or prototypes as part of our real-time application. Your requirement is demanding, for example, assume you have a bean object, I can take something like that, a bean object which contains always some real data, and that data is changing frequently every time, changing every time. So then singleton is enough, or prototype you can go, right? If it is the data is constant data, it is not going to change frequently as part of that bean object, then you can go for singleton also. But by default Spring framework is always going with the singleton as a developer when we are not defined anything. When you define, then that scope only taking into the consider. If you are not defined again, what will happen? Then this will become again singleton scope. See here, singleton scope. So same bean object created how many times? If you see here, one time. But earlier case, you can see the constructor execution also here. That means it's not executed for the first time. That means on demand, it is doing everything on demand. Right? So this is all about the prototype. See here, you can see this statement, payment information is instantiated when it is instantiated on demand, whenever you are requesting really that. Now, can I make, in this case, can I make one bean object as a singleton for the same payment information class or not? Yes, you can do that. Now, for example, go to the configuration class. Let's create one more bean object by using @bean, and then here which bean object you are looking now, this time also payment information, right? Get Yeah, get payment information, some other like that. Return new payment information. So in this case, I'll give bean ID as payment to something like that. Payment to. Or how to give scope means here how to define scope for this bean object. Yes, here on top of bean level, you can define the scope. Same thing, just at bean annotation level, you are going to give, and you are saying like, if you are not given, what will happen guys? By default singleton only. By default singleton only. Now see, first of all, now in this case, how many bean objects will be created for the payment information with respect to this prototype, right? With respect to this bean ID. Now in this case, what is the bean ID? Payment information. If you want to give, you can give a individual bean ID also, payment one, something like that. Now payment one is belongs to the prototype. Now in this case, payment one is all about prototype. So that means whenever you requested with this bean ID, every time new bean object will be created. But with respect to payment to what? Singleton. By default singleton. So that means it will container is going to maintain the label as for the payment to bean object as singleton. Right now in this case, what container one container what it is going to do with respect to payment one bean ID point of view, this will implement this behavior, this create, on demand and destroy it. But with respect to payment to point of view, same bean object will be maintained for all the lifetime of the application, whether it is true or not. See here, what I will do, go to the here. Now in this case, can we take this approach? Means no, because of more than one bean object. Payment one, you know that point, right? Ambiguity problem you will get. That's why we are using this method. Now similarly in this case also, yeah, similarly, but here I am requesting payment to payment to payment to, and then I am taking payment 3, payment 4, payment 3, payment 4, right? Now with respect to last two lines, observe the output. You will see same value. So that means same bean object is being written. But when it comes to first one, product one point of view, two times two bean objects are created. On demand, it is creating every time bean object. That means for a class, we can customize one bean object as a singleton, one bean object as a prototype, like that. Individual bean objects level also we can customize which scope should be taken into consideration by the IOC container. This is all about the singleton versus prototype bean object. This is the one of the topmost interview question also, difference between singleton versus prototype. If I am the person, then I will ask all the internal questions like, with respect to one bean class, if I created multiple bean objects, can I do singleton versus prototype or not? Can I do customization or not? So these are all questions generally I will ask. I told you one interview question, right? So this is what interview question. What is the answer for this? Now guess it. What is the behavior? Let's focus right now only. So the point here it is, what is this interview question is asking? You know that whenever singleton bean object is initialized, inside that the data whatever you initialized, injected via at the rate value, dependency injection, Autowiring, right? This is single time bean object created only once. Only once. Yeah. So this is all about only once bean object will be created. But when it comes to prototype, what is happening? Every time it will be created, every time it will be destroyed, every time it will be created and destroyed, right? But now the question here it is, what will happen with respect to dependency injection, the scope, prototype scope being inside the singleton. Now that means, now this is a singleton bean object and this is a prototype bean object. And this is what I am going to inject here it is. But singleton will be created always only one time, but prototype is n number of times. How it is possible? That means this object should be created every time. This object is creating every time, but this object is created only once. Then internally, how container is managing this bean object reference with respect to this singleton bean object. So that means in this case, container is maintaining only one time the reference of this bean object, or container is injecting every time a new bean object into this singleton bean object. If it is injecting every time means then this bean object is modified, right? So is it what's happening in this case? We will try to understand. This is the interview question, one of the interview question being asked for so many times, and even I also faced in my earlier case. Now just let's take, in this case we already have dependency injection, right? Now as part of our dependency injection, what we are injecting? Inside order class we are injecting the product. Now order is what? Singleton only. Yes, that is what I want. But product should be prototype. Now what I will do, product to bean object is what, guys? Go to the configuration. Product to, yes, by default singleton. Singleton, okay, no problem. But now my point is scope, I'm making this one also prototype. So that means now what will happen? Product to point of view. Yeah, now in this case, order will become singleton bean object. And then you are injecting product to, but it is singleton this time. But this is prototype bean object. Then what's happening? Understand, here it is. That is what we made. Product to bean object as prototype now scope. Now let's go back to the main method class. Yeah, what I will do here it is, I'll comment. Yeah, so let's go here. This is what, right? First time order information, second time order information. Order one. And similarly, I'll print. That means why I am taking this means inside order one, first time when I am requested singleton, every time it will return with respect to order one, order two, order three, same bean object. But with respect to internally bean object which is injected, product details, whether it is same or is it changing based on the prototype or not, that is what we are verifying. So that means order 2 dot get product, order 3 dot get product. Okay, so what I will do, I'll take this from here and I'll just bring it to last. We are verifying prototype injecting inside this singleton instance, right? Yes. So now this is what we written. So inside order one, what is the bean object? Bean object of product details. Let's see here. So observe here, order information point of view, same bean object, right? So same bean object, singleton, yes, because of singleton, same. But what about the prototype of the dependency object of product details? Generally what we given, guys? Prototype for the product to prototype. But here what happened? Same bean object, right? So that means what in this case IOC container is doing? Container in this case not following prototype bean object definition for the scope when it is when that bean object becoming as a dependency for other singleton bean object, So that means now whatever first time container is creating the actual composite object, and whenever it is injecting the dependency, and even though this dependency bean object data type is scope is prototype, but first time whatever the bean object once initialized and inject, same thing will be maintained permanently. Same thing is maintained permanently, but not creating every time. That is what the point here it is. So many lot of people used to say like, even the dependency object whatever we given as a prototype, by following prototype principle, whenever you requested order bean object multiple times from the container, internally order bean object will be updated with the new reference of the prototype of the dependency bean object. Now it's not updated. If you see here, it is using same bean object. Okay, so that is what the question here it is. Now if it is prototype, that means prototype versus prototype, just check it. scope. So these are all internal questions, interview questions, not straightforward questions, guys. That's why we are taking a lot of discussion here. It is. Now see here, prototype. Generally, I will ask all these questions in interviews. Okay, let's see here now. If it is, now what I did, even I changed order also as a prototype. Prototype injected into prototype. Now see, first time new, second time new, third time new. Now see, new, new, new. So that means with respect to prototype versus prototype, what is happening? Dependency object is changing every time. Dependency object is changing every time. Now, for example, injecting Singleton inside the prototype. Injecting Singleton inside the prototype. That means now I made this one also as a Singleton, or you can change value as Singleton. Now in this case, what is happening? You are injecting Singleton type bean object into order information. There nothing will happen. Order will be created every time, but internally it will take always old object. I mean, the object whatever is created only once, that will be taken always into consideration. That story is common. So see here, order is changing every time, but internal bean object is dependency. So only thing is at what time it is changing, when dependable bean object is Singleton and the dependency bean object is prototype. Then internally it's not following prototype functionality. It is following with respect to that specific dependency bean injection. In that dependable bean object, the object will be created only once and that will be injected, but it's not like every time. But in other cases, same bean object will be again created one more time if you are requesting in different ways. Okay, now let's move back to the other scopes what we have. Now, when it comes to these scopes, especially these 4 scopes, to prove these 4 scopes, we need web applications. So that means it's all about web application bean scopes. You have to create a web application, but now we are just going through the only standalone application, right? Not web application. So that means with these, to prove these 4 scopes, we cannot do this standalone. We have to take the web application, but I'll give you overview what is going to happen with respect to which scope of all these 4. We will try to understand in a high level point of view. Now, whenever web application point of view, generally what will happen, guys? For example, if it is web application, client you will have, server you will have. People who knows the web applications, who completed servlets, examples, all these things, they can understand. Now in this case, what will happen? You will have some front end information, data like first name, last name, email, something like that, right? Now whenever you submitted the forms, the data will go as a request. The data will go to the backend application. So this is all about backend. This is front end, right? So we know that. Now what will happen whenever user clicking on submit button, the data will go. Now you know that, right? Web applications, whenever a request is submitted to the backend application and the data internally, an object will be created. So this is all about response, right? So it's all about request. This is the basic client server architecture as part of web application. Now, whenever you enter data, something like Dilip, Suresh, I mean Dilip, whatever information here, that will be created inside the request and that object is passing to the backend. Now, as part of our backend application, as by using Spring Framework point of view, by using Spring Framework in Java application or Spring Boot application, okay, what is going to happen is there are some annotation available at the rate request body, and we will define some Pojo class or something like with respect to this annotation in our Spring Web applications. At the time we will discuss. Then what will happen is for every new request, whenever client submitted a new request, every time a new bean object will be created for that respective Pojo class what you annotated with this annotation. So that's why, that means simply the agenda here it is, for every new incoming HTTP request, then bean object will be created newly by container only for the at the time of new incoming HTTP request is coming, and we can understand at the time of Spring Web application level. For every new HTTP request, if you send it 10 times 10 requests, then what is going to happen? 10 times bean object will be created for that respective bean class. Okay, when you define scope as request or when you given request body annotation and whatever the class we given generally, that will become as a scope as request, and that is how it will happen. Here, one request, then bean object is created. For every new request, bean object is created freshly. Bean object created with respect to request. Now sometimes session is, you know that session is all about a bean session. Now as part of HTTP session in web applications, we know that, right? Session is an object. Session is an object which maintains information common to share in between multiple requests and responses in a web application. That is what the concept of HTTP session, right? When we discussed about servlets, maybe in servlets, we used to see all this. So session is a concept where you are going to share some common information for some particular time to share among between multiple requests and response. That is what session. Now in this case also, sometimes assume a bean object should be created associated to the HTTP session. So that means whenever you created a HTTP session instance, then bean object will be created. That for that bean class, if you given scope as session, then only that bean object will be created. Now assume the session is not ended. You are keep on using the same session HTTP session object. That means the bean object will be available until that time. Now whenever you kill this HTTP session, you close this HTTP session after some point of time, after 15-20 minutes, and whenever you created new session, then what will happen? Yes, again in this case the old object will be gone, and again new bean object will be created. For every session a new bean object is created. For here every new request a bean object is created. Here every bean object, every new HTTP session level bean object is created. Now when it comes to application, it is nothing but application context as part of our servlets topics. We know that in servlets there is a concept called as application context. What is, how many application context objects will be created in our web applications as part of our servlets, guys? Only one application context object will be created. Per application, one application context object will be created. Only one application context will be created per one web application. So there is no possibility of creating more than one application context object in this servlets. This is all about servlets. Now if you want to achieve same kind of nature with respect to one bean object, that means when you want to create a bean object, so this when this is, guys, it's all about HTTP applications, nothing but web applications. You cannot compare with the session, singleton also single time only, but it is all about standalone, but here it is all about web application, and that too this is all web application functionality. I'm talking HTTP application context. So one bean object will be created for every, whenever an HTTP application context is created, and whenever you are stopping the HTTP application context, then that bean object cycle will be closed. So it's having relationship with the internal HTTP application context. The bean object is created. So that means in this case, how many bean objects will be available for that respective class? Only one bean object, because our web applications will allow only one application context object as part of our servlet, right? Same thing here also. So that is what simple. One request, multiple sessions. When you want to share some data in between multiple sessions, multiple HTTP sessions, generally people will utilize application context. So in such case, you can go with the bean object. Now that means this bean object is going to be shared in between multiple sessions. Now this session object is shared in between multiple requests. But when it comes to request, every time one request, one bean object. Multiple request, one session object. Multiple session objects, one application context object, like that. Now, what is WebSocket? Here it is. It's all about socket programming. It's not our servlet programming point of view web application. We can, whenever we define socket programming as part of our Spring application, for every new socket creation, a bean object has to be initialized for a bean class means, then you can give scope as WebSocket. Then what will happen? That bean object will be created for every socket creation. So it's all about, depends on the socket programming. So don't worry much about socket programming. We will not do much socket programming in our Spring framework, and especially in our day-to-day web applications. So that is what about the bean scopes. we have different types of bean scopes, and container is going to operate by using these different types of bean scopes what we configured as a developer with respect to beans configuration and beans creation and all. Container is going to take scope information always, and then only container is going to activate the respective bean objects like singleton, prototype point of view and all based on the scope value. So in this overall concept, what we understood, every bean object will have a scope value always. If you are not given anything, then by default singleton. If you given anything, then based on that, container is going to perform the operations internally. So this is what the bean scopes. Now finally you get a question like, what is the use of bean scopes? Why Spring is following all these things? Why Spring is making all this nonsense? Yes, definitely there is an advantage. That's why Spring Framework is doing. For example, sometimes assume you need an object, Java object, and that is having a heavy configuration, and that configuration is should be loaded only once. Okay, that class, that object, whenever you created an object for that respective class, assume internal lot of heavy configuration you are doing. Then if you are given bean object, that means every time a new bean object is created, what will happen guys? The resource utilization will become more. That means unnecessarily you are creating for every time you are using that bean object, you are creating every time new bean object. So that means the JVM process will be increased. You are utilizing JVM resources heavily. So that means your application performance may come down. So now in such case, it is one time activity, and that too if you are feeling like configuration data only one time initialized and all, if you given single time, what will happen? You are creating only one time and you are using it multiple places, right? That means object creation process reduced to only one time in entire application level. Sometimes some of the bean objects are taking dynamic data, something like that. In such case, specifically you mentioned prototype, then what will happen? You are narrow downing the object creation process depends on the requirement by using these different scopes. That means you are narrow downing the bean creation process with respect to IOC container to make application stability performance based on the requirement. You are just customizing and segregating all these things. Now you know that as part of web applications, what will happen? Every time client will send a new data, right? So that means every time new data will come from different clients. That means an object will never ever contain same information every time. Dilip will submit his information, Suresh will submit, so and so other person will submit other information. So that means every time a new incoming request is coming means definitely new data will be available inside that object, right? So that's why container is saying container is going to create always a new object for every new request. That means every new bean object will contain new information. In such a way they created the new request. So that is how you are narrow downing the process of bean creation specific to your requirements to make sure customizing with respect to every bean object point of view depends on the requirement. You can make the configurations. So this is the advantage of the Spring Bean scopes. If they are not following all these approaches, what will happen? For example, if they are following only one always like singleton, sometimes it will not help us. Wherever you are getting new data for every bean object creation, then singleton will not support. If they are following only prototype, even unnecessarily you are creating bean object sometimes, even though there is no need of creating that object every time, unnecessarily you are creating. So that's why they given all this segregation or customization bean scopes, and container is performing based on these scope values. So this is all about the bean scopes, and please be prepared with respect to interview questions also, because we discussed interview questions, possible interview questions, and that too we discussed a lot of internal points also. So let's connect with next topic as part of our Spring Boot series. Now we are having one more important topic called as auto wiring modes in the Spring framework or Spring Boot. So that means we know a concept called as Spring auto wiring, beans auto wiring, right? So that means what is guys, when you are making one object, bean object is integrated or connected to another bean object, that means collaborated with another bean object, then we are calling it as a bean wiring, right? So here Spring framework is provided a concept called as auto wiring modes. So that means especially this concept will help us when that bean class is having multiple bean objects, more than one bean object, then this auto wiring modes helps us to achieve dependency injection without any errors. So this is the concept generally more popular with respect to Spring framework when we are doing especially XML configuration. You know that, right? For example, in XML configuration in our previous sessions, when we want to achieve dependency injection in between one bean object to another bean object, what we used to do guys, we used to take a attribute called as ref attribute, right? Ref attribute we used to use as part of the bean tag. Then automatically that respective bean object will be referenced to the collaborating bean level. So that is how we are achieving the dependency injection. Now, even with respect to XML or annotation configuration, sometimes we will face some problems. We discussed already these topics in previous concept also. For example, assume I have a class now, and for this class I made component class. So that means you know that whenever I made a component, what will happen guys? IOC container is going to scan that class and a bean object will be created. Now assume for the same class, I created bean methods inside the config class. So why generally we will create bean methods? To create many bean objects. To create more bean objects for the same class, we will go with bean method configuration. For example, now assume I added two methods for same class. Whatever the class here I taken, for example, assume I taken class ABC. Now I added two more bean methods at the rate bean methods inside the configuration class. That means total how many objects will be created in this case? One, and as well as one more bean object point of view, total three bean objects are created. Total three beans are created. For which class guys? Here it is ABC class. Now for example, assume here the class name, the bean ID is ABC, and here assume I given something like ABC1 and followed by ABC2. What are these bean IDs? Now in this case ABC1 and followed by ABC, right? So this is our total how many bean objects available for the ABC class? 3 available. Now for example, in XYZ class, this is all we taken as part of dependency injection in our previous sessions. Types of dependency injection, auto-wide annotation, qualifier annotation, right? So to achieve dependency injection with respect to XYZ, internally XYZ using ABC class. What it is? ABC class. Now whenever we return XYZ class as a component class, right? So this is also a component class. Nothing but a bean class. Now what will happen guys in this case? Generally what container will do? Container will verify this property, and container is understanding like this is the property belongs to a bean class. So then what will happen? Then container trying to inject one of the bean object here. But the problem here it is ambiguity problem. So we know that we got an exception like unsatisfied dependency exception, expected one but found three. Found three, or if it is two objects, something like that, right? So we got that exception in our previous examples in our previous sessions, right? So then generally what we will do to avoid that problem, we will use @qualifier, right? So we will use a qualifier annotation, and then we will give as part of the qualifier point of view. See, @autowide is always common. Without autowide, there is nothing dependency injection, right? So once you give an autowide, this process will happen and you will get the exception. Then you will give qualifier, and as part of the qualifier, you will say like which bean object should be injected. For example, I given ABC1. Then in this case, what will happen? You will not get any dependency creation exception, bean object creation exception with respect to XYZ, because you are very specifically saying like inject the ABC to bean object. So this bean object will be injected. Finally, bean object will be created for XYZ also. And internally it is referenced to the ABC2. So this is all about XYZ. So this is what we understood in our previous sections, right? Now, generally the same thing, even sometimes I don't want to use qualifier annotation here, as well as I don't want to use primary annotation also. Still, can we achieve bean auto wiring or not? So auto wiring in the sense, here understand the point, here it is auto plus wiring. So automatically the wiring should happen. Wiring in the sense connecting one bean object with another bean object, or injecting one bean object into another collaborating bean. So that is what the point of auto wiring. So for example, in this case, this is called as bean wiring. But this bean wiring is happened how guys? Based on the qualifier annotation. You given what? @qualifier. Manually you are telling like based on the qualifier inject ABC2, then these two beans are interconnected or collaborated, right? But here the auto wiring concept is saying even though I'm not giving any information of qualifier, automatically the bean wiring should happen. Bean wiring in the sense dependency injection should happen in same way. Even though multiple bean objects available, same thing should happen. Is it possible or not? Yes, it is possible, but we have to follow some auto wiring modes. There are total 4 auto wiring modes available. One is none, and second one is by name, and third one is by type, right? And fourth one is constructor. So total Spring framework supporting 4 types of auto wiring modes, which is first one is none, second one is by name, by type, constructor. So we have to understand each and every one now. So internally how Spring framework or Spring container is taking care of dependency injection in between collaborating beans, and that means how we are going to achieve automatically bean wiring, nothing but dependency injection we used to see now. See, generally these auto wiring modes are more helpful when we use Spring XML configuration like bean elements ref and all. So here generally as part of the bean tag, we have one more attribute called as Autowire. What is that? Autowire is the attribute for bean tag. For bean tag generally in XML point of view. So at that time, this concept is very much popular. So when we are going with XML, this Autowire attribute used to be presented everywhere, and then this concept is very much popular. But after people are migrated to annotation based configuration, and especially now people are going with the Spring Boot, right? So here we are using completely annotation, and we have something like to achieve the dependency injection, we need always an annotation called as @Autowire. Now understand this Autowire attribute with respect to XML, whatever it is you are saying like Autowire, so on so bean object. For example, in this case, what you are saying, Autowire the ABC bean object inside the XYZ. So that is why you given this annotation, right? Same point of view here also. Even we have qualifier as well as primary to avoid the conflicts or to inject specific bean objects when you have more than one bean object of the dependency with respect to collaborating beans, right? So we used to use these 3 annotations, but in this case, this auto wiring mode is avoiding somehow usage of qualifier and primary annotation and all we used to see now. Now, in this case, none is nothing but no auto wiring. So that means no bean wiring. That means no dependency injection. So that means you don't have this in this case with respect to XML point of view. When you give an auto wire equal to none, that means no dependency injection happens in between collaborating beans. So disabling the bean wiring, disabling the dependency injection. So disabling in the sense dependency injection will not happen. That means in such case container will not inject any bean object of dependency. This is what the concept of it is. So that means now with respect to XML configuration, we will give auto wire equal to none, or by default auto wire equal to none only. We will give this value, or if you are not given auto wire attribute still, then it will become by default none only. But if you want to go with other properties, then you will define by name, by type and all. But we know nowadays we are more popular with the annotation configuration, right? So now in this case, what is going to happen here? It is, let's see here. Now earlier we take an example of ABC class and then XYZ, right? Okay, now as part of XYZ, what we are doing guys, we are doing ABC, right? So inside ABC, here we are using one annotation called as Autowide. So whenever you are using Autowide annotation, what's happening in this case? Container injecting ABC into XYZ bean object. Now for example, if I am not given Autowide annotation, then what is going to happen guys? Nothing will be injected. So that means now for example, if this is the approach and I am not given Autowide, means no dependency injection. So container will not inject ABC object. Container will not inject ABC into XYZ. So this is what we know that. But here the problem here it is, I don't want to use especially these 2 annotations, but still I want to achieve auto wiring, that means dependency injection somehow by default or automatically. That is what the concept of auto wiring modes here it is. That too, when you will get all this problem guys, when you are having more than one bean object for a dependency object, more than one. For example, let's take a scenario right now, step by step. Yeah, I'm taking a new project now. Spring Boot bean auto wiring modes. Next, finish. Now what I will do in this case is I'll take a simple example only. I'll take something like product is the class, and product is going to be dependency inside the order class. This is how I will define now. So in this case, product is the dependency, something like that I'm going to define now. Let me create a class, new class. I'm taking different package, beans, something like that, and class I'm taking first product class, right? So here I'm making this as a component, and here I'll write down private integer product ID, something like that, and I will define constructor also. Sort of product initialized. So I'll write down setter getter method for above property, source, generator, getter, setters. Now this is all component class of the product. Now similarly, I'm going to create one more class called as order class. New class order, and then I'm making this one also as what, guys? Component, right? Now whenever I made this class as a component, I'm just making some more properties here. Integer order ID. Okay, so here also I'll just create constructor, and then sys out of order is initialized. So here I'm taking dependency now. This is all we are discussing, right? Dependency of product. So what I'm doing here, it is understand here product is the class I'm taking, and then okay, let's make like this: private product one is the property name I taken here. Okay, now let's create setter getter methods. Now in this case, what will happen, guys? Whenever an object is created for the product in the container, yes, as well as order object also created. But dependency injection is going to happen? No, because we are not given anything auto-wired annotation. That's why dependency injection will not happen. So that means the reference value will be null in this case, whether it is true or not. See, now let's go back to the main method class, configurable application context, getting container instance, nothing but application context. So now from the container, see here, container dot get bean of, I'm taking order dot class. So then I will get container will return order bean object, order one equal to something like that. Now sys out of order one dot get product one. So you know how all these things we discussed in the previous sessions. Okay, so you cannot understand if you are following anyone newly listening the session directly, then please go through the previous sessions, because these are all points we discussed in 10 times or more than 20 times also. So now in this case, what will happen, guys? Our expectation here, it is checking. I mean, what I am doing here, it is checking dependency injection is happened or not. So if it is happened, then generally what we will see, guys, we will see the reference of this product hash value, right? Otherwise null it will show you. But our assumption here, it is going to show null value because no dependency injection is going to happen. See here, order object is created, product object is created by the container. But dependency injection is happened? No, right? Null. So that means now understand here, it is the auto wiring mode by default none. So that means when you are with respect to annotation configuration, if you are not using auto wire annotation, then it is nothing but none is the auto wiring mode. So this is the, now in interviews also they will ask you. For example, if I have order class and product class, so and so class, here I have dependency. Now which auto wiring mode is taking into picture in this scenario? Which one, guys? None, because no auto wire annotation you used. That means no dependency injection. By default internal it is taking auto wire mode as none. You got the point? So that means we can remember it as no auto wired annotation declared. Then only it is coming under null. That is what about the none, guys. Now the remaining three belongs to the around the scenario of auto wire annotation only, at the rate auto wire annotation. So that means these three auto wiring modes somehow related to this annotation. That means, but still we need to understand what is the problem and how to avoid qualifier and primary to achieve auto wiring when we are having more than one bean object. For example, see here what is going to happen now. I am giving auto wired. Yes, I just imported now auto wired annotation. Now in this case, what will happen, guys? Generally we know that container, when it is creating order bean object, it will observe product bean object and you give an auto wired. So that means you are telling to the container inject product object. Now in this case, what container is going to do here, it is container is verifying is there any bean object available for the class called as product or not. What is that? Class product, right? Class name, product type. So yes, there is one bean object available called as product, and that bean object. So how many bean objects we created for the product class? As of now only one, right? So then blindly that bean object is going to be injected here. It is what it is, guys. that bean object is going to be injected here. So now in this case, what will happen? The memory location of this reference is pointed to here. So let's see whether it is true or not. When you are having only one bean object. So what I will do here, it is I will get the product bean object also. Product p1 equal container dot get bean of, I'll take in this case string method product, then it will return object type, then I'm typecasting sys out of p1. So in this case, our assumption is the p1 whatever created, I mean this bean object, same thing being injected into order. So that means the output what we are going to get here is same also here also, because same thing is being referenced, right? Yeah, so see here, now see product initialized, order initialized, and you can see same bean object or not. Yes, it is same bean object is injected here. How? Because in this case what it is happened guys, how container knowing that bean object should be injected in this case. Now in this case by default which Autowire mode is following, here it is. Now in this case which Autowire mode followed out of 4 called as by type. So that means in this case by type followed. So here type in the sense data type in the sense data type. So that means now in this case what container is doing is, I mean especially when you are not, when you are simply given auto-wide annotation like this, internally what container is verifying guys, as per my statement, container is verifying is there any bean object available for the type called as, what is that type in this scenario? Product, dependency bean object type, nothing but class name or not. Yes, what we have a bean object or not? Yes, we have a bean object with a bean id called as product. How many bean objects available guys in this case? One bean object available. Now what container is doing is container blindly injecting that bean object into order, because only one available, that one is injected blindly. So that one is injected blindly here. That too on what basis it is verified? Based on the type class name. That means by type. So in this case, Spring Boot annotation configuration or annotation configuration, when you defined auto-wide annotation without any qualifier and you are not used any primary as part of our previous sessions, then in such case, when only one bean object is available, container injecting only that bean object. So that means in this case, by type is coming into the picture. Now, okay. Now what I will do here, it is I'm going to create one more bean object for the product type. So for that what we need guys, we need a configuration class, right? Spring beans configuration. Why? By using component we can create only one bean object, right? But if you want to create one more bean object for the same class, then generally we will write down configuration class. Inside configuration class we will write down bean methods, right? @bean, and I'm giving here in this case product to bean id, and then I want product bean object get product one, right? So in this case return new product. So this is all we know as part of our previous sessions. Now tell me what will happen whenever you started our Spring Boot application. Internally it will scan configuration classes also, and it will scan bean methods. In this case you are creating a product bean object, and that is assigned with a bean id called as product2. That means total how many bean objects created guys in this case? Total 2 bean objects are created for the product class. In this case bean id is product2 but class name is product. So bean id previous, as part of component point of view, bean id will become class name in camel case. That's why product. With respect to bean method, product2 I given bean id, but class name is, class belongs to same class. Now in this case dependency injection is going to happen or not. See now, with respect to order, now you are telling to the container please inject product bean object. So now what it is going to do in this case is, you know that dependency injection will fail. So why? Because in this case what happened guys, unsatisfied dependency exception you will get, and it will give you a reason like expected one bean object but found more than one. So that's why in this case what container is doing is, it is following by type only. Again it is verifying by type only. Whenever it is verifying by type, in previous case it is having only one bean object, that's why it is blindly injected. But this time you have total 2 bean objects. Then that means by type in the sense related to product class, there are 2 bean objects available. Then container is throwing an exception like bean object creation is failed. Whether it is true or not, see here. For the order class point of view, bean object creation will fail. See here now. Yeah, order is initialized, right? But whenever it is injecting product, that is what the problem here it is. See here, field production expected 1 but found 2. What are 2? Product 1 comma product 2, right? As part of our expected single bean but found 2. That is what exception we are expected product. And it is saying like go with @primary or @qualifier annotation. We know that. Now if I given in this case as part of our previous solution qualifier @qualifier, and if I given something like product 2, then what is happening is based on this annotation now container, whenever it is identifying two bean objects, now container is saying checking qualifier annotation value what you given product 2, then simply product 2 bean object will be injected inside the order level. Inside the order level what will be injected? Product 2 will be injected because you given very clear information by using what? Qualifier annotation. My point here it is, it's not about the qualifier annotation. By default, whenever you given, if you are not given auto-wide annotation, that means auto-wire mode equal to none. If you given auto-wide annotation, then by default it is going to check by type is available or not. That means related to that class available or not. That too when by type is working, guys, when by type is working, when it is having only one bean object is available, that is fine. If it is having more than one bean object, then by type is failing. By type is failing. So in such case, generally what we are doing to avoid this problem, we are giving @qualifier, and as part of qualifier what we are providing is, we are providing always bean ID. Out of multiple, which bean object should be injected, that bean ID you are passing here it is. Right, this is all about the by type. For example, see the magic here now, or not magic, I am doing some small change with respect to property what I given product data type inside the order. I am changing my property name as product. What is that, guys? Property name, that means instance variable name for the product data type. What is my property name? Product. So, and I'm just, let me write down setter getter methods because I modified, right? Yes, set product, got product and all. Now see in this case, in earlier case, what is that? I given intentionally product 1. This is what, now from product 1 I change it to product. Okay, fine. Now understand this scenario. In this case, by the time order bean object is created, how many product bean objects available? Yes, one is via component point of view, one more via bean configuration point of view. One more via bean con. Total two bean objects available. Again, two bean objects available. One is product, one is product 2. Both belongs to the product class only. Right? Now, I am not given auto-wide annotation. Let me reset it. Get the product. Remove one. Okay. Now see here in this case, I'm not given auto-wide @qualifier annotation, guys. Earlier I given qualifier. If you are not given qualifier, what happened? You got this exception. Let me copy paste. With respect to by type, what you given, when there is no qualifier available, you got this exception. Right? So we got this exception. Expected 1, found 2, and like that. And then you are given qualifier so that you can resolve it. But now also total 2 bean objects available, but I'm not giving qualifier annotation. But now I'm not giving qualifier annotation. But in earlier scenario, the property name is also product 1. But in this case, I'm not giving qualifier and I changed product property name to the product. See now the dependency injection is going to happen. Run as Java application. See here, total one order object is created, product, total 2 product bean objects are created. But you can see product bean object, what you extracted from the container, same reference, right? And whatever injected inside the order is also same. So that means in this case, which bean object is injected, guys? Product bean object is injected. So in this case, product bean object is injected here. So how it is possible? When earlier case also we have total 2 bean objects, order creation failed, but this time also total 2 product objects available, but bean object creation is happened even though we are not given qualifier annotation. Yes. Now in this case, generally what container will do is, when you are not provided qualifier annotation, the sequence goes like this. What generally Spring container will do internally is, if no autowire, understand guys, this is the conclusion now. If no autowire, that means none, autowire mode. If you given @autowire, that means by default what it is doing is, internally, see, it's all about when we are not giving qualifier annotation. It is going to take byte type, and if it is having only one bean object, then dependency injection is happening. Composite bean object is created. Composite bean object is created. So without any problem. But whenever it is taking byte type, container found total two bean objects or more than one bean object. Then what is happening? Container is getting an ambiguity and container is throwing an exception like which bean object should be injected. But right now, container is having total two bean objects and I'm not given qualifier annotation also in the order. So in such case, generally what internally as a nested case, immediately container will not throw any exception. Come immediately, see here, immediately container not throwing an error. What it is doing is, it is verifying, container verifying a concept called as by name auto wire mode. By name auto wire mode. So how it is happening by name auto wire mode here it is. What in this case container is doing is, container verifying where dependency should happen. Right here dependency is happening. Now in this case what container is doing is, container taking the property name of the dependency bean object. What is the property name guys in this case? Product. And that means container taking property name from collaborating bean of dependency type. So in this case what is the property name guys? Product. Right? Product is the property name. Now what container is doing is, property name. Now internally what container is doing is, container verifying is there any bean object matching with bean ID of property name. So that means in this case what is our property name guys? Product. Now what container is doing is, by taking this property name, okay, container is going to the already available bean objects. It is verifying is there any bean object available with the property or not. See here, yeah, there is one bean object available with respect to property. What? Product. Yes, my in order class also, what is the property name guys? Product only, right? So both are matching. That's why now container is taking a decision as, let me inject product bean object into order. Product into bean object. So that's why this time, even though there is no qualifier available, dependency injection is happened inside the order. So that even though multiple bean objects available, container is automatically verifying what guys? By name formula it is taking into the picture. By type first it will take. If it is only one bean object, blindly injects irrespective of property name or whatever it is. If it is having more than one bean object, then container is cross checking. Is there any way somehow it is following the by type or by name or not, by name point of view. So that means container is just checking with respect to property name from the collaborating bean of the dependency type that is matching with any bean ID of the same dependency type or not. Yes, product both are matching. That's why product is injected. Now for example, I don't want to inject product bean object here and I don't want to use qualifier also or primary annotation concept also, but still dependency injection happened when these two product bean objects are available, and my requirement here in this case is, I want to inject product 2 into order automatically. Then what we can do guys, just change the product name. So see here, now what is the property name? Product 2. I made product 2. Now let's do one thing, product 2, something like that I made here. Okay. Now in this case what will happen? Guess now. Again whenever it is coming here, by type it will apply, but how many objects? Two bean objects available. Then again by name it will coming into the picture. Whenever it is coming the by name, what it will do? It will take property name is matching with bean ID of product bean class objects. This is what it is doing internally. So that means internally it is applying by name by type also as a sub hierarchy point of view. Yes, this time product to bean object is available or not? Yes, there is a product to bean object. So that's why see here. Now in this case, product to bean object will be injected here, but not product bean object, whether it is true or not. See, for example, in this case, what guys, we are getting product, but that means now you will expect an output. What is being printed here is different and what is being printed here is different. So see here now, because first one is product one, second one is product two. So see here, two, this is what related to this one. That means different bean object, and this is product two bean object. If you want to see here product two, now see I am getting product two bean object. Same thing is also injected or not, we are verifying. Now see same bean objects, right? So this is how it is going to take the byte type. For example, now I given my property name as product 3, some reason, product 3. So that means what will happen guys in this case, let me change this one also. Now same formula again, whenever container creating order bean object, it will come here, it will verify product bean object. First it will apply byte type. So if it is one bean object, blindly injects, but found two bean objects. Fine. Then immediately container verifies by name Autowire mode. By name Autowire mode. Then what will happen in this case is it will take this property name and then it is checking is there any bean ID matching with this property name or not. But in this case, what you have guys, bean ID product comma product 2, product 2. So that means even in this case, what's happening? By name also failing. By name auto wire mode also failing. So by type is failed because of two bean objects. By name also failed because of no matching bean ID found with respect to property name. With respect to property name. So by name also failed. And at the same time, you are not given qualifier annotation also. And at the same time, you are not given any primary annotation with respect to component level or with respect to bean level. So there is no way somehow container is identifying one bean object should be injected as order. That's why now finally in this case container is going to give us ambiguity exception. See now in this case it is saying like product to found because by type failed because of two bean objects. By name failed because field name is product 3 but actually existed product comma product 2. So by name also failed, right? But at the same time you are not given any qualifier annotation on auto wide level, that's why failed. At the same time you are not given any primary, you didn't made any bean object as a primary bean object here also or here also, that's why there is no primary solution. Finally out of these 4 sessions bean object creation is failed with respect to order. So this is how auto wiring modes are going to taking into the consideration when container is doing the dependency injection. So this is how we can achieve dependency injection automatically even though multiple bean objects available. Even if you are not providing qualifier also, we can achieve the dependency injection. Sometimes in interviews they will ask you like this. I have a bean class and I create a total 2 bean objects and I taken one more class. Inside that I am injecting bean object. Now what is going to happen? I given only at the rate Autowired annotation like that. So then you have to cross verify very properly guys. Otherwise you will fail your logic. For example, now in this case, logic given like this. Yeah, they will give this code snippet and for example, I used to ask this kind of questions. I will give this code snippet and I will tell him like I have total 2 product bean objects. If you remember like more than one bean object ambiguity and if you are saying like exception comes with respect to order bean dependency injection is going to fail with respect to order bean object, then your answer is wrong because yes, with respect to product there might be 2 bean objects available. There might be 2 bean objects available, but what container is doing, it's not immediately failing bean creation or dependency injection with respect to order. It is applying by name concept. Then what it is doing, it is verifying is it matching with bean ID of the dependency type product class or not. Yes, it is matching. So that's why this bean object will be injected here even though there is no qualifier. So that means in this case dependency injection will happen successfully. So that is how an interview questions will come, and as well as we used to see this kind of things in written exams also. Now let's go back with the last one called as constructor type. So now the name itself telling it is part of always constructor injection. So what we discussed as of now is all about field injection point of view we can use as well as setter injection point of view also the same thing, but This specific auto wiring mode is going to help only with respect to constructor injection point of view. What it is? Constructor auto wiring mode. So let's see here. If you are good with by name and by type as of now, then we can easily close with constructor type. Now, whenever it is comes to the constructor, the fourth one called as constructor. This is part of always constructor injection. So we cannot achieve this with respect to field injection point of view. We will take an example, but first we will have a discussion here overview and all with respect to constructor injection. Yes. Now generally how we will you do the constructor injection, guys? With respect to product and order only, I will take product class and then order class. So inside order, I have a dependency of product. So for that, what we will do generally, product is the property and I will create an constructor with order product p, something like that. This dot product equal to p, something like that. I will write a constructor. Now I will give something like Autowired annotation here. Autowired annotation in this case. Now what will happen when container is creating order bean object? It is verifying how many bean objects available for the product. If it is only one bean object, by the time it injects automatically, blindly injects. So dependency injection will happen, bean creation will be success. Now for example, product bean objects are available more than one. It's all about constructor injection point of view I'm talking. We know how to do constructor injection in our previous examples we discussed previous sessions. Now product 2 I'm taking here and bean objects. How many, guys? Total 2 bean objects. Now in this case, what container is going to do here? It is container is taking consideration with respect to by name. By name it is taking into consideration. So that means in earlier case what happened, guys, here it is taking by type into consideration and injected blindly that. But in this case it is taking, I told you now, it is going to take into by name because more than one bean object. But okay, whenever in our previous example, by name point of view, what is happened, guys? It is taking always consideration into property name. What? The property name, field property name is matching with the bean ID or not. But in this case, with respect to constructor injection, it is going to take consideration into constructor argument name. So what it is taking, guys? Constructor argument name. Constructor argument name is taking into the picture. So that means now assume product bean objects available. One is product, yes. Second one is product 2. Total 2 bean objects available. Now in this case, by name is not matching. Constructor argument name point of view I am taking. Similarly, it comes here, it's not matching. That's why by name is also going to fail here. By name is going to fail here it is. So that means what you understood, guys, here the major role is playing constructor argument. What? Constructor argument is checking by type point of view as well as by name point of view. By name point of view. If you are not given Autowired, that nothing but none. No dependency injection. If you are not given Autowired. If you given Autowired, and even though whatever the constructor argument name you given, but only one bean object available, by type it is verifying. By type it is verifying. Whenever more than one available, then what it is doing? It is verifying constructor argument name, but found 2. But P is not matching here also, here also. So that's why now in this case, what will happen? Dependency injection is going to happen with respect to order completely no, fail. Completely fail because constructor argument name as P. Okay, now for example, I given constructor argument name as product or product 2, something like that. So here product 2, something like that. So here Autowired I used it constructor. That's why I'm talking about constructor autowiring mode. Now in this case, what will happen? If it is one bean object, it doesn't care about the constructor argument name. Simply what it is going to care always is whenever one bean object available, blindly same bean object injects it. Okay, for example, I assume product. Now in this case, 2 bean objects. What it is? Product comma product 2. Now what will happen in this case? Whenever container identified as more than one bean object, now container is not failing the bean creation or bean dependency injection inside the order. What it is doing is cleverly, it is taking the constructor argument name and verifying is there any bean object available with this constructor argument name or not. Yes, it is coming here, not matching. Now it is verifying with another bean ID. And see, these two belongs to which class, guys? Product class only. That is also most important here it is. It is verifying for that respective class bean id objects. Now finally this is matching, right? So this product to bean object will be referenced to the order now. So this will be injected now. So this is how constructor injection is going to happen. So that means constructor auto wiring mode is taking by name by type into consideration, but with respect to constructor argument name always. If it is one, constructor type, parameter type. If it is more than two, then it is taking constructor argument name into picture. If you are not given auto wide, none mode. That means none auto wiring mode. So this is how internally sometimes Spring Container is taking bean auto wiring automatically. So what is happening, guys, in this case, automatically bean wiring is happening even though there are multiple bean objects available. Without, see, as part of our example as of now, we are not used any qualifier, we are not used any primary, even though we are having multiple bean objects. So this is how also we can achieve the dependency injection without qualifier and primary. These things will be asked in interviews. Let's take a quick example around constructor auto mode. Now what I will do here, it is I will remove auto wire here, and here product, see here first I am giving p, and in this case this dot product 3 equal to p. What I did, I am moving auto wide here. So for example, if I am not giving auto wide, none, there is no auto wide in this entire order class level. So automatically you will see now what, guys, none. Yeah, now see here. See here, no dependency injection happened with respect to product in order. Now what I am doing, I am telling to the constructor, go with the auto-wide annotation. Now in this case, what will happen? If it is having only one bean object, that will be injected blindly. For example, I will disable this. That means only one bean object for the product now. So what I will do, product, right? Yes, see here now, same bean object is injected or not. Whatever available one bean object, see, product created only one bean object, order, whatever created, same thing being injected into order also. Now my point here it is, when I have more than one bean object of the dependency type product comma product 2, now automatically with respect to by type it is going to fail because more than one bean object. And now constructor argument name is p. P is matching with the bean IDs or not? No, because this is product and this one is product 2, so not matching. So in this case also dependency injection is going to fail now. See here it is saying like parameter 0 point of view, it is not matching either this one or this one. So that means by name also failed. By type and by name both are failed. That's why it is saying same problem. Whether it now as part of our constructor injection, and I discussed qualifier, giving qualifier, here it is. Then you can give which bean object should be injected. But in this case, we are not discussing that, right? For example, see here now what I am doing, product 2 I am giving here. Now in this case, what will happen, guys? Constructor will take, so internally container will take constructor argument name and it is going to verify is it matching with any bean object or not. Yes, there is a bean object with product 2, right? So that will be injected now. So see here, yeah, this is a product but internally injected product 2, so different, right? If you want to see same thing or not, I'm getting product 2 bean object from the container and same thing is injected into order or not, we are verifying. See here, same thing being injected. How? Even though there is no qualifier, constructor auto wiring mode is taking into the picture in this case because you used auto wire on the constructor level. So constructor is internally using by name, by type automatically. If you are not given auto wire, then what's happening, guys? No dependency injection. So this is all about the auto wiring modes as part of the Spring Boot. So most important topic with respect to interviews and real-time applications also, sometimes we will use this kind of argument names or property names to avoid the conflicts of different bean objects for the same data type, like that. Or in interviews also they will ask. This is all about the Spring auto wiring modes. With this, almost we are completed the entire Spring core module or Spring Boot core module. So in the next session, I'll start taking Spring Boot JPA module. That is the most important module with respect to database operations. Thanks to everyone. Please Let me know if you are looking for any other information or other topics as part of the comments, so that I will take those and I will try to cover. Yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks for your support.